In the world of medicine, where every second is a fragile line between life and death, only brilliant minds can stand firm. At the leading hospital in the city, among countless outstanding doctors, there remains a name whispered like a legend, a genius among geniuses. When seemingly hopeless emergency cases keep coming, and the operating room is plunged into chaos and despair, he is the only one who makes time stand still. People call him the Hand of God, Shin Yu-sung. I can still save him. That's a statement of certainty and determination. But performing surgery on someone just declared dead is utterly unbelievable. How could I know? Because Shin Yu-sung is the standard of medical technique. You are the one who can bring the dead back to life like the Hand of God. Once Yu-sung picks up the scalpel, any difficult surgery can be handled. And tonight's celebration proved it. Even though he was the one who contributed the most this time, Yu-sung wasn't very happy. Because he no longer knew when he had lost his time to rest for himself, every day for him repeated in the familiar operating room. With the ability to save even the dead, Yu-sung was called the Hand of God. At first, he thought it was a good thing because saving one person would bring joy to dozens. However, the skill that doctors are rarely born with is actually quite scarce. So after the patients kept coming in upon hearing the rumors, Yu-sung didn't get a single second to rest. He is also treated like a mobile medical device for VIP patients. Is that nickname really a good thing, or is it meaningless? Not only has his body been drained, but his spirit and relationships around him are also gradually deteriorating. Yu-sung can't even remember the last time he took time for himself. Making money is fine, but now he doesn't even have time to spend it properly, so he has no choice but to accept it. Yu-sung thought his life would remain like this forever, but life is unpredictable, and just as he was about to go home and open a beer to reward himself, a blinding car headlight appeared in front of him, rushing toward him. Before dying, Yu-sung's entire life flashed before his eyes, but ironically, all he saw were scenes from the operating room. Could it be that this rare genius's life ended so abruptly here? No. Perhaps Yu-sung's story will continue. The scene unexpectedly shifts from modern times to an ancient castle, with a faint voice calling from a small house, along with countless questions from Yu-sung. Gradually opening his eyes, he saw his now chubby hands and the happy faces of the couple in front of him. Yu-sung stared blankly as the body's mother lifted him up. I was so stunned I didn't know what was happening. The last thing I remember was being on my way home from the hospital and then getting hit and killed by a truck. Therefore, this scene confuses Yu-sung, who doesn't understand how he's still alive, and these two people are strangers to him. Son's parents love their son very much. Snuggled in his father's arms, he is stunned to realize his body is tiny. At the same time, Yu-sung faintly realized that he had been reborn as their child. A scratch on his hand caught his mother's attention. The boy's father hurriedly wanted to call the priest, but suddenly the mother insisted she could heal him. Yu-sung thought she was talking about medicine, but what he didn't expect was that the woman in front of him could use magic to heal, and in just a few seconds, the scratch that would have left a scar was now completely gone. This means Yu-sung has been reborn into a new world, a world where magic exists. The peaceful night sky envelops the small house along with the gentle sound of the wind. He gently moved inside the house, eyes slowly opening as he looked around. He sat up and looked out the window for a while since he had slept so much. He had been sitting there in silence for 3 months since being reborn into this world. During that time, I learned a few things. First, this world is different from the one I came from. It's exactly what you're thinking of, a typical fantasy world. A world where monsters and creatures similar to humans exist. Because of that, humans are attacked by monsters. As a result, humans have to choose paths that come at the cost of their lives to become stronger. Jay finds it quite interesting that they prefer to develop magic rather than science whenever they heal his wounds. It seems they rely on magic instead of medical techniques even for the simplest things. The last thing he realizes is that this is not a dream but his new reality. But for some reason, Jay can still retain the memories and knowledge from his previous life. He never thought he could feel this peaceful again. Now he thinks back on it. He never had a chance to love himself because of his job. If it weren't for the car accident, he probably would have died suddenly from overwork. Then, he just lay down and enjoyed it because he had been reincarnated. And he should also savor the moment he had. When will I be able to sleep peacefully like this again? The faint light shines on the plant pot in the room. The rare peace he found after reincarnation as a carefree boy. Dai closed his eyes and drifted to sleep, only to realize something. What's going on? It feels like a thin thread piercing through my body. What is this cool, refreshing feeling? I feel so energized. Is this the mana that Io and Sen mentioned? It doesn't seem easy to control. If I try to force it, it will scatter everywhere. Focus carefully on where this thread of mana begins and ends. Mana should flow like blood. Try to imagine the flow of mana as a stream of blood. Try to feel it flowing throughout your body. The endless mana stream is like that. No need to rush. Take your time. As time passes, autumn leaves gently fall, and before you know it, winter's cold season has arrived. He shouted with joy, finally succeeding. He kept his eyes on the flame in his hand and smiled to himself. Ha! I thought I could do this. The technique of controlling the mana flow to shoot fireballs is worth the 3 years I've dedicated to it, even though I might succeed in understanding the mana flow and memorizing the possible paths it could take. The problem is that I can't understand how this book explains mana control. Jay carefully reads each section of the book. The book tells me to store the mana inside my body and control it when needed because mana is said to be drawn from our surroundings. A question arises in his mind. Why does it need to be stored inside us from the very beginning? Above all, this seems to limit what we can do with it once it's stored. No matter how you see it, it's not effective. Then it proposes a hypothesis. What if we let the mana move naturally when we're not trying to store it? Would it be easier to draw mana from around us and use it? In that case, we wouldn't need to worry about the quality of the mana anymore. We even avoid the mana loops. Although this is a dangerous method not written in the books, it's worth trying once. I smile again and say, I never thought it would yield results beyond expectations. I need to try it more. Look, you can't tell me you're proud every time you see Day reading a book whenever you get the chance. She giggled and said, I tell you our child will definitely become a wizard. Io retorted, what are you talking about? With her child's condition, he needs to train like a swordsman. She shook her hand. If that happens, the adorable girl will be forced to become a lump of flesh like him. Io sighed in disappointment, at least a handsome piece of meat. Inside, Day listened to all of that and thought to himself, if they keep talking so loudly, then what's the point of hiding anything? Zen also feels a bit worried inside. Although I feel proud of our little one, don't you think our child might be too focused on books? What do you mean? She continued, saying, isn't it true that children your age go out and play with friends? I'm just worried that all our children want is to read books. Come on, there's no need to worry too much. Most people are concerned that their children don't like reading, right? You even said you want to raise your child to become a great wizard, so what's wrong with that? Sen looked at the little one who couldn't say anything more. Back with D, he thinks this still isn't enough. I need to create a perfect path for mana to flow through, as perfect as possible. The next morning at Day's house, Sen burst open the door with full energy. Is our adorable Day here? Yes, I'm here. You're just worried again, but I'm already reading. Although I am proud that my child is here reading, I still want my child to meet peers and play. Maybe because I haven't had the chance to play with my child? Seeing that mother said nothing, Day felt confused again. After a moment of silence lost in thought, Sentien approached and asked him, do you want to play with Mom? Were you surprised that I wanted to play with you? A sudden idea flashed in his mind. Could it be that Mom is teaching me magic? Yeah, I'm sure Mom is trying to play with me so she can teach me a few things. Day said excitedly and agreed immediately. Yes, let's play. But Sen hesitated for a moment and called softly. She hugged him tightly, thinking that her child was so happy just to be able to play with her, and she should have asked him sooner. After a while, Jay was taken somewhere else, and his expression, as blank as a wooden doll, appeared. Oh, Mom, where are the books? Why are we in front of the door? Dad replied, yes, you don't need to read books today. We will go outside to play. Day immediately refused the offer. Oh, no, I think I need to study more. I can't spend time playing outside when I should be practicing. The snail proudly hugs Day to her chest with affection. I didn't think my child would be so eager to learn. What should I do with you? She tries to persuade him again. But today it will be okay. Don't you want to see what the outside looks like? Go outside and try to enjoy yourself. Only now do I think about that. I have never gone outside since reincarnating. I don't even know what this world is like. All right, I think one day is fine. I'll decide and reply, it's okay. Go outside and have fun. Miss Sen is as happy as a perfect harvest. Go immediately. Step outside. Day's eyes seem to shine, capturing all attention with his gaze at the surrounding scenery that is so close yet never truly noticed. I spent 3 years reading at home and never even thought about going outside. Seeing the leaves and the towering windmills, I was imprisoned by myself. But a gentle breeze passing by cooled my heavy soul. Seeing him act like that, Sen asked, Day, what are you doing? Why don't you try exploring? Day looked up, then started to walk, taking his first steps outside, and then ran quickly across the vast green field. At this moment, Day feels immersed in nature, the scent of flowers and grass making his heart flutter. Then he stops, standing on the edge of a cliff, gazing out at the majestic scenery around him. The beautiful scene in front of me makes me gasp in amazement. Before I reincarnated, I never had a chance to take care of myself. I was forced to live under pressure. Surviving is the best I can do. I've never felt this free before, but I'm happy. I was born into this world. Day calls out to her mother. A sigh escapes her lips. Day turns to look at her, smiling happily. He sincerely thanked his mother for bringing him into this world. In a certain hospital, an emergency case required Du-S Dung to pour all her effort into rushing the ambulance with the nurse. A patient in emergency, a life constantly repeating itself with the patient all day long. He has never stopped even for a few minutes. And during surgeries, there is always someone urging him on. That voice always echoes in my mind. Doctor, the next blind case will arrive in 5 minutes. After the surgery was over, Du Dung collapsed. I'm exhausted now, completely drained. I've reached my limit. But the voices of the nurses and patients keep pulling me back. Help me, doctor, you have to go. Suddenly, a faint voice called out somewhere. Day. The sound of the snail waking him up startled him, breaking free from the nightmare that always haunted him. She gently smiled and stroked his head, saying, What kind of scary dream did you have? Hearing his mother's voice, Day gradually calmed down, thinking to himself, Oh, it was just a dream. I had a beautiful time. And then I dreamt of something like this. Day struggles to open one eye in the blinding sunlight before him. The strange city he has traveled to unfolds before his eyes. This is not the world where he has to work tirelessly. Thinking of this, Day's mood became much more relaxed. He is now a child, carefree and innocent. That's right, I was reborn into this world, and I definitely won't live the same way I did before. The scene here looks like it's been filtered through my eyes. Even the house he's living in now is very different from his previous life. Day and Sen have returned after a day out. Seeing her waist, she happily greets me. I'm back now. He smiles at his wife and child, not forgetting to ask about them. Are you happy to be home and had fun playing? Day cheerfully replied. Yes. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. That's right. He reached out to hold the hem of the snake's skirt and softly called. Mom Day's eyes widened at this moment. Please teach me magic. Hearing the plea of the little prince, the snail couldn't help but feel moved. She exclaimed, wait a moment, then couldn't help but lean into her husband's embrace. How could our child be so adorable and lovable? She kept comforting him, saying, if you want to train yourself, I will always happily teach you. Seeing the reaction of the slime, he could only force a smile and let it go, feeling a bit awkward inside. Even after experiencing this reaction many times, he still couldn't get used to it. After a while, Sen began teaching Day the first lesson. Since this is a request from Day, should we start? Then she began with the most basic element of humans. A small flame appeared from the Sen's hand, burning brightly. Day's fire is incredibly delighted by the wondrous magic it has never experienced before. Seeing Day's delighted reaction, the Sen couldn't help but be surprised. The child's reaction, so she was determined to teach him thoroughly and clearly. Day, this is fire, isn't it interesting? Sen saw him like that and blushed, muttering to himself. Are two of them still not impressive enough? He thought to himself that it was because this was a spell he had used a few times before. At this moment, Sen had come up with something. She called him. We should sit down first. Day obediently responded. Yes, and once sitting upright on the bed, the snail activated it again. The problem with magic is that the central light emits energy that gathers surrounding sources to create what the user desires. With magic, you want to transform it into mana. The formula for success is with one activation word and one corresponding action. It's that easy, right? Then, she gave an example with the fire from earlier, saying that by following the mana concentration formula, pointing to the sky and shouting fire, a flame would appear. Hearing this basic knowledge, Day became even more curious. Your mother has a question. Zen can answer it. The diligent student begins asking questions like short answers in the 2025 graduation exam. Can you transform mana through another method? Sen was a bit surprised. Another method. After a moment of thought, Day began to explain his idea. His point was to use fire as an example. Suppose we have 3 red mana crystals. The mother burns the mana, which then turns into blue mana, and she gathers the mana she wants to burn. Finally, by applying physics and friction, she creates the desired flame. So far, you add one more short answer. Instead of transforming mana 3 times, why not make it simpler? Although if mother did that, mana na would disperse quickly. Zen had been staring at her son the whole time, suddenly coming up with such bold ideas. Oh my god. An advanced question? She thought for a moment, yeah, it's possible and not impossible. Chen looked at him and thought that if those 3 things were combined and stabilized, it could be possible. Then she and Day looked at each other and chuckled, but that was in theory. However, Day still had some thoughts in his mind, so he rubbed his chin to steady himself. That meant, looking at his small hand, he clenched it into a fist in a complete state. Can I add more attributes? As he thought, he was performing the second step, spreading his 5 fingers, still proud. Suddenly, a source of mana shot out from his hand. It was so powerful that it flew straight up to the ceiling, surprising both Sen and himself. Seeing the results of the first attempt like a VIP recharge bonus, he silently thought he had succeeded. The woman inside the house also unexpectedly ran out and asked, "What just happened?" What just happened, I have no idea right now, Sen thought with an equally surprised mind. Seeing Day's innocent and happy expression, she silently thought that just before her child used magic, she hadn't noticed that the magic flow was always active when her child cast spells. Sen's eyes flickered with a hint of unspoken worry. G looks up at the ceiling in this life, still questioning in his heart. A repetitive life spent with patience all day long. But have I ever not felt it? That stream of thought separates him from reality. Forget about the existence of your parents in this world, Gay muttered to himself as he predicted. It's easy to understand if you think of it as an atom. And if you start combining mana like a compound, you don't need to add more mana. Seeing how he looked more like an adult than a kid, Sen silently thought this child was very strange, and suddenly welled up with tears, staring intently at him. No, I was too focused. At this moment, Day returns to her innocent, cheerful expression and asks if something is wrong, Mom. She awkwardly replied, "It's just that I'm very proud that Day can use magic." Day scratched his head, feeling proud. Really? It seems like you're a genius, and the snail beside you is also boosting your spirit. Our son is so talented. That night, when the sky was only accompanied by the moon and stars and Day was sleeping in the room, he suddenly woke up startled by the sound of someone. It's a serious problem. What should we do if the child is taken to the academy at this age? To prevent that from happening, we have to do our best. Io is sitting at the dining table, holding Kotran and Sen's hand. Did you overhear a part of their conversation and think they're talking about you? Io sighed again and said, I know it's not as easy as you say. Sen replied, Day is a genius that only appears once every hundreds or thousands of years. If the Academy's eye were to notice his son, Sen's voice unconsciously trembled. Day is inside a room carrying himself, and he's starting to become curious about the Academy. I don't know what kind of place the Academy is, but it seems like I might be dragged there. Thinking of this, his hand gently clenched, and he quietly made a decision to prevent it from happening. But since I need strength, I just wanted to learn magic for fun. But I have changed my mind. I need to attain absolute power. The wandering thoughts just now once again put me into a deep sleep. Many years have passed, and after a peaceful night, the scene gradually brightens. The diligent little bird is now singing on a high branch. Sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the entire room. On the desk, the candle has burned past the halfway point, and there are a few books left half-read. A young man with white hair stretches after a long sleep and looks outside the door, muttering, Is it already morning? He quickly gets out of bed, scratching his head in self-reproach. Since I'm a heavy sleeper and can't tell how much time has passed, should I go explore now? At this moment, a bright face with intelligent eyes appears. This young man is Day, 15 years old. Remembering the past, after gaining control over mana, Day began to pursue his goals. His experiments and research on magic increased in intensity. Not only that, he also threw himself into meditation and magic practice every night, and his talent for understanding mana proved his rapid development. Besides practicing techniques, Jay also constantly expanded his knowledge to improve his future skills. As a result, due to the enormous amount of mana absorbed during this time, his hair turned completely white. Back to the present, now a teenager, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I need to grab this thing and then start carefully writing something down. I don't know how much medical knowledge I'll use, but I might as well give it a try. At this moment, I can also clearly see the writing he made on the board. I can heal those who are sick. He took a deep breath and thought to himself. But before he left, maybe one last time. First, a blazing red flame rose up. Fire. Second, a tornado from the air twists and forms wind. Finally, he stopped drawing water and moisture to form a barrier. He pointed straight up into the sky, directly using mana to manipulate all three elements. Hailong happily looked at his achievement, feeling pleased and saying, This is truly perfect. So I should really go now, right? Then he strode straight into the town, placing a small stick on the ground. This place seems like a reasonable spot, but it feels a bit awkward. At this point, Dai blushes, clears his throat, and then shouts like a madman, I can heal anyone who feels unwell. Bring anyone. Seeing the 15-year-old boy shout so loudly, the locals just found it amusing. What a kind young man. You're right. The people there whispered to each other. I haven't had a laugh like that in a long time. Just like me. A kind man from the crowd advised Day, Hey kid, go play the saint somewhere else. You shouldn't tease the sick like that. Seeing the reactions of the people around him, Day looked a bit taken aback. Who do these people think I am? After a few seconds of shock, he regained his composure. No, I predicted this. Just wait a little longer. As expected, I just waited a bit, but all day long no one asked me for treatment. My first startup has failed. I can't believe no one came to me. At this moment, he got up and decided that he probably couldn't hold on anymore and should go home today. Just as he was overwhelmed with disappointment, someone appeared in front of him. They asked, Do you really think you can cure sick people? Just as tears were about to fall, someone asked that. Day was a bit surprised. A young girl about his age, dressed like someone from a wealthy family. She asked again, no matter what kind of patient they are, right? Seeing Vialisi, he told himself, this will be his first patient. Before Day could respond, Von Elisaya rushed in and asked a third time, Do you really think you can cure them? Day crawled back and replied, I need to examine them first. The little girl purses her lips and looks directly into Day's eyes with a scrutinizing gaze. Von Elisaya openly criticizes without holding back, showing her distrust. I knew it. It's ridiculous to think that a fool like you could heal someone. Those words hit him like an arrow to the chest, directly making Day angry. Really? You yell at me, you little runt. Von Elisaya was pulled back as she turned to leave, and she looked at him with annoyance. What? You little punk. Day's face darkened as each word was spoken clearly. I may look like a useless 15-year-old on the street, but there is no patient in this world I can't treat. Stop judging by appearances. His words and confident aura are like a blinding filter. Seeing that look from Day, Von Elisaya blushed slightly. He's just a naive kid. Who would have thought that behind the appearance of a 15-year-old boy was a skilled doctor working more at the hospital than at home? Von Elisaya quietly thought as she looked at his face now. But what is this strange feeling of trust? Thinking of that, she reconsidered. That's right, you're correct. I'm sorry. Von Elisaya gently lifted her blue dress, slightly tiptoed, and bowed her head to introduce herself solemnly. I am the only daughter of Count Gat, Hippie Elisaya. After introducing herself, she frowned and emphasized it again. Not a dwarf. At this moment, Day awkwardly chuckled and said, My name is Day. He wondered to himself, is she a noble? It's no wonder her clothes look so luxurious. Then the two of them had a brief conversation before the sun set behind the horizon. Why are you suddenly speaking so formally? Just say it like you did before, Von Elisaya whispered. Anyway, the patient I mentioned earlier is my father. He opened his eyes wide, recalling the previous moment. She sadly recounted her father's illness. His chest skin had turned red and developed a lump, which then swelled into a ball. Hearing these symptoms, a suspicion crossed his mind. Could it be a malignant tumor? He frowned like a doctor. So maybe we should go take a look. If this is an emergency where every second counts, suddenly his eyes dimmed a bit. But if it's a tumor the size of a ball, perhaps it's already too late. Thinking of that, he kept running after Vaughn Alicia to her house. After a while, Vaughn Alicia's steps came to a stop. She led him to a walled mansion with high gates. Vaughn Alicia looked at him and said, "Let's go inside." Day reassured herself. Of course she's grown up. This is a noble's house. Before she could even step inside, an elderly man ran out shouting, "Miss, you're back!" "My father, how is he?" It turns out he was a duke. An upcoming news shook Vaughn Alicia's nerves. His condition suddenly worsened and he passed away. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. "Are you lying?" Immediately, Vaughn Alicia runs into her father's room. The butler helplessly calls after the young lady. Vaughn Alicia tries to run as fast as she can, thinking to herself, No. The door to the room was suddenly thrown open.
Vaughn Alicia shouted loudly with tears streaming down her face.
Tutuak is lying motionless on the bed, while Lady Tuak is crying nonstop. She gently calls out to Alicia Vaughn. Alicia couldn't bear it and ran over, crying uncontrollably, "Please, father, I beg you." "Can I take a look now that Day has arrived to observe the condition?" A black aura swirls in the air, and in Tuak's chest, the tumor has turned dark. Day focused on the faint heartbeat of that tumor. He thought it was quite weak, but he could still feel it. And then a glowing monosphere appeared in his palm, declaring that he was still alive. Lady Viscountess and Captain of the Viscount Guard were stunned by his words. Vaughn Alicia gently grabbed his coat and whispered, "Day, my father." She looked at him with teary eyes, begging him to save him. Day smirked. He looked at her with the trustworthy expression and replied with 2 words, "Don't worry." The presence of Day made everyone in the mansion curious. Who is this guy who just walked in asking who that kid is? Lady Tutuak beside her responded, "I'm not sure. It seems she came with Alicia." Hearing this, he was immediately excited. How could an unknown commoner be allowed into a marquis's residence? After hearing that Day might be able to save the Earl, Camvey widened her eyes and said, "Wait a minute, I think he just said he can save the Earl." The maid beside her trembled as she added, "He's probably just a con artist. Maybe he's here to steal something valuable." At this moment, the lady was very worried about her husband and didn't pay much attention. She was crying due to her illness. "Now this doesn't matter. I just want to cling to the last hope that that boy might perform a miracle." Then she looked at his confident face, placing her trust in the young man before her, and returned to Day's case, gazing at the lump on the prince's chest, thinking how unbelievable it was that it could grow so large and turn black and rotten. Thinking of that, a sharp knife appeared at the tip of his finger. First, he had to focus mana to shape a scalpel. At this moment, the guard and the butler saw his strange actions. Their faces turned pale and he immediately shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Hearing the scream from the Imperial Guard, Day felt deafened. After the ringing in his ear subsided, he turned to the guard and asked, "What are you doing?" "I am trying to treat him." He shouted again, "Don't be stupid. How can you treat him that way?" Seeing the patient's family not trusting the doctor, he threatened them. "If you don't believe me, I can stop right now, no problem." He was suddenly speechless. This bastard. Seeing the Imperial Guards react too strongly, the madam now calls out to the captain. She looked at him, her face clearly showing her wealth for now trusting this young boy, and he had to accept the reminder. "I understand, madam." Then he casually waved his hand to dismiss the guards. Yeah. Shut up and go somewhere else. You're disturbing me." He couldn't do anything, so he clenched his teeth at this arrogant brat. Getting back to work, he let out a sigh as he realized that when he punctured this tumor, it oozed pus instead of blood. Looking at the lump again, he made his judgment. It was no longer just a tumor. "This is a necrotic area caused by toxins." A look of concern flashes in his eyes as a blue mana aura begins to surround him. He starts rolling up his sleeves. "Well then, let's get started." He uses mana to create a sharp surgical blade. First, he must cut away all the necrotic tissue. He begins to insert the scalpel at the base of the tumor. Everyone outside stares in awe at his technique. After removing the tumor, he will need to open the chest and make an incision in his chest area. Suddenly, something hit his eye, making Day feel a bit itchy in his throat. Behind the ribs, his 2 lungs are a deep red. He thought to himself, just as he suspected, his lungs were also starting to decay, and he had no idea how long it had been like that. Then he continued the surgery, but from a different perspective, you could say he was quite lucky. This necrosis isn't too extensive, so even if I remove it all, he should still be able to recover. A new flow of mana appears, making Tutuak's chest glow. A moment after finishing the operation, he began using mana to create a medical thread to sew up the cut area. With the mana thread, he was now intensely focused on stitching the chest wound. Everyone outside seems frozen in place. No one dares to speak or even breathe heavily. The butler watches the figure walking away and mutters to himself, "I have nothing more to say about the boy the young lady brought here." Looking at his focused face and intense concentration, he thought to himself that he not only possesses a rare aura among his peers, but also moves with the skill of a master in his hands. At this moment, the hands surrounded by Manhwa continue to move gracefully, with a thread running from each of his fingertips. Twisting back and forth through a few basic stitches, he silently thought that his final step would be to pull the thread. Seeing his figure, the butler felt like he was a master puppeteer. No, like a puppet master. At this moment, he pays no attention to others' glances, only focusing on his craft. At this moment, the butler softly spoke. Maybe that boy could actually create a miracle. The maid beside him glanced at him, then looked back at the boy in front. She initially thought he was a con artist, but now her opinion has changed. I agree. After a while, the bandages are also removed, and he gently wipes the sweat from his forehead. All right, we're almost done. Looking at Tutuok's chest, the blackened wound has been removed, and the neat stitches on his chest are complete. Now I just need to help restart his heartbeat. Then, he performed chest compressions to stimulate the heartbeat. I will use mana to carry out emergency resuscitation. His mana now seemed to turn into the electric current of the defibrillator, and he thought to himself, as long as I support his heart massage. A press down, the electric current flows into the heart, causing it to beat strongly once and then stabilize. Hearing the first heartbeat, he smiles brightly. It's over. He's alive. The surgery was very successful, he hurried to inform the family, but something made him hesitate. The family member was watching him with a look that seemed to think he was an extraordinary healer with strange methods. The wire stared at them, wondering what their expressions meant. Then he glanced at Tutuok, whose mouth was bleeding. And Day realized that because blood suddenly started circulating in that already dead body, he was bleeding internally. To outsiders who don't understand, Camvey grits his teeth and growls, "You bastard," pointing at his face and blaming him. "I knew it. I knew you were just a quack." Seeing his agitated reaction, Day raised both hands with a smile and hurriedly explained, "It's you again. Sorry. Let me clarify a bit. He didn't give you a chance to speak. Are you still trying to justify yourself and escape blame?" Seeing Tutuok's expression, I asked, "But now he's alive." Camvey just shouted loudly, "You're still trying to justify yourself?" The more he pushes, the more he gets overly agitated about Picklebow. Is there any part of him still alive? I can only see a bloodied body. You're helpless against this stubborn one. It won't be a problem. He's really alive. The palace guard keeps shouting nonsense. I can't believe you cut open a noble's body like that. Are you still human? He sighed and waited for a moment, then said, "Let's see how things unfold." A soft voice echoed as the situation grew increasingly chaotic. "Day, you told me you were sure you could save him." Vana Lucia shouted, "I trusted you." He instinctively took a step back, trying to say it again. "Wait a moment, let's see. He really didn't die." Looking at her father's unmoving body, she whispered, "But now he has become like this." Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, blaming herself for her father's death for bringing you here. Seeing her so remorseful, he quickly explained to comfort Elsacia, "He's really recovered, just wait and see." At this moment, Day feels disillusioned with life. Why is everyone like this? Is it because you have no experience with surgery at all? Before he could finish thinking, a sharp sword was pointed directly at his chest. This lowly merchant, not only did you ruin his reputation, but you also deceived the young lady. That is the voice of the captain of the Imperial Guards, who ordered the other soldiers present to impose guilt on him. Day, is humiliating his body not enough for you? Seeing their reactions, he swallowed his bitterness, took a deep breath, and calmly said a few words. "I spent so much effort to save him. Not only did I not get a word of thanks, but you also just slapped me in the face." My voice is filled with disappointment. Day looked directly at the Camvey and asked him again, "What did you just say? I am a con artist and a murderer?" He frowned, anger flashing in his eyes. They've crossed the line. After being beaten down by the guards, Day secretly knew their reactions would be very angry, but he stood tall, alone, facing the people before him. Knowing deep down that from a medical perspective, if you consider the standards of this world, it's actually quite normal. At this moment, Day Darker repeats each word. "I will say it again. If the treatment is successful and you just wait to recover, I will leave now." As he spoke, he walked straight out the front door. Before leaving, Day glanced at the people who had just pointed their swords at him and warned, "Don't you dare block my way." Knowing he was the target of Day's attack, the royal guard couldn't help but roar in anger. Unable to contain his fury, he gripped his sword hilt and swung it down, causing Day's proud expression to freeze. He took a deep breath, then used his magic to create mana chains that bound the royal guard's entire body, while Day clenched his fists and muttered a binding spell. The binding spell? How can he use this kind of magic? At this moment, the soldiers accompanying him looked quite confused, Commander. Seeing that they were standing still and not making a move, the Imperial Guard shouted, "What are you doing? Capture that guy quickly." He also said he couldn't use many spells at once. "Hurry up!" His subordinates quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, the wound. But once again, the hand releases and a loud cry echoes. The group in armor trying to capture him was also bound tightly by mana chains. Unbelieving what Day had just done, the Imperial Guard stared in shock. The spell is complete. Seeing the amount of mana emanating from him, the Imperial Guard couldn't help but be surprised. At this age, he's already able to cast magic, he thought to himself. What exactly is this kid? A moment later, the source of magic was pulled back into his body. The restrained people have been released. Before leaving, Dai left a final message. This is the final warning. Don't block my way. After finishing the surgery and leaving the troublesome mansion, it was already dark. Day pats his head. Although the differences between medical sciences are indeed huge, this is just too much, he mutters to himself as he walks away. He briefly arrived at the door, silently blaming the guards for treating him like a clueless con artist. But that was the first patient he had treated here. He pulled the latch to open it and suddenly felt a sense of achievement. As he stepped inside, he kept complaining about his fate. Just as I thought, my medical skills don't work here anymore. Suddenly, while Day was zoning out, I heard a reminder. Day, you're coming home too late. Only now do I realize there's someone at home. Oh no, I was so focused on thinking that I forgot everything. The person who just reminded me was his mother. Mrs. Sen frowned unhappily. Mom said I have to be home by what time again? He stammers, 7. And what time is it now? Do you know how many bad people there are in this world? You will be grounded for 2 days. Unfortunately for you, no matter which world you're in, mothers are always made in batches, and coming home late means grounding. At that moment, there was nothing left to say, so I had to listen to the scolding. All I could think was that even if I came here, I would still be treated like a child. And then it was late at night. The last light in the house was extinguished. While Day was sound asleep, at the Countess's palace, Tutuok's room was always bustling with a voice full of difficulty. What on earth just happened? Who is that kid? Von Alicia gently called. Well, he has now regained consciousness and seems to be feeling uncomfortable. Von Alicia and the lady were startled by his reaction and quickly turned back to look, causing the guards to gape as well. He's still alive. How is that possible? How is that possible? At this moment, the guards are still holding their swords and are bound by the demon's magic, and he turns pale. Is the Marquis really still alive? The lady could only sigh. How am I supposed to trust you? Even when the palace guard simply pointed a sword at her neck and dismissed her as a lowly merchant, Lady Countess was already wishing she could dig a deep hole and crawl into it. She spoke up, saying I still couldn't recognize who my savior was. I really made a big mistake. Countess 2 continuously blamed herself and ordered us to keep searching. Take responsibility for this and go find that person immediately. This directly damages our family's reputation. Cam V exclaimed in confusion. Why can I suddenly move without being bound? He shouted, Magic! And then lost his footing, falling to the ground. Madame helplessly turned away and left, only saying, Find him and apologize directly for your rudeness. Cam V responded, Yes, I understand. The caretaker is quite charming right now, isn't he? How could such a young man perform a miracle like that? Suddenly someone interjected. Could he be a saint of the moon? Her words made everyone stare in disbelief, questioning if there really was such a saint. They keep discussing excitedly, but I've never heard of a saint using magic before. I'll wait and see about that. After a while, Tutuok was peacefully asleep in bed. Someone exclaimed, Look at Tutuok's relaxed expression. She must just be sleeping. Everyone can see it, right? Where did it come from? The Imperial Guard declared confidently again. If it weren't for a saint capable of bringing the dead back to life, how could this be? So, to learn about the saints, we need to briefly go through the history of humanity and who these saints are. Ancient records state that they are chosen by the gods and possess immense divine power. They can also hear the words of the gods, loved by the gods, even representing and reborn from the gods. Hearing this, the lady became a bit suspicious. But is that really the boy? I've never heard of our kingdom having such a saint, so maybe it's a saint who has yet to be discovered. Von Alicia also shared her mother's thoughts. That's right, isn't this the illness that even archbishops can't cure? Another person confirmed the suspicion. Surely the one who healed the Viscount is a saint. The butler looked at Camve with concern and asked, So then, how did you treat a saint? The captain turned his face away in shame. I am very sorry, my foolishness caused the Viscount to get into trouble. The madam is no better. She takes responsibility herself. Isn't that what everyone else has been doing? Standing by and watching indifferently? This is our collective fault. Von Alicia beside herself with regret over her fragile trust. Come on, that saint should go and apologize to him. Suddenly, someone softly asked what everyone was talking about, causing Von Alicia to startle. Wow, Lord Tuak has been helped up by the maid. He clutched his chest stitches and asked hoarsely, So the saint was asking those people what happened while I was unconscious? I really don't know what strange things have occurred. Von Alicia lowered her head and whispered, It was a saint who healed my father. Hearing that, he clenched his fists. So I was able to wake up thanks to that saint? Realizing that his benefactor was insulted by the guards, he still scolded them loudly even after waking up. And yet, you dare to boast about your rudeness. Suddenly, Tutuok's body twitched. What's going on? Seeing this, the palace guard's face twisted as he shouted, Master Tutuok! He angrily scolded, Don't shout anymore! Looking at his trembling hand from anger, Tutuok ordered, Use all the personnel in this estate that we have, and use every possible means to find him. As a voice suddenly echoes through the room, Day, who is reading, feels a tingling in his ear. Did someone just mention me? One beautiful morning, on that forest trail, Zen cheered Day on enthusiastically. Good luck, Day! He begins to perform the spell, focusing mana, raising his hand and saying, Hurt and healing. I heal into a rune. The broken branch splits in two. This leaves Day stunned and wide-eyed in surprise. Mom, watching nearby, teased, "Wow, that failure of yours is so adorable." He couldn't accept it and immediately tried again with fire. He shouted, "The fire looks like it, huh?" and kept testing the light next to him, wearing 3D glasses, preparing popcorn since when? Feeling that the magic was still accurate, he tried again calmly. Just like at the beginning, it still turned out to be a good pig. "I can't accept this." The wire starts to jump. "Why isn't this working?" "Why?" Mrs. Sen next to him looked at him like a child and started to laugh. "Come on, let me explain. Listen carefully." She begins to explain that healing is a spell that uses mana to boost the vitality of the target. If you listen to your mother and think it's too simple, Sen will show you once. Try to imagine yourself using your mana to create a protective layer around your target. She focused her mana on the broken branch. A radiant light emanated from it, and the tree suddenly wrapped its wood around the wound. Like this, the healing was completed in an instant, and the branch was restored to its original state with no trace of damage. Sen smiled reassuringly and said, "It's not too difficult. Let's try again." "I understand now." Day reluctantly agrees to try again. "Yes." Suddenly, something caught Sen's attention. "Russell, what's that sound?" A wild animal appears again in front of the two of them. It's this one. The most noticeable thing is that its leg is covered in blood. It looks seriously injured, unfortunately. At this moment, Sen came up with an idea and happily said to Day, "Perfect, Day. Why don't you try treating the deer?" He asked back, "This one?" She explained further, thinking it was like training. Hearing this, he nodded thoughtfully, thinking to himself, since it needs help anyway, maybe it's better to train it on a branch. So Sen made a very firm decision. First, to save the deer, he needed to keep it in place and try to approach it without startling it. Seeing her attitude, Day had a bad feeling. Why does it seem like Mom is enjoying this situation? Then he started the chase for the deer, but as he got close, he accidentally stepped on a branch, making a loud noise that startled the deer into panic. Due to its animal instinct, the deer instantly coiled and ran away. He shouted, "It's running!" Sen looked at him encouragingly and said, "Go on, catch it." He didn't know what Sen was planning, so he chased after the deer, wondering why he had to do this. He grit his teeth and ran with all his might. Is it worth the effort of God's hand to learn how to heal it? And then I also came to my own conclusion. Of course, I need to be sure to do everything I can to save as many lives as possible by using magic to catch the deer. A hand reaching out with a magic spell to bind is cast if I think about what happened in the past. Seeing the strange attitude and cautious glances of the people in the cursed mansion, I realized something. The people here value their knowledge of modern medicine more, but they are also afraid of it because they are uncertain. At the moment the memory ends, the rope has already bound the deer. He looks at it happily. "I caught you." After bringing the deer back to the healer's place, he examined it for a while before concluding. It really runs well despite its injured leg. He tries to pet it, but it seems this deer is more frightened than affectionate. "Goodbye. Stay still. I will heal you," Sen encouraged Day, wishing him luck. Then, a massive source of mana was released outward. He thought to himself, "If it's the magic they often use," he muttered, "I'm sure I can make this work." At this moment, Mrs. Sen was slightly startled. The magic emanating from him amazed her even more. This incredible flow of mana, but how could this side be trying to push mana into the deer to help it heal? On the honor of a doctor, she was sure they would achieve the next step. He shouted healing, and a blue light radiated throughout the forest. Taking a hit from him, nothing could withstand it, and the deer let out a painful cry. And then it became still. Day and Sen silently watched over Day's lucky patient. It took about 3 seconds for this mother and child to realize who had been healed. Yes, they were cured completely, no longer lame. They were both confused. Oh my god, it died instantly. What happened? It was supposed to be healed. Day sighed helplessly, realizing he couldn't save a life like a doctor. He frowned and thought, using mana to create a protective layer and boost vitality. Is that what my mother told me? Seeing Sen's smiling face, I wonder why it can't teach me how to heal when all the other mages can do it. Thinking this, Vei looked at his palm or perhaps at the mana pathway he possessed. At this moment, Jaitu proposed a hypothesis, assuming he used healing on an elderly patient. "Young doctor, please help me, and then you will apply the correct formula. Of course, wait a moment for the treatment." And the old man smiled and thanked him. "Thank God. How can I repay you?" Then there is his strawberry explosion scene, and his family will set up a stone tablet for him. Just thinking about it makes Day feel chills down his spine. I have to stay away from healing magic from now on. I can't risk hurting anyone. After the mana boost that allowed the deer to log out, he returned peace to the forest. That night at the shoe's house. Today, Sen made a super delicious steak. Io was both amazed and curious. Is there a special occasion? What's with the steak? She didn't answer him, only smiled mysteriously. Oh, by the way, she then turned to pinch her son's cheek and show him off. What? Our genius child can't be cured? That is what you said. It was really adorable. That comment almost made me choke with laughter. So the two of them burst out laughing to tease each other. Damn it. From that moment on, he made a firm decision. He would never learn healing magic again. The scene shifts to a beautiful morning in the Gai Holy Empire, where an exquisitely carved statue of the goddess stands. Who's there? My lord's servant? A man kneels before the statue, whispering constantly. Sir, his pupils constricted, are you calling for me? Is this person the Pope of the Holy Empire? At this moment, the statue emits a resonant sound. Find him, the statue rings out again. Find the new white-haired priestess who is definitely from Vin Long. Somewhere on a trail in the quiet forest, a group of soldiers led by a mounted knight are whispering excitedly. Have you heard about the new saint? Of course you've heard about him already. There's already a saintess. It's hard to believe another one has appeared. Someone softly replied, I heard the new saint is quite young. Age doesn't matter. He was chosen by the gods. They couldn't stop themselves from questioning the stars that the spirit mentioned. Well, having an additional saintess is probably a good thing for us. Isn't this an unprecedented event in history? To understand the reason behind two pick-hots gossiping, we need to go back 10 hours before the Holy Empire's army was dispatched. In the Holy Empire G, there was a loud voice saying, Lady Goddess. The Pope kneels before the statue, praying alone, and finally the goddess has responded. Thank you, goddess. He stared at the statue with wide eyes and asked, What is so important, Your Excellency? The voice echoed again. Go find the white-haired saint located in the country called Sulia. The Pope continued listening to the message from the universe, but waited in vain for more. He then asked, Is that all? The voice replied, What else do you want? This confusing back and forth leaves him puzzled. The Pope suspiciously asks, But there are many people with white hair in Sia. Can't you give a little more clue? A beam of light shines above the statue with guiding words. The new saint, only 15 years old, finds that person and brings him to the Holy Empire. Tsu. Hearing this, the Pope was slightly startled but responded politely. Yes, Your Goddess, I will find him right away. Then he turned around and shouted loudly outside, Are you there? The person called immediately responded, Yes, Your Holiness. A young man with blonde hair appears. He is E. At this moment, the servant asks, Are you looking for me? He ordered to prepare a delegation immediately to send them to Sulia. E obeys the order without question. Yes, Your Holiness, I understand. The Pope is still very difficult to understand at this moment. A new saint has returned to Day's small house. As he was reading a book, Eo called out, Day, how do you find learning swordsmanship? He was a bit curious. Swordsmanship? He smiled. The more ways you know to defend yourself, the better. He hesitated again. After a moment of thought, he felt that this suggestion also made sense. Remembering the life I am living now, I secretly compare it to my previous life, where I could easily obtain the essentials of each day. This is a place where I have to risk my life just for an apple. Then he folded the book and looked at his waist. All right, I really want to try learning. He was excited. Wonderful. Shall we start right away? Before leaving the house, the old man asked him, But what's with these glasses? He drums on the village as a habit. After a while, the clash of two wooden swords rings out sharply. Eo smiled, thinking that for a beginner, she's pretty good. On the other hand, Dai's face was turning pale. Wait a moment, luckily I learned Kendall before. It seems my father was a bit too aggressive. Seeing Eo keep hitting with full force, he thought to himself, Is this just to teach a few moves? His eyes lit up. If that's the case, he grips his sword hilt tightly. His action surprises the waist a little. He then asked, What's wrong? Has Day already decided to give up? There's no such thing. I'm just changing my tactics a bit. Pointing his sword straight ahead, he smiled, and Eo was quite surprised by the talent of the young Swordwind heir. Then the two charged at each other to duel. He didn't hold back and swung his sword down, feeling excited as he saw the sharp, swift strike. All right, but only for a moment. Day's sword kept striking out continuously. If things keep going like this, I will lose. He grits his teeth. I have no other choice. Given the situation, gripping the hilt tightly, I secretly thought I also had to use swordsmanship. Seeing my father change his sword technique, I watched intently. The sword is now engulfed in blazing flames. Eo spins the sword and strikes instantly, successfully knocking him down. He fell hard to the ground in pain. Eo saw that and immediately felt sorry for him. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed, passing through the scene. At this moment, the town's market was bustling with people. The nearby residents kept whispering to each other. Weren't those people all members of the intelligence agency? You've been running into this a lot lately. I think the guild is probably looking for someone or searching for something. A hooded figure quietly listens to the surroundings and then continues on his way. In a gathering spot, a few men are talking to each other. Have you found anything? The other person replied, No, we haven't found anyone yet. And honestly, how can we find someone if we only know their age and hair color? The young man in the blue shirt frowned in annoyance, complaining about the exploitation by the capitalists and being asked about progress day by day. The pressure is too much. Canvey, don't reveal your face under the hood. Someone said, Look, he's going there again. He asked, Have you guys found anything yet? The young man in the blue shirt looked annoyed again. Sir Knight, finding a needle in a haystack is easier than this. The guy next to him also added a few words. A 15-year-old white-haired kid with that little information, how could they find him? Seeing the attitude of those who are not on the same level as me, the royal guards gritted their teeth in frustration. These damn useless fools. Suddenly, memories of Tutuok's threats flooded back. The glasses were thrown to the ground and shattered, accompanied by shouting, meaning they still hadn't found him. What kind of business are you guys running? The Imperial Guard bowed his head and whispered, I am very sorry, Your Excellency Tutuok. Tutuok, unable to find his benefactor, is furious and angry. Do you think he's just an ordinary kid? He talks all day long, but he's a saint. Oh my god. If everyone knew how badly we treated a saint, he even mentioned a more important issue than a blackened face. There would definitely be a war. The Holy Empire might declare war on us. Do you want to destroy this family? Go find him right now. No matter how much the KMV shows attitude, he can only hide it in his heart and pleads humbly. Please do your best, everyone. I will accept any price. He kept reminding himself to find him, when suddenly a young man asked, So you're saying you'll pay any amount? He grinned mischievously. Well then, let me handle this for you. Then he ends with a sly squinting smile and returns to the swordsmanship class with Io. His hand was bleeding. He sighed softly. I hurt so much. Seeing him like that, Io couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Damn, he looks so bad. Dad apologizes to me to ease his worries. He chuckles and replies, It's nothing. Sen has also appeared and noticed a long cut on Day's hand. Day, what happened to your hand? Then she ran, worried about Day and scolding the old man. It seems like a bone is broken, this guy. Io sighed softly, while Day looked a bit uncomfortable. It's okay. Mom can treat it with magic. Although he said that, Sen still felt quite worried. Yeah, Mom will help you right away, but this time he refuses again. No, I want to try it myself. Then a ring of energy appeared around the injured arm. Whew! As soon as the spell was finished, the energy burst out even more powerfully than before. Sen couldn't hide his surprise. Now the wound on his hand was gone. Is it healed? Still the same as before. Sen's eyes looked more vacant. But how? At this moment, she caught her husband's gaze, and Io asked again to be sure. Didn't you say last time that the boy couldn't do it? She nervously explained to Io that it was all because of the boy who killed the deer with one move. At this point, Io only remembered his wife's delicious steak, which was enough to know where it came from. Over here, Day muttered to himself. I guess I have to explain everything again. Day took a deep breath to gather his courage and said, Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you. Then, the small house with 3 people began to talk. What's going on? Actually, He honestly revealed his secret in front of his parents, which is different from normal people. In his previous life, he scored 30 points in the B block exam, but his literature score was about 1.25 points, so no one understood what he was saying. Sen broke the silence by speaking up. Even though you do look like that, right now your waist gently whispers into her ear, My love, maybe what's more important. The two of them discussed something and then offered encouragement to Day, even though they didn't know what was going on. No matter what decision you make, Day, your father and I will always be by your side. Sen smiled and said, If you bring home a fairy wife and you're happy, we will accept it too. Not having prejudice is good, but this is going too far. Back home in the small house, Day explained his secret to Sen and Io so they wouldn't think he was just marrying a fairy wife, so it turns out it's about his mana level. The parents think that instead of using a magic ring to store mana in the body, he will let mana form naturally. People born with VIP status don't need to carry tools in their bag. Sen used all his knowledge to clarify that pure mana is stronger than stored mana, which explains why Day's magic is so powerful. It's like he's been enlightened. So if you use healing magic on someone, they might not be able to handle pure mana, and then the delicious fake deer steak appears in your mind. Bringing the conversation back to the main topic, as Sen seriously expresses his thoughts about Day. I think he's a genius, but he used our family's secret technique to stop Io, interrupting her with an attitude completely opposite to Sen's. I don't think you can use it on ordinary people. Your talent is just too poor. Just joking, but deep down I have a different thought. That's right, I can't use magic to save ordinary people. If I want to save more people like a doctor, I need to think more carefully. Looking at Sen and Io, who are worried, I think to myself, that's right, I need more surgical experience. He gently looked at his hands, which had handled many emergency cases, and whispered to himself. Suddenly, Day spoke up saying, I will be back soon. Uncle Io asked, Where are you planning to go? Day just looked for a reason to leave, just for a little walk. Now he has a secret he can't tell them he's going for surgery, but before leaving, he must get past the snail's challenge. Did you hear her say not to follow that stranger? I told her I'm grown up now. Io also smiled, saying you're at an age that loves to have fun. Then he left, only leaving a promise to return soon. Outside the boundary of Balao village, a man carrying a bundle of luggage on his shoulder seemingly broadened his horizons. Balao village was even larger than he imagined. Then, with one eye, King Can continued his journey, saying, I was planning to go straight through, but staying here might be good too. Suddenly, from behind, someone called out, Uncle Du Han Jia, can I ask you something? It's the young man with the disheveled hair hired by the Imperial Guards to find him. He held out a piece of paper and asked, Do you see a kid like this? Glasses replied, A kid? Looking at the sketch that looks almost like a Picasso painting, with the messy hair, blue eyes, and white hair. Handsome too. The two men then look at the abstract painting by the messy-haired guy. Handsome? A cross-eyed guy usually gets criticized. Your drawing is terrible. My dude quickly snatched the paper and yelled, Rude of you! I was only asking if you liked it or not. Glasses also aren't the type to be easily pushed around, so he snapped back. How do these guys know and then get so annoyed? Maidu and Glasses kept arguing, but he didn't realize that the person they were looking for was just a few meters away, and it seemed more complicated now. Not listening, Lord Tutuak was watching their quarrel intently, secretly thinking maybe there were more people involved. But suddenly he remembered what Myru just said, that Tutuak had even spent a lot of money to find this person. The Glasses immediately replied, no. So that's why I asked who this kid is. Maidu coldly replied to the naive question from the traveler. If I know, do I need to search like this? It seems that kid is a prodigy. Suddenly, Myru's gaze falls on something. Meanwhile, Day is guessing if Tuak is looking for someone, right? Maybe it's me? The mysterious person Maidu locked eyes with is a young man about 15 years old, with black hair and blue eyes. He immediately called out, wait! Day and Myru face each other, eyes meeting. He doesn't hold back and presses his face close, eyes flashing, and softly asks, what's wrong? Maidu's mind is now reviewing the described features, blue eyes and white hair. Got it, it must be him. After a careful look, Maidu happily turns to the person behind and says, hey, tell the club I found that kid. Then he smiled at Day and said, hey kid, I'm not a stranger. I work for the news agency. Before he finished speaking, Day cut him off.
You also know Tutuak is looking for her, so you agree right away. I understand. I will go with you.
Seeing that this kid shows no caution at all, Maidu is a bit surprised. He casually asks, don't you get told by your mother not to follow strangers? Day looked at him strangely and replied immediately, would a stranger ask such things? Then you don't need to go. Seeing Maidu's confused face, Day was also willing to explain. You said Tuak is looking for me, right? I need to check the patient's condition, so I will go, he replied. I'll call a carriage, so wait a moment. Then the two of them set off. Day is curious now. Hey, can I ask you a few things? Maidu sat in the carriage and asked again, so the patient you mentioned, are they the sick people from the estate? Day doesn't know how to explain it clearly. It's true that I hesitated. Suddenly, Day's attitude became more gloomy. I just want to know what they are doing. Seeing the expression on the 15-year-old monkey's drooping face, a chill ran down my spine. Isn't this kid a little crazy? The two of them said nothing more, and after a while the carriage stopped. We're here, let's go quickly. Day Han eagerly stepped down, but his smile was gone in an instant. A young man shouted a greeting. All the female and male servants bow simultaneously and say in unison, Saint Duke welcomes Saint Duke. They lined up on both sides, bowing 90 degrees. Day looked stunned. Are they calling me the Holy Lord? After receiving the special treatment and being politely welcomed by the attendants, Day now feels a bit awkward and confused, as I'm currently setting up a lavish feast right in front of you. I am not the saint you are looking for. Count Tuak slammed his hand on the table and shouted, How can you say that about yourself? His face was deeply moved, mixed with admiration as he held his chest. You saved my life, but not my family's. Then Count Tuak shouted out of emotion, You have blessed a sinner like me. There's no way you're not a saint. Watching his constantly changing emotions, I felt dizzy. It's just medicine. How should I explain this? Suddenly a soft voice said, Sir. Lady Countess Tsu also rejoiced to see him again. We cannot ignore the truth that you have brought this family back to life. Then she called her little daughter. That's right, Alicia. Go and greet him. Von Alicia took a deep breath and stepped out in her sweetly puffed dress. Her face flushed. Sir, I thank you for saving my father. Day was a bit surprised and glanced at her, thinking to herself. Alicia saw the little girl. Day didn't hold back with sarcastic remarks. Isn't it you who wondered why they brought me here? She nervously replied yes. Hearing the words of her benefactor, Tutuak couldn't help but be stunned. He started to scold the jar of plum wine. Alicia, I thought I had taught you better than that. I always told you to apologize whenever you did something wrong. Seeing her being scolded like that is beyond my imagination. From now on, Tutuak shouted loudly, quickly begging for forgiveness for what he had done. He finally realized his joke had gone too far. No, it's not necessary. I was just joking. He frowns and scratches his head in confusion. Why is everyone acting like that? I told you, I'm not a saint. Suddenly remembering something, he glanced to the side and then asked, Where's the maid who was with me during the surgery? She widened her eyes and honestly replied, I'm not sure. He seemed in a hurry. On this side, the maid was rushing somewhere with great effort. It was truly astonishing. Does he really think that little silver-haired kid is a saint? At this moment, the maid reveals a mischievous smile and a sinister look. This could be considered important news. I need to inform the guild. As he thought this, he ran off quickly, returning to the Tutuak and Day family, still stunned by Tutuak's behavior towards him. I guess nothing bad will happen, right? The maid is preparing a hot teapot to pour into the cup, and the food is to your liking, isn't it? Yes, everything is very delicious. He kept appearing awkward in front of Day. We have prepared many options to ensure you enjoy your meal. I'm glad you like it. I don't think there's anything better than this. Suddenly shifting from gratitude to discussing eating habits in the Holy Nation, Day was caught off guard by Aliku's surprise attack. He asked again to be sure. What do you mean? He widened his eyes in surprise and asked, You haven't been informed yet? Then smiled brightly and explained, I heard that the Holy Nation's delegation has arrived here, ready to take you back. The news hit him like a bolt, making his nerves tense up. Day slammed the table and asked, who came to pick whom up and how did they know I was here beforehand? Tutuak was a bit cautious. We had heard many rumors that the Pope himself had received a message. Day's face showed even more confusion. He paled and asked what message would make him need me, Tutuak replied softly. Regarding that, he began to tell some things about the Holy Nation, a land blessed by the divine. When necessary, the gods send messages to the saints of the Holy Nation. Curious, he asked, the gods can communicate directly with humans? Tutuak isn't sure about that either. Communicate? Not quite, more accurately. He leaves signs or visions. I hear that those suspected of being saints have a glowing ring following them. If considered a saint, that person will be quite different from the others. Is he a new saint? It's so dazzling, Day thought to himself. Why is there even more light? Day was still in shock. So what will happen to me? Count 2 didn't notice his expression and cheerfully replied, you will go to the Holy Nation. Congratulations, Day. That night at Day's house, what happened? Ixion looked at her tired husband and child, realizing he must be exhausted and unable to leave the room. So he worriedly said it's best to let their child rest. Day was now lying sprawled on the bed, his soul wanting to escape his body. The holy message. Then he buried his face in tears, soaking the bedsheets. That night, under the quiet moonlight, only my heart was screaming. I just want to live a second life comfortably in this fantasy world. The next day, in the Sulia Palace, along the luxurious corridor, there was whispering and murmuring. Do you know who the people from the secluded palace are? No. Who is that? A maid opens a bowl to share some melon. I heard she's a saint of the Holy Nation Ger. That person's voice sounded a bit surprised a holy daughter has come to our kingdom. The two of them walk and whisper, and I'm curious about what kind of person she is. I heard she was blessed from a very young age. I've also heard about that. The saintly figure in the rumor is described as having waist-length hair and eyes sparkling like rubies. The other person added, the rumor says she's so beautiful that it feels like a constant beam of light shining on her. Really? That's so intriguing. If we're lucky, she thinks we might be able to meet her, then that would be great. And from then on, this topic gradually became a subject for the servants to gossip about in the palace. As they left, a curtain was pulled aside inside a room and a voice softly called, Miss, may I come in? The girl with long hair replied, come in. The door opened to reveal a shoe with a cross shape. Thank you. It's almost time for the party. That girl sounded a bit annoyed. They really don't let anyone rest. The young man looked humble, clasping his hands together. If you can prepare, the girl replied, I understand. I will depart in a little while. Suddenly she stopped as if she remembered something. Oh, right. You have an aloof demeanor and a distracted gaze. You are the holy heir that the two servants just mentioned. Ariel, the saint of Gear. She looked at the young man earlier. How is the news about the saint she inquired about? He replied, yes, have good news. Then placed a piece of white cloth on her shoulder and whispered something. Ariel's lips curled slightly, her face becoming even more radiant, as she silently thought, he has finally appeared. Someone I have been waiting for a long time. Someone who can understand me. An ordinary morning in an ordinary house for him. But Day is not normal. His face is strangely gaunt and pale, constantly holding his head and sitting gloomily at the table. I've tried so hard but still can't think of anything. If the Holy Empire catches me, it's over. Just thinking about having to wear white silk clothes and attach a live stream light to my head already makes Day feel annoyed. In my second life, which should have been peaceful, things will be even harder than the first. I will have to kneel and pray to a god I don't even know what he looks like for the rest of my life. He couldn't hold back and shouted in panic, no, I can't let this happen. Sin saw that and curiously asked, Day, what's going on? He looked at his parents and wondered if he should tell them to run too. But in the end, commoners couldn't fight against the royal family. No, even if I try, there's nowhere safe to hide. He clenched his fist and slammed it on the table. No matter how hard I try to run, the Holy Empire will chase after me to the end. Seeing Day's strange behavior, Sin hurried over worriedly. You've been acting strange since last night. What's going on? Day, with big eyes and small eyes, hesitated to speak and then didn't. When the royal family was preparing to go to Shichiko, suddenly ran outside and left Sen with a message. You need to come back immediately. They watched the fading figure. And then Sen and Io turned to each other and said, it must have encountered something. The scene shifts to a peaceful land with a voice echoing. So, this information is correct, right? The two men standing on the city wall are talking to each other. That kid is the one the Holy Empire has searched everywhere for. Maidu looks at the paper the other person is holding and repeats those two words. Holy! That paper is an abstract portrait of Dai in an artistic style. The person looks a bit suspicious. Maidu glanced at him with a serious look and said, you know, you can be sure you're the first person I've given this information to, right? The man with the slanted hair smirked. Of course. I have already sold this information to the Holy Empire. Now we just need to find out where this saint is living. The two of them continue. I already sent someone to search outside this city, but you requested it. It seems like he comes from a lower class family, so he probably lives there. Maiseo gestures with his hand to signal wealth. Unlike us, everyone will just blindly search around this village. That's why high quality information is so important. Save time. Maidu glanced away. And as we agreed, I will return as soon as the Holy Empire pays the fee. He looked toward the distant forest, and Mycio, seeing this, asked curiously, "What are you thinking? Have you guys investigated that forest yet?" Mycio suddenly said, "Are you also investigating that area?" That's why I mentioned that area. Wouldn't that be a very convenient place for the saint to hide? The image of an elf with a bow appeared in the man's mind, his face filled with fear. No, if he tries to hide there, that saint will die. He was referring to someone everyone knows who it is. You know they really hate humans too. He frowned and nodded in agreement. You make a good point. He cast another glance at the forest. He wondered to himself, surely he couldn't be there, right? But they would never suspect what was inside the sunny, dusty fairy forest. A figure with silver hair strolling leisurely around. I hope I can come up with something good while taking a walk. As he walked, he pondered but couldn't find a way to escape from those people. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Could it be that the only way is to run away? My fleeting thoughts are crushed before they can fully form, but that means I'll have to run forever. I don't like that at all. Finding a suitable stone to sit on, Day sighed to cool his head a bit. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as a chilling sensation ran down his spine. He immediately stood up, readying himself inside the dark, lightless deep forest. Something is coming. He furrowed his brow and guessed, the Holy Empire so soon? But after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Day sat back down, thinking to himself that he could no longer sense any aura at all. Suddenly, a sound came from another direction, drawing his attention, and he hurried over to investigate. Standing in front of a large tree corner, a voice suddenly spoke. A human. Day is quite surprised. His nerves are on edge. The voice echoes again. Little human, what are you doing here? More doubts arose in my heart. What is that? A forest god or something? He chuckled softly and replied, I just wanted to rest for a bit. That tree was rude, straightforwardly chasing me away. Then go, human. This is our territory. He sat back down on the stone slab and let out a sigh. All right, I'll go, but let me sit here for a bit first. But that voice kept repeating. I told you to go. Just go. Its volume keeps increasing. He was a bit annoyed and confused by the voice coming from the large tree, but since he had already crossed the territory, he stood up politely and prepared to leave. First the Holy Empire, now this mess. No one lets me have any peace. Hey, I'll leave right now, okay? Just as you said, but show me your face first. But your threat sounds like a child's. It has no effect at all. To live up to the title of the King of Toughness, Old Man Day decided to sit down. Otherwise, I'll just stay here. It's fine. It doesn't matter. The tree is getting angrier and angrier. Just go away now. He didn't even bother to look down on him. He just lay down completely, not caring. From behind the tree, a shadow appeared, warning him. Don't say I didn't warn you, human child. As for you, whatever. As long as you don't listen, then forget it. Do you think you have the right to chase me away without even letting me see her face? Once again, the forest remains silent until suddenly a wave of deadly aura approaches. It's a girl about to attack him. The string suddenly opened in a dangerous moment. He cast mana to defend against the attack. The blue blades hit the ground. Now that the moment was over, he faced the one trying to chase him away, silently thinking, damn it, I didn't expect that thing to attack so suddenly. A flicker of amusement appeared in his eyes, as if his mana was not active, he would be doomed. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in disbelief at what was before him. A slender arm holding a bow with long pointed ears. In front of him now is a girl with a human form, but her ears are extremely different. Is she a fairy? Standing before an elf, Day was not afraid, but rather curious. Are there fairy clans here? Fia looked at her hand, her mana blazing, and managed to block my attack. Clenching her fist, she guessed that you're not an ordinary person, right? Hearing that, Day laughed like he was in his element, making the elf look annoyed. Well, not exactly. She's starting to make hand signs. A source of mana is focusing and rushing towards Day. She growled, you can't stay here anymore. Seeing that the situation was getting tough, Day was forced to activate his mana. Oh no, the two sources of mana clash, causing a huge explosion that flings both of them away. The force of the blast leaves Fia slightly stunned. She looked at Day still safe and sound and couldn't hide her surprise. Is he okay? At this point, Pia began to doubt the origin of the other. Could it really be a higher race? Hearing what she said, Day looked confused and repeated, wait, what? Higher. At this point, Pia pointed at his face and demanded loudly, I've changed my mind. If humans follow me, I will leave you in the forest. But Day doesn't seem to be interested. He just points behind and forces a smile, saying, it's okay, you have to go home now too. However, Pia is quite stubborn, so refusing is a bit difficult. We respect strength. This is the law of the Grand and Forest Elves. I will invite you to our village. He realized there was quite a bit of intrigue. Is there a fairy village in the forest? Glancing briefly at the girl in front of him, recalling her offer, Day hesitated a bit inside. Even though she attacked him first, she didn't seem like a bad fairy. So should I go? For now, there's no way out of the royal family. I've decided, but you have to promise not to attack me. We go deeper into the lush greenery of the forest here. Day finally remembers that Fia's name is what? I am Pia from the Grand and Forest tribe. Pia, your name is so beautiful. Suddenly, Pia became excited, turning around and looking at him with a piercing gaze. What? In an instant, she turned her face forward again, her cheeks flushing red. Well, I'm not that handsome either. Day could only smile awkwardly, confused. You're confused and scratching your head. Anyway, my name is Day. At the same time, Fia also announced to the village. Receiving no more positive responses, he just followed behind her. After walking a while, Day's eyes lit up and her cheeks flushed with excitement. A look of surprise briefly appeared on her face. In front of him now was a village with tree houses, and Day wondered, is this an elf village? It really is eye-opening. Wherever Day goes, he gapes in amazement, his eyes scanning everywhere. So they really are in the forest? I've never been in the forest before, so suddenly I felt a few pairs of eyes watching me. They are whispering and gossiping, even mentioning Fia. Fia brought someone back, so why did she bring a human here? Walking through a strange village under watchful eyes, he silently thought they were just defending themselves. But then a short blonde girl called out loudly, Fia, you're back! Fia asked casually, who is this human kid? An assistant? Fia didn't hesitate and accepted immediately. Her abilities are decent, so I brought her back. Watching the fairy being surrounded and questioned by other elves, S felt a bit embarrassed. She whispered into Fia's ear, saying that a helper shouldn't be unable to protect himself, and Fia probably understood Syl's thoughts. She then began to recount how she met Day. At first I thought so too. I tried to chase the boy away, but I couldn't. He's stronger than I thought. Hearing that, Silly was a bit surprised. She asked again to clarify, your attack didn't work, did it? Impossible? Or what? Pia interrupted. She glanced at the image of Day blending in with the person she cares about and replied, I already tried to verify if it belongs to a higher race. But that's not it. Silly looked at Day with suspicion and said 2 words. Really? Pia then shifted to a different topic. And what if I leave? At this, the 2 of them looked up at the treehouse without speaking. It's a house that's always kept closed. Silly softly says, he's still not up. Still not awake? I see. Only then did Sai remember something important to say. That's right. The elder is looking for you. Fire replied, I'm coming right now. Then she turned and called out, let's go, Day. He immediately ran over. I knew the fairy race would be wary of someone like me from outside. But it's not too serious, right? Fia frowned in annoyance. So who do you think brought you back, huh? Watching Fia's back, he understood it deep down. Got it. You're saying you're the trustworthy person here, right? Then Fia led her to a large house. She knocked on the door a few times and announced herself. Elder Fia here? The door opens to reveal a fairly young woman who smiles and says, I've been waiting for a while. Come in. The elder stepped back to let Fia and Day enter, and seeing the elder's troubled expression, Fia asked, Are you all right, elder? She replied, Of course. Suddenly, the elder's gaze met Day's eyes. She asked, Is the boy human? Fia honestly replied, Yes, I brought him here because he seems strong enough to be an assistant. Compared to what Fia initially said about becoming an assistant, Day felt something was off. So he raised his hand to object. No, wait, hold on. You never said you would be an assistant or anything like that, right? After a moment, the elder set down a glass of red-colored water. Come on, do it. You'll gain a lot from it. First, you can come and go from this village freely, and you're even considered friends with the elves. The elder looked at the 2 of you with a proud smile. Your bond seems really strong. Day helplessly explained, No, I don't need those. Suddenly, the elder interrupted their conversation. Fia, I called you here because I have a few things to discuss. Keep this secret from the other fairy folk. Fia seems quite surprised, knowing this is an important matter. Her demeanor becomes more serious. Yes. Then she looked at Day and said, Young human, can you go outside? He hesitated before going out to wait. Day could only lean against the balcony outside, sighing softly, saying he should go in, but then being sent out again. So tiring. Looking at the scene in the fairy village, he silently thought that whichever choice the Empire's saint or the allies of the fairy tribe made, it wouldn't be very good. Day frowned. My life has really been ups and downs. Back at the Sulia Palace somewhere, is there any news about the Holy Lord yet? The other person replied, I apologize. The 2 young men clasped their hands and knelt on the ground, still with no news at all. A woman's voice echoes, searching for the holy saint is God's wish. Ariel hotly questioned them. Doesn't this prove that you're being lazy in your search for him? Blamed mercilessly, the 2 guys burst into tears. No, we will do our best. She gritted her teeth and said, Do your best. A darkness has fallen over Ariel's chamber, but there is still no news. We've done our best and still no results, which just proves you are a bunch of useless fools. The 2 of them begged her nervously, Please give us more time. We will definitely find him. Seeing their sincere attitude, Ariel felt she had achieved her goal. She agreed with a condition, saying, I will trust you one more time, but I am not as patient as the Lord, so I hope you keep your promise. Then Ariel turned around and walked away. I don't understand what they are saying, but suddenly their voices echoed loudly outside. What do they mean? Is Chief Ira dead from mana exhaustion? The elder sighed deeply, crossing her arms in front of her chest with a serious expression. Her breath has already run out. She was also cursed, so she's almost dead. Then I saw that she wouldn't wake up anymore. Her eyes widened in shock, clear on her face. A moment later, the elder's door opened, and Fia, feeling downcast, stepped outside, leaning against the wall and sighing. Seeing this, Day looked a bit curious, since earlier Fia hadn't spoken a word. only glancing around before turning her sad gaze toward the tall house in the distance. Continuing to sigh, Day asked, "Are you sick in that house?" She whispered, "She's really ill." Suddenly, Faya felt something was off and quickly sat up. "Wait, did you hear everything?" Day calmly replied, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop." Then suddenly he looked at the treehouse and let out a sudden laugh. Fia saw that and smiled sadly. "Do you worry? Someone like you worrying about the elves?"
We are different species. Day gently replied, "You're right. We are different. How can we understand others when we haven't even understood ourselves?"
He suddenly clenched his hand on the wooden frame, but that doesn't mean you can't care for them. Who you want to care for is your business, even if that person belongs to a different species. At this moment, Day's aura has changed. No longer the 15-year-old child, but a trustworthy young man. His words made Pia feel a slight stir in a small house in the village. At this moment, Fia kept staring at Day, even when he was drinking tea. Her eyes seemed to be adorned with rose petals and a heart. When she looked into Day's silver hair, her young girl's heart skipped a beat. Realizing her unusual state, she felt a bit panicked. Pia hurriedly held her head, questioning herself. "What's wrong with me right now?" "Ah, Fia, I have something I want to ask you." "Just ask," he replied about the heir of the fairy race. "You said she's dead, right? I want to try it once inside. Can you help her, please?" Dee's tone and words surprised Pia a little. "Huh?" He looked at her blankly and then explained, "I want to heal those who are sick, regardless of their race." Right now, Pia furrows her brow and asks skeptically, "Do you think you have the ability to do that?" He lowers his head and says, "I'm not sure I can do it, but I will do my best to help that elf." Fia glanced at him subtly, almost touching her eyebrows together, and his words were hardly believable. He looked at her, unable to say anything further. Day's current state is quite calm. He mutters softly, then suddenly a spear of mana shoots out from his hand. This strange behavior of Day makes Pia instinctively step back and draw her sword to prepare for defense. What's going on? Day, without a word of explanation, grabbed the sharp end of the mana with his other hand and directly stabbed into his thigh until it bled, grimacing in pain and saying, "Ganana, Pia can't understand your strange behavior."
"What do you think you're doing?" She quickly ran over to check the hole in his thigh caused by mana and asked anxiously, "What should I do now?"
To prevent Faya from worrying too much, Day has started using mana and reciting a healing spell. A beam of light radiates, filling the entire room. Fia couldn't believe her eyes as she witnessed the phenomenon and muttered, "The mana is instantly gathering all the mana from before into Day's thigh, the large wound gradually closing." He clenched his teeth, enduring the pain tormenting him. Outside Fia's house, other elves were also drawn to Day's mana. What's going on? That mana? In their eyes, a powerful source of mana is shooting straight out. After a while, he stopped, finishing the healing process. Faya was amazed to see the hole, like a pipe, had closed up completely without leaving a trace. She stammered, "The wound is healed," and she looked at him with a shocked expression. After showing Faya the trial version, he stood up, looked at her, and asked, "If there is someone in this world who can help the fairy clan, it must be you," Day boldly declared, as Fia ran off to ask the elder for permission after witnessing the healing. But she was bluntly refused. "I won't allow it." Faya, losing her composure, asked again, "Why is that?" She simply replied that it would be disrespectful to the reputation of the Era clan leader. Reputation is extremely important in the fairy village, especially since that person is the evil leader of the Ira clan. The leader of Ira is highly respected by others. Even with good intentions, using methods of unclear origin cannot be allowed to happen to the leader of Ara. Fi still refused to give up. She still wanted to persuade the elder, but the children really wanted to save her. At this moment, the elder raised his hand to cut her off and said nothing more. She looked at her with a cold expression. "Leave now." Fia could do nothing more. Her eyes gently lowered, filled with sadness. What respect can be gained if she dies while Day is just standing there lost in thought? The sun has already set in the west, casting a golden hue over the branches. "Sorry, I failed. I guess I thought we could do it after all." Dee comforted her gently, saying, "It's okay. Everything will be resolved eventually." Hearing these words of encouragement, Pia felt a little happier. Suddenly, she burst out laughing and asked, "Can I continue exploring the village?" Pia also regained her composure and replied, "Of course, you're allowed to stay in the village. It seems the other fairy clans have also accepted you." Dee gently smiles and says, "Thank you." Then he had another plan. "I think I will go out later." Faya looked around with curiosity. "Really? Is that true?" He looked at her with the constant smile on his lips and said, "Yes. Actually, you still have a few things to do." Since it's been said like that, Fia has no reason to keep him here anymore. If so, then I guess I have no other choice. Then he waved goodbye to her and said, "I'll be back tomorrow, so don't be disappointed." At this, Faya's face was full of deadly intent. "Who said I was disappointed? Hurry up, I've changed my mind now, so I think I'd better slip away quickly." "Yes, see you tomorrow." Watching his back as he leaves, Fia can't help but smile. Day continued along the trail from this morning, but after he left, the sadness returned to her face. She turned around and headed back to the village, but without her noticing, Day quickly changed direction and ran elsewhere. His steps quicken as he climbs higher into the tree, looking down at the always locked house below, a plan forming in his mind. A golden light shone from the top of the house.
Day frowned, thinking he couldn't just stand by and leave the patient behind. Then he boldly took the doorknob and pushed the door open. Inside was a forest full of flowers and grass, and he couldn't believe his eyes. It's so spacious here. Looking at the door in front of him, he quietly thought it must be like a whole treehouse inside. Then he opened the door and stepped inside, his pupils suddenly constricted at what he just saw. In the center of the room, a person lies still and motionless. Her beautiful face and platinum hair make her look like a sleeping princess in the forest. Day silently thought, that fairy is Ara, the white dress of a young girl lying there, her long legs hidden beneath the delicate fabric. Ira is sleeping, and when Day sees this, he can't help but stare for a few seconds before slapping his face to calm himself down. Turns out, this is the feeling of being captivated by beauty. Stay calm and don't lose your composure in front of the patient. After stabilizing your mind, gently take her hand, lean close to Ara's face to check her breathing, then quickly proceed to assess. Her pulse and breathing are normal now. Then I have to check something else. He changed his grip on Ara's hand, his palm emitting a faint blue glow as he furrowed his brow, thinking about using mana to check inside her body. After completing the scan, a web of mana connections appeared, and he confirmed there were no issues with her body. So, is it just fate then? I can't help but feel uneasy and helpless, muttering to myself, unable to believe I couldn't do anything for this patient. I need to study more about the diseases in this world. At this moment, a dark aura suddenly appeared, creeping through the air. Day's eyes flickered slightly as he sensed it. Wait a moment. He glanced at Era, pondering. What does that smell? Day gently turned her over without hesitation, stunned to see horrifying purple patches on her back, caused by pressure ulcers, his expression a mix of anger and disbelief. Have they never checked her body all this time? Respectful, huh? Nonsense. Day sighed and muttered. You need to check the disinfectant first. Then he began to think about how to handle this situation. In front of him is a pond, and in his hand is a bowl made of leaves. He approaches it, bends down, fills the bowl, and then casts a spell to heal. He thought, if he used magic to heal her directly, it would be very dangerous. Then, while reciting a hand-cleansing spell and calculating, he could only disinfect step by step, dipping his hand into the water and then moving it toward Ira's back. In his mind, he thought that Ira's clan leader is someone who commands great respect from others. Even if her intentions are good, using methods of unknown origin cannot be allowed to happen to Ira's clan leader. As he worked, Jay's expression was anxious, hoping they wouldn't say anything about touching their saint. But he couldn't help feeling heartbroken when he saw her back, covered in bleeding, ulcerated wounds. Day let out a frustrated sigh. They didn't do anything to save her. They just abandoned her like this, and they have no right to talk to me about it. Then I started to carefully treat her wounds. Day worked silently and diligently until the sun set behind the mountains, then looked up and muttered, "Sunset is here." He folds the white cloth in his hand, glances at Ira's back, and thinks to himself that before finding the real cause, this is all he can do for now. Then he plans to check again tomorrow. The next day, somewhere else, a voice calls out, "Saintess, where are you?" A few soldiers of this holy nation reported anxiously that we will soon hear news from the search team. They're tearing the entire empire apart. The only question now is how much time it will take. Ariel crossed her arms and snapped, "How long until you understand?" She frowned, clearly showing her annoyance. "I told you I don't have much patience left." "Are you trying my patience?" Seeing her attitude, the two of them couldn't help but tremble as they explained. "It's not true. Please forgive us." Ariel firmly refused as she stood up. "Forget it," she declared. "I no longer believe what you say. I have to act myself. Get ready and give the order." This side is wiping away sweat and exhaling softly, his eyes fixed on Ira's now much improved back. The ulcer is healing well, and it should be fully recovered by next week. After that, time passed quickly, and I secretly entered Era's house to treat her. First, I will wipe Era's body with a disinfected cloth. Then I will help her relax the contracted muscles. For the remaining time, I studied the books in her library to learn more. You brought books to sit next to Ara and started sketching, then exclaimed, "Did she draw this?" She looks terrible. No matter how much I try to talk to her, she doesn't respond. Still, I kept talking to A about what I saw on the way here, what happened to Faya. Even the tiniest thoughts that suddenly crossed my mind, I shared with her. And so, a month passed by, a day like any other. She gently opens the door and greets you. "Hello again, Era." Then he smiled and continued. "Today Fia has the day off. Before coming here, I had tea with her a little, but the atmosphere around Ara feels a bit different." Day immediately became panicked and quickly ran to her side. Era anxiously observed and commented, "Her breathing is getting weaker. The girl in front of you is gradually unable to hold on anymore. Her breathing is gradually running out." Day hurriedly crouched down beside Ira, speaking anxiously. "What should I do now? I didn't foresee this happening." He looked around desperately, trying to find a way to help Ara, who was shrouded in a faint mist with her oxygen mask gone. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered he was no longer in the old world. His hand clenched into a fist, and he bitterly muttered to himself, "That's right, this isn't a hospital." Rage clenched his teeth as he almost shouted in helplessness. The only thing he could do now was nothing. And then his gaze turned back to the clan leader. The girl lying motionless suddenly worsened. Day panicked,
grabbing her shoulders and shaking her desperately while shouting loudly, "You must not die. Wake up, Ira." His eyes widened with anger, filled with a series of questions about Ira's condition. Why? Where is the problem? There are no external injuries, no poisoning, and the vital organs are still functioning well. So why is this happening? Ara's mouth slightly opened, she struggled to breathe, and this only increased Day's worry. He muttered to himself, there must be some way to help her. Immediately after, his eyes widened as he thought of a single option, the only way. Day looked at her hand, quietly wondering if he could use it to heal.
But Jay still worries about the possible consequences. Can Ara withstand the power of his mana?
Those thoughts made him laugh, a self-deprecating smile as he reminded himself and gradually resolved to save her. I risked my life to learn how to be a doctor so I could save others, and now in this crucial moment I can't think of any other way but to bet the patient's life. All right. Then Day closed his eyes, his hand beginning to glow as he used the divine power he possessed. I have to try everything I can. The magic circles of time appeared, forming a large-scale array above Ara, with the shapes of the formation and the woven language emerging in Day's mind as swirling lights gathered together. This startled the nearby villagers, who all turned their eyes toward the formation with a multitude of questions. That mana power, it appeared last time too, right? Day directs that light onto Ara, his expression becoming more focused as he desperately pleads with her. Ira, hostage of the people, please hold on. Then the spell was shouted loudly as a blinding light shot out. Whoo! A strange phenomenon appears from Ira's body as lights begin to surround her and lift Ara into the air under Day's control. The light then formed a sphere of energy surrounding her, and more curious people gathered closer, becoming increasingly eager. Is something wrong? Then, upon seeing the light he created, one of the people there, Via, gaped in shock as she looked up. Could it be that she rushed to that place while shouting loudly? As Pia moved, she kept pondering whether the boy had given up on someone's matter since when. Different thoughts kept flashing through her mind, along with a sense of shame. Humans like Day are trying their best, but what are we, the entire race of elves, doing? The door was quickly pushed open by a force that was not light at all. Fi shouted his name when he saw Day treating Ia. Day, with light constantly moving, was focusing intensely. A cry escaped as Day's body pushed near its limit, but he still tried to encourage himself to hold on just a little longer. And then Day stopped, still full of doubts in his mind. Is it over yet? Both Day and Fia then simultaneously looked at the cocoon of power surrounding Ira, pondering if Ara was asking for help. Ara's entire body was lifted even higher than Fia, directly hit by Day's power and slammed into the wall with a painful sound. The person casting the spell also experienced something similar, hitting the ground with a sharp pain. But Day's gaze never leaves Ara, who now looks much healthier than before. And then Ara gradually regains consciousness. The pain in her chest eases as she smiles faintly and softly calls out, "Who am I?" Those were also the last words he could utter before losing consciousness as Chin's muttering echoed through the dark space. Where am I right now? I feel everything around me like I'm underwater. Then I comment casually and greedily wish I could rest a little longer. Someone's voice echoes, vaguely revealing who they are. Let me remind you, you creatures are under my protection and want to oppose me. But Ara is the one who did it. My vision blurred as I watched Ara talking to someone else. He even tries to do some unacceptable things to her body. Day muttered in shock. Ira, is that voice coming from someone? She hisses and declares, I don't want to hear it anymore. You have abandoned me for 20 years. This boy is the only one who decided to help me. The fairy race? Ara's voice still echoes nonstop. Does that sound funny? The only one who saved me at the last moment wasn't the one who always worships me with reverent words, but this tiny human. I still let myself drift in the water and think. Her voice is truly... You almost want to melt into that gentle voice. It's very beautiful. Then I woke up in this real world with a scream. Ara suddenly sat up from the soft bed, then looked at her hand, moved it gently, and observed. Is this a dream? A voice from somewhere suddenly makes Day turn around. Humans, are you calling me? In front of him is Ara, smiling gently. She softly replied, I am here. The wire was so moved that his eyebrows almost touched each other as he gently called out 2 words. Who is it? She stretched out her body and suddenly hugged a wire, blushing intensely as she explained. The picture you saw in the book. His head almost exploded when he heard Ara say the last part. I was just drawing out of boredom, so don't mind me. He blushed and stammered as he asked again, even though he already knew the answer. She listened to what I said, then leaned her face close to mine and softly smiled as she confirmed the information. Of course, I heard everything. A tear suddenly welled up at the corner of my eye. Seeing that, Ara couldn't help but wonder why you were crying so much, and without waiting for you to say more, Ara spoke up directly. Thank you. You are the only one who accepted to take care of me in my final days. If you give up on me, maybe we wouldn't have met like this now. She tilted her head, changing the subject, and reminded us that she still didn't know your name. My name is Da. He nodded and then smiled gently at him with a comment. That's a nice name. In a house bathed in the green light of the trees, with shadows of vines, he gazed into the distance and spoke. Ira, now that you're awake, we should go outside. The other fairies are worried about you. She wasn't very fond of that idea, constantly playing with her hair and explaining, never once bothering to look at me in the past 20 years. So what exactly is she worried about me for? Her eyes grew even more intimidating as she questioned him back. Do you think I would forgive you so quickly? Her attitude surprised Day a bit. He curiously asked, when did you regain consciousness? This question confused Ira. So you mean I regained consciousness on my own? Day continued to wonder. You were unconscious but still aware? Ira explains briefly. I have always been conscious from the beginning. I knew everything that was happening during that time. This answer left Day stunned, and with wide, incredulous eyes, he asked again, so you really were conscious while unconscious? Then he sighed and said, so you just lay there, unable to move your body all this time, only able to wait. Do you really? He let out an exclamation as he took her hand, acknowledging her fierce fight and victory. Ira immediately looked bewildered and confused, tears starting to fall from her eyes. Ira pondered, I hate humans. From the very beginning. Humans are the ones who started everything, and even now they show no remorse. That's why I hate them. His gentle hand softly grasped her hand with care and then enveloped it in his healing light. But Ira's blurry vision saw his hand, and her body was fine. So it's just fate then? That can't be true. She pondered, this person said they would heal me. They touched me. At first I was very angry, but you're different from those people. She was extremely curious. You don't want to take anything back. You have given me all your love and effort that I have never received before. She remembers the words Day confided in her. Before coming here, she had a little tea with Sister Pia. It seems that the taste of the fairy race is a bit sweet, right? And to conclude, their tea has a slightly sweeter flavor than his preference. Day continues to recount. In the book, there is a flower called Dai Her Ho. It was planted in the front yard, right? Ira couldn't help but admit that yes. Now that she thought about it, he was very much like those flowers, sacrificing and smiling. That is the meaning of the flower Dai Her Ho. Ira kept recalling every word he said. You drew this? It looks really bad. This time, the words made her feel a bit embarrassed. She knew her drawing wasn't good, but hearing it so bluntly still felt strange. Ray turned to look at her and smiled gently, making Ira long for more. If I could get one response to what you said, I wouldn't wish for anything more. A drop of water falls, and then many more follow. Then Ira burst into tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. He didn't stop her, and Ira was silently thinking to herself, thank you, Day. She hugs him tightly, her unspoken words conveyed through her actions. Thank you for not abandoning her. Under the shade of the green forest, Day let out a sigh. They are still anxious. Ira and he run together. She led the way and responded, I can feel them. After a while, Ira announced that the time was almost here. This statement made the doubt in my heart grow. Just how many people are there? Could they really have brought an entire army just to catch me? When they arrived, the scene in front of them shocked both of them, with large bloodstains splattered everywhere. In front was Fia, surrounded by the Holy Knight army, Day unable to contain her tension as she shouted, Fia! With a heavily injured body, she silently stood there, gasping for breath. Day and the knights rush over quickly. Move aside. Via, are you not listening to me? Those people are noticing the features on him. White hair, the young boy. They immediately guessed that the saint was a holy figure. Then the knights all knelt on one knee and said in unison, Please grant us an audience with the holy saint. My first meeting with you, Holy Lord. I am the saintess Ariel Bell Ice. Please forgive my somewhat disheveled appearance. Doubtful, he looked over without replying, and the elf chieftain, unable to ignore it, frowned and stepped forward, causing Day to instinctively hesitate and call out, Ara? The knight shouted at her, Stop right there! You can't get close to the saintess! Ara warns you, if you don't want to die, stand aside in front of me. This sentence stunned the knights. Huh? She and Day walk over to support Fia while asking if she's okay. Are you all right? Fia endures the pain in her body with a grim voice. Stop them! Stop them! We can't let them reach the village. I have to stop them, but the injuries are too severe. As she gradually collapsed here, Day and Ara were alarmed. While Day carefully examined her wounds, he silently wondered if her shoulder, also covered in blood, could have endured this alone. Then he gently lifted Pia's arm and said, I will realign the bones so it might hurt a little, and at that moment, Ariel interrupted unexpectedly. Saint, come with me to the Holy Kingdom. Thousands of common people are waiting for that day, but Day, unconcerned, tore his sleeve with his mouth and used it to bandage Pia's stomach wound. And Ariel calmly continued, The deity has guided you so you will achieve results worthy of that. It is time to enter the world. Hearing this, Day Jenkin furrowed his brow. What? He looks confused. Dad asks, A feat? What kind of achievement is that right now? Ariel calmly replied, Yes. Following the will of heaven is not an achievement. The great task we have always aimed for is only just beginning. He couldn't believe it and repeated those two words, a great achievement. You look at the injured person and ask if this situation is a major matter for you. Hearing that, Ariel shows a cold expression. I clearly asked for help and they refused. You cannot back down from the will of the gods. The reward has already been given. I also warned with force, but they still didn't listen, right? So if they don't have your permission, you'll just sneak into their territory and use force to take me away? Ariel calmly responds, holding on to her ideals. There's no other way. Seeing that they are not on the same side, Day calmly asked again, Do you think I will obediently follow? Ariel's eyes radiated coldness as she responded with a dark, threatening tone.
I don't want to use violence against the saint.
I listened in silence, causing chaos on our territory and even daring to use force against my benefactor. So I will show you the proud strength of ours just once, she declared coldly. Hearing that, Ariel immediately showed contempt. How can an elf threaten our holy nation with such words? Ira frowned and stepped closer. Whether my words are courage or arrogance, you'll find out soon enough.
Ariel dismisses her words and will find out for herself quickly by experiencing it.
The group of knights following also grew impatient and charged at Era. How dare you do that to the saint? How dare you speak so arrogantly to your superior? And then, in just a brief moment, their swords all shattered at once. The terrified knight couldn't believe it. Ira, now filled with murderous intent, stared them down, daring to test further. The crowd froze under her aura and quickly knelt at her feet. Please, I beg you, spare my life, she sneers with contempt and mockery. Is this the kind of power you're proud of? Can you achieve greatness with these people? Ariel looked at them with a contemptuous gaze, seeing them as fragile believers easily swayed. Ira sneered and said, You're quite stubborn. It seems that the gods only granted you strength, but you don't realize you're trapped by your bond to the divine. Feeling insulted, Ariel wasted no time and began gathering her strength into her fists before rushing towards Ira. Suddenly, a series of iron chains appeared out of nowhere, binding Ariel tightly. She couldn't move for the moment, and Ira leaned on her hip with a sneer.
How do you feel knowing that the power of the holy nation you trust so much is being chained by an elf? Ariel stubbornly retorts.
The power of the holy nation is not just like that. She shows deep determination. At all costs, we will bring the holy person to the holy nation, even if it's only the body left. And then a loud slap rang out, leaving Ariel's cheek red and the attacker standing there. Don't speak recklessly with that dirty mouth of yours. The saint's identity that you want to take away is more important to me than my own life.
Even now, Ariel still can't believe what just happened as she glances at Ira, who presses her face close and threatens to erase your disgusting kingdom from the map. At that moment, a voice cuts in.
That's enough, calm down and repeat. I already told you I will go to the holy country. Ariel shows a joyful expression. So just as she was about to rejoice, he added 2 words coldly, with a condition. Ariel was immediately confused by his words and asked about the condition. First, I won't become a saint just because of God. I will boldly express my opinion that I will become a saint through my own will and will stop whenever I want. Ariel immediately shows some dissatisfaction. Stop being a saint? No way. Before she could finish speaking, he raised another finger and said, Secondly, if something like this happens again, I really don't know what might happen. Ariel wondered what would happen next. He casually replied that he also didn't know, and maybe he would leave the holy nation and try to become a saint of the enemy country. The declaration was so shocking, yet he said it so calmly that Ariel was stunned. What? Her heart was filled with confusion. A saint betraying the Lord? And then Ariel reassures herself. It's okay. If he betrays the Lord, he'll lose all the holy magic he has. Then she continued to ask, Is there anything else? The calm man with folded arms said, Of course there is. He added another finger. The third, grant me access to all the libraries in the holy nation. Finally, there was something that satisfied Ariel, which was simple enough. But then it was immediately dampened by adding another finger. On the 4th day, IEL shouted, Still here! He demanded compensation for all the time I worked. That's only natural, but what about clothes, food, a house? Will you provide all those things for me as well? Ariel suddenly asked cautiously. Payment? What do you mean by paying with what? He then gestures with his hand to indicate coins. Well, do I really need to ask about that? Of course it's paid with money. Ariel was speechless at this greedy attitude. The squad of knights couldn't stand his arrogance and angrily intervened. Enough, holy maiden. The saint holds an extremely noble status, so why should we accept these conditions? Another knight added without understanding. That's right. And besides, there's no saint who would ask for money, right? Surely God must have made a mistake. This hit Ariel's nerve, and she snapped with deadly seriousness. Do you dare say God was mistaken? The 2 knights nervously huddled together. Sorry. Then she spoke, discussing, I'm not sure about the first condition you mentioned, but I'll accept all the others. She exhaled nonchalantly and said, Huh? But the first condition is the most important one. Ariel felt helpless because of his moody attitude. Oh my God. Then he returned to the old topic and the 5th one. He reached out to the resting person under the tree and asked, Sorry, I can't. He added solemnly, then turned to ask the elf chief Ira to release her. She was reluctant, but obeyed nonetheless. After Ariel was released, she hesitated before speaking. Sorry, I can't do that. She looked uncomfortable and said, Please understand me. I am only a saintess following the orders of the Lord. Day sighs. Of course he wouldn't easily overlook it when his father asks. Sympathize with you? Then who is it that refuses to see things from the elf's perspective and threatens them first? Ariel justified herself, saying she had to do that to take you away because you ignored all our requests before. Before she finished speaking, day had already concluded, so in the end, you couldn't apologize, right? Ariel closed her eyes and firmly confirmed, yes, to keep the situation from escalating further. She added more explanation. All I need to do is apologize, and it's done. I can do that as many times as needed, but our responsibility is enormous. Even a single word can provoke the Lord's wrath. I see. Then there's nothing more to discuss. So be it. Fine. He turned around and spoke coldly. Then just end it and go tell your God that you want someone else to be the saint. Let's go back, Era. We still need to treat Phi. She agreed almost immediately. Fine. The two of them simply ignored the saintess and approached the tree trunk to help her stand up. Seeing this, Ariel hesitated and reached out to try to hold her back. Wait a moment. Ariel placed her hand on her chest to express herself. Even if I can't apologize, I will do my best to help her. So please be generous. Your cold voice cuts him off. No one needs your support or anything. He turned his head to glance at her. I just want you to say sorry. After saying that, he ignored her and walked away. Ariel looked like she was about to cry. Ira, let's go. As the sunset falls among the trees in the forest, Ira's voice echoes. Are you sure everything will be okay? She advised. It's not too late now. As long as you agree, they will welcome you right away. Jai, standing firm in her ideals, replied, I have no regrets. If that place is full of people who don't know how to apologize for what they've done, I might as well not go. Hearing that, Era wondered why. Why do you have to sacrifice yourself for people who are not your kind? He smirked and replied, I just want to do what I want. Hearing that, she continued, What is it that you want? Day also does not hide it, a happy life. This answer makes Era more confused. Then you have to become a saint, right? Day doesn't deny it. Well, becoming a saint is fine, I added. But even small things can bother us. Help those who are sick. Living like that isn't bad either, right? He smiled and looked up at the sky, living in a small place but feeling happy enough to be content. Ira also smiled as if she had run out of options with him. She praised him. You're truly special. The sun gradually sets, the sky covered in red and orange hues. Ariel stands silently, as if lost in thought. She recalls what he said before leaving. So just end it. Go back and tell your Lord to find someone else to be a saint. Saintess, there must be some mistake, right? Otherwise, how could someone like that become a saint? She repeated softly. A mistake? Suddenly, she took off her armor, leaving the knight stunned. Saintess, what are you doing? Ariel ordered. You all go back first. She made a shocking decision. I will go to the elf village. In the village deep within the forest, the two elf youths on guard are starting to chat casually. Will Fia be okay? It's hard to say. Fia's condition is very serious right now. Suddenly, they notice someone approaching from a distance. The two young elves immediately went into defensive mode, ready to attack at any moment. Stop right there. That human is not allowed to proceed. Ariel quickly raised his hands and explained, I'm not here to fight, but to meet the saint you admire. The two young elves asked, Our village has a saint? Although somewhat suspicious, not everyone can enter the village at will. They refused Ariel's request and even issued a warning. Even if what you say is true, I cannot allow humans into this village. Leave immediately. If you take one more step forward, it will be considered an attack on us. Ariel had no choice but to step back 100 steps and plead for mercy. Then at least help me deliver a message to that saint that I am coming to see him. The demon archer immediately refused. I don't agree, you should go back. Once again, she humbly requests, so please let me wait here. I promise I won't hurt you, I swear. The two young men exchange glances, then Thong Knot also relaxes. So it turns out that if you try to get closer while waiting over there, we will attack. Ariel gratefully bowed her head. Thank you, I won't come any closer, don't worry. They stared intently at her small figure as she walked away. After Ariel disappeared, someone speculated, Saint, could it be Day? Finding a suitable spot, Ariel set down her luggage, took off her shoes, and began to pray. The mana flow within her body begins to activate, and at that moment, a golden holy power envelops Ariel entirely. On this side, a young elf doesn't seem too upset about everything and says, First, let's inform Day. The other agrees with a nod. The sun is gradually setting near the horizon, marking a deep, tense afternoon in the elf village. Day has been carefully treated for her injuries, but judging by her current state, she is still in a deep unconsciousness. Her eyes are half closed, breathing heavily, having survived the danger, and now she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, someone's voice echoed outside the door. Is Day in there? He went to open the door. What's going on? One of the two elf guards on duty reports. Someone from the village outside came to see you. Day's heart skipped a beat at that. Are they really coming all the way here? He misunderstood and became anxious. Father asked, How many people are there? Just one? Only one person, huh? He froze and looked suspicious. Just one person? After a while, the sky had turned dark. He approached and said to the elves, I am here. They immediately shouted, Da! A cheerful young man runs up and slings an arm around his shoulder. Where has the party host gone? Day forced a smile. Do you guys still have fun without me? Hey, has anyone been looking for me? Then Nian hesitated. Oh, that. Joseph Benham. That. He just pointed in that direction over there. He looked at her hand and saw that Ariel had remained in the prayer position since arriving at the village, making him sigh inwardly. What is she trying to do here? Then he approached her and spoke, Hey, the saintess came to find me. Ariel didn't answer. A fairy approached and said, Useless. She's been doing that since sunset. It's been at least 3 hours, right? Day was speechless when he heard that, observing Ariel talking to herself, and wondered, should I wait for her to get up soon? Finally, Day truly waited, waiting through the entire night. And then at dawn the next day, Ariel let out a breath, her neck stiff from holding the same position for over 10 hours. At the same time, Day's tired voice rang out. How is it possible for someone to pray all day like that? Ariel opened her eyes wide. The first thing she saw was Day's patiently waiting face. She was so surprised she couldn't process it and stammered constantly. Saint, you interrupt me? What saint are you talking about? What are you here for, Ariel? She didn't dare to look him in the eye and turned her face away to avoid eye contact. I have something to talk to you about. Day immediately asked, are you here to apologize? She awkwardly said, I can't apologize, but instead I want to do something to show my sincerity. Hearing that, Day showed a look of disgust. So you came all this way to fix things because you refused to apologize, right? Ariel immediately panicked, placing her hand on the ground to stand up and explain, I didn't mean it that way. You keep flirting and it's starting to annoy me. So how do you plan to show your sincerity? I feel guilty and want to say I'm sorry, but from my perspective, I can't do that. Instead, I'll stay here and take the blame until all the elves forgive me. Daisy calmly analyzes, if you are absent, the Holy Kingdom will come looking for you, right? Then both sides will continue fighting. Have you ever considered that? He asked frankly. Of course, so I pray for that because I have spoken with God. So the Holy Nation cannot come to find me at will. So how can I trust you then? She sighed and said, well, there's no way you would believe me. Then Ariel continued, but if I were really lying, wouldn't the elves here be able to tell whether I am lying or not? Moreover, the number of people here could suppress me instantly. Day stared at her intently, wondering whether to trust or not. After some thought, he finally chose to trust. Fine. Day only made one request of her. It's up to you, but in return, whatever you do won't concern me. If the elf forces you to go back, then you have to do it. Ariel, not expecting anything more, then showed a delighted expression. All right, thank you very much. Then he turned his back with a huff, while Ariel hesitantly reached out and called, Hey, annoying holy wire, turn around again? She hesitated as she reached out, her entire body trembling. She asked softly, if I want to take a bath, where should I go to do it? Day gritted his teeth and secretly thought, she's really troublesome. Another clear day with gentle sunlight shining down on the fake forest. After freshening up, Ariel once again prays, and holy power envelops her completely. Nearby, two elves were watching her. One young man said incredulously, she's been kneeling like that all day since yesterday. And the other wondered, does she not get tired of kneeling? Just then, they noticed someone approaching and exclaimed, Day, you're back home already? He slung his bag over his shoulder and replied, yes, everyone has worked hard. A fairy asks, are you just going to leave that girl like that? He also glanced towards Ariel and wondered to himself, what exactly is a god that she has to go to such lengths? The sunset falls over the small house at the edge of the forest. Day opens the door and enters, greeting, I'm home. And inside he sees his parents serving dog food. Io looked at Day and nodded indifferently. Is Day already back? He suppresses a smile. Whatever you two are planning to do, just go ahead. He wants to explain that it's not about that. Day. By the second call, he had slammed the door and gone into the room. Day threw his bag on the floor and flopped onto the bed, sighing. I'm so exhausted, I have no energy at all. Suddenly, he fell into deep thought. I remember Ira's honest advice earlier. Day, I hope you will go to the Holy Nation. As he was caring for Pia, he suddenly asked, what did you say? She, with her hand on her hip, gave a serious piece of advice. I can't handle this because you're EU staff's younger brother. I'm glad you think of us, but seizing opportunities when they come is very important. Returning to the present, he looked up at the ceiling and thought to himself, Era is right. I promised to go to the Holy Land to study medicine and cure all the incurable diseases here. After thinking it through, he sat up suddenly, took out a book from his bag, and said to himself, yes, that's right. Feeling a surge of determination, he thought, I can't miss an opportunity like this.
What? What did you just say?
You're saying you'll become a saint, and then you insist you must go to the Holy Land? Day quietly admits the truth without hiding it on purpose. That's right, he will leave. The snake knows her son too well. She tears up, covering her mouth with her hands. Are you serious? It's hard to believe you're asking about something else. When you leave, will you never come back home? At this moment, Day finally spoke. I plan to leave tomorrow. I can't be sure when I'll return, but I will definitely come back. Sen, holding his face, choked up and unable to continue, embraced his wife as he spoke. The saint must spend his entire life in the Holy Nation. Day, I promise once again that I will come back. It will definitely be like that. Suddenly, Sen rushed to hug his son. Why do you suddenly want to become a saint? Io, showing strength, advises his wife. My dear, I'm about to leave. Why are you crying? Let his heart ache. He says that, but his face is also covered in tears. Until you come back, take good care of mom so you don't have to worry about anything. Just go and come back, okay? Day also shed tears. He smiled brightly and replied, I will take care of my health. He saw him indifferent and teased him. You didn't cry when you were little, so you only cry now that you're grown? Day snapped back. I didn't cry, and you shouldn't say that either. The next morning, at the Goblin Village, Ariel sat on the ground and took a deep breath. Her stomach was pounding loudly. Ariel, clutching her stomach, let out a groan, so hungry that her mood darkened. Previously, Day had told her that the grass was edible, so she might as well eat it. He said that and waved his hand to leave, not forgetting to leave a boy behind. So being self-sufficient is happiness. Ariel looked at the strange plant that was emitting a mysterious mist and wondered to herself, should I eat that? She tried to pick a branch, but its sticky, slimy liquid covered her hand. She expressed deep disgust, but out of hunger, she still put it in her mouth and ate it. Then she opened her eyes wide, and Ariel's expression was hard to describe. She silently judged it as both bitter and painfully sharp. Next, her stomach began to protest, and Ariel sweat profusely as she clutched her belly. The two guarding demons witnessing the scene also turned pale. What? Is she eating it raw? Humans must endure a life of suffering. Is that really necessary? As for Ariel, at that moment her heart was only screaming one thought. Water. How lucky to have a pond nearby. Ariel rushes desperately toward the only salvation at this moment. Then, she didn't hesitate to jump in, pressing her face to the water and drinking in sips. The sunlight's glare appeared just in time, filling Ariel's heart with sorrow. God, what exactly did you tell me to do? Now under the clear blue sky, Ariel lies flat on the ground, exhaling. Her face now showed 2 words of exhaustion as she wondered, should I give up here and go back? She then sighed heavily and tried to convince herself again. No, this is God's test. I must be patient. Just then, a figure approached. Hey, Saintess, get up. Day looked down at her and said, let's get ready. We're heading to the Holy Nation. Hearing what Day just said, Ariel asked in surprise, why? Day repeated it immediately. I said, get up so we can start heading to the Holy Empire, she stammered, guessing. So you mean you've forgiven me already? He immediately poured cold water on it. Of course not, Ariel said, tears welling up in her eyes. I knew it. He sighed and then reminded. Get ready to leave first. I need to say goodbye before I go. At that moment, a noble lady approached. Day, you're back already? How is Pia? Contrary to expectations, she announced that we are actually waiting for you. I heard Pia just woke up. Go visit her. Then, Day hurriedly runs back to the house and shouts. Via, I happily threw open the door and called again. Via, she was surprised. Brother, I feel a bit relieved to say that she has woken up. I'm very happy. You asked Han if he's fully recovered, right? Fi replied softly. Luckily, that's the case. Just then, Era entered, happy to see you recovered sooner than expected. Day smiled and asked, Are you here because you're worried about Pia too? Ara, crossing her arms with a cold exterior but a warm heart, replied, I am only fulfilling my duties as clan leader and caring for the other fairies. As for Pia, she was confused and wanted to lift the blanket and stand up. Chief Era, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Era raised her hand to stop him. It's okay. Don't move. You're not fully healed yet. She suddenly noticed the bag on her back. Era confidently said, It seems like you've changed your mind. Day also calmly replied, Yes, I will go to the Holy Emperor's Empire because this opportunity might never come again. I think I will follow your advice and do everything I can. Era lowered her eyes and smiled softly, deciding, Yes, then you should go early. This statement made Faya gasp in surprise. She let out a loud shout, then realized she had been a bit rude, and quickly lowered her voice, glancing at the clan leader, Ira. She calmly replied, It's okay, don't worry about me. Day interrupted at the wrong moment.
Yes, if you have any more questions, just ask me. After saying that, the 2 elves frown at the same time, and Era asks in a deep voice.
Are you mocking me? Pia won't let it slide either. How dare you? Day bowed his head in apology. Sorry, Pia returns to the main issue and asks, Where are you going? I thought you would stay here. Don't say you're going with those people to the Holy Empire. Just try to guess. Day nods and strokes his chin. I'm not actually following them. I was planning to go anyway, but you're right. I will go to the Holy Emperor Empire. She immediately asked how long, and Day hesitated before giving a rough estimate. I'm not sure anymore, but probably a few years. Then she happily and relaxedly said, I guess I was worried for nothing. Stay safe. Pia's attitude made him a little disappointed. Oh, okay. I'll be back. He scratched his head awkwardly, secretly thinking that he had forgotten that the Forest Fairy has a different sense of time. Suddenly, Era spoke up. So you're just going to say that? Can we talk for a moment? Day wondered, but also agreed. What? Yes. After saying that, he left and said, see you later. Inside Ara's house, she calmly said, I want to give you this. Please accept it. Sounds like a good idea. Day is a bit excited. Are you going to give him something? What is it? Era asked him, holding out her hand. He obediently places his hand on her palm. Is this how it is? Ira places her other hand on his palm and begins to chant. This is a sign from me, and it will serve as proof that I am always with you. A blue light flashes between the two of them. When Ira releases him, Day stares in shock at the back of his hand. Since when did a mark appear there? This is Era placing her hand on her chest, confidently admitting, It's me. Day looked at the mark, then looked back at her, a question mark in his mind. Then he gaped in disbelief. Is this some kind of contract to force humans to see the Forest Fairy as their master? I heard they use this to enslave people until they die. Seeing his abstract expression, Ira spoke to stop all his wild thoughts. Whatever he was thinking, it wasn't like that. It's just my mark. Don't worry about it. Day repeats, it's hard to believe. A sign? Era clarifies. Yes, it's a mark made with my magic that I placed on you, like I gave myself as a gift to you. I think humans often call that possession. Does that mean possession? She smiled gently and looked at him affectionately, saying, I will always be with you. I hope it will protect you on your journey. Day carefully examined the mark on the back of her hand, then suddenly smirked. He smiled brightly and gratefully said, Thank you, I will see you again soon.
Then, as the sunset fell and the sun had nearly set, Ariel kept smiling all the way, and seeing her so cheerful, Day put on a judging expression, finally unable to hold back, and asked, Why are you so happy?
Of course I'm happy. How could I not be when I finally get to return to the Lord of the Realm? Day silently thought, living in the wild must be tough for her. Let's go, she urged. Saint Day looked towards the forest and replied, Yes, let's go. He looked up at the sky as the sun disappeared behind the trees, a gentle breeze passing his face. Suddenly, Ariel spoke. Do you have any regrets? I will also come back here. So, the condition I mentioned earlier still applies, right? Ariel winked and said, I probably need to clarify your first condition, but the others are fine. And of course, Jay's protest was full of disgust. Then he didn't bother arguing anymore and turned to leave. Jay silently sighs. This will be a long journey. Driel sets off, and soon the sky turns to dusk. The two of them arrive at a small town. Day quietly thinks to himself, I wonder where it is. Did Ariel just say there's a place I need to visit before the sacred site? Earlier, Ariel was holding the map and guiding me. First, we will go to the royal city, not the sacred land. She pointed at the map and began explaining, because our companions are currently at Celia's royal city. We will go to Celia and join up with those companions, and in the end, everyone will head together to the sacred land. She sighed deeply. Then we have to move with passion. He wondered why she was so excited, rubbing his chin in thought. It takes about 3 days to reach the palace, but if he uses mana to go faster, it would only take about a day, which he wasn't entirely satisfied with. That seems like going in circles for no reason. If you want to run all day, you need to loosen up a bit. Watching him shift his feet back and forth, Ariel wondered what he was doing. What are you doing? Are you really planning to run? She looked puzzled, as if asking something strange, and answered innocently. Wouldn't it be faster if you didn't run? Ariel helplessly could only lament. Oh my god, she tries her best to explain. Even using my divine power to travel like that would be a risky challenge. And of course, it's impossible with a saint's mana who doesn't yet possess divine power. She closed her eyes and quietly calculated. If that was her mana path, then there was no reason she couldn't do it. It's even faster than riding a horse, but she bought that horse just for comfort, and I looked down on it. After understanding everything, he nonchalantly said, So what? We don't need to sweat it out anymore. That's great. Ariel mounted the horse and said I only bought one as a backup in case of emergencies. Is that okay?
If you feel uncomfortable traveling together, he interrupted before she could finish speaking. Anyway, I don't know how to ride a horse, so I can't go alone either.
After finishing, he jumped on and Ariel urged the horse forward. The two rode together, feeling a bit excited inside. Let's go to Celia. After a while, as the sky darkens, Ariel says, I'm going to rest here today. Day volunteered eagerly. I'll cook. Just a moment. As he finished, he subtly whispered the word for fire with a flick of his finger. Immediately, a flame burst up in the stone stove. Ariel asked in amazement, So you can activate magic just by saying the activation word? You're very good for someone your age, aren't you? Are you the leader of Team 2? Day just opened her bag and replied, Of course not, Aunt. He hung a pot over the fire and pointed at it again, chanting water. Ariel watched his every move, thinking the bowl was ready and then the ingredients. Un passant. Suddenly, among the items they pulled out, one caught her deep attention. Ariel was terrified as she saw the tree that had tormented her stomach and shouted, Well, wait a moment, don't put it in yet. But it was too late. He had already put it in the pot and casually said, Why is it so delicious? Eat it. Ariel hesitated and then nervously said, It's surprisingly good, even with that spicy and bitter taste. Day understood and sighed with a smile, asking, Have you ever eaten the leaves of this kind of grass or just the tender parts? Ariel hesitated. Well, of course, that's for you to answer. Originally, this grass is only eaten at the tender parts. Even though its leaves are more nutritious, it's too bitter and spicy to swallow. Ariel looked enlightened but still appeared dazed. What do I do now then? Here, have some of the soup I made. Relax your face and give it a try. It has a very special flavor. She took it with both hands, thanked him, and in appearance it was very ordinary, with smoke billowing out. Ariel looked at the bowl of soup, thinking to herself that it smelled good, and even just looking at it made her want to try. She scooped a small spoonful and brought it to her mouth to sip. Then her expression changed to one of amazement as she silently praised it. It's so delicious. Then she quickly lifted the bowl and ate, feeling a strange sense of confusion inside. Why are you eating so fast? There are so many things that surprise me even more than I expected. He gently reminded her, Eating like that will upset your stomach. Take your time. She obediently responded, Yes. After a while, the two stand on a cliff, and in front of them is a vast city. Look at this. That's Celia's royal city. They ride into the city, looking around and assessing. The market is quite large, definitely a royal city. So, do you want to take a look around? We're in the palace now, and there will be an army here. He muttered to himself, so this is Zia's palace. I wonder if this is my first time here. It should be fine, right? At this moment, the two of them arrived at the palace gate, and a guard approached saying, Miss, you're here. He then asked, can you tell us the identity of the person sitting behind you? The saint. She slyly asked him again, is that right, saint? He didn't bother to argue and simply confirmed. Saint, I am Day. The guard was stunned. Sorry, we didn't know we were supposed to let you in. The two walked down the red carpet into the palace, where a pastor waiting to greet her says, Miss, you've traveled a long way, so you must be tired. Ariel said, the mission at Celia Palace is over. I will leave here tomorrow and go to the Holy Land. Please contact my homeland. I will return with the saint. The pastor bowed his head and nodded. I understand. I will notify the sanctuary and prepare to leave. After those people leave, she turns around and says, then the deity can rest first. I will show you to your accommodation. Day opened the door and entered the designated room, which was so spacious and magnificent that he couldn't help but marvel. I couldn't visit here before because I was too busy, but now I'm standing here. Ariel behind me asks, are you satisfied? He replied enthusiastically, I will set quite a few targets when I feel satisfied. Ariel then turned around, feeling reassured. Even saints need rest, so I came out here. Day took off his bag and asked, tomorrow we're heading to the sacred land, right? Ariel looked at him without answering and grinned mischievously. See you tomorrow. Day looked at her back with confusion. Huh? What's going on? Why are you confused? Something feels off. Then he sat on the bed and took a deep breath. He had changed into his sleep robe and was lying down on the bed. Tomorrow I will truly go to the Holy Land. Day thought to himself, the Holy Land is where I will live in the future. But what is it like? Before he could think clearly, he unconsciously closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Day had changed back into his clothes, and a call came from outside the door. Saint, are you awake now? You're still a bit sleepy. Go out. Yes, I'm ready. Let's go. Aiel smirked. If you're prepared, then let's depart. She also dressed in a formal gown and said with a smile, to greet the king. Daybin calmly replied, then go quickly and greet the king. Suddenly he realized something was off. Huh, he asked again, where did she say she was going? Who are you going to see? Ariel stared at him with wide eyes. Going to meet the king of Celia's palace, my heart is screaming. Why should I? Then he accepted his duty, but still felt a bit resentful. If that's the case, you should have told me beforehand. If you had talked to me last night, Ariel would have smiled gently and said, there's no rush, mainly just to say thank you and inform that I'll be leaving. He scratched his head awkwardly. No, I wouldn't do that. If I met the king, I would also need to be prepared with proper manners and etiquette. She expressed deep concern and explained that I didn't say anything because I was worried the saint might lose sleep or face difficulties with upcoming plans. But I didn't feel moved and even became more cautious, thinking that her kindness made me suspicious. It's all over now. Then the two of them actually arrived at the palace to be invited in. You've been through a lot. Has someone inquired if you're the newly chosen saint? Daytot sweatfully looked ahead and replied, yes. The person sitting on the throne in front of him now is King Diogader of Celia. He wondered if this was the king of the Celia Palace. Welcome. I'm sure both of you are very tired after the long journey. Someone also responded, thank you for allowing us to rest before meeting you. Ariel then bowed his head in greeting, and Day still stood motionless like a statue. At this moment, Ariel signaled to him. The Holy Lord seemed to understand Ariel's meaning and let out a nod. Then Day quickly bowed his head in greeting. Ariel sighed heavily, while the others clenched their teeth in anger, thinking to herself, she didn't say that to humiliate me, did she? At this moment, Diogader spoke with a contemplative expression. Raise your head, they replied in unison. Thank you, sir. Then he began to speak. I heard that today you will be returning to the Holy Land. The two of them continued to reply in unison. Yes, that's correct. Ariel confidently replied, saying that our ability to return to the Holy Kingdom was all thanks to his grace. My lord, allow me to sincerely thank you on behalf of the holy nation. Hearing this, Diogader waved his hand and replied with a smile, I didn't do anything. The Holy Kingdom protected you during that journey. Ariel placed his hand on his chest, expressing gratitude because he was allowed to stay in the kingdom of Celia. That is why we were able to find and return safely to the Holy Lord. We will definitely repay this debt of yours. Hearing this, Diogader looked curious and stroked his chin. You say you want to pay the debt? I will remember your words so I can recall them whenever I need to. Then he continued. Oh, now I remember. Are you the newly chosen saint? Day looked surprised as he introduced himself. Yes, my name is Day. Diogader glanced at him with a scrutinizing look, secretly thinking that no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't sense any mana flow. And looking at his body, it seems he has been trained in swordsmanship. His expression becomes contemplative as he mutters to himself. Even though I was worried that another saint might appear, it seems I don't need to worry about him at all. That's a relief. Thinking about it, he spoke. I never expected to meet a saint and a holy maiden at the same time. How truly an honor. Day was a bit surprised, but Yell remained calm and replied, "Thank you." Frowning, Day turned to look at Ariel and asked, "Should we just go straight out now?" At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke up. Then at this moment, Dialgatter suddenly interrupted. "Oh, Saintess Ariel, you said you would repay the debt, right?" "Yes, that's right. Are you perhaps in need of some help?" "Honestly, my cousin, the daughter of the Prince of Silos, is sick. Many priests will have come to see her, but not only are they unable to cure her, they are also unsure what illness she truly has. I hope the person who can repay the favor will visit her. Ariel, is that okay?" Hearing this, Day froze and thought to himself, "What? There's no way I can refuse to go." Day clenched his teeth and signaled to Ariel that we still have a long way to go. So, quickly refuse. Seeing that, she silently responded, "I understand now." And finally she responded, "I could never refuse your offer, my lord." Hearing this, Day was completely stunned and turned to look at her. "What?" Dialgatter was pleased to hear such an answer. "Thank you. I was quite worried, but with the holy saint beside her, I believe the two of them can handle it on their own." "Thank you." Saintess Ariel. She forced an awkward smile, her face darkening. "This isn't what I'm thinking in my head." Outside, Day sighs and says, "Honestly, why is the journey to the holy nation taking so long?" Ariel didn't know what to say, and in this awkward situation, she just confidently smiled about it. She found an excuse to change Day's mind. "That's because you are now a member of the holy nation. You can come with me and learn how to use your holy magic. In the long run, it will be very beneficial for the entire world." Day frowned in response. "Wouldn't it take even longer if we go to that prince's territory and then straight to the Holy Kingdom?" She quickly replied to Day. "Oh, that's right." Then Day also agreed with her. "All right, whatever you say." Then he gently smiled and looked at Ariel. "Did he mention that someone is sick? If we can help them, why not visit them as soon as possible? Go wherever we need to go, as long as we can help the patients. That is the true mission of a doctor." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the pastor spoke up. "I apologize, Holy Lady." The look on the bishop's face shows some concern. "We already told the holy nation that we are on our way back, but if we say we are visiting the prince, I cannot allow that." "I'm sorry, Holy Lady," Ariel quickly explained. "That was the King of Celia's proposal. Please forgive me, but I was truly in a position where I couldn't refuse." Then the priest asked her again, "What did the king promise in return?" Ariel replied, "He didn't promise anything. This is just to repay the debt for allowing us to stay here." Hearing this, the pastor sighed deeply. "So, since he had enough reasons to make that offer, I think we have no other choice. I will contact the Holy Kingdom and let them know that the gods will return to the kingdom later than expected." Ariel felt guilty and replied, "Thank you for understanding me. We will leave right away to save time." Day looks unhappy and quickly glances at the pastor. On the way, Day silently reflects on how he has seen people react to medicine. "After treating my first patient, I was very, very surprised by their reaction. I wonder how my second patient in this world will respond." By now, the sun is setting, and the bishop suddenly speaks up. "We will stop here. He has chosen this spot for our rest." "Hey, look over there. Is that the holy saint?" The gossip keeps going. "Isn't Ta more handsome than the rumors about him suggest? Go ahead and talk to him." Suddenly, someone approached Day hesitantly and spoke. "Please forgive me, Holy One." This person tucks their hair behind their ear, their face slightly blushing. "Do you need any help?" He politely replied, "No, I'm fine." Another girl stepped forward eagerly and asked, "If you don't mind, could we sit next to you? We were just wondering what you're doing, being surrounded by beauties once in a while." She happily responded like a blooming flower, "Sure, I don't mind at all. Please sit wherever you like, as long as you feel comfortable." Hearing these words, the small hearts of the two girls beat faster. "Thank you, sir." The girls gathered around him. "What is this?" "This is a vine that explains things to them." "Oh, this is a type of tree that grows in the elf forest, and the sun is gradually setting." After a while, he also managed to escape from those girls, scratching his head tiredly, thinking how hyperactive these kids are. "I couldn't get out of there at all." At this moment, a voice sounded, drawing attention to the new Holy Lord. "He's so young, do you think it's reasonable to follow him? He's just a kid who only does what he wants and even demands things from the holy nation." Someone replied, "Do you remember the time the saintess was slapped by a demon?" The one hiding behind the tree was furious. "I get what it means now, right? Do they really think it's okay to talk behind someone's back like that?" This woman continues, "We can only find out once we reach the holy nation that he is just a puppet of the holy saint. Where did Ariel come from? What are you saying about me and the holy god? Why don't you tell me yourselves?" She smiled eerily, "A puppet of the holy lord." Ariel asked again, "Maybe I didn't hear you clearly?" Her eyes turned sinister. "May I ask why you are talking about me and the Holy One? Maybe I don't know about this, but why don't you keep talking? It looks like you still have a lot to say." Then both of them fell silent. She continued, "If you don't say anything now, I will assume that everything I heard is the truth. And this is your point of view, and I can do whatever I want, right?" The man from earlier awkwardly replied, "We just thought that reminding everyone of everything the gods have done would be very important. All the things I did, what does that have to do with you?" "Did I say that you should complain and tell everyone about it? You say you did it for me, but did I ever ask you to do that for me?" At this moment, the priest steps forward onto the sand and says, "Saintess, he's sweating buckets. The children only made mistakes. They still have a lot to learn. They didn't mean to harm the goddess, so please forgive them. And then he pressed that person's head down. What are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to the saintess. Ariel coldly replied, do you think just apologizing is enough? You dare to speak ill behind the holy saint's back, call them a foolish child, and even call them a puppet who knows nothing. And now you want me to forgive them? Faced with her relentless questions, everyone was terrified. Ariel sternly looked at them and said, the saint is chosen by God. If you disrespect the Lord, it also means you disrespect God. That is why it is called contempt. You think that just a sincere apology is enough to solve the problem. But if you fail to make me understand your reason, then the tree still listens to everything behind the scenes. Ariel coldly said, I really don't know what will happen next. The girl from earlier stammered in fear, unable to speak. Saint Ariel, forgive me. I shouldn't have spoken that way about you. Ariel, upon hearing this, shouted in anger. She apologized to the wrong person. She disgraced the holy selected by God and still can't apologize properly. She grits her teeth. Some people want to apologize but can't do it. Hearing this, my heart feels heavy. What did she just say? Is she talking about herself? He thought to himself that enduring the heavy title of saint wouldn't be easy for someone as young as her. She understood the pressure that could make everyone feel overwhelmed. He chuckled softly, a feeling I know very well. He was called a genius surgeon in his past life. Day sighs and wonders, why don't I just go out? Then he speaks up. Are you all done talking? I just stepped out. It's hard to listen any longer. Seeing that, everyone exclaimed. Saint Duke continued, so this is how they see me. You think I'm just a child and a false saint. Seeing the girl speak ill of him, he looked embarrassed and stammered. We're not like that. The person next to him also spoke up. We're just saying that suddenly he spoke up. Thinking about it, I guess there's no mistake because if I do nothing, I am just a puppet saint. Ariel, hearing this, was unhappy and shouted, Holy Lord, what do you mean? Why would you be a puppet? Jay smiles and responds to her, well, think about it. I have no holy power at all, and what can I do just by coming to the Holy Land? Even though I was chosen by the Lord, don't you think I would be a perfect puppet? Isn't that what everyone is thinking? After his words, they just looked at each other. Ariel denied what Day said, saying of course not. Who would think that of you? I'm sure the Lord must have had a reason to choose you as a saint. Wait a moment, who said God chose me like that? I only said that many people in the Holy Empire think of me that way. He continued, do you mind if I handle them myself since they are talking behind my back? Ariel also responded to him. Yes, go ahead. At this moment, Day asked, what would happen if I wanted these people to be punished? The heretical chief prosecutor will arrest them and kill. They begged in fear upon hearing about the heretical prosecutor. Please, sir, forgive us. We spoke without thinking. Forgive our mistake. Everyone, I'm sure there are many more people joking about me, not just those here calling me a puppet, a spoiled child, or saying I have no authority. I continue, I don't think what everyone is saying is wrong. As everyone thinks, I am still young and I have no faith, strength, ability, opinion, or connection with you all. Day's gaze grew serious. That is why I will go to the Holy Empire in a few years, to prove it to each and every one of you. A confusing guy asked again, what do you mean? The guy next to him also asked, what are you trying to prove? Day turned his back, clenched his fists, and vowed that those who spoke ill of him behind his back would regret it, and he would make those who disrespected him remember this moment. And as proof and a promise for that day, he extends his hand. I will not punish the people here. They were deeply moved and responded, Sir? That young man's eyes welled with tears. I am sorry. We should have thought before speaking about you. The girl beside her feels the same. We will regret this mistake and learn from it. We sincerely apologize. I hope you will regret this decision even more in the future. And to achieve my goal, I will do my best to restore the honor of the Holy Empire. The bright full moon confirms what I have said. I don't know how long that will last. Maybe years. But I will do everything I can for you to regret what you did today. Hearing this, everyone admired Day. The atmosphere became strangely silent. That was an impressive speech. Seeing that, he called out to Ariel. She knelt down and said teasingly, to make them regret what they did today, right? He quietly replied, keep teasing me. Suddenly, Ariel turned to look at the dish being cooked. Huh? Isn't that the soup from last time? He cheerfully replied, yeah, the priest even ate my share. After that, I was quite hungry. Do you want to eat? Eating it hot is better. Ariel smiled. Please let me stay. A shooting star is shining in the sky right now. Hey, look, a shooting star, Ariel exclaimed with a bright smile. I haven't looked up at the night sky in a long time. Do you think seeing a shooting star is a good omen? Day looked up and wondered silently. Shooting star? My past name used to mean shooting star. He closed his eyes to enjoy it, but now he's used to that name. He slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed that, in my hometown, if you make a wish under a shooting star, it will come true. Ariel asked in surprise. Really? Then she clasped her hands together and prayed. Seeing that, he asked confused, what are you doing? Are you really praying? Dai asked, do the saints believe in legends? As they ate their snacks, they looked up at the starry sky. Ariel said, you just reminded me, there's a similar thing in the Empire if you watch a shooting star. With someone you might die happily with them. Day asked, a happy death. Of course I don't believe those stories. How can dying be happy? Then he also agreed with Ariel. I no longer believe that story either. Dying happily. I wonder what that feeling is like. The next day, dawn broke, and everyone began their journey. Saintess, the Holy Saint can already see the territory of Silos. They continue to inform us, it seems we will enter Silos' territory soon. The priest turned back and asked the two, where should we go first? Ariel replied, because it's urgent. We need to meet with the dukes at the same time. Then she pondered and looked outside, knowing time was short. She then spoke again, saying, we will treat them as soon as possible and head to the Holy Empire immediately. If we arrive late for the baptism, it will be very complicated. Now they have reached the duke's place. He looked at them and said, welcome. I have been waiting for you both. When I heard about you, I kept looking forward to meeting you. The duke's face clearly shows happiness. I can't express how pleased I am that you traveled such a long way for my daughter. Ariel solemnly replied that it was the duty of saints like them to bring God's blessing to the suffering, so they should relax. Suddenly, the duke's expression became a bit uneasy. I apologize for the abruptness, but could you please take a look at my daughter? I don't know what I would do if I lost her. It breaks my heart to see her struggling with her illness. Ariel replied, I understand we can assess the child's condition right away, and he was overjoyed, clasping his hands together. Thank you very much. I will do anything if you can cure the girl. Day glanced at Ariel, thinking that even though Ko hadn't done anything yet, they trusted her so much that she must be very skilled at being a saint and also a good person. They were now close to the girl's room, which was mentioned along this way. The maid gently opens the door to announce that the master and the saintess have arrived. Ariel and Jay seemed surprised by what they saw. Seeing the girl's body covered in red spots, Day couldn't help but think to himself that her entire half-body was covered with rashes. He started to make judgments based on his experience. Are the red spots a serious case of HB-type dermatitis? They had to treat her before it got this bad, right? What did they do? Layla quickly covers herself with a blanket, looking sad. It's terrible, isn't it? At this moment, Ariel approached the girl with an offer. Lala, can you give me your hand? Leela gently places her small hand on her. Ariel uses her other hand to hold the girl's hand and softly comforts her. Everything will be fine now. As he spoke, a golden light enveloped Layla, blinding the Duke, who had to shield his eyes. He sighed in awe. Amazing holy power. The light gradually softened. Layla was so surprised that she could only gasp and say, as she looked at her hands no longer red. Your skin has improved. Seeing those hands, Layla burst with joy. Your hands are healed. At this moment, Ariel also spoke, having finished the treatment, and turned to ask the Duke, everything is fine now. I suppose you were worried. The Duke looked like he was about to cry. My daughter, my daughter. The father and son embrace each other, overwhelmed with happiness. Lala, the Duke responds. Thank God I'm better now, he cried as he turned to look at Ariel. Thank you very much. You truly are a noble lady. My children have been struggling with this illness for 5 years, and I have completely given up. I will never forget this debt. Ariel smiled gently. It's not necessary. This is also a blessing from God. The person behind watched everything that just happened and marveled. At first, this illness seemed to require long-term treatment, but it's unbelievable that she can be cured just by touching. He raised an eyebrow and wondered, do you really mean nothing in this world? As night fell, the Duke happily took charge of the lavish feast before him. Okay. Now please enjoy your meal. Although it's a bit scarce, I did my best. Ariel politely replied, you don't have to do that. This is too much. Thank you for the meal. Lord Hoppo also spoke now. Yes, as the rumors say. I know the Saintess is exceptional, but the rumors can't fully capture your kindness. I want to sincerely thank you for healing my sister. It is my honor, and I will surely convey your gratitude to our Lord of the Territory. You truly are the Saintess everyone talks about, so humble, but you don't seem very happy right now. Day awkwardly smiled and replied, I was just thinking about something else. Please forgive me for troubling you. Ariel also spoke to defend him. The Holy Lord has many worries, so please don't worry too much. Hearing that, the Duke replied, if the Saintess said so, then Ariel turned to ask softly, Holy Saint, what's going on? Is something strange? No, I'm just tired. Since we've been arranged to stay overnight at the castle, make sure to rest well, he said with a slightly awkward expression. Is that so? He pondered quietly, recalling his busy appearance in his previous life. Why did he sweat and cry so much just to become a doctor? An endless stream of voices echoed in his mind. Even though I was reborn with my old memories in this world, those knowledge are useless. Then he wondered if he really had to forget the past of Bishtu Sung and only live a new life as Day. At this moment, a voice echoes to wake Day from his dream. Saint, are you asleep? Day Rung Dung said nothing. Then Ariel continued. Saint, I don't know what's going on, but please don't lose faith in yourself. Everyone has moments of self-doubt, don't they? I hope whatever is bothering you won't destroy everything you've built so far. Instead of being restless and tired like now, I really think a tough and humorous face suits you better. These words only made him more annoyed. Day pursed his lips tightly, then sat up, thinking not to lose faith in himself. She said that. His eyes became determined. That's right, even now as Day, I am still former Dr. B. Sung. I just need to find what only I can do. Outside, Ariel continued, I just want to say, don't give up. And as she finished, Day appeared in front of her with a smile. Thank you. You've helped me a lot. Hearing that, Ariel continued, that's such a relief. Suddenly, Day called her name. But Ariel, she asked back confusedly. Yes. Day continued, is this the first time you've ever comforted someone? Your question made Ariel angry. She shouted, what do you mean by that? In Layla's room, the Duke's voice was full of anger. Yesterday, the girl was fine. So what do you mean she still hasn't fully recovered? Then he shouted loudly and immediately called for the Saintess. At this point, Ariel had also arrived. What's going on? The Duke looked sad and the symptoms have returned. Did your treatment really fail? Ariel quickly replied to him. The treatment process is complete, but I'm not sure why the symptoms have returned. I will treat Layla again. The Duke's heavy gaze asked for your help. Suddenly, Day called her back. Wait a moment, Ariel. Are you surprised? Holy saint. Lila's expression darkened again. Don't look. The wire moves closer to the girl. Lila, can you give me your hand? The Duke judged silently. How can a new saint be able to treat something that even the Saintess can't? Then he said, I think it would be better if we let the Saintess handle it. My gaze hardens. If I am right, I am the only one who can cure this child's illness. Before that, the Duke asked confusedly, so what do you mean the only person? Day replied, no matter what treatment the Saintess uses, it won't work. We can let the Saintess treat her and it will be fine. But after this, we're leaving right away. What will you do if the symptoms return? Hearing this, the Duke felt it made sense. Yeah, seeing that, we continue afterward. What she needs now is not the city mage's healing spell. He placed his hand on his chest, his tone firm, saying, she needs healing from me. The Holy Duke looked a bit worried and asked, so what exactly are you planning to do since I heard you have no holy magic at all? The cold voice replied to him, my treatment doesn't require holy magic. I will use all the information I have to help her recover from this illness. That is how I will heal her. At this point, Layla also spoke up, Father, the Holy Saint is right. If we don't trust him, I think we have no other choice. The Duke hesitated at the girl's words. Lay is Layla speaking again, saying, I have tried everything else. If there is a way to cure her, I want to trust in the saint. Hearing that, he finally had to accept. All right, if that's what you want, then I give you permission. Please, please save the holy child. I beg you from the bottom of my heart. Day Chaknit replied, I promise I will definitely cure her. Starting tomorrow, I will investigate the cause of her skin condition. The first thing is to maintain hygiene because it's the most basic step to become healthy. I checked everything, and since they wash their blankets, tablecloths, and clothes every day, we can rule out hygiene as the cause. At the same time, the castle is protected by a magic barrier, so it can also be inferred that external parasites are not the cause of the illness. However, I noticed that one ingredient appears in almost all of her meals, and that is flour. Not only is bread the most eaten food in the world, but even meat dishes tend to become side dishes or are coated with flour on the outside. Moreover, her condition worsened after she finished her meal. With these clues, I suspect one thing. Wheat flour contains a protein, gluten, which cannot dissolve. And her condition is dermatitis caused by gluten sensitivity, a skin condition also known as allergic dermatitis. It's not hard to treat. Day is desperately trying to come up with remedies to cure her. Unfortunately, there's only one problem, that in this world, no medicine is truly effective. The world where medicine still haven't fully developed. Then he advised the maids that it would be very difficult to make medicine using unfamiliar plants. And even if it took a long time, the only thing we could do was change her diet. The chain begins to explain. From now on, please remove everything I mentioned from her meals. In the flower-filled room, Lala was exhausted and curled up in her blanket. A maid called out to her. The Lord hesitates. The girl named Nhor responds in a gentle voice. What's wrong? Day asked from outside. Lord, this is Day. May I come in? Lala heard that and let out a small cry. The girl sat up and tidied her clothes. Holy Saint, please come in. Day replied, sorry for the inconvenience. He enters with a bright smile. Hello. This morning I came here to check on your condition. Day observed the rashes on Layla's body and silently thought that her condition was worsening, and he knew her meal had caused this. Layla sullenly replied, all right, at this point, Jay spoke up, I will mention some things you need to pay attention to. Upon hearing this, Layla asked confusedly, what do I need to watch out for, sir? Day raised his hand and explained seriously. Yes, from now on I want you to avoid any foods containing wheat, like bread, and even if your body itches, try not to scratch. Layla was very surprised. What do you mean avoid bread? Day replied with a small smile. Well, this is everything I can do for you. The girl pondered, unable to believe what she was hearing. No way. Bread is my favorite, but I can't eat it. Is he lying? Should I call the guards? After thinking, Lala asked, so you're not planning to do anything else? You can use magic to heal me. Or Day can smile and reply, what I tell her is a kind of treatment. And to prevent it from spreading further, he continues, we will need to squeeze out all the blisters once a day. I will do it myself because I also need to check on her condition. And then she stepped back. That's all. Then go ahead and rest some more. The most important thing is to keep your health good. Lila wondered if her illness would get better if she stopped eating bread. Does that sound reasonable at all? As soon as he stepped out, he met Ariel at the door. She asked him, Holy Lord, how is her condition now? His serious gaze worsened, and Ariel was worried about that. Holy Lord, I understand where you're coming from, but do you think it would be better if I treated her? He looked at her and said, She has been treated, but it keeps coming back. If we try her treatment one more time, it will just come back again. Ariel stubbornly refuses to accept it. But if changing her diet would make her better, then why didn't we do that right from the start? She continued, I trust you a lot, but the king doesn't trust you that much. And we're not in a situation where we can stay here any longer. Gil finished speaking, then also had some thoughts. She said she wouldn't use it. Ariel misunderstood that he was looking at her and blushed even more. Even when he stared at me with those pouty eyes, I couldn't do anything more about our situation. Jan is determined, clenching his fist tightly. Right now, it doesn't matter whether he can cure Lala or not. What matters most now is how I will decide to treat my patients from this point on. Then he spoke softly. 1 week, just give me 1 week, and I am sure I can cure her. Ariel remained silent, and the next day, a piercing scream echoed through Lala's room. I don't want to, the girl shouted irritably. No, Day, seeing that, became even angrier and brought the water closer to the girl. Drink it. You haven't had your required dose today yet. 3 liters a day, totaling 21 liters in a week. This is the amount of water Layla needs to drink. Layla is crying loudly. I don't want to. How can drinking water have any effect? The girl thought to herself. This isn't even holy water, so why do I have to drink so much? Daytran Anlay, when showing allergy symptoms, drinking water is the best for her. Trust me and just keep drinking. When an external substance enters the body, the immune system produces a chemical. Although this substance is created as a defensive response to protect the body from the invading foreign substance. For people with allergies, this chemical is produced excessively and can cause harmful reactions. He continues to bring the glass of water closer. Come on, drink up. Drinking enough water when that happens helps your cells function properly and reduces the side effects of allergies. So, this is the best way to treat her condition. The person with an excited expression pours water into the girl's mouth. Drink it. Lala painfully collapsed and thought, there's still 1 more glass left. Tears fell from Layla's eyes as she drank. Why is he called the saint? He's just a handsome, crazy guy. 4 days passed like that, and Layla was only allowed to eat salad. At first, after being banned from carbs and forced to drink plenty of water, she hated herself. However, Layla decided to trust herself because she had no other choice. As a result, Layla gazed in amazement at the mirror and exclaimed, Saint, is this really true? My skin has returned to normal. Her condition has improved at an impressive rate. Day also replied, I promised I would help you get better. Layla smiled brightly, marveling. The symptoms really have improved after I drank enough water and ate bread. I can't believe it. At this point, Day winked at the girl and said, Still, we have to be careful and continue this treatment method, understand? Layla's initial annoyed expression changed to one of cheerful acceptance. Yes, Day stood with her hands on her hips, thinking that although I was worried that people in this world would react differently from those in my world, it seems I no longer need to worry about that. Waiting for Layla to fully recover is only a matter of time. At least that's what I thought. But on Friday, another problem arose. Layla throws food everywhere, smashing bowls and plates, and screams loudly. Layla's bread begins to show withdrawal symptoms. Carbohydrate withdrawal symptoms include stress, confusion, anxiety, or difficulty concentrating and irritability. The servants were also powerless in the face of that scene. In this world, carbohydrates are the key to individual diets. When someone tries to avoid eating it, withdrawal symptoms are inevitable. But if she eats carbs before the treatment is complete, she looks extremely angry, just like a demon. No way. All of our efforts so far will be for nothing if we let her become distracted. We need something that can help reduce these symptoms. Lala, overwhelmed by her craving for bread, was crying her heart out. Don't cry, you'll get dehydrated. In that case, Day cuts the chess piece with the knife, someone asks in a voice. St. G is Ariel. She was confused to see him just standing there, staring at the chess piece in his hand. What are you doing here? He replied. I am creating opponents in a game. Is this okay like this? She asked confused. A game? But suddenly you bring the chess piece in front of Ariel. All right, can you take a look for me? Day asked. What do you think of when you see this? Ariel doesn't understand. Are you talking about the white object in your hand? Ariel guessed based on the piece. Does a castle represent the holy nation like this? It also looks quite like a crown. Day asked again, so you think it looks like a crown? Ariel was indifferent. Yes, but before I could finish speaking, Day shook off his cloak and said, It's working. Ariel, I think you're still confused and not understanding what's happening. Suddenly, Day rushed off like the wind. Ariel was furious. How dare he leave me behind like this? Right now in Layla's room, Hoppo speaks up. Saint, I was told you summoned me. He seems suspicious, as if this is the first time you've called me like this. Is there anything I can help you with? Day replied excitedly. That's right. Hop, I need your help. What I am about to show you will assist with Lady Layla's withdrawal symptoms, but I need your assistance. Layla looked at the piece in her hand and asked, Are you talking about the thing in your hand? Hop also asked, What is that? Day spreads the pieces on the chessboard. This is a game called chess. Hearing the two unfamiliar words, the two people asked again. Chess.
Dee began to explain the rules. That's right, from now on, everyone will be the commander of their own army. The rules are very simple. All everyone has to do is capture the opponent's king by moving the pieces. This is a game to see who is the better commander. You hold the king in your hand, but there are also rules for moving each piece. All three of Layla, Iriel, and HP are stunned. You're talking about rules? Day replied. Yes, what I am holding now is the king. Just like a king is revered and minimizes unnecessary movements, it can only move one space. But in contrast, the queen is completely different from the king, as long as it hasn't been captured. It can move in any way we want. Similarly, each type of piece has its own movement rules. I'll explain each type one by one. HP stroked his chin and said, That's interesting. Even though the rules are simple, there are many possible moves. This game has quite complex rules and will also be useful for real combat training. Lala excitedly said, I'm sure father will like it a lot. Now I've finished explaining everything. Shall we play a game? Miss, do you want to challenge Iriel? Then Iriel and Layla sat at the chessboard. Iriel spoke. Shall we start the game now? Lala replied excitedly. Of course, Saintess. I won't go easy on you. Standing there with arms crossed, I think to myself, lucky that she seems very interested in this game. As long as she still enjoys it, it will help her forget some of those withdrawal symptoms. Suddenly, Iriel spoke up. Commander, should I say that? She was overly confident. So, this is the power of the Holy Nation. Even if you run, there's no way out. Then she even had a teasing look at Lala. Why not give up completely? I will forgive you if you become my subject. Her words made Lala burst into tears and then accept the truth. I lost. Iriel burst into excited laughter. This game is so much fun. At this moment, Hoppo shouted, Lady Banker, please allow me to have a match with you. Iriel then provoked, trying to retaliate on her sister's behalf, right? Then she confidently responded, ready to face any challenge. You may go first, but in the end, everyone will kneel before the power of the Holy Kingdom. Day watched everything unfold, quietly thinking things were better than he expected. It seems they really enjoy this game. A voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. General Iriel collapses in pain, but he must accept the truth. Duke Silos, you are truly formidable, Hope confidently replied. Do you think our territory is that easy to defeat? Her face looked a bit cunning. Lady Light, please make your next move and I will show you what our territory is built from. At this point, he cut between them and said, All right, don't get too carried away. For now, I think this is the best way to distract the young lady from her withdrawal symptoms. However, an unexpected change occurred. A scream echoed out as the Duke entered, looking excited at the chessboard, a game called chess created by His Holiness. Hoppo immediately showed this game to Duke Silos, happily saying it has a complex system and is a wonderful game. Father can consider applying the tactics used in commanding the army to this game. The Duke looked at the chessboard, thinking about how he had created such a perfect game, and I am sure that he truly is a child chosen by God. It's amazing that if I can use them properly. After the Duke became interested in chess, things started to get strange. I have these thoughts. The deal we agreed on before has already passed, so why haven't I heard anything yet? Suddenly something caught Day's attention. Who are these people? Seeing the servants also start playing chess, Day was utterly surprised. The servants also play chess. Then I looked at the people playing chess. Are they making chess pieces? Why is that? Everyone is busy with the chess pieces, I just noticed. Why is everyone playing chess like this? What are they doing here? Waiting for the two chessboards to open, Day's face is full of judgment at the scene before him, even though chess is just a game to help Lala with his withdrawal symptoms. Then he exclaimed, What is going on here? I never thought it would spread throughout the entire Silos castle like this. Day and Iriel pay a formal visit to the Duke of Silos. The atmosphere falls into silence. Iriel said, We are here at your invitation. The Duke politely replied, Welcome. His eyes looked at Day in disbelief, pondering how in just a week the Holy Emperor managed to cure Layla Chi's illness and even create a wonderful chess game. I can't believe he was able to do all that at such a young age. Then he expressed his gratitude. I can see that CL Lee's condition has improved a lot. I want to thank you for what you have done. The Duke sat on the chair, bowing his head to show his sincerity as a father. I am deeply sorry to see the girl suffering like that. Please allow me to thank you for making sure she no longer has to endure pain. Iriel glanced at the guest and modestly said, I don't think I'm mistaken. It's all thanks to the Holy Saint's treatment. The Duke immediately replied, Please don't underestimate your own efforts, but indeed I am more grateful to the Holy Saint. He gestured to the attendant to bring over a box to apologize for his rudeness earlier and said, And as a token of thanks, I would like to give you a gift. Voice type. Day quickly recognized that this was the ring the Duke introduced as a family heirloom, passed down through generations of the local lords, given to us when we saved a dwarf. Day, holding the box with both hands in shock, loudly exclaimed, Is this really the treasure you're giving me, Your Excellency? The Duke straightforwardly replied, This is my apology gift, so please accept it. Outwardly, I feel sorry, but I can't accept something so valuable. However, deep inside, I was eager to get my hands on such a rare item. The Duke reassured him, telling him not to worry and to just accept it.
He then reminded him to wear the ring even while holding the box. Day carefully puts on the ring and gratefully says, "Thank you very much." The Duke, seeing his action, feels a bit pleased and thinks to himself that the holy saint has already worn it. After putting it on, Day admired the ring on his finger and muttered, "It's perfect, but it seems a bit loose." As if sensing his disappointment, the ring immediately shrank to fit perfectly, making him exclaim in amazement, "The ring shrank to fit my hand perfectly." The Duke chuckled softly in response. Because it was made by a dwarf, it likely has many more abilities. Jay smiled brightly and said, "Thank you for this precious gift." "I'm not sure I can accept it anymore," the Duke replied. "I'm sure the dwarf who created it would be very happy to know it is worn by a saint." Suddenly, he changed the subject. "Oh, now I remember hearing that you two will be arriving at the Holy Empire tomorrow, right?" Day confirms the plan. Hearing this, the Duke added, "If so, please allow me to sponsor the trip so you can travel comfortably. Traveling such a long distance must be tiring, so please rest well before you leave. Once again, I thank you all very much." Night falls over the sky. Inside room, Jay and Iriel sit on chairs chatting. "I'm glad everything finally went smoothly." "Is he really that great?" she replied. "I don't know anymore. Do you dislike him flattering you or what?" Dee looked at her with a judging expression, wondering why she was thinking so negatively. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside. "Huh? Are we waiting for someone?" Iriel also wondered. "I don't know either. Maybe no one is coming." Day wondered to himself, who could it be at this hour? The door opens, revealing two familiar faces outside. Hoppo politely maintains his etiquette. "Please forgive me for arriving so late." Layla stepped forward and added, "I heard you are leaving tomorrow." Seeing the two of them hesitate, Lord Hoppo and Lady Lee immediately explained their purpose for visiting. "Not only did we get to meet the Saintess and the Saint from legend, but you also healed my sister and created a chess game. I want to express my gratitude." Jai shyly scratched her head. "It's nothing, really." Iriel smiled and replied, "I'm also very happy to meet you. Unfortunately, we can't stay much longer because there's still a lot to do." Suddenly, he had an idea. "If you're okay with it, would you like to join a picnic in the garden tonight?" Day asked again. "A picnic under the stars?" "So, you're describing the scene from the backyard of the castle where we can stargaze? We really want you to see that view." Iriel glanced at him and said, "That sounds wonderful. How about you, Saint?" Day is also looking forward to your approval. "Yeah, it sounds really fun. Let's go." Lila smiled like a blooming flower. "Really? I'm so happy." Hop is also happy. "Thank you for agreeing to our proposal. Please both rest while we go prepare everything." Then they left. Day asked with a raised voice that they would wait. When only he and Iriel were left in the room, her unclear emotions made her giggle, causing Day to wonder. "What's so funny?" Iriel looked up at him. "Isn't this the farewell party for us? I just find it adorable." She confided that I am always busy with tasks assigned by the Holy Empire. People always seem to be afraid of me. I've never had the chance to get to know someone new like this. Maybe the world has changed while I wasn't paying attention. Iriel said emotionally, "I have never felt this way before." He closed his eyes as if he understood and thought to himself about the first time he met Iriel. He recalls the Saintess's emotionless face. She is very cold, blinded by her goals, and also very violent. But now Iriel is no longer here, either. Even though she asked if the world had changed, what truly changed is... He silently thought to himself that it was her, and Iriel, thinking so, hurriedly urged him on. "Are you just going to stay silent? Let's go." Iriel quickly replied, "Oh, okay." When they arrive at the brightly lit backyard, a voice calls out, "The Saints! Over here!" A table with a carefully prepared breakfast is nearby, though not many dishes. But the important thing is that we are all here together. Dai suddenly remembers something and reminds Lila. "Oh, I forgot you need to avoid eating carbs after I leave. If you eat them, the illness will come back." The girl asked nervously, "Am I not fully recovered yet?" The man replied, "No. Because her body considers the substances in starch to be toxins, it will be very difficult to fully cure her. But what if he gives her a different way? If you try not to eat and see, maybe it will get better within 5 years." Layla was shocked just hearing that. 5 years? I couldn't go that long without eating carbs. Hofo approaches to rescue. "Holy Saintess, I have prepared this for both of you." "What are you wondering about? What's going on?" While crying and lamenting, he silently wishes for bread, raises a finger to the sky, and their presence illuminates the entire area before beginning to chant the light. Immediately, fireworks burst across the night sky. Day looked up, moved by the spectacle. He sighs. "That's beautiful." Hoppo immediately happily says, "Really? I'm glad you like it, both of you," Day asked. "You must have used a lot of mana, huh?" He shyly scratches his head. "Maybe this will be the last time we meet, so I want to do everything I can." HPO's kindness moved Day. He closed his eyes and said, "If that's the case, I will thank you in return," he excitedly repeated. After expressing gratitude, Day pointed his finger at the sky and recited 3 spells in succession. Light burst forth, exploding with dazzling sparks, and then a bolt of pure lightning struck. Day's response was a barrage of fireworks more spectacular than before. They covered the entire sky. Even the servants in the mansion could see them from the windows. Duke Silos was also standing in the study, watching the fireworks. Lila, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed,
Saint, this is amazing. I've never seen such beautiful fireworks before. Hop Bo Thi forced a slightly awkward smile with such high-level magic. Holy Saint, I truly will never forget tonight, Day said happily. I am glad to have this beautiful memory with everyone. I secretly think that there were times I wavered, and because of the convenience of magic, I denied my own goals. But in the end, I can confirm that my medical skills are useful. Amid the breathtaking fireworks display, Day reminds himself that he can make new friends and create beautiful memories. I will continue my journey to save people, and we will head towards the Holy Empire. After a rest, Day and the Holy Nation army finally set out towards the Holy Nation base. Although there is still a long way ahead, with the Duke's support, our journey has begun smoothly. Everyone in the team agrees that all this help is thanks to Day. The group following him cheered excitedly, never expecting to enjoy a hearty meal in the middle of this desolate wilderness. Thank you, Your Holiness. Time keeps passing, and his status continues to rise. He looks at the sky, reflecting that he has become accustomed to camping outside for many days now. Someone suddenly called out to him. Hello, Your Holiness. We were inspired by the game called chess that you created, and we formed a group to learn and practice playing it. If you don't mind, we hope to learn a few moves from you. Following the nun are more people whose presence is quite intimidating. You're too kind. I accept. Why bother? I'm just feeling bored anyway. Seeing him agree, she cheered happily and thanked him. Before she could be too pleased, she suddenly adopted a scheming look to add, in that case, I won't hold back against anyone, even newcomers. They were all terrified. The nun felt a bad premonition about this, but since she had already committed, she had to see it through. Yes. And that was the start of the chess battle of the Holy Nation army. The first opponent was the female monk who, trembling, moved her piece and said, check. She's stunned. In just 4 moves, the second victim is a knight. Check. He clutches his head in disbelief and shouts, how could you do it in just 4 moves? Because the Holy Nation team had no idea that Day had once participated in an international chess tournament, he once again checkmated them all in just 7 moves. Only a few managed to reach the 4th move before the game became unbeatable and left a mark in everyone's hearts. He started to look handsome. Moreover, the prejudice of the opposing army towards him also improved. The victims defeated by him instantly turned into his biggest fans. I knew it, he's unbeatable. And so another day passes, everyone falls asleep, and the next morning questions arise. Why do I feel like we're just going around in circles? Is it because the road is too difficult? Iriel explains that it will get better once we get past this area. The road to the Holy Nation is not far now. Did you breathe a sigh of relief when you heard that? That's good news. Both of them are sitting in the carriage when suddenly it starts shaking violently. A knight froze as if he saw something wrong ahead, and sure enough, someone shouted a warning as a giant group appeared, ready to fight. Are you sure we don't need to help them? Iriel confidently replied. Of course the knights will handle it smoothly. He wondered why we didn't help them so we could return to the road sooner, even if there were only a few of them. Iriel stared intently at him and added, if we move, they will have to adjust their formation to protect us. The knights will argue over this, and everything will only get more complicated. Just trust the Holy Nation knights. Day Doi Lai silently thought she was right. But a giant monster picked up a large stone and without hesitation threw it at the carriage. A knight nearby would quickly appear, of a high rank, and cut the stone in half. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, you guys are too stubborn. They're just a bunch of monsters, yet they're so tough to chew through, we still have to continue our journey. That person is the leader of the Hario army. He urged his horse forward and loudly ordered the squad to adjust their formation to protect the Holy King and the Saintess. Duke Tun and the Saintess are waiting behind, must ensure the monsters can't get close to them. As he says this, a monster's fist is right next to him. Someone shouted in panic, Hario, watch out! He quickly looked over as his fist was about to collide. Just in time to invoke the shield, and it was none other than Day. He hits the monster with a large shield, then the shield disappears. He smirks, knowing that going outside was the right choice. You might have already lost your life, Harry shouted worriedly. The Holy Lord! It's very dangerous out here! Jaidimnian gathered his strength into his hand and replied, still fine. It seems the giants are stronger than you thought. Then he reached out his hand and a mysterious force surged toward the monsters. This is the triple magic technique. Not stopping there, he continues with the earth spike and fire spells. And after the final whispered incantation, a mound of sharp thorny earth surrounded by flames crashes down directly on the monsters. This scene leaves Hiro stunned. Then he asks, are you hurt? The old man, still in shock, replies, thank you. Your protection saved my life. Hiro blinked and waved his hand, saying, don't worry about that. We're here to help each other after all. He felt a bit moved and thought to himself, if I don't remember to do it, how could a 15-year-old saint use this level of magic? Everyone sniffed a little and wondered, do monster meats taste good? Only Hiro was still lost in thought. He only used a single activation spell to summon the level 4 Earth Magic Circle, and even combined binding and fire spells at the same time. This is on par with a level 5 mage. No, he probably reached level 6, a level that ordinary people can't touch. Suddenly, Iriel called out to the Holy Lord. Did you ask something? Iriel. She sighed and approached. Why don't you stop spreading rumors that you are a magic genius? Day looked disappointed. Is that all you wanted to say?
She looked at the fire-filled mound he created and said, "No, it's just a gut feeling. There's no way a giant could be that strong." Ariel suggested, "I have a bad feeling. We should start moving before more monsters arrive." Day pointed ahead loudly. I think it's too late now," Ariel exclaimed in surprise, the elf sneering. "Just a tiny elf trying to stop us from returning to the Holy Kingdom?" "He volunteers. We'll handle these guys. Just don't waste time." A knight replied loudly, "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. "You damn cursed goblin, die!" But contrary to expectations, the monster leapt lightly and dodged. The knight was panicked. It dodged successfully. Then the demon retaliated with a swipe. This strike surprisingly pierced through the armor, making him even more confused. But how is that possible? How can an elf have such great strength? No way an elf could have this much power. There is another one chanting a spell behind. Seeing this scene, Day let out a sharp assessment. "It seems much stronger than a regular goblin, huh?" Ariel added. "Looks like it, even if I don't want to. I think from now on we have to take action ourselves." Ariel presses her heel to strike and moves with incredible agility, taking down every goblin she passes by. Day quietly thought to himself that when it comes to martial arts, Ariel is definitely stronger than him. Just as he was distracted, someone shouted a warning that the Holy Spirit had a monster rushing at him. Sure enough, a demon was approaching from above. Dan immediately cast his spell, sweeping the monster away. After a while, Ariel and he leaned against each other. She analyzed. "No matter how many we defeat, they keep appearing somewhere." Day also agreed and added, If we keep going like this, it will be hard for us to control." Ariel suggests a plan. "If we can handle everything at once, it should be fine." Day thinks this method makes sense, all at the same time. So why don't we give it a try? Although Ariel suggested this approach, Jay's response confused her. What?" he shouted before she could finish speaking. "Hey, look at those goblins. The rope is teasing them by sticking out its tongue." The group of elves immediately set a trap. They aimed directly at him as they charged, while she continued her teasing antics. "Bet you can't catch me." Ariel watched until her face turned pale. "Does Duke 10 have any magic skills?" Day used incredible speed to run so fast that his figure was invisible. Behind him, the screams of the goblins echoed. Suddenly, as he reached a tree, he stopped and turned around, and the monsters immediately surrounded him. Day quietly exhaled, realizing they had more than he thought. He looked ahead, pondering whether this distance was enough from the army. Then Day stopped his fireball, and the goblins just pointed and mocked him. Can we roughly translate their language as just that? "Is this guy really that funny?" Fireball Chi asked with a smile. It looks terrifying, doesn't it?" "Oh, is that so? Is this not enough for you?" And then, to their wishes, he created dozens more fireballs. The very fair and cheerful Wire says, "Do you now understand what situation you're in? I prepared one for each of you, and no one is missing." The demon lovers froze in shock as the fireballs rained down simultaneously, causing a massive explosion and shockwaves that reached the Night Squadron some distance away from him. Hero immediately recognized that this was the direction Duke Than had run towards. He shouted in that direction, Duke Than, are you okay?" When they arrived, a large hole appeared in the ground, still emitting heat. Harry was confused. "What is this?" "There's a figure moving through the dust. Don't just stand there doing nothing. We still have a long way to go, after all." Day chuckled, brushing off the dust and saying, "Let's leave this forest quickly. I hope we won't have to face those monsters again." The hero finally snapped out of it. Right. We will set out immediately." Tonight in the forest, Day turns to Ariel and asks, under the flickering fire, "Do monsters usually compare to the ones we face today?" "They usually aren't that strong. That's why the army is confused and struggling to deal with them. As for that matter, your holy mana is curious." What's wrong with it? You provided the information that after you are baptized, your mana will disappear." So hearing that, I tried to understand the disappearance. "What about my mana?" "So that means it will completely disappear from my body?" Ariel gestures with one finger to explain. "If you are baptized in the holy nation, the divine will grant you holy power itself. But you also know the human body can only contain one type of mana, because holy power is quite similar to mana." She explains that if your holy power enters your body while your mana is still present, your body will explode because it cannot control them. That is why, before your body absorbs all the holy power, the mana in your body must be removed and gradually replaced by the holy power. "What if there are people who don't have mana from the start?" Ariel replied. "Then holy power could enter the body without any issues." He exclaimed in amazement, "So mages can hold such a large amount of mana thanks to magic circles, but ordinary people without magic circles can't hold it, right?" Ariel praised. "That's a good question. I'll continue based on my assumption. So that means people without magic circles can't be granted holy power, right?" Ariel quickly corrected. "You definitely heard it wrong. God will create a place to hold mana in your body to ensure you can use holy power. Once something happens to the energy vessel created by God, what we call taboo will contain all the mana circulating in your body." This term caught Jay's attention. Taboo, Ariel explains, that is a term set by the other saints. She looks down at her hands and continues, "Just like we cannot go against what God has said, we are also not allowed to say or do anything that violates our faith. People call them taboo." She mocked herself, saying, "It's funny, we can't even say what we want anymore." Day then spoke up. "Regarding that, what would happen if we did something that violated our faith?" He asked seriously. Iriel grabbed a few sticks and said, "So I already warned you about the taboos raging inside your body? If you oppose the taboo, all the mana in your body will disappear. She throws some logs into the fire like a sacrificial offering, and you will vanish along with them." Iriel looked at the burning branch and slowly added forever. In this world, frowning, just saying one wrong word can make a person disappear from this world. That sounds like a warning to those who dare to curse. Iriel rolled her eyes without looking at him and replied with a smile, "I've heard of a few cases where people disappeared because of that. Well, that's why I have to make sure I always stay on top of everything. No matter what happens, you won't really end up like that. Just know that the mana you currently have will disappear someday." Then another question arises. "I have one more question. If all the mana disappears and my body is filled with divine power, will the mana never come back?" Iriel replied that not only would you never be able to regenerate that amount of mana, but the magic circle inside your body would also no longer be able to function. Dan understood this conclusion and realized that he would lose his mana forever. She forced a smile and didn't deny it. "Well, once you're used to it, you'll see that holy power has its own advantages. While you cannot use magic, you can still provide it to others through holy powers, and continue to help everyone during the battle." He crossed his arms and pondered. "I wouldn't be happy if my mana disappeared without it showing up, so I really want to be able to use holy power. If there's another way, I have to find it." After some time, his group reached their destination. Someone shouted out, "Saintus, we have arrived at the holy nation." Dai looks out from the carriage, finally arriving. "It took quite a while, didn't it?" "Father, once we cross the border, please head straight to Konya. Just head straight to the capital." Dai's expression looked like she was joking with me. "So, are we going straight to the capital? Do you mean we'll perform the ceremony without any rest?" Iriel quickly clarified, "No, we won't hold the baptism ceremony right away." She smiled and said, "The baptism is an event already organized. Just a reminder. By the way, if you don't know anything about the Holy Nation, you'll need to learn as much as possible before the baptism." I also agree and asked, "Learning about the Holy Nation is also important, so who will teach me?" Iriel straightforwardly replied. I smirked, considering everything from small matters like baptism to grand things like manners, discipline, and natural order. Iriel confidently said, "I will definitely teach you everything." As we approached the Holy Palace, Day couldn't help but marvel internally, seeing its grandeur from the outside, but inside it was even more magnificent, truly a level apart from Silos Soa. Earlier, he had shouted in disbelief, "Everything here belongs to me." At that moment, the two of them were standing in front of a magnificent mansion. Iriel responded to his earlier question. "This place is the residence of all saints, a sacred site that even the Pope must ask for permission to enter. Everyone working there is carefully chosen and quite influential, so you don't need to worry at all. Once you're settled in, I'll review everything I mentioned on the way here." She smiled through his pain and added, "Of course, I will be the one to teach." Currently, Day is walking alone down the corridor, wondering why the manager responsible for guiding him is busy. Suddenly, someone appears in front of him, very pleased to meet you. "Excuse me, Your Holiness," a proper maid is gesturing and saying, "I will lead you to the room. Please follow me." Day watched her and marveled. Wow, such a fierce presence, just like Iriel described. She must have some influence. She can't be an ordinary person. The maid led the way, and the Holy Lord quickly followed. She led him to a place full of luxury. This is the room where he will stay. He couldn't hold back a scream inside. "What is this?" "Very well," she continued. "Please rest. I will take my leave now." He turned politely and replied, "Thank you." He secretly marveled at the room in disbelief. Having received such top-tier treatment, I am beginning to see the difference. I truly have become a saint. Only now do I realize this. The next morning, a voice echoed through the mansion, saying, "Holy Lord, pay attention, we don't have much time. Focus now." Ariel, now dressed in a mature teacher's outfit and holding a cane, winked with interest. "Why didn't you read the document I gave you?" I secretly thought, why is she so excited about this? She placed a sheet of paper filled with writing on the table and began to explain. Now, if you look at the first page, before IL can finish speaking, he cuts her off. I remember everything now. She was amazed. Why the flag? He like a student reciting answers, starting to read the rules smoothly again. The baptism ceremony will take place over more than 4 days, with 3 parts. Welcoming God, announcing the new saint through a pilgrimage, and finally receiving the holy power from God. Among those 3 steps, the final one will take place at a holy site where the saint is isolated. During the baptism, the saint must not bow their head and can only greet others by placing their left hand on their chest at a 70-degree angle. You need to pay attention to the 3 dining etiquette rules. 1. Not making noise while eating. 2. Not bowing your head. 3. Always sitting upright with your elbows on your chest. Am I missing anything? Uriel crossed his arms with a hint of dissatisfaction, yet he managed to remember everything. Is he really human? He asked, I have a question about the 3rd part of the ceremony. Exactly what do I need to do? It doesn't specify exactly, I just know I have to show sincerity to God. What did you have to do? Let me check first, Iriel replied curtly. I didn't do anything. The protest wires didn't do anything. Stop joking. I'm serious, Iriel calmly confirmed. That's right. I just ate and slept for a week. Then the mana flow appeared in my body, and I could feel the holy power running through me. Iriel spoke as if it was an extremely easy task, with a doubtful heart, and the holy power and mana flow naturally appeared. Oh, really? He's the Lord. Suddenly, Iriel frowned and scrutinized him. You're right about everything, but the issue is your attitude. She doesn't hesitate to teach. Even if your memory surpasses that of your loved ones, you still can't adapt to those customs. Remembering and doing are two different things, Iriel said as he took off his glasses because it was time to eat. Why don't we take this chance to practice as well? There's no way out but to agree. All right, fine. At the dining table, he used a knife and fork to cut the steak properly. Iriel had nothing more to say. She felt a bit disappointed. You did well, didn't you? He said proudly. Of course, she's not satisfied just challenging you, but there are still many things left, so just wait and see. Her aggressive attitude confused him. What now? Is she planning to fight or what? He put the meat in his mouth and asked, Why are you so strict? Iriel just waits for him to make a mistake and sees the opportunity to remind him. Hey, you should cover your mouth when chewing and speaking with dissatisfaction. But why? Iriel winked and said, Why is now? The petty nobles will scrutinize every action of yours so they can't find anything to criticize. Everything we say now has to become instinct. My mood suddenly drops. Ha, really? Just rest for now, Iriel said with a sly look. How can I rest when I have such an important mission? I want to stay here with you. Suddenly someone called her. The holy maiden servant from yesterday led the way for her. I'm very sorry, but may I say this? Iriel wondered. Yeah, what's going on? She bluntly pointed out that a saint like you is staying at the residence of a newly arrived holy one. It will attract too much attention and cause a lot of false rumors about the two of you. Day immediately recognized the person who arrived. Oh, it's her, she continues. I know this might sound a bit blunt, but please understand that I only want to help you avoid unnecessary trouble. Iriel looked at the maid thoughtfully before speaking. What is her name? The maid finally realized. Oh, I am she. My name is Belacroix Seekis. That name made Iriel pay attention and think to herself. She just said bros from the three great noble families. Among many noble families across the Holy Empire, 3 serve the holy saints. Furthermore, 6 families have been granted the title of Sia for their achievements. Iriel wondered why someone as important as her was chosen to serve at the Holy Lord's residence. Thinking so, she signaled her understanding and spoke. Even though I joked about it, I also understood that I needed to be careful. Without waiting any longer, Day quickly said, I should probably go back now. Iriel replied vaguely. All right, goodbye quickly now. She glanced at the maid and also at Cleus of the Belacroix family, right? I will remember you. Thank you for the advice. Her humility is my honor. Day also repeated her name in Boyce's mind. He wondered that if he had a title, he would probably be nobility. Nobility who serves others, huh? The Holy Maiden is more important than I thought. That night, Day's door was slightly open. And when did you start playing chess with Chu Kong? Cleus silently stood by the bed, glaring at him with deadly intent. The Holy Maiden reached out to do something but stopped halfway, clenching her hand. Cleus, with a cold face, seemed lost in thought, and a moment later she turned and left abruptly. The next morning, Day acted as if nothing had happened and enjoyed a cup of tea, praising her skill in brewing tea as truly excellent. Cleus humbly replied, Thank you. This tea is brewed with petals from the zent flower last night. Cleus quietly entered the room so gently that even a sensitive person like Day didn't notice. However, she did nothing, and the next day passed peacefully as any other, as if nothing had happened. Iriel shot a piercing look at Clewid, who was whispering something with a nun. She seems very suspicious. Then she approaches and whispers, Your Grace, I have been informed that everything necessary for the ceremony is ready. If you wish, please come with me. You seem a bit surprised. I thought it would start in the afternoon. Why are we going now? There are still many things to prepare before the ceremony. Do you understand? Or should I repeat myself and say, Get ready? Iriel grinned mischievously. Today, you will have to impress a lot of people. After a moment, Iriel praised in admiration. That formal attire suits you very well. Aren't you surprised? With this, no one can take their eyes off you. It's my fault. I will gather everyone and train them. Then I will step forward. Don't worry about that. We're at the venue now, right? Oh, Cleus stands before the door to confirm. You must inform the Lord. Inside, the Pope and the upper-class aristocrats are already waiting for him. The tense person feels overwhelmed with emotion and excitement. I have no other choice. I guess I'll just go with it. The door opens and someone announces that the Holy Saint and the Holy Maiden are entering. Everyone present immediately doubted in their hearts, is that the new saint? That kid really the saint? But then they all secretly shared the same goal. This is their chance. The 2 noblemen from Hohoi approached and bowed, saying, I am honored to meet you, Holy Saint. If you don't mind, please allow me to introduce myself. A hand suddenly blocks the way behind as a guard steps forward. Iriel sternly reminds you that I understand everyone is very excited to meet the saint, but the ceremony hasn't started yet, and this behavior isn't proper. After everything is done, I believe you will have the chance to greet him. The 2 nobles immediately turned pale. Saintess, you are right, Cleus also agreed. Please behave respectfully towards the Holy Lady before the ceremony begins and absolutely avoid any rude behavior. Someone recognized her as the young lady of the Bellacroix family. At this point, no one dares to make a sound anymore. Yes, I'm sorry. However, they all wondered why she was dressed as a maid. Then Clea stepped forward to lead the way. This way, Your Holiness, I will take you outside. Day forced a smile. We're going out anyway. She advised him to prepare a few words of gratitude when they arrived, ready to officially assume the role of a saint. Day. That kin shouted, "Do you want me to give a speech?" "This is the first time I've heard about this. Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" Cleve said casually. "Do you think this is that important?" Hearing that, his heart sank. So this was the implication behind telling me to make an impression in front of many people. She took out a reassuring phrase. "Don't worry, sir." Ariel and us together said, "Say whatever you want, just relax because everyone will automatically translate it into what they want." Then he decided to say what they wanted to hear and silently marveled at how the middle class all thought alike. Finally, he sighed and said, Ariel interrupted. The Holy Lady smiled warmly and wished him good luck. Day also smiled back and replied, "It's okay." Under the clear blue sky, hundreds of people gathered below Day's mansion, feeling a bit pressured. Although now I feel a little better. Why are there so many people? Are all the citizens of the Empire gathering there? Clea spoke. "Your Holiness, please take this." "What is that?" She explains that if you hold this magical tool in your hand, your voice will carry much farther. Hearing that, he refused. "Oh, I don't need things like this." "Oh," Cleus reminds me, "even if I don't want to interrupt you, I think it will be hard for everyone to hear." Cleus, in disbelief, begins to speak. "I send my warmest greetings to everyone present here." Some villagers are confused, he just said kindly. "And you continue, my name is Day, and I am the chosen successor saint. God chose someone young and inexperienced like me to become a true saint. So I really don't know what else to say. I am just an ordinary boy who grew up in a rural area of this country. But I was still chosen to become the holy saint, and I promise to select a few of you before I get there. That promise is to ensure the holy nation will stand at the top of this continent. Allow me to declare that promise to all the people standing on this land. I swear that I will make the holy nation grow into the strongest kingdom on the continent." Day confidently finishes with a smile. Then he reached out his hand and said, "I suppose hearing a declaration from a child, especially about such important matters, might make you feel a bit amused." But something appeared behind him that surprised Ut, and the listeners were also quite stunned as he placed his hand on his chest and said, "As long as you trust and support me, I will do my best to help you." A giant fireball hovers in the sky, causing those below to be stunned and whispering, "Is that a meteorite?" A 9th level magic circle that only top-tier mages can use. New Saint is an exceptional mage. And then everyone was moved and cheered in unison. Long live the Holy Saint, long live as he flicked his finger to cancel the spell. The fireball disappeared on command and the screams of the villagers grew even louder. Long live the saint, long live the saint. All done, he turned around and asked Cleese where he should go now. She still looked a bit surprised and replied, "Follow me this way. And also, if possible, I hope next time you can speak a little softer. The volume like just now was a bit harsh on the ears. Now you're only telling me this?" At the church's temple, a small altar sits in the center. Is that it? Yes. Cleus confirms. Yes, please sit inside the circle. He follows her instructions and she guides him. When you feel ready, ask to meet with God. The confusing string repeats, requesting to pay respects. She means you should lie down and think, not even knowing what to say. Then he closed his eyes and began to try transmitting his thoughts. Should I greet him first? "Hello, sir. Can you hear me? May I ask, Lord?" After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and was surprised to realize he had fallen asleep and lost track of time. The so-called Lord didn't even bother to appear. He's been used to sleeping comfortably on a bed these days, and now lying on the hard floor, his back hurts too much. Day looked around. Where is Cluse? Has she been in that same position all this time? Could he really be that tired? He sat up, lost in thought once again. I guess I had to wake up because of Cleus, not because my back hurt. Seeing that he's already up, she hurriedly asked, "Lord, did you respond to his call?" He put on a completely believable face, still hearing your voice echoing in my heart. Hearing his heartfelt confession, Ollie hesitated before speaking. Quite impressive. Even Iriel needed a whole day and night to do it. Since I've already started, I might as well go all in. Really? Cleus didn't hold back his praise. He truly is the holy saint of truth. He forced a modest smile. I haven't done anything. I say that on the surface, but deep down I can't help but feel conflicted about whether I should tell her the truth. At the same time, deep in the dungeon, a voice echoed, "The appearance of the new Holy Spirit suggests we need to change our plan a bit." The dark prison is lit by flickering torchlight. The person continued, "Our enemy is the holy nation, so we must make careful decisions. And of course, we need to wait for the right moment." Only then does the voice owner reveal himself, cloaked in a fully covered outfit, his face hidden and grimly decisive. "However, when the time comes, we must ensure that the holy nation is shattered into pieces at all costs." At the same time, somewhere else, there was a cry of panic. Did he perform the ritual or not? Someone with a calmer voice spoke up. "Why are you getting so agitated? Is that why the ceremony went smoothly?" The hot-headed one is hard to understand. "What? You mean the ceremony is already prepared?" The calm person replied, "Yes, I heard Marquis Harrow is also urging for that ceremony. In another corner, a voice called out, "Father, it's you calling me!" A middle-aged man's deep voice replied, "Yes." "Barris," Marcus Harrow questioned sternly. "I know you've heard about the new saint, right? He also thinks that a holy mage capable of summoning spirits is someone I need to cooperate with well." Har put his hand on his son's shoulder. "This is our chance. Although we missed the chance with that blunt saintess, if we can seize the opportunity to gain favor from the new Saint Barrett," Marcus Harrow's eldest son smiled and said, "we will be able to make our family more influential than the holy nation." He was pleased that his son understood his words and gave instructions. "That's right, so you must make sure to establish a relationship with him at the banquet. But you must show him the utmost respect no matter how old he is. Remember that." "He won't leave? Just make sure you don't leave a bad impression on him. He'll quickly understand." "Yes, father." Then I confidently walk away, secretly pleased. "Of course, father, you don't need to worry. I heard that he's just a puppet of the kingdom." Barris was very excited and wondered to herself how she should play with him. At the party, there was talk about her. "Did you hear anything about the new saint?" "Oh, I also heard clearly. Is that new saint just an ordinary person? He was really very lucky to be chosen and suddenly promoted like that. That's basically it." Barris speaks up. "Should we teach him a few basic rules? He is from the Green family." Brian suddenly noticed something. "You speak up. That person." Barris clenched his teeth in disbelief. That bastard. He had never appeared at parties like this before. Why did he suddenly show up here? Did someone inform him, coming from the territory to join the feast? Barris greeted, "Welcome to the banquet." The man glanced over at the sound of the greeting. He cautiously inquired, not knowing what wind brought such a distinguished guest here. Rich sighed deeply, and Lady Saris from the Magi Grelin family spoke up. "I didn't come to see you, Barrett." Then he changed his tone and asked him, "Are you looking for someone?" "Sergei," he asked directly, "is the saint still not here yet?" "Oh," Saris exclaimed, "I don't think you've met the saint yet." Barris chimed in, "He'll be here soon." "Then why don't we wait for this saint together?" Brian immediately responded. "He's probably busy with urgent matters and can't arrive right away." "Yes, that's probably it." He cursed inwardly. That shameless bastard. A voice from the room asked, "Is this made just for me?" Once again, dressed in a different outfit, he exclaimed in amazement, "It's so comfortable, as if the tailor had made it just for me." Cleus confirmed. "Yes, that's correct. I estimated your measurements on the day you arrived and sent them to the tailor. This formal outfit was tailored precisely to your measurements, so it will fit you perfectly." Hearing that, Day was even more amazed. "Can you accurately take my measurements just by estimating alone?" Cleus replied modestly. "With enough practice, anyone can estimate like that," he said with a bright smile. "I knew you were talented the first time I met you, but you're even more impressive than I thought." Cool as ever, Cleus paused for a moment, then kept his indifferent expression and replied, "Thank you. I will lead you to the banquet. Please follow me." Day's smile seems a bit forced. He thought to himself that she didn't react at all. She's like a real machine. Returning to the luxurious banquet hall, Brian judges that this saint is slower than I thought. Saris agrees. "Well, I think he needs some time to prepare," Barris interjected. "Have you heard anything about what happened during the ceremony?" Gran asked with a smile. "I heard, but I don't know the details." He tried to guess, and it seems we will hear an impressive speech from the Holy One. Still, Barrett smugly thought to himself, "Ha! After all, he's just an ordinary person." At this moment, a voice announced, "Please pay attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the Holy Saint has arrived." The three of Barris, Ryan, and Saris all look towards the door. They're here. Dae-Soo Yi walks in gracefully, followed by Cleus. Barris ponders. The Holy Saint, huh? He's a bit beyond my expectations. Completely different from what I imagined. That calmness and confidence, everything is perfect. Then Barris awkwardly stepped forward and said, "Hello, sir. I am Barris, the eldest son of Marquis Har." Day smiled and replied, "So you are from the Har family? It's a pleasure to meet you." He clenched his fist with a bitter heart. I couldn't find a single flaw in him.
At the same time, a few others approached to greet him. "I am Gran of the Green family."
"I am Saris of the Marcus Grin family. With proper manners. Pleased to meet you all." Barris gritted his teeth. If this continues, my plan will fail completely. And then he spoke. "I've heard that the Holy Saint was once an ordinary person. Barris was determined to provoke him to take control." "That's right. I come from a small village in the Celian kingdom." He continued, "So this must be your first time attending a banquet like this, right? After all, how could an ordinary person be allowed to attend such a grand feast?" Dan immediately recognized Barris's hostile attitude. "Oh, look at this guy." But on the surface, he still keeps a calm smile and responds, "This really is my first time here, like you said, so you're not allowed to attend the banquet. Now that the Holy Saint is no longer an ordinary person, that rule no longer applies, right? Do you feel overwhelmed by the banquet here?" He stared at him intently, thinking, there are always people like that. They are never satisfied with what they have. They can't stand standing silently in the background, so they act indifferent and get involved in politics to fight for power. What terrible, rotten people. After pouring out everything inside, he then spoke up sharply. "Do you think your background determines a person's worth?" "Why do you think that?" Barris said bluntly. "It's just my way of enjoying myself. Day seems to have found a pleasure that makes my heart somewhat hopeful. People like this usually have in common that they dig their own graves by talking too much. This is going to be interesting. Day continues to respond. I'm not used to this kind of life yet, so it's still quite difficult for me to understand everything you're saying. Barris retorts, that's right, I forgot about that. Suddenly he lowered his voice and called out. Saint Day immediately recognized him. It's here. Barris was sweating but still bravely mocking. He is just an ordinary person like them before. Before he could even react, someone quickly drew a sword. He froze, and the hall suddenly erupted in excitement. The sword was less than 2 fingers away from Barris's neck. Luckily, Jay quickly stopped it, or bloodshed would have occurred. Barris only then realized he had almost met the Grim Reaper and shouted in panic. He almost fainted on the spot, shouting loudly, "What do you think you're doing? It's too dangerous." Luckily, I stopped him with divine power, he said clearly. Holy Saint, I am deeply ashamed. I sincerely apologize for this first impression. He kneels to apologize and grits his teeth as he adds, but I can't let this idiot continue to disrespect you. I know it's very rude, but I just can't hold back my anger. Please, forgive me. Daisy didn't understand what he was doing and wondered what was going on. Caius then spoke up. Holy Saint, please allow me to speak a few words. Everything said by the members of the Marcus family just now are blasphemies. How dare he overstep his authority and mock you like that? Jack agreed. Exactly. I believe we should silence this Barris and ensure his family is properly punished. We need to set an example for the others. Barris's face turned pale. Huh? Calm down and speak. You're not wrong, Cleus. Order him to bring Marcus Harrow here for me. She immediately obeyed. Understood. I will be back immediately. At this moment, a voice rings out. It's not necessary. Ariel glanced at the stern-faced man walking down the stairs and said, he has been watching everything from the second floor and is coming down now. Har, embarrassed, grits his teeth. You idiot! Barris stammers, Father and son. Then without a word, he slapped his son hard across the face along with a curse. You fool! Barrisit crouched on the floor, clutching his head as Har continued to strike him. You stupid son, how many times do I have to tell you? How dare you show disrespect to the Holy Saint like that? Trash. Even his words are trash. He screams for his life. Dad, stop! And this scene leaves everyone stunned, but they all think the same and want to stop him. Then the father and son kneel together, with Har even bowing his head, sincerely begging the deity. Please forgive all my sins, for I have not properly educated my child. Please forgive his rudeness. Then he turned to urge his son. Barris, what are you doing? Please beg for his forgiveness. He hurriedly obeyed. I apologize, Your Holiness. You think doing that will get the Holy Lord to forgive you? Rich, a loyal guard, is ready to draw his sword. Sir, if you wish, I can punish them immediately. You are the only one still conscious, so I step in to stop you. Hey, stop. Calm down. He looked down, wondering how he should handle this situation now. Then he spoke up, placing the difficult matter on Lord Marquis Harga in this situation. He wondered what would be an appropriate punishment for his actions regarding that. He hesitated and mumbled about it. Unable to say anything, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, my son Barris lost his mother when he was very young, and I feel guilty as a father for not fulfilling my duty. I cannot let him live a miserable life. It should live a good life with nothing lacking, but I honestly declare that if you grant us your mercy, and forgive my son for his actions as an apology and sign of remorse, I will relinquish my title and donate my assets to the church. Day speaks. This is not something that can resolve the issue of punishing Barris. You also have to take responsibility for your son's wrongdoings. He silently observes him, thinking about how he would give up his title and donate his assets to protect his son. Only when the source water is full can fresh water flow. Then Day loudly called for Burr. He lifts his face and responds, yes, you called me. You ask, do you know you did wrong? He no longer acts arrogant and answers honestly. I have dishonored your name with my blasphemous words. Seeing Barris's attitude, my heart softened. I will punish Lord Harrow if he is as foolish as his son, but it seems he is quite sensible. So punishment is unnecessary. Then he spoke. That is not your greatest fault. It is that you made your father kneel. I considered punishing you, but seeing the sincerity and love he has for his son, I decided to forgive you. Barris hesitated in disbelief. That means, with Zake J's doubtful expression confirming, I forgive you. He quickly said, you are truly kind. Are you really forgiving this matter, Your Holiness? Har, tears welling up, wondered if it was a bit too much to just leave without doing anything, and cheerfully added, if you donate generously as you said earlier, Har will agree immediately. Yes, of course, I am happy to donate any amount you wish, just let me know. Iriel has been watching for a while, forcing a nervous laugh, thinking that a punishment is too light for such a serious offense like blasphemy. She blushes slightly and looks at him, though she thinks he handled it quite cleverly. Then in the backyard, Zik still kept probing. I apologize. Your Holiness, are you really okay? You just need to say the word and I can punish them right away. Day helplessly stopped him from drawing his sword. Let it go. We don't need to do this anymore. Suddenly, a doubt arose in his mind. Now that I think about it, he's been following me for a while, and it feels so natural that I didn't find it strange at all. Day said, I know it's a bit late, but I've never asked for your name before. This made Wretch startle. He immediately knelt down and bowed his head. I have made a serious mistake. Cable was extremely helpless. No, I just wanted to know what your name is. He introduced himself, saying, I am Che Xia, and suddenly everyone was surprised. Huh?
Do you also have Xia in the middle of your name? What does that mean?
Cleus correctly pointed out that Xia is a title. The only families with Xia as part of their names are the 3 noble houses that serve the saint and the saintess. Z chimes in. It's a symbol of our loyalty to you. It turns out it was enlightenment. I see now. But do we really need so many people? I don't think I truly need 3 clans to serve me. Actually, 1 is enough, Cleus said sternly. Sir, this has been established since ancient times. Please do not feel pressured. Just think of it as a wish of heaven and earth and never express it openly. If your excellency believes that 3 clans are too many and only 1 is needed, I humbly ask to be chosen and I will do my best. Cleus looked at him with a deadly expression, hurriedly trying to persuade him, I will not force any family to rest, so don't fight each other. He then asked, so what about the other family? Why are there only 2 of you? Cleus answered. The other family is responsible for protecting him from the shadows. Their true identity must not be revealed to the enemies. Not even we know who they are. However, we do know that they are always within the necessary distance to protect the Holy Lord immediately. At this moment, Day suddenly notices something. On a nearby tree branch, a shadowy figure dressed in black is sitting silently. At this moment, Day finally realized why he was right. They are nearby, and now if he concentrates, he can see their energy emission. He started counting to 126, then exclaimed in amazement, Huh? There are 7 people besides Day, and everyone has a question mark above their head. Cleus asked, Zik, did you see anything? He was also confused. No, I didn't see anything. The person hiding on the branch muttered, I know now, even when he was young, he was still an impressive grand mage. The next morning, at Day's residence, someone greeted him. Hello, Lord Astut, she replied. Good morning, she said, standing in front of Jia, who he lost in thought. A flash of memory appears along with someone's stern words, waking you up. You are a Croce. If you can't even do this, do you think you can bear the name Bella Croix? As a child, the small hand training with a sword until it bled responded, I am sorry, father. The one she calls father is the one who teaches. Servants of the holy cannot be weak. Pick up the sword again with bloodied small hands. There has never been a case where 2 saints coexist at the same time. I believe that once a female saint exists, there will be no other saints. However, to serve a saint, I need to try my best. I must endure hardships to train. I've asked myself hundreds of times a day about my purpose in life. But a few years later, as if God was answering my question, a new saint appeared. A voice interrupted her train of thought. The saintess standing behind him asked, Iriel will lead us to the next part of the ceremony. What does that mean? You seem to be laughing at his pain. I already told you. If a more beautiful person is supposed to guide you to the ceremony, what's so hard to understand about that? Cleus whispered to himself, while outwardly humbly replying, If I may explain, except on special occasions, only saints are allowed at the ceremony site. It has nothing to do with appearance. Day looked at him with a judging expression and asked, Is that why you can't smile anymore? Iriel stuck out his tongue in a naive way. Then he was led into a lush forest, and he sighed in admiration. It's really wonderful to be outside. I didn't know there was a forest like this behind the castle. Cleus spoke. Sir, this way, Iriel added. We are almost there. So, the wire was asked about already? He looked at the knights around him and thought to himself, wait, there are many holy sword knights protecting this area, so having guards is normal. A question mark filled his mind as he looked at the long staircase in front of him. Iriel said, Sir, this is the entrance. You just need to walk this path to the top. My heart is confused. Is that serious? Iriel cheerfully announced, Because this part of the ceremony shows your respect for the Lord. You are not allowed to use magic to ascend to the top. Day couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, Why does it have to be like that? Under the sunset sky, Day, still climbing, calls out, Wait a moment. The pale-faced man asked Iriel, Can we take a break for a moment? She smirked mockingly. Come on, we've just started. Are you already tired? Your stamina seems to need improvement, huh? I was annoyed and brought it up. I've been walking all over the Holy Kingdom all day yesterday. You can see it too, but you still trust in me. Oh, I thank you 1,000 times. No, I told you already. You can't use mana here or even during the ritual. Understand? From now on, you have to walk on your own feet. Just keep climbing the stairs and you'll reach the end. Iriel emphasized once more. You cannot use mana. You will meet me after completing this challenge. Seeing the staircase with no end in sight, he still held onto a glimmer of hope to reassure himself. Well, alright, maybe it won't take too long. I don't know how much time has passed, but Day, sweating and out of breath, says he can't go on. Finally, it's over. He collapsed and lay flat on the ground. What did I just say earlier? I was about to die from exhaustion. He looked at the wooden house in front of him. Luckily, at least there was a house here, probably an empty one. Thank goodness it's not some dragon's lair or a swamp. D, open the door and come in. I only need to stay here for a week. He put the bag down on the floor. Even though she said to show respect to God, I still don't really understand what I need to do. Because Ariel said she wouldn't do anything during that whole week, D happily concluded. So this must be a vacation, then I should make the most of my rest while I'm still here. A week will pass quickly, and I can't predict the challenges awaiting me ahead or the harsh reality I will face during this rest here. Time passes, and Day reaches out to pick a fruit from the tree, cheerfully saying, "Today's apples are so fresh." He bites into a juicy apple with a look of boredom and mumbles, "I'm so sick of this." And then Day angrily threw the apple away. "Come on, that's just cruel." He shouted that he definitely wouldn't use mana and would rely on himself to do everything from lighting fires with sticks and leaves to catching fish. But they didn't even bother to tell him exactly what to do. Okay, isn't that already enough? What more do you want? Going so far as to roast yourselves to eat. They said it would only take a week, just 1 week, and in the end, they ate with endless dissatisfaction. So what about the whole past month? At least tell me what's going on, Day shouted into the forest. They think we're here to learn how to survive in the forest or something, that divine aura. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Wait a moment, this divine power appearing caught him off guard. Finally, you have responded to me. Is it because I am angry? Finally, the source of power lifts him off the ground, a pillar of light erupts, and he cheers happily. I have divine power now. Then he lands back on the ground, but something doesn't feel right, making him let out a sigh. Day's face grew serious as he thought to himself, my holy power is gone. What should I do now? Suddenly, the source of power reappeared. Haha, just kidding. That's right. Then it suddenly goes out again, nothing else happening. Then, the holy power surged back so fiercely it formed a pillar of light, but just as expected, it disappeared again. Day looked on speechless, silently pondering. What the hell is that? Is God mocking me? Time passes, and holy power reappears, but Day trains to the point of exhaustion. He helplessly thinks that after a whole month of effort, he still has no holy power. Day was so angry that he threw his bag and walked down the stairs, dismissing everything. It was even more frustrating because he could feel the air around him becoming clearer thanks to the holy power, yet his life had never been so disappointing. My dreams are shattered. Can anyone help me? As if reading Day's thoughts, someone shouted out. Saint Iriel was surprised. Oh my God, why are you calling out so loudly in your heart? Ariel J felt deeply moved. The first person she met in a month, and even she was touched. Did she come to comfort me because she knew I was being teased today? But in Ariel's eyes, his entire body was now completely covered by holy power, to the point where his whole person was invisible, making her pale. He still doesn't understand what's going on and asks, huh? What's wrong? She couldn't believe it. You mean you can't use both mana and holy power? I haven't tried using holy power yet, Ariel quickly asked. Do you want to try? The ceremony is over already. Day noticed Ariel's stained dress. What's wrong with her clothes? She awkwardly smiled and replied, I felt a strong divine power, so I came here in a hurry. Hearing that, he reached out to Niam to clean her. Immediately, the dress looked as good as new. Jay was surprised at himself. It seems I can still use mana normally, Ariel sighed. Thank goodness. Then she muttered to herself, I can use mana in the air, so why can't I use holy power? Ariel smiled brightly and said, It's a pity you can't use holy power, but so what? You're still the chosen one by God and a wonderful mage. If anyone dares to spread false rumors, just teach them a lesson with your magic. Also, it seems that thanks to the holy power, the surrounding air is really pleasant, and it has a nice scent too. Ariel leaned in to sniff, making Day curious. What does that fragrant smell mean? She was captivated by the scent, a warm aroma that made anyone want to get closer to him. This thought helped Day make a decision in his heart. I think I should keep my distance from others until I can control my holy power. Just then, a loud voice called out, Saint Day, we have come to congratulate you on passing the ritual, Ditch clearly said. Cleis continued, Congratulations! The holy Day laughed and replied to Cleis and Z, You're here now, thank you. Z spoke up. Of course, as soon as we heard the news, we arrived immediately, Cleis added. The Holy One has worked hard. Before he could finish speaking, both of you simultaneously smelled the scent on Day. Then they both unexpectedly showed enthusiasm. Hand me the bag so I can hold it for you. Let me hold it. Do you need anything else, Your Holiness? Day is very suspicious. What's wrong with you guys? Stay back, he shouted in fear. Stop. Go somewhere else. I want to go home. The tail behind keeps making me helpless. Why are you following me? Z naturally replied. As a member of the 3 clans, I must always be by your side at all times. Instead of being moved, you're even more cautious, which is suspicious. That night, at the mansion, the library sighed and said, Too many. Maybe this will be useful for the current situation. One of the books and documents was placed on the table. Before becoming the Saint King, I promised myself to make the holy nation the greatest country. Now that I have officially become a saint, it's time to fulfill that promise, starting with a thorough understanding of the city's history and climate. Even agriculture and commerce must trace back to their origins. To understand all of that, I need to read everything here. The bespectacled man immerses himself in knowledge. His heart is full of determination to make the holy nation the greatest country, and he must establish a new system. Thinking and acting, Day gathered all the nobles of the holy nation when the sun rose high. Most of the assembled nobles criticized the empire for facing issues that made it unworthy, and in response to those words, Jay suggested some adjustments in agriculture, commerce, and industry. Among those proposals, the Milpa system for developing agriculture received widespread praise from the nobles and was the first issue to be approved for modification. Mill is an ancient farming system of the ancient Mexicans. The Count was the first to speak in the meeting. "Excuse me, Your Holiness, what do you mean by using priests as mercenaries in these terms?" Day replied with a smile. "It's just a figure of speech. I mean to make the most of our priest resources to minimize the number of mercenaries we need to hire." His heart sounded the alarm bell. "It's coming." The next to speak was Haru. "So you want to send the priests to the battlefield?" Day confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Countess Rain said again, "In that case, the sacrifice of the priest will lead to the fall of our nation. Above all, the number of people wanting to become priests will also decrease. Of course, the priests will stay behind the front lines as long as the battlefield remains stable. I can minimize the number of casualties among the priests." The Count still stood up, saying that even in that case, the battlefield is still the battlefield. Har agrees as well. Count says he's right, not to mention if they are attacked from both flanks. Day calmly explains that we know the battlefield is not a safe or ideal place, and it's best if the priests return safely after fighting. "I won't force them to join the battle without a clear plan. I intend to send the cavalry to accompany them to the battlefield. With a cavalry unit accompanying them, the priest's safety can be ensured. But using priests as mercenaries is just a backup tactic. Even if they don't fight on the front lines, they can still boost the soldiers' morale." Seeing firsthand the casualties and sacrifices on the brutal battlefield will surely be an extremely valuable experience for the priests. Count Ren is determined to discuss this thoroughly. "I agree that priests are an essential force in battle, but aren't there plenty of other options if we need money or prestige?" Day crossed his arms and said, "Using priests as mercenaries isn't just about money and fame. In fact, those benefits are just a bonus. What we truly seek is support from other empires." He finds it hard to understand why they keep insisting on support from other empires. Day begins to explain, standing from the perspective of a kingdom in need of the Holy Nation's aid, saying they can't do anything that would put us in danger. "And since we only lend them our fighting force, we can demand compensation if our troops sent there suffer casualties." The Count somewhat agrees but still has doubts. "That's true. We would have more control if we lent soldiers to other countries, but even so, isn't that too risky?" At this moment, someone stepped forward and suggested using the lives of the priests as collateral, and I think that's a good idea. Ariel smiled and raised her hand, agreeing with the Holy Lord's idea. Her appearance surprised everyone. "Saintess, earlier you and Day discussed strategies together." She looks over the analysis plan. "It must be said that although the ideas proposed by the Holy Lord are very good, there will definitely be certain risks if we actually use priests as mercenaries." Dee then asked, "So is there any way I can gain the trust of the nobles?" Ariel dismissively replied, "It's nothing special. I just need to help you." She placed her hand on the table and said, "We don't need to gain the trust of the nobility. I just need to get past it." Ariel burst out laughing and offered a price. "Cheap as dirt, I take it." You say, "Oh, the most beautiful girl in the empire. Lady Ariel, just help me out." With a judgmental tone, she appeared and truly helped, making him secretly admire her. Ariel's influence is truly impressive. It's no exaggeration to say that the entire aristocracy of this country stands behind her. So, if Ariel sides with us this time, even if it's a bit underhanded, it's the best way now. I have no other options. He looked at the group of announcers and said, "All right, then consider this matter settled. If anyone has any ideas to promote the development of the Holy Nation, feel free to share with me. Some nobles are truly convinced by you." I think his ideas are quite good. I agree with His Holiness. So the Holy Nation gradually completed everything according to plan. To anticipate the difficulty of reforming the farming system, we first tested it in a small territory, and the public also did not oppose using priests as tax collectors. After receiving positive feedback from the bishops themselves, many kingdoms later requested the bishop forces to provide aid, and thus the Holy Nation gained a significant source of income, boosting investments in agricultural and commercial improvements, leading to the nation's continued development. Day took a deep breath, placing his hands on the windowsill and looking outside, thinking that to ensure each area's reform proceeds smoothly, he needs to find suitable specialists for each field. This will be tough. I need to take some time to think about this. At the Holy Kingdom's library, the librarian yawned repeatedly as a girl approached to chat, looking quite exhausted. The librarian eagerly stood up. "Lord A, you're back?" She replied, "Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it?" "Just sit down. It's been 3 months already, hasn't it?" "Yes, I guess that's about right." A looked around and wondered why the library was so crowded today. It's usually not this busy. The librarian quietly mentioned that the saint has been coming here frequently for a few days, she repeated in surprise. Duke Tyne. The librarian pointed to Day, who was focused on reading, and said, "They must be completely captivated by your handsome face, huh?" Then EA went over and pulled out a chair opposite Day. She sat down and asked, "Are you the saint?" He admitted and asked, "What is it?" and thought, "Who is this?" "Why are you looking at the books I've read before, silently judging, since they are all related to medicine? So I guess you use them to start a conversation. Are you reading these books?" He asked again coldly, "What do you need?" She picks up a book and points to him. If you've read through all of these, you must understand most of it, right? Of course, to some extent, she raised the topic. So, can you tell me how to treat a sword wound if struck by a blade? Day lowered his glasses and replied, using holy light to prevent necrosis and then healing normally. Lei asked, exactly, but do you agree with that? He straightforwardly replied, no. Her answer made her curious and asked further, so how do you plan to treat the patient? Day, based on your idea, I will remove the rotten meat around it. Ai looks confused. Remove it? Why? He explains that although people think being cut by a lightning-fast sword is like being poisoned, we can't be 100% sure that the consequences are the same as poisoning. If a lightning sword strikes the skin, it's not that you get poisoned, but that the wound itself and the surrounding cells are damaged. In that case, simply stopping the bleeding with holy light and treating it normally won't fully heal it.
It's better to cut away the damaged flesh around the wound and then treat it according to the proper procedure. You mentioned a boy, but AA is questioning whether you chose the most appropriate term.
So then, what exactly are the cells you mentioned? My heart is panicking. I forgot what the concept of cells even means in this world. Without waiting for your answer, she continued, even though the cells you mentioned can't be healed with holy light, isn't removing the rotten part in the middle too cruel? This opinion also has some agreement. You're not wrong, but that's the best way. Hearing that, he leaned back in his chair and concluded that as long as the patient can be cured, the method doesn't matter, right? Day quickly objected, saying, that's not what I meant. Suddenly, she slammed the table, stood up, and interrupted. I fully understand your intention. Please allow me to invite you to the library, where we can surely discuss this matter more deeply. Sorry for not introducing myself. My name is the leader of the conservative pastors, and that name left her stunned. Huh? He thought to himself in disbelief. EA is the leader of the conservative pastors. Oh, is this person the head pastor? This is probably the first time we've officially met, but I've heard many stories about you. Lai smiled warmly. If you have any questions about the types of medicine, feel free to ask, but I wonder why a saint like you is studying a field that has no effect. Day looked at the pile of books in front of her and said, even if you say that, why are you studying medicine? I thought you said it was useless. You say you're studying? Gently pushing his hair aside to reveal his other eye. I had hoped it could help improve my eye, but he didn't seem surprised at all. That's it, he asked softly. You were born like that? She was also quite surprised by his reaction. He silently thought that he wasn't surprised after seeing it, but on the outside he smiled and said, yes, that's right, I've been like this since I was born. Day continued to ask, can't you see anything with that eye? Do you feel any pain? I don't feel any, but I'm not blind either. He hesitated a bit. Will I be okay? If you'll let me take a quick look, I won't hesitate to agree. It's fine, go ahead. He stepped closer to observe. Oh, this is cataracts. She asked back what a cataract was, but he didn't answer right away and continued to probe further. I'm not entirely sure, but what about at night? Can your eyes see in the dark? Mine do seem to see a bit better in the early evening. Then it must be cataracts. If you'd like, I can explain more about this condition. Day was speaking while writing on the blackboard in the room. Please look this way. What I am drawing is a normal human eye. This is the pupil, and here is the lens. When we look at something, the lens focuses light to make the object clearer in our eyes. However, in her case, the lens is cloudy, and the condition that causes the lens to become cloudy is called cataracts. Eli gently touches her own eye. What if it's that disease? Why can't I heal it? If it's just an illness, isn't it supposed to be treatable with medicine? It could also be because she was born that way. What can I do when even holy magic cannot heal it? Jai whispered, explaining that holy magic is used to heal damaged parts of the body. But what if her body doesn't recognize that as a wound? That could explain why it can't be healed by magic. So is it wrong that I can't see with the naked eye? He replied, that's only for normal people. Since she was born like that, her body doesn't recognize there's a problem. Anyway, she needs to perform the procedure on her eye to be able to cure this disease. How do you do it? Date said with a calm expression. How about it? We need to cut deep into her eye. Hearing that, she jumped in surprise and shouted, when you say cut, you mean my eyes, but that's only part of the treatment process. We need to remove the cloudy part from her eyes and find a different replacement for her eyes. He frowned, thinking to himself, even if it seems feasible to cut out the cloudy part, in this world there are no artificial lenses, and even after we cure her, it will be useless if she remains blind. Standing to the side, watching his contemplative expression, she gently smiled and said, don't worry, there's no need to be concerned about a chronic illness. I'm sure I will find a cure soon. He looked stunned. If I can't cure this, even in another world, I won't be able to treat cataracts? Alay spoke confidently. Don't worry, I am sure I can cure you. She laughed out loud when she heard that. You're really funny. All right, then, go ahead. I want to show you a place. We both go to another room filled with various equipment and chemicals. This is my research lab. This is the research lab that the Holy Nation built for me to study medicine. Feel free to use it whenever you want. Really? That's right. I'm also very lonely here. This is the least I can do to help someone in the same field. Day smiled excitedly. Thank you very much. And then Day started researching at the headquarters, 1 month later. Let's see. This is Giant's blood. He took out a small tube and slowly poured it onto the glass dish below. After reacting with the air for a short while, its properties became very liquid, but it started to harden while I was still talking. It becomes as hard as jelly. Yes, the blood samples from different monsters have different properties. If we can make use of it, we might make some progress. That's right, Day whispered, but isn't it impossible to mix the blood of different species? Yes, their bodies have different conditions, so they could die instantly. Ah, there is a special case unlike the others. Because OS have an extremely good ability to adapt, it seems fine to mix their blood with that of other species. Hearing her say that, he wondered to himself, with such excellent adaptability, is there a way I could observe it? The scene shifts to late afternoon, in the forest behind the Grand Palace, where Day is focused on gathering useful herbs and plants. After feeling he had gathered enough, he slowly stood up, took a breath, and said, "That's enough for today." At that moment, he noticed a rustling sound and a shadow nearby. What's going on? Both of them are knocked out. Maybe they just fought. He quickly notices the grimacing, painful expression on the orc's face. Huh? Is that guy still alive? It looks like he's in shock from bleeding too much. It seems he fought a much bigger giant than him. Surprisingly, that guy is still alive. Then he glanced at the giant lying sprawled on the ground, recalling the words he had said earlier. Unlike other species, OS can adapt extremely well, so it seems okay to mix their blood with that of other creatures. He smiled and rummaged through his bag. This is the perfect chance to test it. Seize this opportunity. Immediately afterward, the orc suddenly let out a cry and looked around in confusion, then was startled when it saw the giant beside it. Tears welled up in its eyes as it looked at Day standing in front of it. Seeing this, he asked, "Are you awake now?" The orc panically shouted. He immediately stopped him. "Stay still, don't move." Day quickly used magic to bind its hands and feet. "Calm down. I don't mean to kill you. I'm saving you. You've lost too much blood, so I transfused giant's blood into you. I'm in a hurry. I haven't finished with you yet." He suddenly notices the white liquid oozing from the orc's wound. Huh? What is this? Blood? But why is it so clear like this? Slowly, it becomes transparent. A smile spreads perfectly as I realize I can do it. The scene shows a vibrant golden sunset covering the dense forest. This must be the place Bao was told to go. Day walked and thought that after transfusing the blood of the monster into the ORC monster, its color became clearer. I didn't expect mixing blood from two different monsters would produce such a perfect result. If I focus my research, I might be able to create the artifact lens. That way, EYA's cataracts could be cured. Now I need to gather more blood from K-Chow and ORC. Before, you asked where we should go if we want to research the ORC and Cho species. The ORC monsters and Cho-A. She softly clicked her tongue and said there is a small abandoned village called Gaeheo near the outskirts of that castle. I heard that the surrounding forests are often filled with groups of ORC and Cho monsters. So, without hesitation, I quickly headed to that village. Just as they said, this village has been completely abandoned. Everything here is very dilapidated and old. He feels a bit scared looking around because it's already evening and everything looks even more frightening. It turns out this pile of debris used to be a small village. I thought she was exaggerating, but it turns out it really has been abandoned. Suddenly, he notices something. It turns out that in the corner of the wall, two children are sitting leaning against each other. Were those two kids also abandoned? Day wondered to himself. Immediately, one of the children quickly recognized his presence. Day also didn't avoid them and slowly approached. "Hello? Do you want to eat this?" He takes a piece of dried meat out of his pocket. "Take it." "It's okay, it's not poisonous or anything." Although the girl was still very cautious, she still reached out to accept it. Day smiled and thought at least they trusted her. The only thing she could do to help the children was give them food and this. He continued rummaging through his bag and then took out a small pouch. The girl opened it, revealing shining gold and silver coins inside. Day softly said, "Take that and go to Salonia. This money is enough for both of you to find a place to rest and buy food." The girl looked at him in confusion and asked, "But why did you do that to someone you've never met before?" He chuckled and replied, "Just like that, no reason at all." "There really is no reason for it." The girl frowned, unable to understand his actions, but they still took the items and stood up to leave. Day didn't linger there either and continued exploring around the village inside. Who would have thought that just leaving the city he would encounter such a scene? The current law can't help you now. I need to investigate that child further. One day I will bring prosperity back to this place so I can build the best version for the holy nation. The scene shifts to the next morning, with warm rays of sunlight filtering through this dense, wild forest. Day has been walking alone all night. Finally, he found a fairly large cave there and slowly entered inside. Is this a monster's den? Inside, a monster is peacefully sleeping, and Day reminds himself to be careful and not let them wake up. He carefully approached it step by step. Then, he took the syringe out of his pocket and apologized for sneaking in here. "I just need a little blood. Once I'm done, I'll continue on to the orc's residence." Hey, when they hear your voice, they all turn to look. "I came to ask you for a favor." The orcs immediately look furious and rush straight at him. Day forces a smile and asks, "Do you not want to listen to me?" He quickly casts a binding spell and catches them. Day looked at the restrained orc and suddenly realized, wait a minute, is that you? Do you remember me? I saved you when you were on the brink of death, right? Calm down and listen to me. He smiled and pointed at the pile of animal corpses beside him. I only asked for one thing, and I will reward you if you agree to help me. Everything was smoothly resolved, and Day, holding the blood-filled test tube, said, Thanks to the orcs, I was able to succeed. First, let's go back and organize everything. At that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded. Huh? You are the girl I helped last night, tears welling up as you point ahead. What's going on? Is something happening over there? On the other side, the girl is being beaten and slammed against the wall. A huge thug holding the money bag in his hand sneers threateningly. Have you seen the consequences of refusing free drinks and choosing to drink punishment instead? The girl said sharply. Give it back. What? Give me back my money. Little girl widened her eyes and looked at them, and the thugs, sensing the murderous aura from him, frowned slightly. This dog. What did you just say? They raised their big sticks high. Do you dare to argue with me? Stop! Luckily, the wire arrived just in time to hold them back. The thug shouted, Who are you? But he didn't answer and asked, What are you doing? He quickly snatched the stick. Who are you? He silently observes for a moment. Has he already taken the money? Not stopping there, the gang immediately surrounds him. It seems you come from a wealthy family, but someone like you wouldn't come here alone. Let me teach you a lesson. How can he knock out that guy with just one hit? He asked sternly. Shall we continue? Do you think everything will go according to your wishes? But they still didn't give up and kept attacking. A few seconds later, everyone was sprawled on the ground, dust flying everywhere. The girl hurried over to hug her sister tightly, gently asking beside her, Are you okay? I'm sorry this happened. Let's go. I'll take you to a better place to rest. I'm sorry, but that's not allowed. We can't allow children of unknown origins to stay here. Day pointed at the two children and said, Even if this place is inhabited by saints, surely a place this big can accommodate these two kids. I'm sorry, but that's how the rules are here, he sighed softly. I don't know what strict rules there are, but don't worry. I'll definitely find a place for the two kids. Next, the two children looked around in confusion at the scene before them. So, what now? This place should be okay, right? In front of them is a 2-story wooden house with quite a spacious area. This is where the two of you will stay from now on. I just bought this house. I forgot to ask what your names are, Day asked softly. Now, I just remember I'd never asked for your names. The girl softly replied, We don't have names. No name? Then let's see. A name. I already have one, all right. So what now? Why not call me Chris and your sister would be Mary, right? Those are very meaningful names from your hometown. The two kids looked at him with wide eyes and he felt a bit embarrassed. Does it sound bad? You don't like it? No, that's not it at all. The little girl couldn't hold back her tears. I don't know what else to say. I'm very grateful to you. You looked at us with such compassionate eyes. Both children said in unison, Thank you. The scene shifts to Dang's laboratory, where he is focused on tinkering with something. A softly called, Day, are you still working on that? What are you trying to do? He was still focused on his work and replied when he heard the sound, Yes, just wait. I'm doing all this for you. I finally finished and used magic and many other things to forge a bright emerald green eye. You say you're doing this for me, so are you still trying to cure my eyes? Are you serious about that idea? Of course, he smiled and said, I finally found a way to help you. Look at this, he takes out a test tube. These are the ingredients that can cure her eyes. Clay was still stunned. Can that really cure my eyes? What exactly is it? Where did you get it from? This is Chow's blood. Chow's blood? How are you so sure it will work? I slowly responded to each question. I mixed it with the ORC's blood. As you said, orcs can adapt to anything unlike other species. I suppose discovering this was just a coincidence. When an ORC's body can accept different types of blood, the blood is purified during the process. Therefore, by introducing blood into an ORC's body, we can create a clean type of blood that contains only what can be modified. So you're saying that blood can cure my eyes. That's right. However, I need you to trust me. I is still doubtful about this. Do I have to trust you? Day smiled softly, as we will need to insert it into her eye to cure the blindness. She was stunned and gasped in surprise. What? Are you saying I need to have cataract surgery and then inject that blood into my eye? Are you really serious? But he still confidently said, basically, we will cut out the damaged retina and then insert this to replace the removed part. He looked at her thoughtful expression and thought she needed to think it over, which was right. She had never imagined that such a process could exist. He pursed his lips, thought for a moment, then suddenly leaned forward, causing her to panic and shout, What are you doing? Do you know what it means for a saint to bow his head? I understand why you hesitate. It sounds impossible and like it can't be done. That's why I want you to trust me this time. I will take responsibility for her eyes and do my best to heal them. Lei never expected him to be this serious. I can feel the sincerity in every word this kid is saying. His genuine intention to heal and kindness that I can sense from the bottom of my heart. I think this is truly crazy. She smiled and said, All right, let's do it. After all, I can't use this eye anymore. If there is even a small chance, I will seize it. Then EA completely entrusted herself to Day. She lies still on the surgical bed while Day stands beside, fully dressed in protective gear to ensure hygiene and safety. Now she uses mana to keep her eyelids open. And after cutting the retina, I will remove the damaged part and then replace it with an artificial retina to take its place. Although this step isn't too difficult, without the proper supporting equipment, it can be quite challenging. I have to do everything by hand. Day was extremely focused on doing each thing step by step. But who am I? It's Bi Sung, the hand of God. After a while, Lei finally woke up from her coma. She softly called out, her eyes slowly opening. Hearing the sound, he gently asked, "Ellie, are you awake?" Lei looked around in confusion, then sat up, unable to believe her eyes. She could see clearly with both eyes, able to see the sunlight streaming into this brightly lit room. I couldn't hold back tears, and Day standing nearby smiled softly, asking, "How do you feel?" "Can you see clearly now? How is it?" "I still feel like everything is happening in a dream." "Yes, I can see everything clearly. Please tell me this is not a dream." Hearing that, he gently looked on.
They both watch the early morning sunlight and the white doves flying outside, while at the temple, Hua rushes in to deliver the news.
"My Lady Saint, there is an urgent matter. A large force is approaching the border, and they are clearly heading toward the temple." Ariel raised an eyebrow and asked again, "What are you talking about?" "A military force is coming here. Where are they coming from, and how far are they from us?" "That's the latest information I received, so I don't know the details, but it seems they don't come from any specific country. The force is led by a soul summoner and an army of corpses." The scene shifts to the edge of the forest near the city. The sky now overcast, a bright blue-purple light illuminating the area, with continuous footsteps echoing, causing the plants and grass to wither wherever they go. This dark aura is spreading throughout the vast forest. Just as Har said, a soul master is leading that army of corpses, and each of them looks incredibly formidable and arrogant. "Everyone pay attention. Tomorrow will finally be the day to start the holy war. Are you ready?" "Ready." The flags flutter gently in the wind, accompanied by passionate shouts, with the knights leading the charge and the guards and swordsmen defending from behind. Many lives are at stake, so be prepared for the battle. Then the guards and knights disperse into small groups to talk. I still can't believe we have to face those zombies. Noticing the dazed expression of the young guard beside him, he asked, "Hey, what are you looking at?" "Ah, in times like these, I usually think about my family. Instead of praying, I often remember my family like that. I should have visited them before heading to the battlefield. I think so too. Prayer is the last thing I consider." "I overheard this from the officers, but it seems a new saint will join us in this battle." "Really? Are you talking about the one who can control the stars? Still, it takes 4 days to get here from Salona." "That's right. The question is whether we can hold out until the new saint arrives here." Both of them, wealthy and worried, look up at the clear blue sky. "Please pray to God for us." The scene shifts to the sky now in the late afternoon. At the cathedral, Ariel frowned and sighed repeatedly. She whispered, "The Pope has ordered the new saint to advance to the border." Yes, the order was given directly by the Pope himself. She thought to herself, realizing we are facing a force so powerful that even the Pope had to summon the new saint to join the fight. "Do we have reinforcements from neighboring countries?" Hera quickly replied, "We have sent requests for aid, but it seems it will take 4 or maybe 5 days for them to reach the battlefield. In that case, who will accompany the new saint?" Har gently frowned and said the third knight, along with the holy altar and the royal guard, they are all on their way to the border. Ariel was stunned and couldn't believe it. "Don't tell me that's the entire force on their side." He just silently looked at her without replying. Ariel was now completely furious. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Is the Pope crazy?" "My opponent is a necromancer from the ancient magic era. I bet he knows that's not enough to fight them." In the ancient era of magic, magic was a subject of great interest and research, and the entire continent flourished due to the development of magic. However, the forces that worshipped arcane arts brought about the downfall of that age. And the key factor in that collapse was the King of Death. The Soul Summoner, he has been resurrected. Hera whispered, "We are not only facing foreign forces, but also have to watch out for the seeds of civil war, so we can't send more troops to the front." Ariel looked at him coldly, and because of that, the border is considered lost, which is why the Pope, she clenched her teeth and thought, how dare that Pope treat the representative of God as a sacrificial pawn? At this moment, the door suddenly swung open and a panicked voice rang out. "Holy Maiden, we have received a warning that the enemy has approached earlier than expected from the southern mountains." "The holy war has already begun." Saintess Ariel clenched her teeth softly upon hearing that. The Saintess Ariel ignored it and ran straight outside. "I can't waste any more time like this." The scene shifts as dawn breaks, and the bugle sounds immediately ring out. All the guards and knights are ready to fight the zombie army. The enemies are approaching. The battlefield erupts as everyone simultaneously fires arrows into the forest. The zombie horde rushes forward, immediately attacking everything in sight, while fully armed knights charge to fight them with swords. On the city wall, the mages quickly chant their blessing spells. "Lord, have mercy and grant us the strength to stand firm against the enemy's spears, so we can resist with your blessing." Immediately after, a bright light burst out, enveloping the knights' bodies. "That's great. I can feel the power flowing through me. This makes everything easier. Maybe we can finish this before the reinforcements arrive." The commander sternly warns, "Stay alert. Not all of our enemies are weak. The strongest ones are only arriving now." As expected, within seconds, the white spirits burst out from the zombies' armor. "They're here. Move forward. They also have zombie swordsmen." Everyone was about to retreat and regroup when a spirit suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the way. Immediately after, a scream of agony echoed out and blood splattered everywhere. The others saw this and all ran away quickly, but it was too late. They were continuously slaughtered by the zombies and spirits. In an instant, everything was covered in the smell of fresh blood and screams as the soul summoner leader calmly watched from the side. He chuckled happily. This is great to see humans torn apart like this. Come on, my zombies, don't leave a single one alive.
The knights quickly realized, Commander, something is happening. The enemy is getting stronger. Fall back and wait for reinforcements. The commander gritted his teeth and thought, Oh Lord, have you abandoned us?
At this moment, someone stammered to warn. Commander, watch out behind you. Behind him was a giant zombie holding a club, ready to swing. Before he could make sense of everything, a blue light suddenly appeared. The commander looked back in confusion, frowning at the bloody scene unfolding before him, and wondered if it could really be true. Because it really was, hit hard. Day quickly rushed forward.
You just moved while recalling what happened earlier, so you want me to go to the border.
In this urgent situation, the Pope has no other choice. According to reports from the border, it seems to be a suicide mission. With that, we will face a soul summoner and encounter internal conflicts. Even if we protect the border, there's little we can do if we fall into internal disputes. It's very complicated. After hearing this, Jay told them, Relay to the Pope, I will go and defend the border. Right now, he is on a blood-soaked battlefield, and everyone is in awe at his appearance. Your Holiness, why are you here? The royal guards will protect the Holy Army. Thank you, Your Majesty. The commander and the priest both frowned and responded that if they split the troops to treat the wounded, they wouldn't have enough forces to stop the zombie army. That's right, we should wait for reinforcements, he asked quietly. It seems like I'm in a bad situation. Huh? What is this? They quickly realized that the nearby zombies have melted away.
Is it because of the Holy Saint's power? I knew it. This is the Holy Saint.
Day frowned slightly, takes a deep breath, and silently thinks that becoming a saint and dying seems to be part of the duty of a holy saint. Just then, a loud scream echoes, and he quickly looks behind. Then a stream of golden light appears, destroying the skeletons. Day saw the zombies coming closer and closer, even though he had used holy power to deal with most of them. There were too many, so he decided to take care of them a bit. Fireball. The blazing flames shot forward, burning them all. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs, and right in the center, the soul summoner creates a protective shield to defend himself from the blast. Doubtful, I asked him, You seem to be a soul summoner, right? He was extremely panicked inside. What is going on? He can't use magic since he's a saint. This isn't the time to hesitate. I can't let my guard down. The soul summoner begins to chant, resist the call of hell and return from the dead. Deep remorse will even make death kneel. The resurrected him summoned a group of bone sword knights. The commander shouted loudly, There are many death knights, but you still remain so calm. He whispers a healing chant, and a surge of blue energy surrounds the death knights, causing them all to fall. The soul summoner witnesses this scene and is left completely stunned. My ghost knight, he shouted in panic. You can't stop me, Bone Spear! But in an instant, Day used destruction to block his attack and seized him, quickly binding his limbs with chains. The necromancer was so shocked his eyes widened in disbelief. This incredible power, this person must be a saint, an impossible saint. Could he be an angel or a god? At this moment, a sudden punch directly hits his head, driven by a priest overwhelmed with anger and bitterness. You bastard, because of you, Jerenia, the pride of the Holy Knights was destroyed, and you will face the consequences. I understand that even the dead soldiers have become zombies. Those zombies were once members of someone's family, children, friends, or lovers. The least I can do is let them rest in peace. That's why I offered my final farewell. Healing spreads widely as a gentle blue light shines down from above, and the soldiers and priests who had become zombies gradually dissolve, merging into that soft glow. Then the rain slowly fell, gradually extinguishing the raging flames. The rain grew heavier and heavier, as if wanting to wash everything away. The guards, swordsmen, and priests all couldn't hold back their tears and sobbed loudly. Day pressed his lips together, wondering if he could have saved them if he had been faster. Calm down, before thinking about that, I need to deal with him first. He looked over at the soul summoner chained up there. He asked in a low voice, Do you talk so much after spending your whole life with corpses? Are you afraid of reuniting with them? But he burst into a wild laugh, too scared of being laughed at. This border is not the end. Now we should conquer Salonia. Why didn't you surrender? Day frowned and ordered the commander. Take him back to the Holy Nation. I need to return. I thought so. The insurgent force is within. I have to act quickly. At the same time, in a small town, continuous screams echoed as the skeletons invaded the residents' homes. They ran in fear everywhere. Help me! At this moment, a sword slash cut through the air, destroying one of the skeletons. Oh, that's impressive. As expected of a swordsman, don't mess around. PH smiles and looks around, very serious. I wonder where my saintess is right now as white smoke continuously rises into the night sky over the town. The skeleton horde is marching in, emitting a powerful dark aura that makes everyone feel suffocated. The swordsmen urgently shout, The enemy is coming! Everyone retreat now! Ariel quickly used the holy sword to destroy them. She furrowed her brow, thinking that no matter how many times she kills them, they keep coming endlessly. They are not just zombies anymore. Now they are like an aimless army. The other swordsmen are also fighting tirelessly, but the odds are heavily against them. Now the options available are also gradually running out. At this moment, a soft shout is heard, followed by a sharp and decisive sword strike. That single strike shattered the skeleton into pieces. Ariel was stunned by what she saw. This sword aura. Did she immediately recognize Fa and the Lord as well? Good day, Lady Saint. I apologize for this late greeting, but I hope you understand my situation. On the contrary, Fee A happily walks over. But now that I'm here, please don't worry anymore. She tightly held one of Ariel's arms and asked, "What are you doing here, Lord? And what does the Holy Saint intend to do now?" He immediately replied, "This is the Holy Saint's order." What do you mean? Rick suddenly pursed his lips in silence and then went back a little, only to be sharply flicked on the forehead. He frowned and said, "Where do you think you're going? Stay in Salonia for me. If you come with me, you'll only be a burden to me." Rich, still dizzy and faint, still strictly adhering to etiquette, replied, "The priestess did her best not to become a burden to your holiness, so please allow me to accompany you." Hearing this, Day let out a tired sigh. "Then face me. Do you claim you have enough strength not to hold me back? Then prove it to me." Reek looked straight into his eyes seriously. He nodded slightly in agreement. "I understand now, Lord." Then, as he swung his sword towards him, he thought, "I sincerely apologize, Holy Lord." But in just a moment, he easily blocked his attack. Rich was stunned, eyes wide open. "Is that Kim Fong?" He smiled and asked, "Do you understand now?" He was completely stunned, unable to believe it. No way! Even if he truly controls sword wind, to easily block my attack with such a small sword, G seriously says again, "You need to be somewhere else, that's where you should go." Returning to the present, Rich gently explains to Ariel, "I'm by his side won't help at all. That is why I was worried and came to support you, Miss Ariel." Seeing Ariel's serious expression, he softly called, "Miss Ariel?" But she didn't respond and thought to herself, "There's no way he doesn't understand the danger of a soul mage." She couldn't help but blame that fool for not understanding what kind of predicament she was in right now. Ariel had no idea that at this moment, she had already set foot back in Salonia. It's such a pity. He stood there, watching the bloody scene around him. "Here, I truly feel worried for Mary and Chris." Just then, a voice suddenly spoke up. Saint Day immediately turned around upon hearing the noise. Mary was crying and holding Chris, both of their bodies covered in fresh blood. But Chris was now lying still and unresponsive. "How is Mary?" Saint Day quickly ran towards them. "Is Mary okay? And what about Chris?" He reached out to check, but couldn't feel a pulse or any sign of life. Judging by her condition, she probably has also... St. Duke, Chris, she's been fragile since she was a child. As her older sister, I should have protected her. I pouted and told Mary that I was wrong to bring you here and that I probably caused you more pain. I'm sorry. Hearing that, the little girl quickly retorted, "That's not true. I did my best so that we could have a better living condition. It's not your fault. But if only you were stronger, would you be able to protect your sister? I want to become even stronger." The silence that followed was complete. He silently looked at the corpses around him, and upon examining the knight's body behind the two kids, it was clear these injuries were not caused by a Holy Nation warrior. Based on the nearby clues, it seems Mary was the one who killed him. "So, the girl is talented, if that's the case," he said softly. "The people hiding over there, come out now." But all he received in response was complete silence. Frowning, he looked angry. "Well now, do you dare to ignore my words like that? The two on the roof, the three hiding under the tree, one by the fountain, and another following me. You better come out now." Immediately, a group of people with their faces covered appeared. "The disloyal family of the temple humbly greets your excellency, the Holy Lord. Allow me to introduce myself as Hong Yong, one of the 7 messengers of the temple family. And in order from right to left are Hook Yong, Trong Yong, Saong, Dui, So Wai, and Hui Yong." After hearing this, they all looked stunned. "Who was so lazy to name you? Hook Yong, So Yong. Let's put that issue aside for now," he said softly with a frown. "I called everyone here for one reason only. Please take care of this child," Hong said, glancing at Mary. "That girl? Yes, this little one has a natural talent for becoming an assassin." She used her sharp eyes to observe the girl, and from her observation, it seemed the girl had even managed to survive after the enemy swept through this area. But even so, if she wanted to train this girl as an assassin, she was cut off before she could finish her sentence. "I have no intention of leading the girl down that path. I just want her to have the chance to realize her potential." "So," Yang softly said, "you mean you want us to teach her that technique?" Of course, little So Wai understood my meaning perfectly. But Hong immediately refused. "No, you can't. We were ordered to protect you 24/7. There's no time left to teach anyone else. That's right. And above all, some of us can't reveal our identities because if the information gets out, it could directly or indirectly pose a threat to you, right?" Dan frowned and thought, "Well, I knew it would be difficult, but these guys are too stubborn." He asked in a low voice, "Even if it's my order." As soon as he finished, all of them twitched suddenly. Dai couldn't help but feel surprised. "Wow, they are responding to the death order. Then I order all of you to teach and train Mary in the skills a killer needs." Even if they didn't want to, they had to obediently follow orders. "Yes, sir. Very good. All right. You also need to organize a proper funeral for that girl. Thanks to you, he softly said to Mary, who was sitting beside him in confusion. All right, Mary, now go with them and try to study hard. They are all trustworthy people. Can you do it? The little girl asked nervously. Yes, I will. But what about him? I have to go help everyone before it's too late. The holy saint gently reassures him. It's okay, it won't be long now. As the scene shifts to Aerial Blessing, she continuously uses her magic to strengthen the swordsman. Oh, what a blessing. Perhaps God is on my side. She loudly shouted, Let's march forward and seize victory right now! Next to her, she felt extremely worried for her. Are you okay, Saintess? I think you've used too much holy power already, Ariel replied softly. Yes, the journey is still long. It's okay, Fie. Can you help me with the left flank first? Of course, leave it to me. She silently thought to herself that although it was a temporary strategy, we still didn't know how many troops the enemy had left, and I couldn't keep blessing recklessly. The best thing I can do is to weaken the enemy's morale and make them retreat. After that, he's a 9th level archmage, so he probably won't die easily, right? She clenched one of her hands tightly. Just a moment, I'll be there right away. Just then, a sword suddenly shot toward Ariel. Lost in thought, she didn't notice it in time, but IEL quickly used the holy sword to block it. Immediately after, a soft laugh echoed. Nice to meet you, Saintess. Ariel immediately recognized the opponent. I didn't expect even you to be involved in this. Swordsman Master. Duke Ha-Hat smiled casually and said, Oh, it seems the Saintess doesn't care much about my greeting. Frog quickly stepped forward to shield her. Saintess, are you okay? Well, look who it is, little one. Are you finally starting to stand tall? You seem stronger than the last time we met. Rich frowned and retorted, Be quiet, you little brat. You should be ashamed for betraying the Lord. He chuckled indifferently and said, The holy nation is about to fall. You must realize that yourself, right? The holy nation is too small under our superior hands. Ariel clenched her teeth, thinking to herself, as always, This guy really gets on my nerves, but there's really no chance. Even if he makes me furious, he's still a master swordsman. When my strength is drained, I might not be able to fight him anymore, especially now that my holy power is nearly exhausted. He is one of the strongest swordsmen on the continent, and even if I charge at him, it will still be difficult to turn the tide. Immediately afterward, G-Hat quietly proposed, Saintess, why don't we take a temporary break and have the troops retreat? Ariel was confused and didn't understand. What plan does he have? Does he think highly of us? If not, then have I missed any details? Unlike Ariel's worries, the immense holy power she used truly helped them gain the upper hand and successfully lowered the enemy's morale. He is also calculating in his mind. Our troops are gradually being pushed back, and even if I am currently here, it would be very difficult to face both an advanced swordsman and the Saintess at the same time. It's better to retreat now and strengthen our forces. That's exactly what Gon was thinking. Ariel is also considering a not bad proposal at this moment. Very advantageous for our side. If we can hold out until the rescue troops arrive, then let's temporarily cease fire. Gia-Hat heard this and smiled. That was indeed a wise decision. It seems we have nothing more to say to each other then. At this moment, another voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, do you think you can just leave whenever you want? He was slightly startled when he heard the sound and looked up. The others were just as amazed. This voice couldn't be real. And don't tell me the wire was moving slowly toward them, as if this place were a market where you could come and go as you please. Saintly Lord, muttering a prayer softly. Rockstorm, Psychokinesis, it's been quite a while, hasn't it? I'm getting antsy, and if I lose control, a big fireball will be created above the sky, and your life won't be guaranteed. While the human body is only allowed to contain one type of energy, saints chosen by God convert their magic energy into holy power, so they can no longer use magic. Gia-Hat couldn't believe what he was witnessing, and wondered what on earth was happening to this kid. Day casually asked, Do you want to deny anything? I'll give you some time. That fireball is getting lower and lower. He swallowed hard and stammered, How is the battle of the representatives going? You raised an eyebrow and asked back. The representatives? Gia-Hat forced a smile and continued, I think this will be a beneficial deal for you. If you plan to kill everyone here, I'm sure it will be a difficult problem for you in the future. But if you face me one-on-one to settle who's better, you completely don't understand what he's rambling about. What the hell? I knew you were scared of that fireball, and you're still thinking you have a chance against me one-on-one? Ditch couldn't help but interject from beside him. Saint Duke, I advise you not to listen to him. He might be manipulating your mind. I sigh loudly and say, I know it's best to eliminate you all right here, but I admit you're quite brave. Immediately cancel it, and the fireball in the sky shatters into pieces. Ditch suddenly shouts. Saint G-Hat's eyes light up as he sees this, and he smiles, thinking, does he really accept it? Is he really that stupid? Is Gia singing correctly? Hãy ta ta lặng lẽ cuối khay trong lòng, thằng nhóc này, hắn ta cố qua nhiều sở hổ, cố về như câu hỏi của ta dạy rồi. Even if he is a mage capable of summoning a meteor, it all becomes meaningless if he can't recite the spell in time. In that case, he quickly moves forward, then leaps into the air, and I will end him swiftly. But he remained as calm as before, using magic to create another sword, then blocking his attack. Gia-Hat was stunned, sword aura, and he immediately stepped back. It seems your sword still remains intact, huh? He smiled and asked, what are you planning? Or should I attack first? Jia silently thought. Summoning meteorites, using holy power, and now even creating sword energy? Where does this monster even come from? Still, he keeps rushing forward. Both sides kept attacking and blocking each other constantly. After a while, Jia suddenly realized something. Huh? Wait, this kid's swordsmanship, don't tell me he's just pretending to smile and say, I see now. Is this how you're going to do it? He jumps high, raises his sword energy, and copies my technique. Jia felt overwhelmed with panic, realizing he had made a mistake. How could he fight against such an opponent even in a one-on-one battle? Ji calmly asked, do you know why I agreed to fight you one-on-one? When it comes to people who like to toy with others' lives like you, I'm sure you won't be able to live peacefully. This time, GH couldn't predict the direction of the Than sword. Not only did he copy it, but he also turned it into his own. Is this what you call a genius? His leg has now been cut quite deeply. Jia painfully knelt down, raising his sword forward. Are you satisfied now? Maybe I should end it here, right? He forced himself to say, I lost. I surrender, so please. You show no mercy and coldly say, a duke and a master swordsman like you. How could you abandon your pride to follow orders from someone like that? You are the one who started that rebellion, aren't you? And those acts of revenge against the nobles as well. Jia seized the moment while he was speaking and tightly gripped his sword, then swung it forcefully forward. All I want is for those hidden nobles to realize that even brutal methods like this can change the holy nation. But then he easily blocked his attack. Then, suddenly, his sword aura shattered into pieces, and a different sword appeared. Jia was completely stunned, unable to understand what had just happened. As the sword disappeared, he didn't need to spend more time figuring it out. He decisively struck to finish him off and cut off his head. Wretch, standing nearby and witnessing everything from the beginning, couldn't help but be impressed. A single sword strike that couldn't be stopped. At the same time, on the other side of the wall, what are you talking about? So you're telling me that the Holy Saint, the top knight commander of the kingdom of Violon, Jimin, said in confusion, summoning thousands of fireballs to destroy an entire zombie army. Standing beside him is the #1 knight commander of the kingdom, Gmon Clen, also skeptical, having defeated the summoner and saved everyone. The second mage commander of the kingdom Philia also finds it hard to believe. Unable to believe the magic power within him, could he really be a summoner? Haruo smiled and explained, as if she had seen it herself, we are very grateful for your help, but everything has been resolved. Suddenly, someone called out, Lord Haruo, what is going on? We just received news from the Holy See. It seems they have defeated the rebel forces. Can I go ahead to Ariel's side? I still have a few things to take care of. Yes, of course we will handle the rest. She let out a small sigh of relief. It seems we have cleared out most of the areas. PH smiles brightly and praises, well done, Lord Ariel, but I wonder, based on what the saint has done, could he really be a powerful being sent down to the holy nation? Zai frowned and reminded him to watch his tone when talking about the Holy One. All right, calm down if you want to hear me talk about that Holy One. Suddenly, a blinding purple light appeared out of nowhere. Fo looked around and shouted, what's going on? Is something happening? This is magic power. But where are these things coming from? This atmosphere? It's so cold. Wretch grits his teeth as he warns. Holy Lord, be careful, that aura is growing thicker and thicker. They are gathering to form some kind of object. Uriel quickly realized that it couldn't be. That thing was a dragon bone. Today's sky is covered in a terrifying shade of red. Large and small lightning bolts kept striking down continuously. At this moment, in the sanctuary, Cleus saw the storm and quickly said, Sir, just now before she finished speaking, you interrupted. Do you feel it too? We need to leave quickly, so please handle what I asked you to do. Of course, that child Maria, I will take good care of her. Please don't worry. He glanced inside the room, so the messengers would be paying attention, so it should be fine. What? The messengers? Oh, you don't know? I will introduce you to him later. Yes, go in peace. Alia silently wondered if your message was about the scene shift at Salonia, as the long cock kept howling wildly, and any swordsman who charged was controlled by its magic and ended up killing themselves. Iriel was trying hard to use her holy power to restore the sacred shield, but her condition kept worsening. They were too many, and divine magic was useless. Saintess, we have to get away now. Before we could move, that dragon bone suddenly flew towards her. It let out a loud roar, and a terrifying wave of magic radiated out, so powerful that Iriel couldn't move and could only stand still. This is the pressure of the dragon. I can't endure it. The fear is overwhelming my body. I have to stay calm. But Fee quickly stepped forward to shield her, and Iriel widened her eyes as she realized the fear weighing down on her was gradually weakening. No, it's not weakening. It's just that their fear has helped share some of the burden with me. Ditch and Fee A both said, Saintess, don't worry. Facing fear only now when confronting a dragon, it's truly not in vain. Thank you all for helping me. Fear makes the body become paralyzed, as if it were numb. Even if only bones remain, it is still a dragon. At that moment, a sound came from behind Fee A. Could it be that a skeleton, taking advantage of her distraction, swung a sword to attack? But luckily, I managed to block and destroy it just in time. Fei A was extremely shocked by this. Reach, can you move again? Just a little. He struggles to eliminate the remaining monsters and can move, but fear prevents him from unleashing his full strength. Under the pressure of this dragon's dominance, the Saintess needs 2 protectors, so he can only buy time until the Holy Lord arrives. At least, this much he can do. Rich closed his eyes tightly, regained his composure, and continued rushing forward to honor his lord's honor. He swung his sword from one strike to another, but the monsters were too many, with one after another closing in. Unable to use his full power, he revealed a weakness, and the skeletons took the opportunity to surround him. PH shouted, "What should I do? Zai will die!" Iriel grits her teeth and thinks, "Oh, divine beings, please. No way. Even with divine power, I still can't move." Given the current situation, we can only pray for R. Immediately after, a beam of light suddenly appeared from the pile of bones, knocking them away. Jack struggled to stand up, his body now covered with various wounds. Damn. Fui Ram tears up and asks, "Z, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Don't worry." Wretch has to use his sword to keep himself standing. Since becoming a high-level swordsman, this is the first time I've felt this exhausted. But luckily, that longbone didn't move at all except spreading fear. He continued to struggle and fight, thinking to himself that it was due to difficulty moving. I am a genius swordsman, the youngest high-level swordmaster. Suddenly, a sharp claw lunged at him from behind. He swung his sword repeatedly, but his body could no longer fight back, and he was unexpectedly powerless. It would be so good if there was someone stronger than me here. At least if I were as strong as Ra had, I wouldn't be able to resist anymore in the end. He was attacked by all 3 spine monsters at once. I have no face left to meet the saint anymore. Fresh blood kept flowing down as he collapsed to the ground. I am sorry I can no longer be by your side. Suddenly, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Sai, you've worked hard. He quickly used all his healing to eliminate the remaining skeletons. Then he faced the bone dragon head on. Is it him? Damn, dragon, you're causing too much trouble. He was completely unaffected by its fear, observing with one side while casting spells with the other. My mind drifts back to old memories. When I was young, I read articles about dark magic, a great weapon that ended the era of ancient sorcery. It renders all magic below the 7th circle useless, a 1,000-year-old zombie that even a holy sword cannot cut through. He looked at the monster before him with calculations in his mind. If a powerful bone dragon appears here, it means there must be another soul master nearby. Day's eyes lit up. I can't determine their position because of the aura of the bone dragon blocking me, but I can guess that they are behind this. So I have decided that once this is over, I will come find you, he whispered a healing spell. Immediately, a pure force of energy enveloped the monster, shattering the frozen time magic. Iriel was amazed. He defeated the bone dragon with just a single healing spell. He tried to move, and now I can move too. The fear of dragons has been erased. Suddenly, the monster's eyes flashed with purple light piercing through his magic. It has officially transformed into an upgraded version. The panicked screams everywhere are because it's using its dragon breath. Wretch anxiously turned around and shouted, "Saint, get back now!" Before he could do anything, the monster shot straight ahead, causing the ground to crack and rocks to burst up. His tone remains calm as he looks at the crack in the barrier, never expecting this mana shield to be able to break. Truly a powerful weapon. He stands in front of the others, commanding the monster, "But you better not destroy this town anymore." Immediately after, the priest kept chanting spells to attack it. Heal, heal. At the final word, healing, a blinding beam of light radiates intensely around. Day looks toward the newly appeared magic gate and mutters, "Soul Summoner, I can't sense their aura. They must have run away." On this side, Iriel is desperately using magic to heal Jack. "Come on, Jack, wake up." Confusedly, she asked why she couldn't be healed with holy magic. Her face grew serious. The demonic energy in his body is rejecting the holy magic. Iriel said, "Although we might still be able to save him if we continue to channel holy energy, I don't know how much longer he can endure this." Hearing that, she immediately exclaimed with sorrow, "No, I hear a voice calling now. Iriel, wait!" She turned her head back in surprise as the holy saint took scissors to cut away the tangled clothes on Jack. His current condition is critical. Looking at his injured body, the close-up analysis of his lower abdomen shows his intestines have been torn apart. He's still alive, which is a miracle. At least his lungs are okay. Then he said with determination, "I will do my best to save him, even though we are in the worst environment to do this." Then raised both hands to cast a spell, healing the wounds, fully aware that if I want to operate on him, we can't miss this golden hour. He orders Iriel, "Stay sure there's no poison gas or evil energy nearby. Even though your soul isn't fully restored, obey my command." "I understand." Seeing him prepare for surgery, Faha was panicked. The saint interrupted to remind him. Faha Iriel didn't dare to speak up while she tried to hold back her tears and focus. This time, Day focused on healing himself without any tools or artificial parts available. In the current environment, left no choice but to quickly connect the damaged parts, even though it was not an easy task. The biggest problem is the demonic energy inside him. If that's the case, then placing your hand with the suppressive seal on his injured area is probably the only option left. Immediately after, the evil energies burst out wildly through the gaps between his fingers. He clenched his teeth and endured. Even the evil energy was a different form of demonic power. I used the beneficial magic attribute to first heal the areas with low demon energy density.
Once the damaged areas caused by demon energy shrink, I will be able to treat other parts. So I can gradually absorb the evil energy inside Z's body. The wire lifting his hand was covered with a layer of strange, angry aura. Damn it, there's too much demonic energy. What happened to him? Inside the body is cleaner than before. He looked inside, then prepared to move on to the second step. Alright, I've completed one part. I've successfully extracted all the demonic energy from the damaged area. I don't have any more time, so I will start now. He continued to recite the healing chant. Day thought to himself that he would connect the aorta to ensure the heart would function normally again, and also reconnect the damaged veins to restore blood flow. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his stomach, causing him to cry out, and he stared intently at his hand. Damn it, this pain in this aura. He looked at Jack's face again. He looks better now. You can tell by the color and surface condition of his lungs. It seems he can hold on. I know a swordsman like him will get through this. He chants a healing spell, raising his hands to glow, then begins abdominal surgery. His mind is fully focused, his intestines are all tangled. But at least there's no infection and the internal organs look okay. I can save him. Iriel stood at a distance, watching Day desperately heal Chalk, and softly called in her mind, Saint, your inner conflict is evident. Honestly, at first I didn't trust you. I even tried to stop Fia. I was still skeptical. I can't accept the methods you used to save him, but I can feel his life energy returning. Not only that, Iriel is also worried about Day, but the Saint's left hand has completely turned into black blood. Will he be okay? As time passed, after finishing the last stitch, Day said, It's done. He staggered to his feet, about to say I'm done, but then, in the next moment, his whole body collapsed. She hurriedly ran over. Saint Iriel quickly used his power to save him and purify him. However, things are more difficult than she thought. The evil energy has already seeped into his bones. I need to precisely control my holy power to purify it. Iriel's lonely figure looks extremely anxious. I can't do this alone. I wish there was someone here with medical expertise. Suddenly, someone appeared. Iriel looked at the Han group with a strange expression. Those people, and she quickly ordered her subordinates to protect the Holy Lord at Dak Yang. She asked, Are those the guards of the Holy One? Han coldly confirmed. Yes, from now on you set the requirements, and we will take the Holy One to Zalonia, hoping you will return with us to continue his treatment. Iriel, having no intention to resist, agreed. I understand. I will meet everyone at the Holy One's residence soon. But inwardly, I can't help but think that although these people are right in front of me, their presence is very frightening. Almost like seeing ghosts. She politely replied, Thank you. Now Il nodded to signal her. Fa, take care of the rest. Fa assured her confidently to comfort her. Of course, once I'm done here, I will definitely return to be by your side. Iriel's eyes showed her unmistakable worry. She softly called as the holy rope was taken to rest on the luxurious white bed, with echoes ringing in her ears in her dream. Doctor, we need to go into the operating room. What are you thinking about? The surgical assistant hands over the medical chart softly. I'm sure you can rely on the monitoring chart. But before he could finish speaking, he interrupted himself, calmly put on his green gown, and entered the operating room. Yes, the heart surgery patient has been confirmed. He just entered lost in thought for some reason, feeling a bit down, thinking about the surgery and the monitoring chart. In his dream, Rich is dressed in modern patient clothes, the wires faintly visible as he looks at him. This patient looks pretty ordinary. Then he shook his head and dismissed it. No way he could focus. Please be patient. Usually, the wire requests surgical tools, but this time it's just a confusing phrase. What, the scalpel doctor? The two assistants performing magic look at him with puzzled expressions. We just need to use magic. Immediately, Daehet Han woke up with a start and shouted loudly. When he finally regained his composure and looked out the window, he asked in amazement. This is the sound of an immediate response. Clewood Mary. She saluted seriously. You have woken up. Saint Lord. The little girl was tearful with joy. Saint, thank God you're awake. Hua ruffled Mary's hair. Thank you. Mary, the little girl said with a hint of reproach. Why did you act so recklessly? You see Clywood trying to hold back her emotions, looking worried about me, but she's covering it up with a childish excuse. I was worried I would lose my job. You're really not supposed to act so cute with me, right? Suddenly remembering something, he asked the two of them, So, Sai, where is Sig now? Mary hesitated. Then with a stern face, accused him of being involved. He not only failed to save you when you were in danger and caused you to be injured, but now he's also unconscious. Seeing you about to lose your temper, he tried to smooth things over, saying I'm fine. So there's no need to blame him. Anyway, why do the two of them always clash and can't get along with each other? The sensation in his hand startled him as he looked at it. Wait, how can I move my arm like this? That hurts a bit, although it looks a little strange. She reported that the Saintess and the head family priest healed you. He couldn't help but be surprised. Why lie? Cleus nodded in confirmation. Yes, no one in this world has healing magic comparable to you. You, then she hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell you. Even though it's unfortunate I have to share this news, but there are some things I need you to see. Day wondered, there are some things we need to check. What is that? Cleus replied. It's downstairs in the basement. If you want to see it, follow me. The two of them left the room and headed into the dark dungeon, and at the moment she lifted the cloth, the wire froze in place as she explained the presence of that item.
It seems one of your messengers brought it back with him. He muttered, I can feel Kot Long's heart from the energy emanating from it. Cleos explained that although they wrapped it with the sacred holy light cloth, they still couldn't block all the evil energy emanating from it. According to the records, this heart was left at the place where the bone dragon was defeated. He turned back and asked, So what is the reason you showed me this? She explained, You were assigned to bring it to the lecture hall. The lecture hall. Don't tell me they want me to explain how I killed Kot Long. She definitely confirms it. Yes, it seems some nobles don't believe what you said. The Pope has ordered you to come and give a direct explanation of what has happened. A sardonic smile rose in Day's heart. I have captured the Soul Summoner, driven out the rebels, and even defeated the Kot Long. And now they want me to act like a diplomatic envoy? What is the Pope doing? Finally, he gave the order. Cleos took it and followed me. She obediently obeyed. Yes, Your Holiness. Her mind troubled. I find it hard to keep up with so many things happening at once. Transition to a lecture hall where almost everyone is already present. The murmurs of excitement spread as he personally defeated a Soul Summoner. This must be a lie. It seems like a play he's putting on. Someone stepped forward and whispered into her ear. She replied softly, Really? All right. Then, the Archbishop stepped onto the podium in front of everyone and spoke. Everyone, please remain calm. I am sure there are many answers you want to hear. Someone interrupted and asked, No, Archbishop, do you really think this is possible? Not only did she defeat the core dragon, but there are also rumors that she has mastered Ma'ana. The person who just spoke is the Kingdom of Vibon, 3 counts. Lai calmly replied, We also do not know the exact details of what happened. Only God knows the truth. The old man immediately looked angry and questioned, Isn't the role of the Holy Nation to uncover this and explain it to the representatives of other kingdoms? At that moment, the door swung open, and the person involved in the matter appeared. Now I am sure everyone is curious. Hang stepped forward and declared, Ask your questions, I will answer. Then I would like to ask a question. It's an honor to meet you. Holy Lord, I am Marquis Philia from the GMON Kingdom. I hear that you used magic to defeat the Soul Summoner and the Bone Dragon yourself. Is that true? He answered correctly on the key point. Yes. She was stunned. That was his reply. The pile driver orders. Now, the next sentence, someone else has an opinion. Your Holiness, what we need now is proof. He introduced himself as Gregory from the Regent Empire. It is an honor to meet you, the woman beside her continued. I am Selena from the Res Regent Empire. Your presence is an honor for us, Your Holiness. Hearing that question, he sneered at the evidence Gregory presented. Yes, we are here to help prevent any further threats to the Holy Nation and the continent. The recent events pose danger not only to the Holy Nation, but also to the entire continent. Don't you think we deserve proper evidence to be sure we can leave this territory in peace? She also interjected. Although I am sure that capturing the Soul Summoner is enough evidence, Selena's teasing manner is deliberately twisting him. That alone isn't enough to prove you personally captured the Soul Summoner. Lei glanced with a secret smile, assessing Regent's deadly sword and the youngest princess of the 6 realms. It seems that some major characters have started to act. In other words, they see the Holy Saint as a threat. They fear someone defeating the Soul Summoner and the Bone Dragon on their own, which is why they see this moment as an opportunity to decide whether to eliminate him immediately or not. She looked at him with a pleased expression. What will you do now? He just sneered mockingly and countered that foolish argument. If I have defeated the immortal alone or with others, what does that have to do with your kingdom? He still stammers, justifying his jealousy. Gathering accurate information is not only an important task for our kingdom, but also for other kingdoms. If we only trust the Holy Nation's words, it will be difficult to plan our next steps. He steps forward and repeats the phrase, evidence. The man demands proof. Not enough evidence yet? He was startled and backed away in fear. Swordwind, he's fast. So Lin, seeing that, still stubbornly asked, is this an official declaration from the Holy Nation to the Ratian Empire? He reached out and ordered, an official declaration. Interesting. Cleos, bring it to me. She walks over carrying a bundle of white cloth. Yes, Your Holiness. Day Duck removed the cloth and held the dark heart in his hand, each word like a warning to those sitting here. Is this the proof everyone needs? The heart of a dragon bone. I am sure everyone will know it's real when they see the aura emanating from it. The fool gazes blankly at that thing. This is truly the heart of a dragon bone. Just a simple answer. If you don't believe me, then try to lift it now. So Lin Tran looked at the heart being held up in front of her. But to prove he's a fraud, she grabbed it with both hands. Immediately, the heart erupted with the powerful dark energy. Her face darkened and she hesitated, unable to speak clearly. I can't breathe. This demonic energy is directly fighting back. The Holy Nation has granted her all the rights to investigate the captured summoner. He took back the heart from Selena's hand and continued, if anyone defeats it, the Holy Nation has enough strength to defeat them, even a powerful dragon bone. And this is how you show your attitude towards us? I just don't understand. Do you mind if I ask a question now? Is your behavior today an official declaration of the Resian Empire against the Holy Nation? They hugged each other in fear, not daring to make a sound, while I watched everything and smiled. In the end, they were forced to stand up and bow respectfully. Now, we conclude that this was an act of disrespect towards the Holy Nation. Gregory of the Retian Empire, sincerely apologize. Though unwilling, she still had to accept the blame. I am Selena of the Retian Empire, sincerely apologizing. Jay hands over the heart pouch to remind them. I hope you both understand that just one wrong statement from either of you could lead to conflict between us. He sighed with annoyance and emphasized again. I don't care about your title and your kingdom, but please understand that when you come here, you are representing your entire kingdom. Then he turned to look at his empty side and said, Is this enough? I am busy with my duties when I was ordered to come here, so I hope you understand that I must return now. She replied satisfactorily. Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. The argument went smoothly, making Ai very happy. She asked one last time, Does anyone still want to ask anything else now? The sun was shining brightly outside the castle, and just after escaping a headache-inducing interrogation, he suddenly wondered if he should go for a visit. Then Cleus called him back. The holy maiden began to speak in a serious tone. As a devoted servant to you, I have no objection to your showing care for us. However, within the organization, those who are not on the same level should keep their distance to ensure everyone is treated equally. The reason I bring this up is because I've noticed lately that you have been showing favoritism, and I saw you get threatened by your confidant, but I quickly denied it. No. All I am doing is checking the condition of the patient I am examining. Is that favoritism? But inwardly, I was a bit surprised, unable to believe she wanted to attract so much attention. Cleus added, And besides that, there is a long list of people wanting to meet you. Day suddenly asked, Oh, why is that? She honestly reported that after you left the court, there were rumors and questions. The one who asked a few more questions was Selena, who captured the soul summoner and defeated the Cot Long. And the saint did all of that with magic. May we ask how many circles the Holy One is at? Calmly answer each question. Right now, even the Holy Nation doesn't know what level the saint is at. However, a smug smile appeared on her lips. In the Empire, we recently estimated that he is at least at the level of 8 mana circles or higher. The statement made during the trial was based on the magic used in the baptism ceremony, and it was simply a guess. The head of the Magic Association is a 5-circle mage, and the royal magic schools of each country are only 6-circle mages. That statement left a lasting impression on those present at the trial. And Selena is one of those people. She is incredulous and amazed. It's absurd. The Saint of the Holy Nation isn't at the 5-ring level, nor is it at the human limit of 6 rings, but at 8 rings. So she proposed that the Retian Empire stay longer in the Holy Nation. We want to confirm the High Priest's statement. Obviously, this sparked a wave of curiosity. The other members also took turns sharing their opinions. So then, could the kingdom also stay here longer? The Vion Kingdom also wants to remain in the Holy Nation. Lei smiled contentedly at all of that. Anyone who wishes to stay in the Holy Nation is welcome. In his heart, he sneered. Oh, Day, you're going to be very busy soon. After hearing what was recounted, Day helplessly held his head. Although he had hoped this would happen, he didn't expect it to come so suddenly, so Cluse added in his report. The Retian Empire requests a meeting with you. If you have a preferred time to meet them, just refuse outright. Cancel all communications and orders. We will go to the Duke's residence immediately. She hesitates a bit, His Holiness's tone, like a reminder from Cleus. Even though I already said this, you shouldn't be so biased. Realizing that Cleus misunderstood me, I quickly clarified. I told you that's not how it is. The sunlight filters through the leaves, and finally the two of them get on the carriage and head to their destination. Dan looked out the window and sighed. It seems the estate is quite deep inside, almost like we're entering the elf village. Cleus asked, Have you ever been to the elf village? He smiled and replied, I once lived in an elf village before coming here. A rush of emotion. Now, as I think back, I lift my darkened hand to examine it, wondering how they are doing. The coachman turned back and announced, Madam, she told you seriously that we have arrived at the Duke's residence. Let's go! Saint Day happily replied, Okay. The carriage door opens and the two step towards the castle gate. Day stared in amazement at the vast space. This place is incredible. It reminds me of Z. Klaus followed behind and added, Z is the person who designed the exterior of the mansion, while the interior was already furnished by the previous owner, so the current owner just needed to choose. The lady attendant was already standing politely at the gate to inform. Nga is in the bedroom. Please follow me. He thanked him and then looked at Clywood. Shall we go in? Walking down the corridor, Day remembered something he still wondered about. By the way, why was ZCK transferred here? He could have rested and recovered at the Salonia Castle, she explained as she walked. When you fainted, ZK was the one who took care of you despite being exhausted. I'm a bit surprised. Zai took care of me? Cleus confirms. That's right. And besides him, she recounted Jack's angry scolding. Do you dare to touch the sacred body of the holy with those ordinary hands? Do you want to die at my hands? Cleus retorted angrily. That is what he said, and he wouldn't let me come near him. He said he couldn't stay by your side to care for you while he's so weak and has gone back here. Even though he's truly kind, I don't think it's necessary. You seem to have some deep sympathy. You must harbor a lot of resentment. The maid paused, politely gesturing to the way. Here. She didn't say it, but her expression clearly showed a few things. I don't hate him. I just don't like him. I'm not interested in him. Day thought, surrounded by the 3 great clans. No, maybe that's why there's conflict between them. My hand on the door handle, I can't delay this any longer. I have to hurry. He stepped in with a cheerful smile and asked, "Jitch, are you here?" Seeing him arrive, he immediately jumped up in surprise. Saint Day quickly shows concern. "Rest now, your body hasn't fully recovered yet." But Rick was a bit excited and immediately pulled the blanket off the bed. Can I do that while the Holy Saint is here?" he helplessly advised. "I am here to see how you are doing. I need you to lie down so I can examine you." Hearing that, he lay down on the bed and unbuttoned his shirt to reveal his bare chest. "Really? I understand now. You seem to want to get a closer look." The assistant shyly replied, "All right, thank you." Just by glancing at the wound, he was surprised. His mood immediately became excited. "So, you've recovered quite well. Your recovery is quite fast. Is it because you are a master swordsman?" He blushed shyly and replied, "It's all thanks to you for taking care of my wounds." Cleus stood to the side, looking annoyed at the scene, and sternly suggested that the Lord was still planning to show off his body to the Holy Lord forever. "I suggest you put your clothes on now," Jack immediately retorted with a mocking tone. "Why is Miss Clewood here? If you're so busy, I don't think you need to come here at all." She coldly refuses to meet his gaze and denies outright, "I was just following the Holy Lord here. You think I traveled all this way just to visit you?" Seeing you two about to argue, Day steps in to interrupt. "Please stop arguing." He crossed his arms in frustration. "Why do you two keep arguing? Do you always act like this at important moments?" Cleus immediately softened his tone and apologized to me. Wretch, on the other hand, is out of the question. He seriously raised his voice to mock her. "Yes, you are right, Your Holiness. I believe the worst kind of person in this world is someone who argues all the time. You finally revealed your purpose today. I came here to see the wound, but there's something more important." The two of them looked confused. Something more important is happening. "Order the messenger to come out." Before Jack sees the image, the voice quickly interrupts. "If you keep calling us out like that, there will be consequences." Saint Hong appeared quickly at the call.
He thought to himself that although he couldn't sense their presence, he didn't expect them to be so close. He reached for the sword beside him, warning with caution.
"Do you think this is a place where a killer like you dares to step in?" Suddenly, his sword was gently pushed back, and from nowhere, So appeared beside Tay, whispering softly, "We are not enemies. Please put away your sword." Zoe was completely caught off guard by another attacker. Although they often argued, the dangerous situation made Clues remain calm and alert, ready to strike. Even with injuries, a master swordsman like him couldn't react in time. Don't say she shouted to retreat. At that moment, Saw suddenly appeared behind her, grabbing her hand to control her. Stay calm. If they were enemies, she would have been dead long ago. Dee finally spoke to calm everyone down. "All right, let's use it again. This is probably the first time you've seen them, right? Let me introduce you to both of them. Greet each other. These people are messengers of the Temple clan." Cleus was surprised. "Those people are from the Den family." The envoy spoke. "The saint wants to know why you summoned us." Getting straight to the point. "All right, no more beating around the bush. I called you here for an important reason." Hong listens carefully and asks us to tell her everything. Everyone is fully focused. This is an order. From now on, all of you. Suddenly he paused for a moment, a slight smile on his lips. Among the two groups clearly declaring they would dine together, everyone shared the same question in their minds. "Dinner? In a different place, the atmosphere is a bit heavier. Is that shouting? Did we fail?" "Do you know how much effort I put into planning this?" the man in the green cloak retorted. "Our identities have been exposed and the soul summoner has been captured. Don't you think we should destroy the holy nation?" The red cloak wearer added, "There is a monster in the holy nation until we defeat him. We can't touch the holy nation." "You," the yellow cloak wondered. "A monster? Are you talking about the magic swordsman who defeated the skeleton dragon?" the blue cloak asked anxiously. "So what should we do now? How should we plan to fight against the magic swordsman who defeated the bone dragon?" The red voice deepened with scheming. "I think I have a holy saint plan. We will send Han to another empire." With his skill, Day quickly prepared fragrant skewers of grilled meat. He softly asked, "Why isn't anyone eating? Is it that hard to swallow?" Everyone is a bit hesitant. "Holy Saint, may I ask why you decided to organize such an event? Isn't forming teams meant to help and compensate for each other's shortcomings? Working separately like we are now isn't very effective. Of course, you all see that this doesn't mean much since you're already quite familiar with each other, but although it may not have immediate effects, everyone will see its benefits in the long run, and I will also help." Hong softly said, "If that's what you wish for, we are willing to follow." He hurriedly said, "I want this to be based on voluntary spirit, not coercion. If everyone agrees, then I'd rather leave it separate, like at the beginning." At this moment, Z said firmly and clearly, "The House of Che will also cooperate with everyone." Claes looked at him with a suspicious gaze. "This lord, doing so means you will break the family tradition. I believe you understand what I mean." But they still maintain that attitude. The Che House's mission has always been to protect the Holy Saint. I'm just making a decision to fulfill the family duty. Hong Sa and Jock both look at each other simultaneously. Hong raises his hand and makes a decision. "We will cooperate as well. The Black House's duty is to carry out the orders of the Holy Lord. Despite our duty, the Black House will also participate." Claes frowned and thought, "Oh, it seems to be going more smoothly than I thought." Now all that's left is for her to say in a serious tone, I understand, then the Belacroix house will also join. The duty of the Belacroix family is to deliver news to the Holy Saint. Our family will fulfill this mission well and always stand by him. He looked at Clewood blankly, with question marks in his head. The mission is always by your side. She quickly realized his concern, in other words, that she would marry him. Everyone immediately looked stunned, including the shoes. He felt extremely panicked, not understanding what was happening. Getting married, huh? Cut to the next morning at the Holy Palace. Surely he has heard about the pleas from the neighboring countries. What's wrong, Holy Saint? He tiredly replied, nothing. Her gaze shifted back to last night a little after hearing what Nin said and asked softly, is it a family mission? Alias chuckled faintly, saying that's why I never wanted to bring it up. But don't worry too much. Marriage is just one of the means to complete the mission. It's not necessary. Besides, I have no interest in a saint who is barely 5 years old. She used her sharp eyes to glance at Day. Now, still not back in the present, Day remembered Clewood's red eyes and couldn't help but get goosebumps inside. Thinking about the gaze she looked at him with every night, Ariel frowned, unable to understand the constantly changing expression on his face. Lord Gregory from the Regent Empire is here to visit you today. Tell him to let him in. Immediately after, Gregory nervously smiled and stepped inside. Today I have come to meet the two saints. I want to apologize for my rudeness last time we met. Please accept this as a token of my remorse. What is this, a necklace? He answered in a low voice. Sometimes a small crystal would form at the tip of Veen, but this was very rare. This earring is made from that special type of crystal. Ariel was so shocked she gaped open-mouthed. Is this Sin's tear? On the other hand, the wire is completely clueless. Whose tears are these? She raised an eyebrow and responded. Sin was a famous elf artisan from a few hundred years ago. One of her handcrafted treasures is this pair of earrings. Although only one side remains now, it is said that using magic can find the other side. Is this a legendary treasure? Saint, don't panic. This is just a small token from us. But Daichi calmly asked, Ariel, what do you think? Do I look good wearing this? Gregory was interrupted and felt puzzled inside. Since when? Oh, he doesn't seem worried about anything. He smiled brightly and replied, all right, thank you very much for the gift. You can go now. My guests are still lining up in a long queue. Wait a moment. I still have something to say. He cleared his throat and said that we came from the Restion Empire to visit you to establish a friendly relationship between the two nations. Would you be interested in visiting our empire? Dang that and thought, visiting? The Restion Empire is considered the strongest in economy, military, and politics on the continent. Establishing a political alliance with such a nation is probably not a bad idea for the Holy Nation. And there are also many renowned experts in medicine and pharmacology thanks to exchanges and information sharing. So their medical science is definitely far superior to that of the Holy Nation and other countries. Lord Gregory continued, I have heard many rumors about you, Holy Ha. Not only have you tripled the farm output with your new methods, but you've also profited from hiring the surplus clergy as mercenaries. Humbly, I say that these are all results of everyone's hard work. Of course, your influence on the Holy Nation has truly inspired us a lot. If you agree to come to Region to combine your methods with our technology, it will surely triple the growth of both nations' economies. He thought to himself, so what? The conditions are too tempting, aren't they? Consider everything you want as given for free. Your Holiness, if I can catch your attention, Russian Empire's technology is just a small price to pay. What truly matters is this boy. After a moment of silence, Day finally spoke. Thank you very much for your offer, Lord Gregory. However, I'm sorry to say I have to decline. There are still many matters in the Holy Kingdom that require my attention. Those matters also involve countries where gods are standing outside, so I have no intention of going to any of those lands. The others outside, hearing this, all gasped in surprise. Even Gregory couldn't believe this answer from him. If that's his intention, then we're truly out of options. So whenever you have the chance, feel free to visit. Our empire is always ready to welcome you. Of course, thank you, Clued then asked. So you declined the invitation for the benefit of the Holy Nation, right? Day glanced at her and said, so it wouldn't be very foolish for us to go over there when the border between the two countries isn't clearly defined. Even so, you really don't have anything urgent to worry about, do you? Of course I can. He smiled and ordered, gathering the nearby nobles to inform them that the Holy Duke wanted to discuss something. She immediately agreed. Yes, I will do it right away. After Claes left, Day smiled and asked Ariel sitting beside him, can you help me express my opinion like last time, Ariel? She calmly replied, if it was for political reasons, she would listen first to review. Then he slowly stood up and said, you plan to build your own facilities to teach medicine. You mean medicine? We will establish an academy to train doctors to heal and save lives. You must have seen the situation on the battlefield back then. There are many wounds that cannot be healed just by holy power. And not everyone can use holy power. The gentle morning light softly shines through the window, filtering into the small room. A very familiar voice rang out, happily greeting everyone. My name is Day. My name is Day. I have been appointed as a professor at this academy. While I specialize in medicine, we will have a magic lesson every week as a special class. Thank you all for listening. I hope we can all try our best together.
Everyone below responds in unison, and Day silently thinks to himself, why are there so many people here?
I don't think there are only students here. Surely there's no teacher around, right? What are they doing over there? He was right.
The news of Day becoming a new professor caused a sensation. The newly appointed professor has a high-level magic circle.
That professor is really St. Peter, and the rumors keep spreading. Among those stories, the most talked about is his appearance with bright, smooth white hair, sky blue eyes, soft skin, a sharp face, and teardrop-shaped earrings, all enhanced by his magic to create a perfect look. This is a normal academy for all social classes. Day's stunning appearance is more than enough to attract the attention of young students. He lightly taps the chalk on the board. All right, focus everyone. The first lesson will be about materializing magic. Specifically, magic shaping is one of the factors that create a mage, and it is also the ultimate goal. What are the elements involved? Does anyone want to answer? Immediately after, a student raises their hand to respond. The interaction of mana, the incantations, and specific methods when casting spells. That's correct, there are 3 main factors. However, there are exceptions, such as the fireball spell. You need to focus your mana, gather what is needed for the spell, and create friction. But what would happen if you reduce the mana from 3 to 1? The student continues to reply, the spell won't work and mana will be wasted. That's wrong, the spell will be easier to recite and require less mana. Until the spell is cast, it's very hard to determine what kind of spell it is. I can only say that it will take you a long time to understand it. But below, many students and professors frowned in doubt after hearing what he said. Of course, I apologize, Professor, but what you said seems impossible. He doesn't talk much and just demonstrates right there. Let me show you an example. Look at my right hand and immediately a red flame appears. All the students below are in awe. He casts spells without needing to recite incantations. I didn't see anything, not even Manana's movement. He really cast the spell with just one move while speaking and writing on the board. As you have seen, what I just explained is entirely possible to make things easier. I will show you a diagram of the level 1 water spell. Now this is the mana before it is materialized, and if the mana is gathered like this, no incantation or technique is even needed. If you cast the spell this way, the mana will blend together and make the casting easier. If anyone doesn't believe it, they can try it right now. Below, the ice attribute Mage Claris with a level 4 magic circle witnesses that scene and is completely stunned. I thought it was just a hypothesis until he mentioned it. How could he have come up with this? It's just lines and circles, but it really makes me think of the fundamental principle of this spell. At this moment, the student suddenly shouted, "It worked! I can do it without incantation." Others also shouted in unison, "I did it too!" Look, it worked! It really is effective. Seeing that, Day gently smiles.
I never thought I would teach others, but I am truly proud to see their expressions. I hope the lessons on medicine and healing are just as effective.
Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted his thoughts. Professor Day. All the professors here rushed to his side. I've never attended such an amazing class before. Allow me to express my respect. Truly amazing. We need to inform everyone about this. What is the name of this hypothesis? Day forced a smile as he was bombarded with questions. The name is the atomic theory. And that night, after the class ended, a major event took place at the academy. Professor Claris and the other professors were all stunned speechless. Having leveled up, Professor Claris has become a 5th circle mage. After realizing the truth during Jay's lesson, he finally broke through the 4th circle barrier and advanced to the 5th circle. The next day, at dawn, Day was awakened by a series of loud noises outside. Why is it so noisy so early in the morning? The constant knocking on the door echoed as Professor Day frowned and went to open it. What's going on? It's still early. He didn't even finish speaking before being interrupted. He's awake now. There are many students outside right now. Professor, can you repeat yesterday's lesson? Do you have questions about the magic theory? Can you teach magic more often? I have already discussed that with the school. Day responded to them with a look of superiority. Then, he firmly closed the door and even recited a spell to reinforce the lock silently. The students, seeing this, sighed in disappointment and called out to the professor. However, Jay couldn't ignore the students' requests. To regain his private space, he had to increase his magic classes to twice a week. I am completely exhausted. Damn it, this is not what I planned. At the same time, by the small wooden house in the hollow tree, the elder smiled and asked, "Do you want to do anything about the request to move into the Elven village, Chief Ira? Allow them to enter." Ira softly said that they must finish everything by next week, and after 1 week, there should be a place I need to go to after all this. Oh, a place you need to go to? The elder just smiled without asking further. The god understands? Tell them I am still well. Anyone who hears that frowns, and their face quickly flushes. Did I say I would go to the Divine Empire? Really? You're not going to go there? Ira, being teased, becomes extremely embarrassed. All right, I will pass on your greetings. She thought, it's been almost half a year. Although half a year is nothing to an elf, I still wonder. Today, every time I think of you, it feels like 1,000 years have passed. Returning to the academy where Day is teaching. It's really crowded today. He smiles and introduces Claris. So this is Professor Claris, the Ice Attribute Professor, who will be the teaching assistant today. The students below immediately buzzed with surprise. Professor Claris is a teaching assistant? How could someone like him become so approachable? I heard that he advanced to the magic circle level after Professor Day's class. He's probably a bit different now. Claris immediately glared at them, and everyone fell silent, flinching in fear. Day slowly picks up a piece of chalk and reminds you to stop chatting and focus. We will start the second lesson. Mana is a self-balancing element because the environment is a component of the atmosphere. Sorcerers have no choice but to use homogeneous mana, so who casts the spell or what type of mana is used doesn't matter. What does this mean? I will show you. Day smiled and looked at Claris. Professor, cast the wind slash spell on me. Claris suddenly being called out, she looked confused. What? Hunting spell? Yes, that's right. You said you would help me, right? I did say that, but doing so would be dangerous. The students below are also confused and can't understand his intentions. Is Fongtram a new self-destruct type? He speaks with a confident tone. It'll be fine. If you're still worried, just aim at the board next to me. After some hesitation, Claris finally agreed. I see. He begins to chant, transforming into a wind sword and attacking the enemy. The wind blade, a round sphere, immediately rushes toward Day at lightning speed, but in just a moment, he raises his hand to block it. Sealing. So Claris's wind slash was completely blocked without causing any damage or injury. Day smiled and told the students below that if they could decide where to cast a spell and force the mana to collide at that point, even if someone else cast a spell, they could also seal it. All the students were stunned. Is it really possible to seal someone else's magic? That's hard to believe, he whispered. Now class is over. For the remaining time, pair up and practice the sealing spell I just taught. Huh? You can't do it, teacher. Only you can. This is an impossible mission. He sighs softly. Now, what about you? Have you forgotten who a true wizard really is? He frowns and shouts loudly, magic is a power that defies logic. When you stop accepting new things, it's the end for a wizard. Even if you lose your weapons. Forgetting your destination is the worst mistake a mage can make. All the students looked at him with admiration. Professor, I won't do that. I will start practicing sealing now. Me too, sir. He smiled brightly as he left the classroom. All right, good luck, everyone. That's what he says to motivate others. The second class has ended like that. The sunlight still sparkles and is as gentle as ever. They slowly creep through each glass window of the academy, their tired yawns long and short. It's been a while since I stayed up late. I'm exhausted. Not physically, but mentally. At least I've prepared everything for my medical class. It's pretty good, except I just need more participants. Medical techniques are less popular than swordsmanship and magic. How can I attract more people to join? He suddenly notices something nearby. Not far away, a female student is surrounded by a group of burly male students, nervously begging them to let her go. But the most muscular-looking boy said, "It's been 276 days since I last spoke to you. Gray? I, Minos, need to hear an answer from you." The others keep cheering and shouting. Day thought to himself, who are these guys? Are they bothering that girl? Hey guys, why are the three of you blocking a girl like that? Don't you see that the girl is scared? That student Minos panicked when he heard that. Afraid? Greya, I didn't mean it that way. Greya mustered all her courage and said, Minos, I'm sorry, I will be honest. A muscular guy like you isn't my type. I can't date you. Wait a minute, Greya, is that you? Minos pointed at him and said, Is it because of that guy? You refused me because of him, didn't you? Hearing that, he froze in confusion. His slender, graceful limbs and that smooth, foolish face of his. Did you kick me out because of that spoiled brat? Dave frowned in anger. Huh? What do you mean? Is that praise or criticism, I wonder? Greya hesitated before replying. That's not it, but compared to you, he's still better. He immediately raised his voice and shouted, Why would you say that? Are you just pouring oil on the fire? Minos is completely devastated. Where did he get a sword? Damn it, I won't forgive you. Fight me in a match. Huh? So what? Are you afraid of me? That's right. He threw a glove at you and then confidently declared, Rank 30 level 3 swordsmanship of the king, I will knock out a coward like you. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he was hit directly on the head with a wooden stick. They immediately all ran away. Remember their faces, throwing the wooden sticks aside and cursing. Who do you think you are to call me a coward? It really pisses me off. Suddenly, other voices interjected. That's impressive. Are you new here? Hearing that, he glanced back over his shoulder. Yeah, the other students all cheered happily. You defeated Minos with just a branch. That's amazing. Truly incredible. He felt a bit embarrassed scratching his head when praised. Somehow, he had become a hero of justice. Then Greya softly said to him, Thank you for helping me. It's nothing. I just hope I didn't interfere with her resolving it on her own. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a certain scent passing by. Huh? This smell? Is this alcohol? He couldn't help but be curious and asked, What scent is that? It doesn't smell like other perfumes. The girl was slightly startled when she heard that. Oh, is the smell so strong? I'm just making medicine. Maybe it's the smell of the medicine. Does this female student make medicine? I hesitated a bit before asking further. If you're making your own medicine, you must be interested in medicine, right? Greya quickly replied. That's right. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming free medical class. With that class, people like me from the Swordsmanship Academy will have a chance to learn. Really? Nice to meet you. I'm also excited about that medical class. Just call me Day.
We have our first student. Oh, really?
Your name is the same as the new professor at the medical academy. By the way, my name is Greya. Just call me Greya. Nice to meet you. Greya, I'll see you again during class. All right. After saying that, both of them quickly said goodbye to each other. Daisy gently smiled, feeling that for some reason everything was going better than she expected. On the other side, right after he left, a female student immediately ran over to ask Greya, Rhea, what did you talk about with the professor? The teacher looks even more handsome without glasses. The girl was left staring in confusion. Yen, the professor? That's the professor? Huh, don't you know? Yeah, I don't know what I should do now that I didn't recognize myself. What if I've made a mistake with the teacher? What do you mean by that? What are you worried about? Don't tell me you have a crush on the teacher. To his surprise, Gray just blushed and smiled softly without saying a word. Why looked confused by this. Really? Is that true? The scene shifts to her room as Day, exhausted, sits down on her familiar bed. Anyway, I can't even have a peaceful day, right? But seriously, what should I say during the whole class? From one problem to another, I just can't keep up. At that moment, another voice suddenly spoke up. St. Eel suddenly stuck his head out from under the bed and said with a frown, What are you doing out there? I got into trouble for hiding here. He was so scared he almost sold himself. He shouted in panic. Huh? What are you doing down there? And what about the Holy Nation? Iriel replied casually. You think who I am? I'd already taken care of everything before coming here. So why did you come here? Is something wrong? Nothing. I just want to know how you're handling things at the academy and everything else. Really? Haven't you done too much for me already? Iriel smiled and said, Honestly, you're right. I came to see you, Saint Duke, not to call you that. As she spoke, she moved closer to him. Suddenly, the mark on his hand lit up. Immediately after, a magic circle appeared, and Ira slowly stepped out of it. Dee was so shocked to gape wide open. Ara, what's going on? Is there something special happening today? Iriel was just as surprised as I was to see Ira, a high-level fairy. What is she doing? He silently sighed to himself. So that's teleportation magic? Amazing. Ira gently steps down and asks with a reproachful tone, Why can't you say anything else? I'm here because I want to see you. Isn't that clear? Day forced a smile and looked at Iriel with a frown. But what are you doing with this woman of the human race? Iriel also frowned and replied, Is there any law that doesn't allow me to stay here? While the two were teasing each other, Juck took out 2 cloaks and handed them to them. Take these first and get ready to go. Iriel was confused and asked, Huh? The cloak chuckled softly and said, Yes, we will leave the academy. In his mind, he thought if he didn't do that, getting caught with a saintess and a high elf would draw too much attention. Why can't I have even one peaceful day? Then the 3 of them left the academy together and went to a restaurant in town. Ira looked around for a while and softly said, It hasn't been long since I last visited the human village, but it seems there have been many changes in such a short time. Day thought to himself, I wonder how long this short time really is. At this moment, a young waiter approached and asked, May I have your permission? I apologize, but is it okay if everyone sits together, followed by a group of rather sturdy-looking people? I don't mind. I'm fine. There's no other choice, right? Thank you very much. So, this way then? The tallest guy among them spoke softly. Thanks for agreeing. We've been waiting for a seat all this time. She smiled warmly. Nothing much. Are the 4 of you adventurers? He silently assessed them, and based on the flow of mana, it seemed to be a mage and 3 swordsmen. The young man forced a smile and replied, Adventurers, actually, we're mercenaries. The bearded man beside him softly said, You could think that, but among the 4, 1 swordsman is a girl. She quietly introduced herself. We are members of the Bylock Mercenary Legion. Day thought to himself, Bylock, I think I've heard of them before. Most of their members are quite experienced and they've been expanding recently. This is a renowned mercenary legion, isn't it? Iriel smiled and asked them, I've heard a lot about all of you. What are people like you doing in this village? Oh, about that. We received a direct mission from the Holy Nation. We were asked to suppress the resistance forces and the monsters around here. Both Iriel and Jay stared blankly at the mission paper on the table. I see. It's impressive to receive a direct request from the Holy Nation. He simply glances at her silently. I thought you finished the job, but it turns out you just pushed it onto the mercenaries, Ira gently said. Maybe because I've always lived in the forest, I'm very interested in this story. Tell me more. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open at her stunning beauty. The mercenary group started sharing their life experiences, and from their stories, I gathered a lot of useful information. First, after arriving at the academy, the resistance forces and the number of monsters decreased significantly. However, this only applied to low-level monsters, while mid-level monsters maintained their numbers. And as if someone was controlling them, they started working efficiently and using tactics. Jiang Yim thought it would be difficult to use her own people against such opponents, which is why she sought out the mercenary group. Iriel had already considered this. Immediately afterwards, strong winds began to blow outside. All the servers in the restaurant looked outside at once, and in an instant, everything became more chaotic than ever. Iriel hurriedly said, Let's go, Day. All right, I'll follow behind. The mercenary spirits are now outside, all stunned by the scene before them. Wens, a monster that looks quite like a dragon, is soaring through the sky, flapping its wings wildly. Everyone's faces turn pale as they stand frozen in place. What is this? I can't move.
Don't say this is fear. It's quite interesting.
When a one uses fear, Era calmly steps forward. She extends 2 fingers, as fear is only meant to toy with weaker opponents. Immediately, the Wiv rushes wildly toward her, roaring loudly, but Ara remains calm, gently flicking her hand. The W drops from above, crashing straight into the nearby stall. She frowned with contempt. How dare you use it against a stronger opponent? That W was completely enraged, roaring loudly, but was quickly sealed and restrained with a wind spell. Both of them frowned at it. This W can create a spell after experiencing my fear. Iriel also interjected. Strange, it's as if it has no consciousness. Don't worry about the monsters on this side, I'll handle them. He frowned slightly, wondering if there was more. I underestimated this situation. There must be someone else behind this. I need to talk to that damn soul summoner first. The scene shifts to the dungeon, where the soul summoner is imprisoned. A group surrounding the interrogator, and you remain silent. I appreciate your loyalty. Does the dark mage usually endure pain? He still insists on keeping it secret. I can't let my big plan be exposed so easily. There's no other way. I'll try using a mental spell. Sir Philia, I understand now. Allow me to assist. Permit us to read minds, read thoughts, read thoughts. But the soul summoner just calmly smiled and said, Do you really think these magics will work on me? I don't know where you found this 6th rank demon summoner, but the low-level spell she's using is truly unbelievable. So, do you think I should bring the saint here for me? He thought smugly.
Do you think I don't know what's happening outside? I use my dark magic to find out that the Holy Saint has arrived at the academy.
If the saint comes here to get information from me, I will target areas he cannot reach. For a monster tamer, this is possible. Then, we will use the merchant guild to put pressure on the Holy Nation's economy, and soon, the Holy Nation will be destroyed. At that moment, Lei's voice suddenly rang out. You want to meet the Holy One that badly? Perfect. I have received information that the Holy One is here. And it seems you are misunderstanding something. Whatever plan you have, it doesn't matter. Do you not understand? She smiled at him and said, Your plans are just empty illusions. The soul summoner also smiled confidently and replied, Then do as you wish with me, and we will see who will be laughing at sunset. Then came his wicked laughter echoing throughout the cellar. It was late afternoon now, and most of the monsters had been subdued by Day and Ara. It seems we've taken care of most of them, so why did the monsters cause this? That's what we need to find out. We need to strengthen the Academy's defenses for situations like this. But what should we do with these bodies? Iriel immediately responded, Let the reinforcements handle it. The leather sheets can be used to make good armor. Eris suddenly frowned deeply. If you're feeling this way, just ask, is there a problem? Ira, I need to talk to you privately. What now? The two of them go out together to a small corner. You get straight to the point. Is there something wrong? But she even created a barrier around to prevent sound from escaping. After a moment of silence, Ira said seriously, I don't know much because I always live in the forest. That's why I only share what I can sense. Yeah. Currently, the area you call the Academy is surrounded by numerous large magic arrays. The girl was stunned upon hearing this. A magic circle? Yes, there's a huge magic circle there. At first, the flow of mana was weak, but now it gradually grew stronger as the monsters were caught. He asked softly, What kind of magic circle is that? Ira looked at him and said, I don't think you know. I can only sense a faint magic power, I feel, but breaking such a large formation isn't easy. At least we have to prepare for some areas to be destroyed. I didn't expect this situation to be this serious. Can we eliminate the magic circle right now? That's almost impossible. To destroy a magic circle, we need to eliminate at least 30% of it. In this case, since we don't know what they used to draw the circle, everything becomes even more difficult. He remained silent, pondering. That's right. If the magic circle was drawn with chalk, it would have been removed long ago. An active magic circle means it has been in that location before and has not been erased. The size of the circle is also an issue. But how can I not even sense this level of magic removal formation? No. Not to mention erasing it, I don't even know if I can stop it. We need to evacuate everyone. Immediately, Jay began preparing the evacuation order, and as soon as she learned of this, she calmly devised a plan to evacuate the civilians. Overall, the academy is divided into the northern and southern areas. It's best to evacuate the north to Garen and the south to Sulion. However, because there are many mountains between the North Zone and Garen, they couldn't redraw an accurate detailed map of this area. The evacuation of the North Zone was entrusted to Pia because she is familiar with the terrain of the Holy Nation, and the protection of the southern crowd was assigned to Ara. He looked around anxiously and asked, Should we tell the people here if there's a higher place? Should I climb onto the roof or somewhere? Day, just stay still there. Immediately, a tall mountain was created right where he was standing. Thank you, Ira. Now I will use my magic to amplify my voice. Everyone, evacuate to Garen immediately. The villagers all looked towards him in confusion as they prepared to evacuate. What are they saying? Oh, but this voice is coming from my cloak string, he continued shouting loudly. I order everyone in the name of the Holy Nation to leave immediately. This area is dangerous, yet people keep murmuring and talking non-stop. That's Saint Day. They said to leave here. What does that mean? Day gritted his teeth and thought, We don't have time to persuade the crowd. I have no other choice. He secretly caused a big explosion below, making the people rush away. That's an explosion. Run quickly. Day keeps causing explosions and shocks with no time to explain. So this is the only way. After everything below is in chaos, he finally stops. Phew, is this enough? Then I'll leave the rest of the two of them and head to the suburbs. Day jumps down from above, rushing forward at high speed. I don't know who they are, but it's best they don't think they can get away from this easily. The scene shifts to a sky now completely dark. Ariel is moving deeper into the dense forest. She looks serious, urgently considering evacuating most of the people. The estimated evacuation time is about more than 3 days. Before the riots break out, we need to meet the essential food needs for the city residents. Not to mention the northern area, which has a longer distance and travel time, so they are more likely to face danger. The southern area with monsters or someone similar to those chasing us now, she glances cautiously behind. Their mana is quite strong, and with 5 of them, they must be support or even higher level individuals. After running straight for a while, Ariel finally chose a place to stop. This is a suitable spot. She took off her hood and looked around. Do you have something against me? Immediately after, a group of masked people emerged from the deep forest. Wow, it's a female city dweller. Don't talk in front of the enemy. So what if she is? She's about to die anyway. Ariel quietly observes them. 3 young men stand with 2 middle-aged men behind. Is the middle-aged man's mana and energy level comparable to Wretch? This is getting complicated. One of them let out a soft snort and said, I'd rather fight alongside a saint than a saintess. Ariel calmly replied, these things happen, and even if you know who I am, if I punish you, you'll tell me which kingdom is behind this, right? They quickly surrounded her, each wielding a sharp sword. Don't underestimate us. Seeing us like that, a young man couldn't hold back and charged at Ariel, but we had already gagged numerous monks to make us look like fools just like you. But in an instant, she used magic to blow away the entire crowd. How cruel, just lying there counting stars or whatever. I'll kill you all soon. The crowd then screamed in fear, help me. Just as she was about to deliver the finishing blow, suddenly another man rushed in and blocked it. Ariel quickly observed him. The swordsmanship and flow at this level are expected. This is a high-level swordsman. But which kingdom sent 2 high-level swordsmen? It could also be the kingdom of Lisai, but they have no reason to target me. More importantly, they can't handle a saint, so they wouldn't do something as foolish as this. An underground force consisting of soul summoners, bone dragons, and high-level swordsmen. I don't have time to think about this now. She took off her outer cloak and threw it aside. If they catch any of my mistakes, I will be killed. Ariel slowly takes step after step. Compared to an ordinary sword, my holy magic has a wider combat range, so I can close the distance a little at a time. But she didn't get the chance to act before that man disappeared in an instant. Then, he and another guy quickly surrounded and attacked at the same time. Ariel had no idea this was coming. They attacked at the same time while I was aiming at one side. Did they plan to lure me out of the blind spot of the other side? Could one of them be willing to sacrifice, and are they even high-level swordsmen instead of low-level warriors? But she smiled. Then Ariel loudly shouted, Holy light! Immediately, a blinding golden light appeared, forcing both of them to step back several paces. This was a complete mistake. In a battle against an elite swordsman, a small variable can decide who wins as she continuously chants, spells, blesses, seals, and unleashes holy attacks. Ariel wielding the holy sword in both hands, she used her swift speed to exploit an opening and slash, causing one of them to lose a hand. The man grimaced in pain, sitting on his knees, blood continuously flowing out. Ariel whispered, You gave up your life too easily, like giving up a sheet of paper. The man struggled to speak. You're strong. I tried my best, but if even with all my strength there are forces that make you helpless, what will you do? I will try to negotiate or compromise. The man forced a few smiles, saying, That's also an option. But that force doesn't believe in reconciliation, so the only option is destruction, even if they are stronger than you. Maybe not. If it were me, that would be impossible, but I know you have the ability to make it possible. Do you have anything else you want to say? The man smiles gently in response. No, it's over now. Immediately after, blood splattered everywhere. And so a life was lost. Ariel let out a faint sigh, and the remaining 3 young men had already fled in that direction. I will not let them find out no matter what. In the forest, Frost is furious. Damn it, who would have thought that the Saintess would be so powerful? He became confused. Even the 2 senior swordsmen couldn't fight her. How could we catch someone like her? His teammates standing beside him also looked hesitant. If we turn back now, suddenly a loud sound will cut through their words. No, that's not going to happen. Ariel stepped forward from somewhere, one hand on her hip, threatening coldly. Just as I thought, you can't go far? All right, come here now. One of them spoke up. I didn't think she would arrive this quickly. Ariel still kept a cold expression and asked them, why don't you quietly follow me while I am still being kind? Even if you refuse, I will still take you with me. Suddenly Frost shouted, clutching his arms, his face covered in sweat from panic. Instead of standing here confessing, I will release you. Then he bit through something in his mouth. Ariel was stunned by what she saw. Is he chewing on something? I only see Frost and his team constantly pouring out saliva, looking pained. She seems to have guessed something. Are they hiding poison in their mouths? They resorted to extreme measures of suicide to protect the secret, but immediately she cast a holy spell on the two of them. Healing. You think you can die so easily? Behave and follow me, or I will cut your legs off and drag you away. One of them whimpered softly, and the other spoke up. Can you promise to untie us if we go with you? That instantly shatters their hopes. Do you still think your current stance is good? She coldly said. Assassinating the saintess is a crime that the perpetrator can be easily punished on the spot. Of course, after the interrogation, you will be executed. Frost closed his eyes. Even if we tell her everything, the Holy Nation won't be able to do anything. Ariel replied, we will be the ones to judge. You just need to honestly reveal everything you know. Now he is kneeling pitifully on the ground, persistently negotiating with her. If we tell you, just promise me one thing, or at least consider it, Ariel replied casually. If you swear you will only tell the truth, I will try to do that. As soon as he finished, his teammate shouted in panic, you bastard! Are you really going to tell them the truth? They can't help but be scared. This isn't just your own matter. We will all die. Ignoring his teammate's words, Frost immediately placed his hand over his chest and swore. I, Frost, swear on my mana that I will only tell you the truth. Ariel was surprised to hear his vow whispering, a mana vow. If the person who made it breaks the vow, the mana inside their body will flow backward. From now on, everything he says must be the truth. He begins to tell her what happened. The Holy Nation doesn't know. But our group, Phroxia, infiltrated the Holy Nation more than 20 years ago. Hearing this, Ariel was once again surprised, with one hand supporting her face. Remembering something, the great massacre of the people in the outskirts of Ogarn, Frost now stood up and continued. So, you see, that was the beginning. In front of Ariel's amazement, he continued to reveal the truth. Everyone said it was a monster attack, but that wasn't true. He said that everything was the work of Phroxia. He recalled how, at that time, one-eyed monsters with bared teeth caught the villagers, and he tearfully recounted, we are the survivors kidnapped during the massacre of the people in the outskirts of Ogarn. They only chose to kidnap a few strong-looking people. Frost remembers the scene of his people being squeezed to death by giant serpents. He continued, the others were thrown to the monsters as bait. He also remembered the two middle-aged swordsmen seemed to be sympathetic. The two high-level swordsmen earlier also seem to have been kidnapped from other kingdoms. They took our families hostage and will kill each one if we don't obey them. At this point, Frost's emotions overwhelmed him and tears streamed down his face, even though they had taken my own sibling hostage. So, promise me that you will destroy Phroxia. Ariel listened to the whole story. Her expression grew serious. I understand now. Then leave immediately. He widened his eyes in shock. Really? You're letting us go? She turned her back and walked away, casually waving her hand as she replied. That's right. Whether you choose to return to your family or die alone, do as you please. While the other two guys looked at each other in confusion, Ariel spoke up. Don't worry about Phroxia. I can't guarantee we'll destroy them, but we can still push them to the brink of annihilation. Suddenly, someone spoke up, causing her to stop. Sorry about that. The troublemaker scratched his head as if he had made up his mind. I also want to tell you a few things about Phroxia. The person next to me feels the same. Me too. Ariel turned around and told them, in that case, follow me. I'll listen to what you have to say on the way. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the academy, Day couldn't help but wonder to himself. Strange, I don't see anything like a magic circle, but there is definitely a magical reaction here. You seem worried. If you don't break the magic circle quickly, the magic will keep activating. He looks around the academy, gradually deducing in his mind the traces of explosions, mana use, and blood spilled on the streets. And above all, the villagers have turned to stone. Moreover, strangely, none of the buildings were damaged by this chaos. It seems they deliberately prevented the buildings from being damaged. Day appears to realize something that is impossible. He recalls the words of Chief Ara, who said that to destroy a magic circle, we need to eliminate at least 30% of the formation. In this case, since we don't know what they used to draw the magic circle, everything becomes even more difficult. Eventually, I conclude that it's not chalk or powder, but an enormous magic circle that cannot be broken. He quickly cast a holy spell, unleashing a fierce attack that caused a massive explosion. Watching the flames before him, he was certain of his hypothesis. As I suspected, even just a little, I can feel the dispersion of the magic circle, which confirms that this entire village is arranged into a giant magic formation. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "It's about to collapse, get out of the way!" Day's young people froze. Are there still people staying behind? Everyone has been instructed to evacuate. Why are you still here? The two others looked at him in shock. Oh my God, that's a saint. A person in a blue shirt spoke, saying, we are not disobeying orders now. It's just that the person in the yellow shirt beside him pushed forward, looking anxious. Everyone was turned to stone and killed, and only the others echoed along. Yes, that's right. We thought we would turn to stone if we evacuated, so we couldn't run ahead. Day then asked, who then turned everyone to stone? The two of them then recounted what happened. Oh, I'm not sure if you know, but there's a monster named Ghost. They usually use dark magic when we sense that some of them are running around the village. He nodded as if he understood the issue. Our background, the yellow-clad monsters forced a stiff smile, secretly thinking we hid to avoid disrupting the magic circle activation. The yellow-clad one narrowed his eyes, as if struggling with his thoughts, unable to believe that some people had started destroying the buildings over there and here. And who would have thought that that crazy guy would become a saint monster? Suddenly, Day asked them, but why didn't both of you think about capturing the monster? Anyway, both of them are support players, right? Hearing that, those two guys looked as pale as a ghost. He has realized. He continues to state his reasoning and the bloodstains on your clothes. It can't be blood from a ghost that has no blood, and moreover, you said both of them were hiding inside the entire time. At this point, a cold voice with a murderous intent said that you killed the warriors who fought against the ghosts and helped the monsters escape. And after destroying the rescue team from the Holy Nation, you stayed hidden inside the building, right? The man in yellow knew he couldn't deny it and bit down hard on something in his mouth. If we've been discovered, we have no other choice. As he finished speaking, their bodies gradually melted away, releasing strange vapors. He was stunned and asked, "Are they melting? Is that poison?" Seeing the two people in front of him now only as two murky puddles. His mind was in chaos, a toxin that could melt the body instantly. I've never heard of this kind of poison before. I can't believe they took poison to avoid revealing information, so who is really behind all of this? He cupped his face with one hand, looking helpless. Damn it, I need to find all the items, but I don't have time for this. I have to break the magic circle first. Just causing a 30% change in the city's appearance isn't enough. He activates the eye to find them on a knock, and quietly concludes that the two recently deceased locals are probably the last remaining people here. As he finished speaking, a magic circle appeared around him. I need to finish this quickly by drawing out as much mana as possible. He creates a blue monosphere and throws it forward, causing a shockwave that shakes the ground around him. Immediately, the saint in front of him shatters into pieces and collapses. On the other side, Frost said, "That's how Phroxia kidnapped us." He followed Ariel, scratching his head awkwardly. "Then we had to go through harsh training, and I think we've done every kind of dirty, evil thing there is." Her face was emotionless as she listened to him, but deep down she was contemplating everything. They are at the bottom level of the group, so they don't have much intelligence, but Ariel is quietly contemplating the information provided. The scale of Phroxia, their general strength, skills, methods of gathering information, and many other things. Compared to before, not knowing anything, learning these is already a pretty good result. Suddenly Frost hesitantly asked, "Sorry, Sanus, what about you?" Ariel was confused. He scratched his head and explained, "I mean, when you were a child, oh, you look like someone who grew up in a wealthy family." Hearing that, she fell into deep thought about her childhood. As she reminisced about the past, a loving call echoed in a sunlit, peaceful house. "Via, are you there?" Ariel as a child smiled sweetly, holding a laundry basket, and replied brightly, "Yes, I am here." In a church on a small island in the Holy Empire, there is a beautiful girl named Ariel. With her bright pink eyes and soft, shimmering blonde hair, Ariel stands out like a crane among chickens when she is with the other orphans in the church. The girl is like an angel with superior intelligence and a kind heart. "One day, Ariel, do you want to explore the outside world?" "The outside world?" Father Jobs smiled and said, "You've always been curious about the village." "You don't want to explore the world outside?" Ariel replied, "I am indeed curious, but if I go, what am I supposed to do?" "You would be very sad to leave your friends behind." He said softly, "You are a smart girl, Ariel. I'm sure you can do anything. I will help you. Your talent is being wasted here at this church. I can see that you have potential. Out there, you'll have more opportunities to grow. Until you find what you want to do, I will be here to help you. Of course, you can come back anytime to visit your friends." The girl looked excited and said, "Yes." "Then you want to go. Very well. So why don't we go today?" "But I haven't said goodbye to my friends yet." "I'm telling you this because a very good opportunity has just appeared for you. If I don't go, I'll miss it." Father George hurriedly urged, "Come on, let's go now." Ariel felt a bit confused. All right. The girl thought to herself that her father said she could visit her friends anytime she wanted. Then the two of them sat together in the ready-made carriage outside. Ariel still felt very regretful. "I'm so sad I didn't get to say anything to my friends." Reverend George chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry, you can write a letter instead. Dad is right. Everything will be fine, right?" As she finished speaking, the girl widened her eyes at the unfamiliar scenery outside through the carriage window. "Huh? Dad, we've gone past the village." He immediately replied, "Oh, we are arriving at the port." "The port?" "Yes, we'll take the ship to Gaeheo." Gaeheo is a vast city, much more amazing than this village. You will be able to explore many places there. It's time to go, and hearing these sweet words, Ariel wonders, is it really better than the village? I'm so curious, what is Gaeheo like? Then, Joe and Ariel board the large wooden ship, heading out to sea. The girl is extremely excited, taking in everything around her. "Ariel, we're here. That's Gaeheo. Do you like it?" Ariel exclaimed happily, "This is amazing. Where are we going, huh?" The two quickly got off the ship at the dock. "We need to have a quick talk." "Oh, Ariel, take this." As Job spoke, he poured water into the cup. Ariel held the cup to catch the water and couldn't help but ask, "Huh? What's this?" He immediately replied, "It's holy water tea. Although not much, I prepared it to celebrate our new beginning at the summer house." The girl glanced at him. "Dad." George softly said, "Why don't I just drink it then?" "All right."
Ariel casually took a sip without much thought, and immediately her mind became dizzy and unclear. Huh? My eyes are slowly closing. I am shutting my eyes. 2 platinum coins, huh? Does this girl really have 2 coins? At least 3 coins. All right then. Ariel wakes up amidst the noise. Where am I? Did I fall asleep? I drank the tea the priest gave me. Ariel struggled to open her eyes and try to call out. Father! Father J heard the sound and smiled, turning his head back. Oh, you're awake. I hope you will have a good life here. Next to him is a stranger with a large build. Here, take the money. Ariel panicked and asked, is this the place my father mentioned? But here, before the girl could finish speaking, he interrupted. Yeah, is this the point where the slave trader is involved? Dad was just talking and selling you off, making you a slave. Ariel couldn't believe what she had just heard. What did her father say? I thought you would take me to a really wonderful place. You said you would help me find what I want to do until then. He chuckled casually. You're too naive. Of course I was lying. Sorry about that. But you're a smart kid, so I'm sure you'll be fine. No way. Joss slowly opened the door to the room, but I will make one promise to you. Just write to me when you want to see your friend. He gave a crooked smile. I will send that friend here right away then. And with that, he turned and walked away. The tall man quickly approached Ariel, urging her to follow him. Then, after being burned, Ariel sat silently staring at the wall for 4 days as if she had gone insane. She sat there dazed like a lifeless corpse. No, I'm just pretending. After a while, they started to become careless. And after analyzing the surrounding area, I remembered every action, trait, and even the smallest habits of everyone entering and leaving this house. Then, the day I was sold arrived. Ariel hesitantly takes out the cross attached to her necklace. Ariel, I am sorry. As a mother, I should have protected you. But always remember, as long as you hold this, the god Gaer will always be with you. That is why you will never be weak. Ariel, become stronger. She tightly grips the holy staff in her hand as the whispers of the traffickers outside begin to spread. This girl is special and will sell for a high price. Ariel furrowed her brow and thought, it's time. Even though I hesitated a lot over the past 4 days, I only have one choice. The big man, as usual, carries a lantern to check on her. That stupid priest only charged 3 silver coins for this girl. This slave master, I can't match him in strength. And even if I somehow escape, a girl like me can't run faster than a big man. Seeing Ariel sitting still, leaning against the wall, he calls out, huh? Is it sleeping now? Wake up. Isn't it dead because it's not moving? That's why I will make him distracted and kill him, to escape. She quickly pulls out the cross hanging around her neck and stabs it straight into his neck. Returning to reality, Ariel holds the cross in her hand and coldly says, that past might as well call me a murderer. Frost forced a smile and said, really? Oh, we're already at the pig's front gate. Immediately, Father J knelt respectfully and greeted her. Hail, Saintess. Ariel looks down without any emotion. It's been a long time. Reverend, I suppose we should call each other father now? Hearing this, sweat kept pouring down his face, his eyes full of confusion. In that town, night fell, and a shout echoed. That girl went this way. A scarred man shouted loudly. I will definitely catch her this time. Behind him is a bald man with a long scar on his cheek, showing a fierce expression. Ariel remembered those dark memories. Her father selling her into slavery, then her first murder, and fleeing. The slave traders kept chasing after her. Young Ariel was hiding behind a wall, clutching a rope tightly to defend herself from the pursuing traffickers. That painful past flooded back into her mind. They relentlessly chased me for months, and every time that happened, while the traffickers were running ahead, they would trip over the rope that Ariel had cut at that time. They fell forward into the pile of broken glass, screams of agony echoing. She remembers how she escaped that nightmare. I escaped from them using the same method I used the first time, just as they writhed in pain among the broken glass. Back then, Ariel leapt out holding a silver knife, endlessly recalling the gravest crime taught as doctrine when she was in the church: murder. Young Ariel ruthlessly swung her knife down, lost in thought about the past. As my body became more stained with blood, the dirt would cling to my hair, just like how those crimes left deep scars on me. Young Ariel was filled with guilt, her hair still stained with the blood of the traffickers. She was like a blind person who couldn't find a way out, and it seemed as if the traces of those crimes didn't disappear, but grew darker over time. The feeling of guilt gradually faded away. Her eyes grew dark. In the end, I blamed the world for pushing me into this situation. A once innocent soul now feels hollow. Little Ariel was filled with resentment. The harbor, ships, and the island city. Yuger's father, you bastard, I need to kill someone. Why do things like this happen? Ariel looked back on that moment, feeling nothing but despair, and by the time I arrived, my soul had completely become a murderer. But heaven does not abandon anyone. At the moment, that seemed like the end of Ariel's life. A warm light flashes. The supreme goddess appears, reaching out her hands to little Ariel. She recalls that image because for some reason the goddess chose her. In Ariel's hollow eyes at that moment, a faint spark of salvation flickered, changing her thoughts about killing. Standing before that gentle light, I gradually realize how precious life is and how pointless revenge can be. She continues to reflect, and that's why, even when I stare intently at this unfamiliar face, that face belongs to the priest with his head bowed down. At this moment, Ariel seems to have let go of her hatred. I don't think about anything at all, so it's really strange.
She remained silent, her face showing no emotion. Meanwhile, he continued to demolish each building one by one. I can't just destroy it that easily. I keep casting mana, trying to identify all the magic circles throughout the city and determine their types and purposes. The runes cast on each building appeared as different characters. Seeing that, he was certain of his hypothesis. Indeed, the city center and even the structure, weight, and shape of the buildings all bear the mysterious language of magic arrays. Comparing the mystical language of the buildings, each floor's design creates a magic array. He continued to deduce, certain there were fewer than 6 magic arrays, and that he only needed to stand here to trap them. Suddenly, he started bleeding from his nose, and the mana ina around him disappeared. A giant magic array appears, and he is stunned as he looks up at another demon tower array that distracts him. A purple energy surrounds him. They keep attacking him, causing him to cry out in pain. When did I stop sensing the mana of another magic circle blocking me? Wait a minute, are they overlapping each other? The magic arrays of the buildings disrupt the flow of mana, and I can't sense this formation. The pain makes me wonder if this is a cursed sealing magic array. The maximum mana in an active formation amplifies its sealing magic, increasing its power. Despite being surrounded by dark mana, he remains steady, analyzing the current situation. Above all, after unleashing a massive spell that caused the entire city to shake, I could no longer sustain my mana, so I couldn't release it from my body while being sealed. Suddenly, ominous air emanated ahead, and the judgment chain hadn't even mentioned this scent. No way. He seems to realize something. Isn't this also the magic that Era was hit with? Immediately, another formation appears right in the middle of the ground. Along with the formation, endless black holes opened up, and each monstrous creature with a terrifying appearance emerged from those holes, leaving everyone stunned. Even the monsters, are they also summoned here? Given the current situation, I am a bit panicked and tense. I can't fight them in this state. But suddenly, a blue-skinned monster swung an attack at him. At this moment, Day was determined that if he didn't block it now, they would surely chase after the evacuating people immediately. Then he quickly cast the spell, creating a huge mana sword that was a bit exaggerated, to prevent the monster from touching him again. Day swung the sword, slicing the monster into 100 pieces. But suddenly he froze, the flow of magic within him causing him to collapse, his face contorted in extreme pain. I feel like my veins are being torn apart. Mana is flowing toward the opposite direction. While I was distracted, where did those arrows come from? They pierced straight into my back. He collapsed on the ground, blood soaking through his clothes, but he forced himself to turn his head and look toward where the arrow was shot from. Did they also suspect this would happen? Getting attacked like this, I was so careless, I was too arrogant. The growling of beasts suddenly echoes, with monsters with glowing red eyes surrounding him. Is this somewhere else where the villagers are moving inside the city? Era stands high above, watching the crowd as supplies are gradually brought in. It seems she's doing everything well. They are moving faster than I expected. At this rate, the request I received will be fulfilled quickly. So I need to go to Day's place right away. Suddenly, someone called her name in my subconscious. Ara. She was stunned. The imprint on the back of her hand also flickered. Ara immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly cast a holy spell. What exactly is harming the child whose life force is gradually fading? She shouted the teleportation gate and quickly flew into it. Seeing the monsters about to attack Day, Ira yelled for them to stop. She is filled with fury and contempt. How dare you, evil monsters! In an instant, Era had eradicated all the monsters. Suddenly, she widened her eyes in shock as she saw Day lying unconscious in a pool of blood, shouting his name loudly. Day. Era runs quickly to his side, checking on him and gently shaking him awake with concern. Day, are you okay? Wake up! In an instant, she turned pale, unable to believe this scent. That haunting past flooded back. Ever since Era was affected by that scent, she couldn't forget the sickeningly sweet fruit smell that had imprisoned her for 20 years. At that moment, Ara fell into a deep sleep. That is a sign of the cursed spell that caused her to fall into a long sleep. Those around her were also stunned to see her like that. The darkness surrounding her is still filled with demonic purple smoke, and now it also emits the scent of a curse. Remembering that painful memory, Ara suddenly shed tears. She gently embraced Day and called his name. Dad, the situation doesn't look good because Dai has been in a coma for a month. This information came as a shock. After the news about what happened today, the hero of the kingdom spread. His supporters were very surprised. As a token of gratitude, the kingdom held a hero ceremony for you, with solemn rites performed as Pope Glacier praised your glorious achievements. Then he awarded him a hero title that no one in the Holy Nation had ever received, the title of AN. From that point on, many troubles began to arise. Because the saint, who symbolizes the strength of the kingdom, is currently absent, the kingdom is at risk of foreign invasion, and to avoid wasting time, Brocasia begins spreading throughout the kingdom. Finally, the war has broken out between the two sides. Iriel is so excited to fight that she wonders if this time it won't just collapse completely. Ripping out her strength to destroy the enemy, she must be feeling pretty good to be joking around. The current situation makes her a bit worried. It's already the third day, and the enemy keeps attacking non-stop. Even when holy magic can ease physical exhaustion, it cannot erase mental fatigue for everyone. At this point, suddenly someone loudly calls out to the saintess. Iriel looked in confusion towards the source of the sound. It was none other than Harrow riding his horse towards them. "We are here to help." She quickly recognized the Marquis Har. Then, Iriel summoned her strength and used her martial skills to defeat the enemy in front of me. Under her influence, countless thunderclaps struck with deafening booms. Suddenly, a figure darted past at lightning speed. It was Barris fiercely swinging his sword to eliminate the enemy. Iriel stared blankly at the scene before her. Ferris, Cirrus, Ran. I think they are still not mature enough, but now they have all become resilient warriors. Har agrees by your side. Yeah, if the Holy Lord saw this, he would be very pleased. Then she smiled. Yeah, that's right. Gay needs to rest until the battle is over and then wake up afterward. Suddenly, a wounded soldier cried out in pain and a woman approached with a smile. How could an ordinary soldier possibly fight against the Saintess? Seeing this, Jack was worried. The Saintess and those people? Iriel is just as surprised. It's absurd. Rumor has it they only appeared in Selene a few days ago. Oh, I went to comment that she's quite beautiful too. She looked chubby when she was a kid. Oh, is there anything else? Abu immediately started laughing. That's a bit embarrassing, and she felt utterly confused. How could they have arrived in Salonia so quickly? Then, Iriel began analyzing the current situation. Our side only has Z and myself, both at the advanced swordsman level despite some difficulties. When looking at Aura's color and intensity, there's no doubt. He must be at least a high-level swordsman, otherwise we wouldn't be able to fight him. After a moment of thought, she subtly glanced to communicate, and Z received the signal, turning around to everyone's surprise. Aura charged forward aggressively. How pitiful it is to see you two looking at each other like that. Iriel quickly raised her hand to defend, while the man's sneering gaze was directed contemptuously at her. Do you want to block my attack? Then the next second, Aura will unleash a powerful strike. Stop this attack. Zoe appears to be in trouble. Saintess, fall back quickly. But it was too late as the attack was already right in front of him. Then a deafening explosion erupted. Rich let out a faint cry of pain and thought to himself, he can achieve this much with just one attack, and then he realized that the opponent is not someone easy to mess with. Clearly, he is far superior to us, probably an intermediate or high-level senior swordsman. The situation is unstable, so she immediately ordered everyone to retreat and withdraw from here at once. He wouldn't just let you go easily and rush forward. Do you think I would let you do that? Suddenly, Iriel's hand reached out in front of Aura. Then she cast a spell, and only then did he realize the holy power, the angelic light. After accepting the attack, he became alert. Have you ever successfully avoided this kind of power before? Then Aura was stunned by the ruined scene before her, and immediately felt all her hostility vanish. Could she have borrowed power from the gods? That's interesting. A voice echoes at this camp. While the 7 holy knights defend the front, let the cavalry of Marquis Harrow prepare to attack the rear. The one in charge is Greya. Let the saints oversee the actions of the holy crusaders. The battle will take place in the northwest forest. I see, Iriel's comment in my mind. Right, Greya? She looked at Greya with satisfaction. She is an outstanding girl among the students of the academy participating in the war volunteer activities. She has a keen eye for planning, which compensates for her lack of physical strength. After a moment of reflection, Iriel praised, that is a good plan, let's execute it. If this action succeeds, the situation will be balanced again and we will be able to do it. But she places her hand on the command table. The meeting is over for now. Relax a bit since they don't seem to want to attack yet. Rhea obeys. Yes, your holiness. Next to the blazing firewood, someone sighed and lamented. Z approached with curiosity. It's not that difficult when a saint is absent, right? Iriel hesitated before replying. It's really difficult. Now I understand how much he has done for us. But I can't keep relying on the holy saint forever. I am also a saintess of this kingdom. Just then someone approached. Yes, holy lady, now is the time to repay the Holy One's generosity. Iriel was surprised by Barris's appearance, and he politely greeted her. Welcome, holy lady. He asked curiously, why did you leave that comfortable seat to come here? Gran laughed and explained, what good is that comfortable chair when the war is raging? Watching everything unfold, she guessed that this was probably the result of the restructuring of the holy nation that day had planned. In Iriel's mind, thoughts raced. These nobles only worked for their own interests and their families. But now everyone is working together towards a common goal. I can't imagine that there will be a day when I feel close to them. In the end, I think it's a strange feeling. In the evening at the luxurious palace, someone is performing a purification ritual. Seeing this, Cleus is curious, how is the Holy Lord doing? After examining him, Chessie turned back, still the same. Although his mind was alert, his body still couldn't move. She should stay by his side and talk to him so he wouldn't feel lonely. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind me. Now I will go. Take good care of him. A good servant for him is also good for you. When only the two of them are left in the room, she is sad and lonely. A person who receives love and care from high-level gods. No one else could do that except for you. The saint gently lowered his hand to fix her hair. And not only that, do you know how many people are worried about him? So the plea echoes through the night. Wake up quickly. Suddenly, his finger moved slightly, and at the same time, a purple assassin appeared from his arm. The stories about him are truly extraordinary. Day's way of absorbing mana na is really strange. He doesn't need to create any magic circle or any magic within his body, but he absorbs and uses mana from the air, so his body doesn't store any mana. However, there are two sources of mana coexisting within him, one of which is a lot of mana, including a dragon bone magic, and the other is a sealing earth-type magic similar to Era's, a death magic formation. Day's recovery method is also different from ordinary people. The treatment used for Itra involved words as the antidote, and the curse magic still remains in the body. The main feature of that method is simply healing with mana on the outside, with a series of images flashing through his mind, and he is aware of what he needs to do. So just like that time, I had to eliminate the curse magic from my body, but my mana control was suppressed so I couldn't push them out on my own. So I started thinking about how I could move and activate my mana to trigger the dragon technique. Now, the bone dragon has reacted and is looking at the opposite side with a very confused expression. Because the magic is comfortably coexisting with the bone dragon, of course it doesn't like this at all. Because according to Ma's nature, they cannot coexist in the same place. So those two will clash and tear each other apart, with the bone dragon driving out the cursed magic. He watched the scene with satisfaction, destroying the enemy from within, then reminded himself that the dragon technique would win if he had support. In front of him is a battle of equal strength, but no matter how powerful the Kotlong magic is, his enemy has been using strong magic for decades. If the dark magic circle defeats the Kotlong, it's all over for me. Not wanting anything unexpected to happen, Day had to act. So to prevent risks, I need to store as much mana as possible. You also realize the dangers you face, but all the madness inside your body will harm yourself. Even in a coma, Day's consciousness remains clear. I don't know who created this magic circle, but if I catch him, I'll make him pay. Is that voice I hear outside really Froxia nearby? The maid holding a tray is disgusting, and except for children and the elderly, everyone else has been called to join the army. The maid holding a basin of water chimes in, saying that Oli has already gone to the battlefield. They can only pray and hope she is healthy. The sounds of battle echo across the battlefield. The 8th Cavalry Regiment retreated slightly, obeying orders. Now the 5th Magic Legion unleashed their spells in a barrage of attacks, accompanied by deafening screams, fireballs, and slashes from the Windcutter's sword against the enemies. Seeing the situation was unstable, the opposing side shouted to retreat, and the 5th Magic Legion withdrew, but Chasey didn't let them go easily and cast a spell to knock them back. A snowstorm. The people scream in pain and quickly realize it is magic. Seeing the situation like that, she ordered the soldiers to retreat to the camp and not to pursue. Returning to the camp amidst the bustling chatter, I am finally back today. The battle was very difficult for everyone. Loren, the commander of the 8th Cavalry, was extremely excited. Lauren, if we stay with Cleus, I think we can defeat them all together. Gansia, the deputy commander of the 8th Cavalry, shares her feelings. Thanks to that, the soldiers' morale will be greatly boosted. We should feel especially proud for successfully defending Celine. Despite the praise, Chessie remained cold and composed. Everyone was doing well. Inside, she was contemplating that if we kept fighting like this, not only Celine, but also Gariel and Celonia would run out of strength. Chessie calculated carefully, but I also have to consider the variables. They are mainly stationed at Gariel, and if they attack suddenly, we might not be able to hold out. I'm sure we need to send reinforcements. After a moment of thought, she ordered Lauren and Garania to head to Gariel. The two of them are very happy, obeying orders and giving commands. At this moment, Chessie is frowning, deep in thought, when suddenly she notices something unusual. Immediately, Chasey turned in one direction. This flow of magic couldn't wake up at the same time. Looking up at the ceiling, he felt incredibly happy. I did it. I finally woke up. Day's attention also focused on his left hand. It's amazing. The dark magic on my left hand has completely disappeared. As expected, combining the two types of mana together was indeed a good idea. His body is undergoing changes. Long magic has weakened as soon as the curse completely disappeared. He quietly senses the change in his body, but now he's much weaker. The most important thing is that my whole body still can't move, but I can still absorb mana from the air. Each flow of mana is healing Day. I don't need as much mana as when healing Ira. I should be fine. I also can't absorb much right now. Healing. A second later, he closed his eyes seriously, unable to compare to his usual magic, and had to focus more to avoid distraction at this moment. Suddenly, I felt that my hand was somehow different. My left hand, which had absorbed magic before, now felt strangely light for some reason. In an instant, he was stunned. Not only that, every vein and muscle cell was flooded with mana. Joy quickly spread as the mana within his body was activated. Could it be that my hand has become more familiar and sensitive to mana? So it has absorbed more mana. I sensed that the mana in my left hand was being absorbed very strongly, which caused my body to recover faster. I can achieve optimal magic performance with only a small amount of mana. Joy fills his mind. This means I am stronger now. Just like this is enough, I will heal my entire body. Day is still in the room performing the healing procedure, and he will be able to sit up very soon. Right now, I feel so exhilarated. My whole body feels light as if I'm flying, and my health is better than ever before. His hand suddenly clenched. So it's time to return. I've never been this confident before. Now I have broken free from all restrictions. In the darkness, the atmosphere is suffocating and oppressive. Iriel's voice echoes in the space, explaining the current situation. The appearance of high-level swordsmen dealt us a heavy blow. They attacked Salonia's capital at midnight. It was a surprise attack. A look of horror is clearly visible on her face, her eyes wide open, her mouth agape, and her eyebrows almost meeting. She shouts loudly at those behind her. If we lose more soldiers here, it will be hard to hold the capital, but we must find a way to escape this situation. Everyone, retreat. Don't look back. Iriel clasped her hands together, thinking she had to find a way to hold them back, or else she would surely face the sword standing before her. He declared firmly, I swear we will protect you and the capital. We will do whatever it takes to make it happen. Iriel hurriedly stopped him and shouted, You can't do this alone. With our strongest member absent, before Iel could finish speaking, ZCK shouted, I will try. Faced with his determination, she could only sigh. He confesses his feelings. If she dies here now, this battle will be over. Iriel raised her hand forward, her palms open. A beam of light from above shone down on the soldiers, making them rejoice as if they had found gold. Holy shield, holy seal, blessing, great holy magic. This is the Saintess's blessing. A counterattack. Don't spare any of them. Iriel runs in the opposite direction from them. Her eyes are filled with worry and sadness. She whispers to herself, Please don't let anyone die. Her figure vanished into the wind, stirring a howling gust that made the trees sway as Rich warned the knights behind him. Everyone, hold your ground and don't let them pass. The knights shouted a warning. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, making Ron's hair stand on end. His eyes widened. Oh Lord, we're a bit late. Why can't I see the Saintess anywhere? The dwarf Aura stroked his thick braided beard and teased the old witch beside him. It looks more interesting now, but shouldn't we also go after her? That old woman glanced at the person next to her and smirked. Well, I'll leave it to you to decide. The middle-aged man with a few scruffy beard hairs under his chin replied, I agree. He clenched his sword tightly and warning bells rang in his mind. Sure enough, they had arrived. We must stop him from chasing the Saintess. He bravely charged at the dwarf, sword raised high, determined to take them all down. Do you think I would let you do that? The sword in his hand was quickly blocked by the middle-aged man's mirror-like shield, with a few strands of beard hanging below his chin. The middle-aged man chuckled with amusement. I heard you're the youngest high-level swordsman on the continent, right? His gaze looked at him as if he was looking at an ant. I will take care of you. That title made Wretch startle. He wanted to deny it, but couldn't bring himself to say it. No, that's not it. The old witch, Olbuit, though following Aura, glances at him with a cunning look and speaks in a mischievous tone. Be gentle with him. He looks cute. He might run away. The two swords clashed repeatedly, flashing blinding sparks and deafening screeches. Rich gritted his teeth and reluctantly continued fighting, sweat pouring down his face as he struggled to curse through clenched teeth. Ross suddenly appeared like a savior. The girl shouted loudly, Fireball, witch army! It charged at the middle-aged man, creating a thick cloud of smoke and fire that obscured the sky. The girl's face, though still a bit scared, was brave as she shouted loudly. Gitch, I will support you. Zung was surprised. He turned to look at the girl and muttered, Rhea. The thick fog of smoke gradually dispersed, revealing the appearance of the middle-aged man. Surprisingly, he bore no injuries from the recent attack. I can't believe there are so many talented people in the Holy Nation. Your passion bothers me a bit, but I guess I can't ignore you. Wretch silently panicked. He was completely unscathed. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror as he shouted. Rhea behind her, a figure with black hair appeared behind the girl without her noticing, the dead-eyed stare of that person fixed on the girl. She warns, You're blocking my way, little girl. Hearing Z's scream, the girl looks back in shock. Without hesitation, she kicks fiercely at the girl, leaving Gia no time to react. Rick screams. Gree! Her foot moves with the agility of a cat, and as soon as she tips her toe, she leaps into the air. With each step she takes, the air seems to tear apart. The soldiers are no longer calm. They scatter like sheep fleeing from a gray wolf, screaming in chaos. It's coming. Run quickly. The hidden sword beneath the cloak, without any surprise, they all fell under her blade. Blood splattered in all directions amid screams of pain and chaos. Shocked and stunned, pupils contracted, eyebrows drawn together. He figures our army has been wiped out. Only 2 of us remain, and the middle-aged man charges straight at him. The man announces, Hey, young guy, sparks fly as the 2 swords clash. I want to see how you handle a fight too. He helplessly cursed, truly a bastard. His face tensed like a stretched string. He is calculating. Damn it, his attack is too powerful. I have no way to defeat him. A snowflake suddenly appears beside Z, and the sky is suddenly covered with cold air and shimmering fragile snowflakes. He seems to receive a signal. It's the icy field. The blue cloak billowed in the air before gently landing on the ground. The middle-aged man was stunned. Is this a mage? The voice is gentle yet firm as a nail. Stay calm and surrender quietly. The enemies were glued in place, only able to marvel that someone in the Holy Nation could perform such magic. Iriel soared forward, thinking she had escaped and trying not to leave any traces. Maybe this will buy me some time. But her steps gradually slowed. Iriel's face lowered. She bit her lower lip anxiously, but once she set foot in Salonia, she had no plan at all. Aura the dwarf and the old woman beside him stepped out from the direction she just passed. He casually said, "What a pity. If she had run straight ahead, she might have gotten further." A sword of light formed from her hand. She couldn't help but tense up. I expected this, but I didn't think they would arrive so quickly. She screamed out loud, one after another. She had taken a ready stance to fight for her life against the enemies. She declared, "I swear I will take both of you down one by one." The old witch seemed to ignore her words full of contempt, which was quite amusing. Well, so what if that's the case? Aura's eyes and the old woman beside her gleamed like bloodthirsty predators rushing towards Iriel. They threatened, saying it's only if she can. The sound becomes clearer in the darkness as a deep crimson blood splatters out. Strangely, the owner of that bloodstain is Aura. He stared in shock at his beard being cut off and a slash across his chest. And Ariel feels as if stars have fallen from the sky, her eyes shining brightly, and Day appears like a god blocking her path, the one who attacked Aura. The dust created by the aftershock of the magic gradually dissipates. Aura and the witch beside her are pushed back, with Day standing in front of Ariel as a barrier. "Are you having fun causing trouble while I was away? That damn magic circle caused me a lot of trouble." Aura was furious, but also just as shocked. Even that curse only leaves you in a coma for a month. The blue light slowly gathers in his hand as he responds with a bored tone. "Isn't one victory enough to last a whole month? I thought I was going to die of frustration." The blue sphere in his hand gradually grew larger. He calmly said, "Well, since I'm very busy, I'll kill both of you at the same time." The old witch looked at that power, stunned inside. This enormous flow of mana, I've heard about him, but it's hard to believe he's this strong. Aura and the witch exchange a quick glance and exchange a silent signal, both rushing to grab Day's shoulders, catching him off guard. Behind Ariel, it seems she has realized something, her mouth agape but unable to speak. They grab him. "Don't tell me it's mana pressure." The witch screams excitedly, looking triumphant as if she has already seen the outcome of this. No matter how much mana you have inside, you're still just a human. There's no way you have more mana than two high-level swordsmen. Die. He widened his eyes, vaguely guessing they were trying to make the mana sources attack each other, but the mana flow of the loser would shatter. His eyes flashed with blue light as he confidently calculated, "But you chose the wrong opponent." In the middle of the forest, a blue light shoots straight up into the sky, illuminating the entire area in an instant. At the end of the cord, the bodies of two unfortunate souls lie fallen. He stepped forward and gently said, "You should know who you can't touch before using it." Even before the last breath, Aura and the witch couldn't believe it, but you are the only one who can survive. Day calls Ariel to wake her from her dazed confusion. He instructs her, "We don't have time. I will go to Gariel first. You just follow me as quickly as possible." She replied, "Oh, okay." The battle at Rich is nearing its end, his body already covered in wounds. He gasps for breath, trying to hold his sword tightly. Cleus, seeing Jack's condition, shouted in fear, "Z, can you hold on?" Before he could answer, she had already created a barrier to block the attack. The black-haired girl in the hooded cloak keeps attacking her non-stop, while Cluas mutters a spell and worries, about to lose her patience. I can't stay calm. Sharp ice blocks appear from the air on Cluid's command and strike towards the black-haired woman. Her ice spear, she grits her teeth and silently decides that we must not prolong this battle any longer at all costs. That black-haired mage is dodging the ice shards skillfully, with a calculated mind. The fat woman looked at Cluis and concluded as expected that it was not an ordinary spell. Observing her calm demeanor and the techniques Clewood used, she silently guessed that she had dispelled one spell and immediately recited another to counterattack. Her ability to control the angle, timing, and speed of casting her spells is truly astonishing. So she is a level 6 Grand Mage. A scream echoed from that side, causing Cluse's eyes to panic. On the other side, Zik had been stabbed in the chest by the middle-aged man. Blood gushed from his throat and sprayed from the wound, making his situation more critical than ever. Z's eyes gradually lost their clarity, becoming vacant. He collapsed to the ground, motionless amidst his comrades' screams as the middle-aged man drew his sword, a satisfied expression on his face. "You've held out long enough. All right, then I guess it's time." He turned to look at her, his eyes blazing with bloodthirsty aggression. He smirked. "Now it's your turn." Cleus didn't even have time to mourn, her face tense, eyebrows furrowed, gritting her teeth. "Try me!" And see, she's determined. There was no other choice. The spell she cast carried the chilling aura of ice and snow. The soldiers suddenly fled in panic, shouting loudly, "Everyone run now!" The soldier announced, "He's here!" A person lands on the ground, the air compressed until it bursts. Emerging from the dust and debris, he still carries a faint glow of magic on him. The middle-aged man was startled and stepped back, suspicion growing in his mind that it was him all along. Ignoring the soldiers, he pushed through them and advanced, collapsing as blood stained the ground around him. He reached out and touched his neck, deep in thought, as his body had lost its warmth. His face darkened, no longer showing any emotion. He realizes that he died about 20 minutes ago. His voice echoes and says, "I hear you." He asked who had killed Jack, and Cleus lowered his face in remorse. She comforted him, saying, "I'm sorry, it's all because of my limited abilities." He interrupted Clewood, saying, "No, that's a meaningless question." Her eyes blazing with murderous intent, she declared, "I will only cut them into 1,000 pieces." The middle-aged man warned his partner he has a violent obsession with magic, and the black-haired woman agreed.
That guy is dangerous. We need to avoid him. I will clear the way out. Meanwhile, the black-haired one plans to instruct the teammate to hold the line. Before she could finish speaking, a blue blade appeared across her eye. Blood splattered from the person beside her, causing the middle-aged man to stiffen as the blade moved behind him, analyzing the angle and size of the wound, clearly not caused by her. He turned back and asked the guy, his eyes full of murderous intent. That is the person. Fear overwhelmed the middle-aged man, and his voice became more strained. Is he a monster? Blood splattered into the air, and on the ground lay the bodies of the middle-aged man and the black-haired woman as the interrogator asked, Do you think you can take charge of this battlefield? Cleus nodded in agreement. Yes, Holy One, I will take control of this place so you won't have to worry even a little. He carefully carries Z's body, saying as he walks, Thank you. I trust you. Cleus hurriedly replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. She looked at Day's actions in confusion. What is the saintly Day planning to do with Jack's body? The magical light shines into a corner of the forest. Jack's armor has been removed and his body carefully washed. The wounds have been stitched up. He looks down at Jack's body, quietly, having tightly sewn the torn spinal cord and sutured his kidney. But there is no way to transfuse blood. No way to do it. Ariel stepped closer and called out to the Holy One. Are you hopelessly saying that you have gone to the Lord? Jay remains silent. Ariel comforts him. Her hand emits a warm yellow light. She couldn't bear to look at him anymore and could only suggest this instead. He should have left in a better condition. Everyone playing Xia will forever remember your achievements. The warm golden light surrounding you seemed to have something that surprised Ariel, making her open her eyes wide. He whispers, We can save him. She was stunned. What should I do? He raised his voice firmly. We can save her, a sudden voice echoed. I'm sorry, but healing magic isn't omnipotent. It's obvious. But you can't bring someone back from the dead. Another voice echoed in the dark forest, responding, I know that. At this moment, a calm expression appeared on Day's face. Blue light gradually gathered in his hand to form a white-blue surgical knife floating in midair. Day calmly said, Holy magic may not be able to save him, but I will try to do it. As soon as he finished speaking, the surgical knife floating in the air in his hand immediately lunged to cut a line across the chest of the person lying on the ground. Ariel shouted to stop him. I completely understand your feelings right now. It's hard to accept this because you care so much about him. CK is now lying on the ground, sweating profusely, with wounds all over his body that look extremely gruesome. Ariel's voice is still shouting to stop him, but this time it's different. Zik is truly dead. Life and death are in God's hands. Mortals cannot interfere. Hearing that, Jian Kim turned his face back to look at her, determined to speak out. No. If giving up a life that can still be saved, I cannot rest easy. Even if God does not want to, I will do my best to save him. Hearing his words, she suddenly shouted loudly. Then Ariel continued to speak anxiously. Why would you say such forbidden words? Then she suddenly seemed to realize something, her eyes widening in shock. She pondered, will he still be determined? At this moment, Day sighed awkwardly and spoke. Ariel, I can't explain to her right now, but just trust me. Then he clenched his shirt tightly, thinking to himself that it was just like before. Then Day seriously picked up a pair of scissors created from his power, ready to save Ariel standing beside him, who was still watching him in amazement. A blue light immediately appeared from his power. Ariel continued to watch from behind as Day desperately tried to save his hands, struggling to free himself using threads created from his own ability. Ariel's inner voice continues steadily as she observes him, noting that he used that strange method and revived Jack. Ariel continued to think that she must have felt the holy power from him. Although he used mana to speak and clashed with devotion to God, those taboos actually didn't cause any problems. This is really unreasonable, but then she sighed and said, If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. Hearing that, Day looked at her and smiled before replying. You've done enough, thank you. He is still peacefully lying on the ground, observing his condition, and Day quietly calculates that he is brain dead. This situation is due to him not receiving treatment. But at this moment, just with holy magic, his condition has improved as if he were alive again. An image of a heart and a clock appeared in his mind, along with a stream of calculations that kept flashing through. Within 4 minutes of his heart stopping, I will save him. Now let's begin this critical moment. Then, a blue light blade immediately strikes down, accompanied by the calculations flashing in my mind. First, I will cut through the ribs surrounding the heart. Besides the heart, everything else is normal. I wish I had an automatic defibrillator, but there's no way to get one right now. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Day's eyes widened in shock. He thought, lightning. At this moment, images of electric currents flowing through the heart appear while Day continues to think. Through the steady electrical signals, the heart's activity was restored, gradually appearing from the ventricles and atria. In fact, the Doing-On device is an electric current transmitter that helps resuscitate cardiac arrest victims and increases their chances of survival. So I will use magic to control that small amount of electricity and direct it to the heart, while also syncing with its specific rhythm. Then, I imagine the image of a hand gripping the heart in my mind, and continue calculating to use my hand to massage the heart and promote blood circulation. His face immediately became tense as he continued the rescue process, repeatedly praying in his mind,
Please, please, please. Electric currents continuously flow into the body, causing small explosions, while the healer beside him quietly prays and begins to pump blood back in. The streams of electricity entering the body glow with a bright gold, illuminating the dark space. The continuous sparks stimulate the heart to beat again instantly. At this moment, both he and Iriel couldn't hide their surprise and both looked in the same direction in astonishment. Then, Aiel looked at him in surprise and asked. Suddenly, before she could finish her astonished sentence, Jay immediately called out to her. It's working. Iriel, come here quickly and heal him. Hearing that, Iriel immediately used her power to heal Jaw, but she still couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed in amazement. No way! A shimmering golden light from Iriel's power envelops the still unconscious body on the ground. She continued to marvel, Z's condition is too much. He's also breathing again. Then she looked at Day standing nearby and asked him, Day, who are you really? How are you able to do that? Hearing that, Day responded, I can't do it alone. Then, to her surprise, he turned to look at her, winked, and said, We did it. Then Iriel seriously objected, saying, Day, what are you talking about? There's no way I would perform dark magic. Hearing that, he immediately showed a speechless expression and replied, Hey, don't call it dark magic, it's medicine. Then both of their voices echoed throughout the dark forest. Day spoke up, saying, More importantly, hurry and move to Phroxia to help Cleewood. Iriel immediately asked again, Do you not want to come with me? Hearing her question, Day turned back and replied, I need to meet the Pope. All right, then, I'll go all out. And then he instantly disappeared, leaving only a streak of light where he had been standing. Hearing where he wanted to go, Iriel immediately called out anxiously. Then she muttered to herself in confusion, I'm not sure if meeting the Pope right now is a good idea. In another place, a vast town is engulfed in flames from the fire, creating a scene of devastation. The flames light up the entire sky. At this moment, a shadow stands far away on the cliff, watching the fire, and he says, With this, Gariel is finished. Then he excitedly burst into loud laughter and said that soon they would take me to a safe place. I just need to quietly hide away, and I can stay safe and get what I want, just as they promised. Suddenly, Huck appears behind the cloaked man and takes control while he's still happily lost in his thoughts. He threatened, Don't move! Hearing that, the cloaked man suddenly turned his face back in surprise. At the same time, Huck's blade instantly swung up into a bright silver arc. He asked in surprise, Who are you? As soon as he finished speaking, Huck's blade cut through his arm, causing blood to spray everywhere. The man in the cloak immediately cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground, moaning, My arm, my arm. Seeing his condition, Huck immediately said, Now answer my question directly. His face furrowed with 2 streams of tears flowing from the pain. Still, he hadn't yet understood what was happening and was silently trying to figure it out. Damn it, what's going on? I'm sure I placed Namana stones all around this place. And yet, why can't I sense his presence? Who the hell is this guy? As he was thinking, a foot from behind kicked him, making him scream. The owner of the foot spoke, I just warned you not to move. And hearing that, he only managed to think of another voice. The person who just spoke is Hong. She still has her foot on the cloakman's body and presses him down to the ground. Who is your superior? Seeing the people behind him, the man in the cloak muttered in despair, It's not just one person. Archbishop Savvy, Hong's voice rang out again. I'm asking who in Phroxia is giving the orders to you. How? How did they find out? It seems he doesn't intend to say anything at all. So Young. Hearing that, the girl sighed and said, Why can't you just tell the whole truth at once? You're really a troublemaker. Then suddenly, a golden light appeared between the girl's eyebrows, and a gleam also appeared in her eyes. So regretfully, she said, You see, feeling your mind being controlled is the worst. At that moment, a yellow light appeared on the forehead of the cloakman, identical to the one on So Chan. No way. Is this an unofficial interrogation using holy magic to attack the human mind? How is that possible? Even the Archbishop and the Holy Lord couldn't do it easily. Then, suddenly, a streak of yellow light appeared in the dark night sky. At this moment, the man in the cloak has fainted, white foam bubbling from his mouth looking terrifying. And at the same time, So also speaks. It's over. Mostly useless information. All right, I'm leaving now, after it's done. So rubbed her eyes and told Hong, I will hand over the rest to you. Then Hong resumed giving instructions. Yongdui carried her away. And upon hearing that, Yongdui Ok immediately replied, Yes, Hong Yong. Then she turned around and walked away with So, calling back to Trong to make sure he tidies everything up here before catching up with us. We will go to see the Holy Father. Hong silently ponders with a cold expression. Now, he must be heading to the Vatican. Outside, a magnificent palace in the Vatican quietly contemplates. Assessing the current situation, neighboring countries have formed an alliance and established the Phroxia Coalition. It is not a weak, isolated force despite being newly established. If I only infiltrate the leadership of the Holy Nation, it won't be enough. My influence alone won't be enough to resolve this. I don't want that. But in this war situation, the one with the greatest power in the Holy Nation, then Day asked in a voice, Is the Pope inside? Seeing him, Yi was so surprised that he stammered and greeted the Holy Father. Seeing that, Jay calmly told him, I want to meet with the Pope. He quietly calculated that the Pope's assistance was his only option.
A moment later, the Pope's astonished voice echoed loudly through the corridor. Why is there a traitor in the holy nation? On the contrary, he calmly explains in detail. In short, the Frung organization appears. Actually, more precisely, it is a coalition of neighboring kingdoms. And now it turns out our holy nation is also connected to that organization. His reaction was very intense. How dare they do this under Gay's benevolent rule? I will find them immediately. But you quickly stopped the Pope. No, just let them do as they will. However, he strongly disagreed. How could that be? Calmly, Day advises him to wait because if he tries to uproot the weeds now, any action we take will only make Phroxia act more carefully. But the Pope strongly opposed that idea. It can't be. I can't let this happen. He is extremely angry and shouts, how can you hope that a bishop will turn a blind eye to those heretics? I, the Pope, will defeat them one by one. I am sure that every G citizen will support this. Even if it means raising the holy nation, I will punish those heretics. Both of Yuan Chao's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. I didn't expect him to react like that. Even a devout person, why would he overreact like this? He sighed deeply, helplessly reminding him again, Godfather, I have to say it once more, you must let them go. He spoke in a serious tone, asking, please do not let emotions cloud your judgment and use your wisdom to lead the holy nation on the right path. I have finished speaking. Now I must go. The Pope's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the armrest of his chair, his face tense with restraint as he silently cursed that insolent fool in his mind as he left the room. After talking with the Pope, Day walks down the corridor lost in thought. I don't understand what the Pope is thinking anymore. His mind was troubled by his worries. He focused all his attention on one issue while the fate of an entire kingdom was in danger. I shouldn't have told him I can't believe someone like that is the leader of a nation. And also, moving on to another matter, Freya, until now, we know there are 6 high-level swordsmen. Is there anyone at this level in their army? Analyze carefully. Such an army would be enough to destroy a small or medium-sized country in an instant. If they give up attacking the holy nation and turn to attack another kingdom, in the worst-case scenario, they could quickly grow so powerful that I wouldn't be able to stop them anymore. Grasping the core idea, a flash of inspiration sparks in my mind. It would be great if I could predict their actions and stop them beforehand. But I need information to do that. He stroked his chin as he walked, pondering whether he should try to make a deal with her. The setting sun dips behind the mountains and the city gleams with the glow of a dreamy sunset. Along the road on both sides of the forest outside the city, riders are passing by, and his face is contemplative, frowning in thought. The memory flashes back to Ariel ordering Zik not to go to the battlefield anymore. He fiercely questioned, what does she mean? With all due respect, Holy Maiden, I am a high-level swordsman. Removing me would be a great loss to our army. But she simply raised her hand to signal her to stop. No, actually, the opposite is true. Ariel's serious attitude analyzes the situation, and the entire army sees the high-level swordsman as a pillar, so he always needs to be at the front line, facing enemies who may be even stronger. The recent battle has clarified the army's intentions for us. If you take command, you'll have to face those dangerous enemies again. I need you to rest. She emphasized each word with a subtle reminder. I'm sure you don't want the Holy Saint to help you come back to life again, do you? He bowed his head dejectedly, regretfully uttering 2 words. So Il declared, I and the 3 clans will handle this battle. On the contrary, she didn't leave Z idle and assigned him a different task. So I want you to leave the battlefield and go find the Holy Saint. That is why I am now riding on horseback in this rough manner. Z begins to recall the long past. Like a child, those who place high expectations on me call me a genius swordsman. I have become the youngest to achieve the title of high-ranking swordsman, a loyal servant of the Holy One. My fate was sealed to serve the representative of God, the Holy One. He was certain of his absolute loyalty. I have never doubted this faith, and every day I live with that pride. God has chosen a new saint. Rich recalls the fateful encounter. I met him a bit earlier, and he blocked my sword with his bare hands. Z's feelings at that moment still feel fresh. My heart suddenly raced. It was the first time I felt overwhelmed in my life. A firm resolve had existed from that very moment, and I felt I could give everything to him. I have wanted to serve him for my whole life and become a sword in his hand, but everything has gone far beyond reality. His 2 hands trembling as he grips the reins, overwhelmed with emotion, blaming himself for only thinking that way. Far from becoming his shining sword, I have become a burden to him. Tears tormenting his eyes, his jaw clenched tightly, not just once but twice. He must save himself. Rich yells loudly and pulls on the reins, urging the horse to go faster, still blaming himself for being such a lousy guardian. On the tower, Ariel closes the window. After standing here and watching his movements below, she lets out a sigh. Will he be okay like this? She frowned slightly and thought to herself, I already took Rich out of the battlefield as you said, but exactly what are you planning to do? The old bricks, built together, step forward to a fierce cell and speak. It's been a while? I don't know when you arrived, the soul summoner asked confidently. The Holy Nation situation isn't good right now, is it? He honestly confirms. You are right. Whether it's Phroxia or anyone else, they are all a complete mess. He clearly states his purpose, so I came here to ask you a few questions. His attitude is still somewhat resistant. Do you think I will obediently tell you everything? Obviously, I am not intimidated. On the contrary, I sneer with contempt.
Of course not. Do you think I would ask you without reason? Then he pointed out the issues causing difficulty for his body at that time. Joints creaking, vision deteriorating, and skin aging and wrinkling. Your hand reaches into your shirt pocket, and as you speak, your teeth fall out. Your muscles weaken, and your cardiovascular, coronary, kidney, endocrine immune systems, and many other organs all deteriorate simultaneously. Your body is no longer the same as before, right? If I cure you correctly, then you won't be able to control that irrationality anymore and will tell me everything I want to know, right? The tone becomes increasingly terrifying. You know, I've always wondered why. Chu and the orcs have bodies similar to those of humans in these two species. Which one do you think is more compatible with the human body? That look made the soul summoner tremble instantly, sweat pouring down like water, and he hurriedly shouted, "What kind of devilish plan are you plotting?" Wait a moment. As for Day, the modern medical expert, he knows countless ways to make the body suffer. A desperate scream echoed throughout the dungeon. After a moment, the soul summoner, with a full, pretty face, sparkling eyes, and tears streaming down his chubby cheeks, begged desperately. "Stop, I beg you, stop, I will tell you. Let me tell you the truth about Phroxia's real identity, which is the magic fortress." The healer still holds a syringe and a strange bottle in his hand. "Why did you tell me so early? I still have many things to try." He shouted and cursed. "Damn it, giving you the Holy Saint title is a waste, I don't care." "Oh my god, fine. Keep going, say it." It is said to have disappeared when the Age of Magic ended. The Black Tower, the Red Tower, the Green Tower, the Gold Tower, and the Imperial Tower. There are a total of 5 magic fortresses which maintain balance with each other and the magical order among the nations. However, there is concern that the power of these magic fortresses will continue to grow. An allied army from the 6 continents launched an attack on the magic fortresses. The battle summoned the Black Tower, summoning the Bone Dragon and the zombies, destroying countless kingdoms and ending the Age of Magic. The face of the soul summoner is as smooth as a young girl's, as she hurriedly recounts everything she knows. Then the remaining magic fortresses united their forces, waiting for the day they can take revenge on you. Loya still has 15 high-level swordsmen and 7 level 6 mages, and the first level 7 archmage of humanity is also sharpening his sword to seek revenge. He laughed loudly with great satisfaction, confidently asserting that no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to face them. He rolled his eyes and twirled his ear, ignoring that arrogant attitude, and asked again. Alright, so their base is in the Greenia Mountains. Greenia Mountain Range, the first mountain range on the entire continent, where gnomes and elves live together, a neutral zone that does not cooperate with any kingdom, and a land rich in fertile soil and countless resources. But that's also why gnomes and elves are always fighting, and it's also why humans are not suitable to live here. I hesitated, truly finding no better place for them to gather strength and build their organization, away from the watchful eyes of other kingdoms. I pondered each plan and move, partly wanting to rain down meteor showers on those mountains to solve this damn problem. But I can't let those innocent little people and elves suffer. So, another idea came to mind. 15 high-level swordsmen, 7 6th-level archmages, and the first 7th-level archmage. It's levels. Everything seems to be becoming clearer today. His eyes are deep and intense. I understand why the Soul Summoner is so happy now. With a team like that, conquering the entire continent is no longer just a dream. This battle will be tougher than I thought. Suddenly, he called out to his subordinates. "Hong Yong, are you there?" She stood right behind and responded. "Be present and ready to follow orders." He turned around and sternly commanded, "Each of you go to the neighboring countries. I want you to monitor Phroxia's activities there and report everything to me, no matter how small." Hong replied briefly, "Understood." Seeing that she hadn't left and still looked hesitant, as if she had something to say, Gay asked, "What is it? Do you want to report something?" Hong Thane sincerely expressed, "We will follow your orders at all costs, but we also believe we can assist you in the battlefield." He was a bit surprised. "What about you guys?" She was about to explain further, but was interrupted with a cheerful attitude, saying, "The enemy has a large vanguard force, so I haven't finished explaining." "You make a good point, but it's okay. This situation requires us to act more efficiently and use accurate information." He specifically reminded us to act before the enemy takes unexpected actions, not just to send reinforcements to the front line. A single battle there isn't as important as the mission assigned to you. She turned around and walked away, her dark laughter hiding a scheme. And also, regarding the vanguard army, we can also organize some smaller units to assist them. Night has fallen and the castle's windows are brightly lit. A soft sigh echoes in the quiet space. Right now, ZK is standing dazed in front of the luxurious royal door. I've finally reached the Holy Lord, but I don't know if I can face him. While he hesitated, the maid beside him announced that Lord Rich had arrived and the person inside had ordered him to come in. The white door gently opened, and as Deesh stepped inside, he bowed to Day. "Greetings, Holy Lord." He softly called his name as a greeting. DCK saw his annoyed and displeased expression, and Day thought to himself, he looks really discouraged, but I guess that's understandable. Then suddenly he stepped forward. Rich closed his eyes tightly, a drop of sweat rolling down showing his anxiety and readiness to be scolded. But instead of a shout, there was only a gentle pat on the shoulder and a reassuring word. "Come to the training ground tomorrow morning." He was surprised. St. Duke's hand, Wretch's hand, clenched tightly, somewhat misunderstanding his actions. Are you planning to kick me out? He immediately raised his voice in helpless denial. What are you talking about?
Why would I chase you away? Every word you said was full of encouragement and trust.
I will make you someone no one can defeat, so focus on the next 10 days. Forget everything else, and your only goal is to become stronger.
She also didn't forget to recall the memory of his heroic deed. I know how much you have suffered.
In that battle, to fill the gap and help everyone while I was unconscious, he confidently affirmed, leaving me stunned. If anyone deserves my support, it is you. Don't forget that. Day's bright smile and his absolute praise have a tremendous mental strength. Are you my sword? He clenched his lips without speaking, kneeling on one knee to show respect. The centipede bowed its head in loyalty and loudly saluted before him. Yes, yes, your majesty. Your holiness. The next morning, a resounding sound and inner strength echoed through the entire castle. Greetings, Holy One. Dan yawned, tears of vitality streaming down, still sleepy-eyed but full of energy as he looked at Rich. You came so early, the sun hasn't even risen yet. Yes, your holiness, Chiaz. Your holiness's sword cannot keep the ruler waiting. So seeing his attitude, Day felt a bit helpless, thinking to himself that now the pressure is twice as usual.
However, he couldn't extinguish that burning will, so he immediately set the task. All right, first create a wind sword, like you usually do.
Wretch responded quickly, obeying your command. But as he was creating a blazing pink sword like hot coals, Day interrupted. No, stop. Come closer and give detailed instructions. Now you should abandon your old habits. This is not just about transforming your mana into the shape of a sword. According to Day, Swordwind is about balance. The first time I heard this term, I felt it was new. Balance continued, so imagine a sword divided into 3 equal parts, the tip, the blade, and the hilt, with mana distributed evenly among all 3. His hand touches yours, and a wave of power begins to emanate gradually. Now, start controlling the mana within your body to create your own sword wind. Suddenly, the sword in his hand shot out bursts of fire. Even he couldn't hide his surprise. He clearly felt that the power of this sword had reached a whole new level, as if the surrounding air was swirling toward it, making it hard to believe that with just a little balance, his aura could transform into a sword like this. After the guidance, he asked again, All right, do you feel it? Try again, he nodded. Yes. Rich focused all his strength on the sword in his hand, with a feeling just like the one he had during his previous training when he was able to do it. But it seems like the first attempt wasn't quite right, as the fire and energy emitted weren't as strong as before. He sighed in disappointment, feeling quite challenged. The wire immediately explained the previous result. It's because you're trying to force an invisible thing into a certain ratio and keep them together. I guarantee that if you succeed in this step, your swordsmanship will improve drastically. Hearing this, he immediately became excited. Really? You seriously made that request? 3 days of sunshine to master this skill in 3 days. Rich is full of confidence and determination. Yes, I will do my best. He returns to the luxurious bedroom of the Shu. He sits at the dining table, tilting his head back as he recalls what happened this morning. I told you it was 3 days, but I didn't expect him to only train for 3 days because aura training is extremely difficult. His gaze looks out the window, through thousands of houses towards a distant place, thinking about his goal of waiting until Jack is strong enough so he can entrust the Holy Nation to him while he's away to go to Grinia. A slight smile appeared on Day's lips. Now all he had to do was wait. Suddenly, he sensed something, this flow of mana. The magic gate opens and Ara appears, her eyes suddenly wide as she takes in everything around her. Seeing the person arrive, Day quickly stood up and happily called out Ara's name. She was just as moved. She exclaimed loudly, and immediately Ira leapt onto him, throwing herself into a heartfelt embrace. Day gently smiles, ruffling her hair to soothe her in Day's bedroom. After the emotional moment passes, Ara speaks first. Grenya confirmed and asked again, Do you know anything about that place? She honestly replied, I do not oversee the mountains there. It is managed by a different high-ranking fairy race. Hearing that answer, Day immediately reacted strongly. His eyebrows furrowed anxiously, and things became even more complicated. No matter how big or small the plan to eliminate Phroxia is, people would never ignore even the smallest signs. The fairy race is known for being suspicious of outsiders. Of course, they would be even more upset if a stranger entered their territory to fight. If I end up opposing the high-level elves, not only the elves in the village, but also those in nearby regions will come after me. Day wanted to gather more information, so he asked, What is the strength of that high-level fairy? Era replied, All high-level fairies are stronger than ordinary fairies by 1 rank. But she paused for a moment and smiled. They are not on the same level as me because I am the guardian spirit of all high-level fairies. I was a bit surprised, and the guardian deduced the situation and guessed that if I became an enemy of those high-level elves, even Ara would be troubled. Thinking that, G expressed a moderate attitude. I will try to avoid any conflict with the fairy race. Then she raised one finger, lightly waved, and summoned the magic door. It's time for me to go now. Knowing you're awake, I feel at ease. He politely replied, Thank you for caring for my child. I know it's not easy for you to find time to come here. Thank you for frequently visiting my child. She smiled politely. You also helped me a lot before. I should also thank you. Day rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a bit embarrassed. Come on, before you leave completely, Era stays a little longer to give some advice. And don't worry too much. The fairy folk in Grinia are quite easygoing, so as long as you don't do anything too outrageous, you'll be fine. He waved goodbye, reflecting on her words earlier and thinking to himself, easygoing, those from Freya, they chose such a despicable place to set up their hideout. I don't think worrying will solve the problem. If I go alone, something might happen to me. But suddenly Day remembered, hoping in his heart, wondering how Jack was doing, hoping that he had made significant progress in the past week. 3 days later, loud shouts echoed across the training ground as he practiced the previous moves guided by his tired eyes. Day reminds him, this is not what I told you to do. He immediately starts to panic and stammer. I sincerely apologize and honestly share the feelings I experienced. When you control the aura and guide my magic, it feels like something inside me has awakened. I keep thinking about that strange sensation, and I feel like I could reach a state similar to when I fought Hat. His words left him utterly surprised and stunned. Not only can he control aura, but he has even reached a level where he can maintain the shape of a sword made of aura for a period of time. G understands very well that activating mana truly awakens these senses. But to do this in such a short time, he truly deserves to be called the youngest genius to reach the high swordsman level of the Holy Nation. So he silently decided that this was enough. Now I can entrust him and leave. Day smiled comfortably and continued chatting in the same relaxed manner as before. So you want me to become even stronger, huh? He responded without hesitation. Yes, a blue energy radiates out along with Day's voice. So now there's one more thing I need from you. Do you have what it takes to use all your strength to try and block my sword with the newly summoned blade? I am ready and eager. Come at any time. He took a step back, quietly observing without rushing to act, his whole body emanating a highly alert aura. You underestimate me too much. When the two fought for control, he could sense the difference in the jade blue aura energy as if the essence of mana had been refined and purified. But I could feel the ratio of aura in his sword. It's not much different from my aura. I could block it, but an unexpected incident left him stunned. A sly smile appeared in his eyes. This is the final lesson he must learn, the feeling of experiencing it firsthand. Seeing the jade green sword pressing down, Rich stared in amazement. An invincible sword. He hurriedly asked, is there really no way to stop it? The flick of his hand causing the weapon to disappear replied, who knows? Just keep investigating until I return. He suddenly realized something. It means he also decided to speak frankly. Then I will go to Phroxia's hideout with you. But since you interrupted that plan, I won't let anyone else do it. Day hit Wretch hard, making him cry out in pain. I told you, you're the right person to replace me when I'm not here.
You haven't forgotten, have you? Wretch, with a dark face, sat quietly with a head wound, obediently following orders.
Forgive me. I will protect the kingdom with my life. What's the situation now? He replied softly. All right, thanks to you. Suddenly, Day asked about something else, but you must have been diligently training. Detch honestly states, thank you for thinking so. Since the day you taught me, I have been continuously training up to now. Hearing that response, he was stunned and a doubt arose in his mind. You have been training non-stop since then, so don't say you need to ask more questions. What about eating and drinking? The obvious answer was no surprise. Saint, you have shown me mercy by teaching me a lesson as vast as the boundless sea. How can I stop training to eat? That's impossible. That fierce spirit leaves me speechless. I order you. Now I will take you to eat. Follow me. He immediately obeyed. Yes, Saint. A voice echoed from inside the room. So you did as I told you, right? Someone respectfully replied, yes. The Holy Emperor's journey is a pilgrimage prayer with no one escorting him. I unrolled the scroll full of writing and exclaimed, that person has another opinion. Your Excellency, one more thing, she signaled with her eyes for him to speak. The assistant reported, it seems the Heresy Investigation Council has already started their actions. Clay, surprised, raised his voice. Why? She suddenly stood up, leaning on the table, reacting fiercely. They acted without my permission, when I am the head of the archbishops, he added, and they said it was the Pope who ordered them to act. She clenched her teeth, trembling with anger, silently cursing that crazy old man for unnecessarily complicating things. Then she grabbed her coat and went out to give orders. Come with me, he quietly replied as he followed behind. Yes, the footprints in the snow are gradually being covered up. Day, carrying his luggage on his back, moved step by step through the harsh weather. Because it was too cold and he was not used to the falling snow, he kept sneezing despite wearing an extra cloak, and he thought to himself that he could never get used to the weather in these snowy mountains. I wore clothes with magic that retains moisture, but the weather is still too cold. It must have been different here before, but now the climate is gradually changing. Day crossed his arms and hesitated, snow falling more and more heavily. I can't see anything ahead. Should I set up camp here? After a while, he put on gloves and sat by the fire, feeling satisfied. Seeing that the fire wasn't blazing enough for this weather, he thought to himself that he needed to make it burn hotter. Is there something I can use over there? Like some firewood. As I was searching, my eyes caught a strange thick piece of wood. What kind of tree is that? It looks so strange. Well, fine, as long as it burns. So I moved closer to break a branch, when suddenly a voice rang out. Hey, get out of here. He was confused and didn't understand what was happening.
Immediately after, the tree turned around revealing a talking face saying, "I told you to let go." Curious and intrigued, he wondered, is this a monster? Sisiques. No wonder it looked so strange. It crossed its arms arrogantly and spoke, not expecting to meet a human here. Day said, "I also didn't expect to meet a malevolent spirit here." It immediately denied, "I am not a fallen fairy. I am a fallen immortal." Thinking of the beautiful and glamorous appearance of ordinary fallen fairies, he quickly rebutted, "How can you lie so blatantly?" The immortal of rebirth is annoyed. "So what? This guy, I'll show you." Then it pulled a root from beneath the snow to prove it. "It's confident, see? Even if I pull my roots out of the ground, I won't die." Day looked a bit stunned. Thutian also remained silent, and although he didn't speak, he couldn't help but wonder in his mind. So what? Thutian turned away, clasping his hands behind his back, breaking the awkward silence. "Human, you possess extraordinary holy magic? Are you a deity?" He pondered, thinking he was shifting to another matter, but still politely introduced himself as a saint named Day. He made a serious request. "With a noble background and humanity's power, could you share some of your strength with me? I need power. If you help me, I will grant you one wish. One wish for the elf, specifically the lamb tribe. The existence of the seed fairy is valuable because they make the land in the forest more fertile. If this child really is a seed fairy, even the elves in the Grania Mountains would also cherish him. And they will help me find Phroxia? No. At least they won't stand in my way. However, I'm not in a hurry, and we'll keep investigating further." "You talk about strength. What kind of strength do you mean?" The fairy reiterates, just as I said in a serious tone, "I make myself stronger, but then I skillfully refuse. Sorry, but I don't know how to help the fairy become stronger." Rich is a different case, and the fairy was surprised by that. Why does he look so defeated and sad? "No, I need strength to go back to the forest." This time you're the one surprised. The forest. Is that your home? The recipient had to recount the whole story. In the past, a group of humans entered the forest and exhausted and destroyed our home. Their dark magic killed us all. Then they took away our power and drove us away from our home, leaving us as wanderers. It's quite a coincidence that it's exactly what I care about. Day silently wondered if the dark magic he was talking about referred to the forest in the Grania range, the people of Phroxia. His voice rises, his hand clenched. Isn't this just a perfect coincidence? He looks excited and says, "Coincidentally, I was on my way to punish the people in your forest. Is the fairy really suspicious? I can't make you stronger, but I can take you back to your forest. So where can I gather firewood? Do I have to use magic to keep the fire burning? I'm tired." Seeing that, it quickly replied, "Wait a moment." Then Thutian decisively broke off half of his arm in front of Day's astonished eyes. It threw the piece of wood into the fire without hesitation. "My body burns the fire well and can keep it going for a long time." Seeing that naive face, he silently decided he had to bring him back to the forest quickly. Time kept passing, and the next day, this time he had left the snowy area and arrived in a sunny, lush jungle. I happily exclaimed that the mountains should look like this. Looking at the marks on the tree trunk and the bark peeling, I guess I have entered the territory of the fairy race. He was walking and thinking to himself. First, he wanted to talk to the high-ranking fairy. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "Hey, you human, what are you doing here?" Seeing the girl in front of you, I wonder if they are the guardians of this village. "Hello, may I meet the high elves in charge of this forest?" "What are you talking about? Do you think we would let a stranger from humanity into the village? Does he think he can meet Chessie?" He was a bit surprised. "Chessie, is that the name of the high elf here?" "I'm still trying to show goodwill. I understand. So that's why I'm politely asking for permission. But the other side is very stubborn, and the simple answer is just that you should leave now." His attitude made him headache and sigh. I never expected everyone to welcome me warmly. But just talking like this, suddenly someone spoke up. "What's all this noise about?" She stepped forward gently, and the others politely called out. Chessie looked at her appearance with some surprise. "Is that the fairy race, Chessie? She looks like Era, and she seems friendly enough to talk to me. A high-ranking fairy with a gentle personality." Chessie smiles happily. "Hello, do you have something to do in our village? You seem a bit hesitant and stammering about it." Suddenly her eyes focused on a small detail. The earrings he was wearing looked a bit familiar. Chessie suspected she was the one who suddenly realized Sissel's eyes. Then her attitude changed immediately, and she approached with hostility, asking sharply, "Human, where did you get those earrings?" Day started to worry and tried to explain. "These are just a gift." Chessie's face darkened, and she didn't hold back. "A gift?" "The earrings are a precious heirloom of our village and also a relic of my mother. I will ask you again, who gave you those earrings?" "I am the holy saint of the holy kingdom of Gare, a senior swordsman from the kingdom of Lacey who gifted them to me as a diplomatic gift." "I believe so." She grits her teeth and mutters, then immediately extends her hand towards him, ready to gather strength for an attack. "Everything is clear now. No need to say more. The allies of that kingdom are also our enemies." His face darkened with a silent frown. "Is this how everything begins?" Then, a loud explosion followed by a piercing scream rang out. Under the fierce attack from Chessie's group, the fleeing rope spun wildly. She charged forward, wielding four-bladed throwing darts. "You run fast when you're escaping, huh? Give me back that earring right now." I turn back and shout, "I know even if I give it to you, you will just kill me anyway."
The assassin, furious, shouted, "Who are you calling a murderer?" And the ground beneath her feet started to glow with a faint magical aura. Damn it, I just wanted to approach Phroxia quietly before. Seeing Bat jump quickly, Chessie became more cautious. This guy? She frowned. How can humans move like that? The sky turns red as the day comes to an end, with green trees pressing down on the beautiful sunset background, and somewhere you can hear a sigh of relief from Day. Why those damn elves? But except for that, he looked at the small stone in his hand with a headache, planning to ask the fairy race for help to eliminate Phroxia, but unexpectedly, things fell apart right from the start. Does this earring have the ability to find the other one? Who would have thought this was the way to find the other earring? He clenched his fists tightly, planning his next move. Although things went a bit off course, running through this forest all day helped me get a sense of the area. Then, the terrain slopes from high to low near a water source and the most suitable spot for humans to settle. He considers factors like the distance to the fairy village and where their lair might be located. Day looks into the distance, thinking he should check that direction first. It's getting pretty late now. He set up a small tent, packed his belongings inside, and decided to camp here. Day's clothes were torn in that area. Looking at what he had just set up, he forced an awkward smile. I will try to avoid harming the forest as much as possible. The fairy folk probably won't complain about this, right? Tomorrow morning, I will go to meet them. The next day, Day looked at the map and examined it for a while, and I was right after all. It's still not fully dawn. I roll up the map in my hand and calculate the location of the magic fortress, their camp, the boundary of the fairy village, and the home of the tiny people. I've figured out everything. I can sense the evil magic from the magic fortress. It seems they have layered multiple enchantments for defense. Rushing in blindly could get me into trouble like last time, so I need to think carefully. Suddenly a noise drew his attention to them, and he stared in shock at the crowd. There are still so many tiny people among the fairy folk. He hesitated, thinking they seemed to be in danger. They are indeed chasing me away, not allowing me into the fairy village. But before I could get a clear picture, he rushed forward to block the two fairy people. I can't just stand by and watch them die. He raises his hand to summon his power. The radiant holy light blinds his enemies, making them scream and close their eyes. He shouted angrily, "Who are you?" But a second after the light disappeared, there was no one left in front of Aura. He was confused. Where did he go? Over there, the fire near the wire's shelter is burning again. He softly says, "Let me take a look at your wound now." But Depp stubbornly covers the injury with his hand, refusing to let him get close. That human, get out of here now. Even though he's a bit annoyed, Day still forces a fake smile. You must be in a lot of pain. Then he firmly pressed the herbal mixture onto the wound, making him gasp in surprise from the burning sensation. Don't worry, I'll treat you right away. In just a moment, DP suddenly felt different, and the pain completely disappeared. He calmly replied, "I knew there were countless herbs in the forest. I used them to make medicine for the wound." Sphia softly and cautiously said, "You know quite a lot. We owe you our lives. We are very grateful to you for helping us." He also calmly subdued his earlier hot temper with gratitude. "Thank you, humanity. Please forgive my rudeness just now." Day just smiled and didn't take it to heart. It wasn't a big deal. But why are you fighting with the little people? Sevia is the one recounting everything. This kind of thing happens all the time here. It's because of territorial disputes. Recently, we discovered a mine near my village, and the little people keep eyeing that place. Her face was heavy. They keep destroying nature recklessly, which is really serious. Day didn't say anything in reply, only thinking that their views on what is good and evil are completely different. He changed to a friendly expression and said, "I prefer the concern you have for us over them. My name is DP." She also agreed and introduced herself, saying, "That simple tent clearly shows how much you love nature. My name is SPIA." He looked at the simple tent mentioned and smiled foolishly. "I am Day." He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief inside, glad he had set up the tent like that. This time, Sia asked, "So why did you come here, Day?" He hesitated, then asked cautiously, "Do you know about a group of people who came here to form an army some time ago?" She interrupted casually. "Of course I do. I guess there are about 150 people," and my mouth drops open in shock. 150? He looked around doubtfully, knowing he would have to climb over icy, snowy mountains and cross 2 kingdoms to reach this range. There's no way so many people could have come all the way here. Could it be that Froya has already taken control of the 2 nearby kingdoms? He straightforwardly explained. Now that army is trying to destroy the entire continent. The 2 of them are surprised by the idea of destroying the whole land. He nodded in confirmation, so I came here to stop them, or rather to make them disappear. In the name of justice, what you just said is true, isn't it? Sevia, clutching her chest, muttered in disbelief as Cohen spoke up. "Is there anything we can do to help you? The elves will not forget any favor." "You saved our lives," he said very seriously. "If there is anything we can help with, we want to do it to repay you. Please state your request." "So can you 2 take me into the fairy village?" He explained his purpose. "I want to talk to the high-ranking fairies in the village." She hesitates slightly. "I'm sorry, but I don't have the authority to decide on this." He explained that only the elders have the authority to decide whether other clans can enter the village. Day sighed regretfully, feeling disappointed. Since they expressed their hesitation about this, we offered to help. Seeing that, he also didn't seem worried and simply replied, "It's already late. You two should head back now, or they'll start causing a fuss again." "Sorry, we can't help you," Day simply replied. "Goodbye." "Here you go." Brother hands over a gem and says, "Yes, please give this earring to Chessie." "Really?" Although hesitant, Depp still agreed. "Fine then." Watching the two figures leave, Day pondered and thought maybe he should skip the fairy village matter. Then an idea struck him, so that night Day headed to a place neither close nor far from Phroxia's camp. Over the next 3 days, he recorded every move of Phroxia, from daily life and culture to the environment around her. Then he devised a clever plan. A subtle smile played on his lips as he looked at the notebook filled with symbols and writing. That morning, the sky was clear with few clouds, and a cautious squirrel appeared, sniffing around. Suddenly, it was ambushed and trapped by a wooden basket, letting out a cry, holding a bag of mice in hand, with a calculating expression on its face. The grand castle was shrouded in darkness, and a voice ordered, "Organize all the information we have gathered." Someone responded. Hong and his team discussed Vaughn, Glemon, and Heron. The investigation across the three kingdoms revealed that after successfully infiltrating, Phroxia began to engage in political activities, but their influence on the current situation was minimal. In the end, the main enemies are inside the Holy Nation. So he nodded in agreement, and Huck added, "Recently, there have been many upheavals within the Holy Nation, with many merchant guilds transferring large amounts of capital to the same place, which is not only related to noble families, but also located in an area that these noble families frequently investigate for heresy." Hong crossed his arms and asked, "The person who said the Pope personally oversees the Heresy Investigation Council, right?" He lowered his eyes and spoke evenly. "Yes, an internal investigation of the Holy Nation is necessary." Suddenly, he raised his hand to signal and stopped speaking. "Wait." In Yong, the girl's eyes lit up with two crosses, like a flash of lightning crossing her gaze, her eyes full of determination as if she could see through space. "I just discovered a mysterious holy power source from the Vatican. It's moving outside the church at a very fast speed." And Hong is a bit surprised. "Vatican? How many people?" The girl replied immediately. 2 people, 8 outside." Hong immediately activated her alert mode, sternly ordering everyone to chase after them, allowing elimination but leaving someone alive for questioning. As night falls, the fortress is shrouded in silent darkness. In a warm room, Luke sighs. That Pope is truly too naive. Suddenly, a noise caught her attention. The door swung open, and a group of masked, tall, muscular men burst in. "Hey," sneered mockingly, "I never allowed you to come in. Who sent you here?" But inside, I couldn't help but feel surprised. "Have they already gotten past the guards?" One of the men drew his sword and coldly declared, "You don't need to know. You're about to die anyway, so just quietly leave this world." Archbishop. Standing before the sharp sword, he remained silent. At that moment, the Hong army burst in, and she hurriedly asked worriedly, "Archbishop, are you okay?" IA's face was completely stunned by this cruel scene. "Who are you again? The time for your schemes and plots has come." He released a swarm of rats to let the plague come back. The plague is a highly contagious disease with the highest death toll in modern history. Leyland through fleas. Parasitizing on rats, the pestis bacterium is the intermediary in transmitting the disease. It is a terrifying plague that killed half of the population of Asia and Europe. At the same time, Phroxia's sanitation conditions are too poor. Even with magic here, the lives of the people are still backward. This place is no different from medieval Europe. That was also when an idea was born. What would happen if the plague bacteria spread in these living conditions in a world where penicillin does not exist? The only way to fight the plague is to use holy magic, based on what I've observed over time. In Phroxia, the bishop's use of divine power is very limited. Spreading the plague is just a small matter. I just need to introduce the pathogen into these rats and wait for the parasites on them to spread. He looks extremely pleased, thinking I can secretly wipe out Phroxia. Then he decided that he would go back and start producing medicine. The next morning, seeing the results he had created, he felt extremely satisfied. Amazing. The slices of bread now have green mold growing on them. It's a good thing they have quickly multiplied just recently. First, let's get rid of all these brown molds. Next, he put the remaining items into a bag and separated the white and green mold. According to medical knowledge, the mold used to produce the antibiotic penicillin is this green mold. The precise measuring device is used to add moisture to the sorted mold, and if we wait longer, we can easily turn them into medicinal compounds for drug production. Suddenly, he was startled to realize a serious problem. He understood that doing this alone wouldn't be enough. One person can't handle everything. He sighed in frustration. "I'm tired of the divine powers I have. I've almost purified everything already." Meanwhile, inside the village, conflicts began to erupt. The Dark Tower cast dark magic on everyone, didn't it? "Speak carefully, we're not involved." Seeing the man unconscious with black stains on his hands, everyone is terrified. "He has so many black spots like this, and you're still denying it's black magic?" "It's not over yet. Everyone is running a high fever and vomiting. The conflict is growing worse, and the entire army is dying. The Black Tower has nothing to do with this." The wire is hiding in the forest, observing everything, and sure enough, they can no longer trust each other. "Is the side effect of this disease causing civil war?" He looks calm,
Holy magic won't have any effect. It only cures illnesses and can't change the infection in the environment. But looking at the overall situation, I predict Phroxia will collapse on its own without any further intervention from me. However, I still worry about one issue, especially the first 7th level Archmage of Humanity that the Soul Summoner mentioned. That person will definitely cause a lot of trouble later, so I have to root out the problem completely. He envisions a future where, thanks to the many scholars from the magic era, he can naturally seize what they know, and finally, he happily walks singing through the enchanted forest, using it on his journey. I won't need to cross snowy mountains anymore. My beloved spells move and fly up to the tall spire of the tower. The hurried footsteps are rushing away with a frantic voice. He climbs the fortress and stops him right there. At all costs, he must not reach there. Dai turned around proudly, but there was no one behind him. You guys just keep running around, but no one will stop me. That's why I'm so confident. The plague has weakened the guards, making it much easier to break in. Seeing the group of sword-wielding guards trying to stop him, Dai guessed that all the fortress defenders must be high-level swordsmen. So there must be something very important on the top floor of the fortress, right? It's a gemstone, a magic tool, a teleportation spellbook. The Iron Knights from the tower have moved down to block the way. Who are you? How did you get here? But with just a simple magic gesture, I could easily throw you aside and clear the way for me. Do you know what I had to go through? If it weren't for you, I could have lived happily. Day happily moved forward. I will take a few valuable things as compensation. The door opens, and as he steps inside, what catches his eye are thousands of carefully stored books. As he suspected, this room is filled with magic, seemingly containing all kinds of magical tools. Day prepares to gather his things. Alright, now we should get started. Suddenly, he felt something snagging under his feet, and when he looked down, he saw someone lying unconscious right on the ground. Who is this? Wow, who are you? Woken up? The other person slowly sat up, supporting themselves with their hands. He asked blankly, "Who are you?" "I've never met you before." Day hesitated briefly, thinking to himself that I should have been the one to say that. "I understand." Before you could answer, he continued speaking, probably saying you were the one who released the rat to spread the plague. Feeling a surge of aura from the person opposite, Day was a bit surprised. This mana source? He carefully recalled that it was similar to the mana source in the magic circle that sealed him. There is too much mana, so that means this person. It seems you have figured out who he is, and he calmly says, "I didn't expect you to look like this." L looks straight through to his abilities. "You're so young, and you've already reached level 7. He narrows his eyes. "Have you also achieved the rank of Lord?"
Then you calmly shared your understanding of the curse. You defeated the skeleton dragon in an instant, lifted the magic seal by weakening its divine soul, and you possess enough knowledge to destroy an entire city with a plague.
I don't know if you're even human. It's really fascinating how you say that directly. I'm not a lord yet. I'm just an ordinary person. Then let me ask you a question too. After all, is Phroxia's only goal truly revenge? He looked puzzled. Revenge? You continue? I can't understand how you can justify such inhumane actions with an excuse like that. I will reveal. There are indeed many who wish for revenge, but I have no interest in that at all. This time, Ace found it hard to understand and was not interested. He coldly justified that all he wanted was to explore knowledge. The actions just now were only for experimentation and research, yet those idiots in the fortress think it's a way to take revenge. A look of contempt flashes in his eyes as he questions to the end. So all the wars, the killings you caused, and all those innocent people are just tools to satisfy your curiosity? I never expected him to confirm that in my grand plan, it really is like that. They asked me to quickly make a plan, and everything just keeps repeating itself. I explained the entire process, and all the experiments and research I did weren't really that meaningful. But now that a human like you has come before me, it is indeed a wonderful outcome. Not everything is in vain. Hearing such terrible words spoken so calmly causes a shock. What kind of crazy monster are you? Lich declared, "Let me show you." He also was not afraid, extending his hand to unleash iron chains. "Are you trying to bind me up?" That magic circle uses this spell better than you do. You're not even a lord, so any binding spell you want to cast on someone else. But he was caught off guard as chains of darkness wrapped around him, his face filled with disbelief. I can't move. There's no way I was truly bound by a spell, right? As a level 7 archmage, while I focus my power to declare your death sentence, I can't let you survive. In confusion, L drifts into a daze. That means this guy. A flash of light flickers in his eyes. A jade green circle shot out from outside the tower, marking Phroxia's complete destruction as the sun slowly set behind the pine forest. I clutch my luggage and cry as if a heavy burden has been lifted. Finally, I am leaving this miserable life behind. The battles and nights of sleeping rough are finally over. If I go back, there will only be medicines left. He smiled proudly while holding the book in his hand, and along the way, I also casually picked up this as a trophy. I didn't take the others because they were just useless spells, but this forbidden book is different. It is even protected by a sealing spell, so it must contain some powerful incantation, like teleportation, for example. He raises his hand to project magic onto the book to see. Day says to lift the seal, but nothing happens. He looked confused. What's wrong with this thing?
Then Day kept chanting, "Dispel the seal! Dispel the seal! Dispel the seal!" The book remained still, trembling with suppressed anger as sweat poured down his face. His desperate, furious screams echoed throughout the forest. Why can't it open? Over there, the masked people have been completely eliminated by her. They come from the Moonlight Assassin Guild, the top assassin organization in the Eastern Continent. We learned they received a contract to assassinate from their guild leader, and we have been tailing them since Vatican. Lei examined the connected clues and deductions. The Pope is definitely directly involved in Phroxia's successive infiltrations. Hong disagrees. Yes, that's right. Lei bowed her head in thought. The Pope tried to assassinate me, recalling that day she came to meet with the Pope to talk. Your Holiness, I just learned that you personally oversaw the Heresy Investigation Council that day. He spat out curses in anger. How could the Holy Nation become so corrupt? At this point, instead of being a land of God, I feel like this place is more like the den of that vulgar Phroxia. The familiar scene no longer surprises I, who calmly continues. I know the Holy Saint told us to set this aside, but the Pope interrupted as a warning. Only the Pope can decide the future of the Holy Nation. I want to intensify the hunt for heretics more than ever. That is the will of the goddess and the sacred mission entrusted to my papacy. Are you going to follow the will of the Holy Saint or my Pope, Archbishop? She didn't answer but asked back instead. I want to ask something. So does that mean the Pope will ignore the declaration that the Holy Saint is God's representative? At that moment, he didn't say a word, only silently looked at I with a calculating gaze. Does this also involve the Holy See? She turned to look out the window and replied, yes, Day's reputation is growing stronger every day. An archbishop, close to me back then, also gradually made them annoyed. Suddenly, Ellie asked, are you the messenger Hong Yong? She looked as if she had just finished devising a plan and then said, I need your help with something. The bag on her back emitted a shimmering, silver magical glow. Observing the entire living area around the tower, he concluded that Phroxia's nest is indeed completely isolated from the surroundings, but still has the potential for the disease to spread from one object to another. D raised his hand gently, knowing he had to be very careful in the prevention work, with the bright light covering the entire area. According to his plan, within a 3-kilometer radius around Phroxia, it seems he has almost purified all potential sources of infection. Dan thought to himself, holy magic can be really useful sometimes. Suddenly, a voice rang out. There you are. He was startled and turned to look in the direction of the sound. This voice. Chessie stops in front of him, panting.
At last I found you. Day, surprised, instinctively covered his face and immediately turned away, silently praying to himself to avoid any more arguments.
Seeing your evasive attitude, she helplessly called out, wait, I want to apologize for what happened last time and also thank you for returning the hairpin. Chessie closed his eyes and explained everything in detail. I heard you saved the children of my village, and I think I misunderstood you. My mother died because of the kingdom of Lisai, and just thinking about another kingdom coming to return my mother's relics makes me unable to stay calm. She honestly said, I sincerely apologize to you, but I couldn't help feeling bitter when I caught a hint in that confession. Those monsters from that kingdom, they actually dared to give me stolen goods. So why did you come looking for me then? It's probably not just to apologize. He seemed a bit awkward. Oh, that. She recounted what happened. You say you're Duke Thane, right? Actually, there are many children from our village who have come close to here. They are suffering from a strange illness. Black spots are appearing all over their bodies. The voice is tinged with worry and can't hide it. We're not sure if it's some kind of special curse. But even the healing spell couldn't cure it. She was sweating all over. The children in her village are suffering from a difficult illness, but they are truly in a rush. Who would have thought that the fairy race would come so close right now? She crossed her arms in frustration. I'm sure this disease was caused by those humans, he thought to himself. Truly, Phroxia caused this disease to spread.
Although I was the one who spread the seed, it was only then that Chessie mentioned her true purpose in begging.
When you mention that disease, you can cure the children of our village. Day immediately raised his finger to signal agreement. Is that okay? I will heal them. Seeing that, she happily and cheerfully exclaimed, Really? Thank you. With that, they returned to the place where the immortals live. Here, nature is incredibly peaceful, with charming houses and windmills. Seeing a weak patient lying in bed, Day begins to feel the seriousness. Is this thanks to healing magic? Thank goodness. The situation is not looking good. The plague is an extremely dangerous disease, but it is also a simple one, treatable with antibiotics. Chessie sincerely turned to say, Thank you for your holy magic, but I deny that treatment method. I will prepare the medicine. Day said, I can heal them without using holy magic. I will prepare the medicine. She seems intrigued. Is that the medicine you made? The pill humans use? He started listing the necessary items, beginning with the medicinal herbs needed to prepare the medicine. Suddenly, a call rang out. Day Sphia seemed eager to lend a helping hand. Do you need some herbs? Depp also wants to help. Just tell me the names and I'll bring whatever you need. Receiving such a warm welcome, Day was truly very pleased. Excellent. Then I will make a list of medicinal ingredients and ask everyone to help me find them. A moment later, Chessie looked at the items displayed on the table with a bit of doubt. Can you really make medicine with these ingredients? I want to be sure.
Well, to be precise, they aren't exactly medicinal herbs. They're charcoal, canola oil, white vinegar, and lime water. Day picks up a bag, and I will turn its contents into medicinal ingredients. Her gaze slightly hesitant as she looks at what's inside.
Isn't that Chessie staring blankly? Is the bread moldy?
I understand your concern, so I assure you we won't use it as is, and then the process of preparing the medicine begins. First, I dip the bread in water to soften it, then filter the mixture. After that, I pour in the rapeseed oil and mix everything together. You explained the principle. Impurities will dissolve in the rapeseed oil, while the components usable as medicine will dissolve in water. After filtering the mixture, it's almost ready to become medicine. Chessie watched attentively, listening to the detailed explanation. We need to repeat the above steps several more times and then add heated charcoal to absorb impurities.
Then pour the mixture into the funnel and rinse away the impurities with clean water.
CIA and Depp look at him curiously as he pours in the acidic vinegar water to remove alkaline and acidic impurities. Finally, we will pour the lime water mixture in. This is an alkaline solution. Only extremely pure medicinal herbs like these can combat the epidemic. This solution is the medicine that cures the disease. Day confidently holds a syringe, dipping the tip into a bowl of water. Let's go try the medicine now. That's how I already administered antibiotics to the patients and then went around cleansing the whole village. 3 days later, the young man who was previously ill couldn't hide his amazement at how much his body had changed. I have fully recovered and my fever is gone. Chessie stood nearby, just as excited, unable to believe that this medicine worked without any holy magic. Seeing the patient recover, he felt happy as well. He advised her, I have prepared a remedy so you won't need injections, so remember to take it once a day for the next 3 days. Her gratitude towards him was immense. Thank you. You have been very kind to help us wholeheartedly. I know that our fairy race has always been reclusive, and this time has helped me understand many things. He just modestly smiled and replied, Come on, you don't need to say that. Deep down, I understand clearly the actions of these past few days. I'm just cleaning up the mess I caused. Chessie suggested that we should organize a party for our savior, and the guy who was sick also agreed. That's a good idea, Chessie? I don't think so, Day quickly intervened. Don't do that.
Both of them turned back, pleading with their eyes, but why was he stammering and unable to speak?
Oh, it's just some black streaks on his face showing his helplessness, so he made up an excuse to decline the party. I don't have much time left. I must return to the Holy Nation immediately. They could only regret and sigh, really? It's a pity that despite the pandemic spreading everywhere, those who received aid still survived. The next day, in the snow-covered mountains, a sneeze was heard. The guy in the coat trudged through each stretch of the path, muttering to himself, unable to believe he had to cross these snowy mountains again. Day cursed under his breath. Damn Phroxia bastards, they ultimately did nothing to help. How can a holy altar like that have no teleportation magic? Suddenly, a voice calling his name appeared, and the divine messenger bowed to him. Thanks to you, I can return to the forest. Seeing its new appearance, I secretly praised, Your horn has grown quite a lot. The Thu teen said he could feel his power returning and wanted to give you a gift to thank you. But you only noticed one difference. Your tone changed. Did you lose your mind? Before he could say anything, a branch on him was snapped off. The tree spirit solemnly presented a long horn from his head and declared, This is a one-time only gift in each tree spirit's life. I will give you my strongest branch. He hesitated for a moment. Indeed, a rare item. Thank you. Holding the wooden horn in his hand, he thought about giving it to Jack, even though he only saw it as an ordinary branch. A scream echoed out as the entire village was engulfed in flames. The sounds of desperate pleas continued to ring out one after another. Save me, but it seems the killers won't let go. He shouted, Everyone, men, women, children, and the elderly, killed without mercy. This town is full of demons. He grabbed the iron truncheon and charged at the woman holding her child. Please, mother, beg for your life. Just let my child live. He arrogantly said, Are your heretics the ones who opened the city gates to let Phroxia in and colluded with them? The mother shouted back, No, we never did such things. The trembling child beside her could only whimper, Mom, that guy is furious, as he raised his iron mace high into the air. Just then, a sudden stop echoed behind them, and someone approached with a loud laugh. I just got back to the Holy Nation. What the hell is going on here? Day approached with a puzzled look and asked, Who are you if you're not thieves? Hearing him speak, he looked furious and asked, Who is this scoundrel down here? You bastard, how dare you forget your identity? How dare you show such an attitude to the investigator of the Investigation Council? Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and said, Why forget your identity? I didn't expect that a beam of light appeared, and the members of the day were also emitting a brilliant golden glow. I guess you are the one who doesn't know your place. The light emanating from him is so strange, with extraordinary holy power and a dazzling glow, forcing that fierce murderer to kneel down. No way, you are a saint, he asked softly. Which group are you a member of? He replied, The Investigative Council. The man frowned. The Investigative Council. So does that mean the damn culprit behind this crazy order is the Pope? Before he could finish his thoughts, the mother also knelt down and they shouted loudly, Saint, she is crying. We have never done anything to God, but those people started to slaughter us. They accused us just because we are heretics. Other temples also clasped their hands in prayer. Yes, Holy Saint, please, I beg you, stop this from happening. If you just walk away like that, we will all die. That voice kept echoing. Saint, please save us. He closes his eyes. Now we can only trust the one person. At least the children do. He is still thinking and then replies, don't worry. I promise on my honor, I will definitely handle this. Everyone heard this and rejoiced. Thank you. Holy Lord, we are very grateful to you. He turned to the murderer and said, you heard that right? In the name of the Holy Saint, I order a retreat. The other replied, but we have been ordered by the Lord to return to the Pope, so we cannot act hastily on our own. You are not wrong. You cannot disobey the Pope's orders. Then he added, so be it. If you obey the Pope's orders, you will die at my hands right here. Your Holiness, inform the investigation council to obey my orders and cease all activities. Also tell the council that if they do not follow my orders, I will tear them all apart. You all, retreat quickly and regroup at Salonia. Orderly, his eyes now filled with chaos, I must quickly stop this crazy act. Looking at the chaotic scene, I wonder why every time I complete a dangerous mission and return, the Holy Nation always has a bunch of problems. As night falls inside the castle, Rhea speaks to the Saintess. The investigative council is becoming increasingly brutal. Our family is trying to pressure them. But the council is an independent religious institution of the Vatican, so nothing is effective. The Saintess lowered her head and replied, I also feel the same. I cannot do as I wish. Just a small mistake, and the investigation council's arrow will strike me suddenly, a voice rang out, surprising Gia. How dare you come here? How dare you come here to beg? Go away. She sensed that source of the divine spell. Day appeared, and the guards outside hurriedly said, I apologize, sir. You look very unusual today. He replied, Yeah, I'm just a ragged beggar here to plead. The Saintess saw Day arrive with joy and shouted, You're back. Yeah, Yell, I was a bit late because I had to stay and handle everything properly. She replied, I understand, go inside. He is now scratching his head, a ragged man. Can we go inside? The guards are panicking. Holy Father, my sins are truly unforgivable. After entering the house, Jay immediately asked about Phroxia's situation. They won't be able to keep attacking us anymore. If anyone survived among them, there's no need to worry. He emphasized, more importantly, I heard the Pope is overseeing the investigation council, right? At this point, the Holy Nation will be sealed off. After slaughtering their own people, other nations will also blockade the Holy Nation. When faith remains unshaken, neighboring countries will see this as a good omen. The influence of the Holy Nation on the continent will decrease, he softly added. Yes, so this is why I need your help with this. What's going on? He immediately said, the prosecutor of the investigation council is still here, isn't he? Order him to withdraw the entire investigation council. She was confused and asked, do you know what you're saying right now? He remained firm and said, I know, I have thought this through carefully. Just follow my orders. She responds to HJ, who is following the Pope's orders. What is he trying to do? He slams his hand down on the table and then stands up, forcing them to take responsibility. A loud announcement echoes through the Vatican investigation headquarters and the entire investigation council gathers. One member frowns and turns away. What is this? How dare you? Everyone looked at him in panic. Saint, he loudly asked, who is the head of the investigation council? It was me, a voice echoed as he approached gently. Greetings, Holy Saint. I am Dios, the chief prosecutor of the investigation council. He asked further, what wind brought you here unexpectedly? No warning, no explanation, just straight to the point. A command. I want to gather all the investigators of the Heresy Investigation Council in Salonia immediately. Dios frowned and replied, Forgive me, Holy One. This is an order issued within 1 month by the seal of the Father. He softly said, So you did not obey my order. He laughed, Yes, this is beyond my power. At that moment, he was furious and radiated a powerful energy. He was terrified of this insane holy magic. Everyone was afraid, feeling like his body was about to explode. The proud one asked again, Have you changed your mind yet? He shouted, Stop it. Doing that won't change the Pope's orders. Holy Father, do you really think you can oppose the Pope? He said coldly. Whatever you call this confrontation. He angrily said, I'm only doing what benefits the people because this is the duty of the Holy Father, a position bestowed upon me by the people and God. His gaze grew even colder. I will give you a week to bring each of them back to Salonia. If they don't do as told, I'll shoot a spark at the ceiling. The ceiling will break open and I'll blow the rest away. Understood? That guy hurriedly replied, I will do as you wish. He looked up thoughtfully. And now all that was left was for him to stare deeply into the main hall, where the Pope was sitting. The Pope walks straight into the hall and asks, You've already caused quite a mess. The Pope strokes his chin and replies, A mess? I, the Pope, only punish heretics. He coldly questions. Punishing heretics is really funny. Killing innocent people without any judgment, just claiming it's punishment for heresy? Really? He frowned and asked again, Are you going to accuse me? Why should I do this? Why? He pounded his chest and said, I am the Pope, and my words are the law of the Holy Nation and the will of God, but still refuse to give up. Just listen to him spout nonsense so confidently. Be honest, the real reason isn't that, is it? Before coming here, I infiltrated a village you were investigating. Hearing this, he clenched his fists and asked in a firm voice, "What do you mean?" "Even if I think about it over and over, I just can't understand your faith. You criticize, yet you use your faith to justify your acts of slaughtering innocent people. You have to do something to hide everything?" He shouted wildly. "How dare you? How dare you act so arrogantly? How dare you use such lies to belittle me?" He ordered, "Guard, force the holy saint to kneel before me now." He gritted his teeth. "So this is how you plan to do it, isn't it?" He unleashed a burst of power, but a voice suddenly echoed. The door swung open and Brother stepped in saying, "There's no need for your hands to be stained, Your Holiness." He hesitates. She gently presents the papal decree and says, "It's time now for Archbishop Gore to be captured and tried for heresy." He shouts, "Capture me!" "It's ridiculous. What are you waiting for? Arrest those rebels now."
"It's useless, Your Holiness. This is the construction agreement for the academy buildings."
All the projects were assigned to Phroxia, and the Holy Nation received a compensation of 1,800 white silver coins. She added, "If those buildings do not meet standards, or if they break the law later, I guarantee the Holy Nation will not be able to question them." These are the terms written in the agreement. He grimaced angrily. "Where are you from?" She sneered and said, "I have some trusted friends helping me, and this is an official document with the Pope's seal, so don't make excuses anymore." She shouted, "Now everyone, arrest the Pope and put him in prison." The soldiers responded in unison. The Pope fell silent. "Don't be so foolish." He resisted. "I am the king of this kingdom, and I am the Pope chosen by divine selection. Mr. Dian Kwong, anyone who disobeys my orders is against God's will. He went mad, but with the divine power granted to me, I will punish everyone." He shouted loudly, clenched his fist, and called him a bunch of trash. Afterwards, Pope Gore was imprisoned. In prison, his voice echoed, "The gods will never abandon me. You must hold a trial for me. It seems this chaos is about to end." A long night has passed, the sun is rising, but at this moment, the Golden Cross is still unclaimed. The archbishops and nobility are vying for the position of Pope. The loud voice said, "I want you to become the Pope." She was surprised when he explained that she doesn't belong to any faction and is also the most powerful among the archbishops. "I don't know. I'm not sure if I have what it takes." The saintess laughed and said, "You're worrying too much. Here's a list of those who want to sit on the throne of the Pope."
"What the hell is this? These trashy people also want to sit on the throne of the Pope?"
She grits her teeth and decisively says, "Great, no need to worry anymore. I will become the Pope." With strong support from the Holy Saint and the Saintess, Elia became the first female Pope of the Holy Nation. They happily congratulated her. In the hall, inside a small room, the Saintess was working when Day stepped in and exclaimed, "She has so much to do." He carried a cup of tea and she sighed, saying, "No new work, thank you." He thought to himself, "I can't believe she's back to work so quickly." Obsessed with work, she didn't say a word and just gulped down her tea. He looked surprised and said, "That tea is very hot." He glanced and thought to himself, "Just think about it. Ariel has always been helping me." After returning to the Holy Kingdom, Ariel's hand repeatedly glows with a faint golden light. She dazes, cleanses, then stretches and says, "Magic is truly wondrous, but holy magic can't help me anymore. I am too exhausted." He quickly replied, "If you need anything, just tell me. What can I do with him anyway?" "Did you hit something today? Why are you suddenly being so nice to me?" He softly said, "If I help you, are you still causing trouble?" She hesitated. "Don't tell me you like me." He suddenly fell silent, so she quickly covered, "It's just a little joke. You did that to thank me for always helping you, right?" He pondered, like a ghost, while she kept talking nonstop. "But if you like me, it's not surprising. A beautiful woman like me has been helpful both physically and emotionally." He chuckled softly and then reached out to pat her on the head. She was right, thank you. Her face was flushed red. She shouted, "What are you doing? Do you see me as a kid? I'm older than you. I've been more than 50 years older than you all along." She widened her eyes and then said, "Oh, right. I was so busy working that I almost forgot about these things. If we start now, we'll be in a tough spot." She added, "Day, now is not the time for you to act like this." He asked back, "What's going on? Is something important happening today?" Suddenly, Day was also stunned, and both of them shouted together. The celebration for the new Pope's inauguration is underway as night falls. Day, dressed in a serious outfit, says, "Great, if we start now, we won't be late." A voice announced from behind saying, "Your Holiness has arrived." He turned back coldly and told him to come in. "Yes, proceed to the Holy Father." He looked at Dee's appearance and said, "You look great." He smiled and said, "Thank you, but why did you come here?" "Where is it?" Dekakal replied. "I heard the battle is over, but you still have many things to deal with." "So today I came here to work for you." He replied, Sure, I have a gift for you." "Ja, surprisingly. The gift for me, he is handing me something." "Yes, I wonder. Here is my answer. These things may not look very valuable, but before I could finish speaking, the voice of the saintly spirit rang out. It's Ka, crying uncontrollably. "The first gift you gave me that day moved me so much, I will cherish it as a family heirloom in the Che clan. I even thought I didn't need to make you believe it was a branch from the immortal tree." Then he asked, "Oh, right, you've figured out how to block my sword, haven't you?" Rick replied, "Yes, I've figured it out. Suddenly he asked, "Do you really have a way to block the sword?" "Yes, I'm still struggling. I can block swords, but you're having a hard time. I can't block this sword." D asks again, "Do you really have a way to block the sword?" DK responds, "If it was indeed the sword you attacked me with the other day, then I am sure I can block it."
help us.
He thought, "You truly are a genius." Da, excited. "I will prove it to you soon." He looks helpless. Where is he looking? At the festival, the saintess is incredibly stunning. Rhea, walking beside her, said, just as expected, "All the noble families are returning to the celebration for the Pope's inauguration." She replied, "I knew it." Then she turned to look behind her and said, "I don't think I've ever met these people before." Rhea said they are a diplomatic envoy from the Hohun King. She added, "They didn't help when we borrowed reinforcements, and now they're here again." Yeah, their clear goal is to gently push forward and restore relations between the two countries. Hearing the sound from afar, she excitedly turned around and called out loudly, "Day." He smiled and said she arrived early. Rao hasn't seen him in a while. At this moment, she gently bowed her head. "Gray attest. Greetings, Holy Saint." He continued, "I heard you contributed a lot in the recent battle." The saintess beside her smiled and replied, "Yes, she has also decided to help me lighten the workload of the Holy Nation in the future." Ka lamented, "That is a great honor." Dai immediately asked, "So you're not going back to the academy anymore?" He added, "Probably. It's just tough at the beginning, right?" He thought about the future medical student. Rhea stood beside him, grinning widely. "But if you dream of a medical institute, I will definitely find time to study for it." Day exclaimed happily, "Really?" "Yes, I am very much looking forward to it." "Professor Dai." Suddenly, a group of people approached and spoke. "Your Holiness." He spoke. "Yoi from the Hohan Kingdom sends his regards to the revered Holy Saint." He pondered that when the Holy Nation was in danger, they didn't show up, yet now they dare to come here and chat with us. Then he coldly said, "I'm pleased to meet you." The guy earlier who almost fainted was truly an honor for us to meet all the heroes who fought against Phroxia to protect the continent. Just wave it off and say, "That's enough politeness, just tell me what you want." The Holy Maiden spoke, "I am sure you also realize that those who just stand and watch without helping like you are not welcome here, right? We are willing to listen to you because you have traveled a long way to get here," he began. "I speak up. Currently, trade between the Kingdom of Heron and the Holy Nation has been suspended due to the war." He explained further, "But since the trade agreement is with a friendly kingdom, we must be the only nation allowed to import grain from the Holy Kingdom." Without stopping, he continued, "So we are here to request the resumption of normal trade activities." Suddenly, a loud voice boomed, "Shut that filthy mouth of yours. Do you think having a mouth gives you the right to spout nonsense? Get out right now." They were stunned to hear that. Now the Holy Maiden whispers, "You heard that this is the stance of the Holy Nation. You have traveled a long way to get here, but now you should leave." He still didn't give up and questioned, "Are you now trying to cancel the trade agreement between the two kingdoms? It seems you haven't considered what could happen to the Holy Nation's diplomacy. You can't unilaterally cancel the agreement." Day coldly said, "The kingdom is entirely dependent on trade, but now they are facing difficulties. I believe the goddess also hopes we will help this neighboring kingdom." He listened to him and grinned widely. Only the hero and savior of this continent could truly understand all the reasoning. Before he could rejoice, a loud double shout rang out. He chuckled excitedly, importing grains at twice the usual price. He was surprised to hear that and found it really funny. "You will too. Don't tell me you guys are planning to break the agreement. As a friendly nation, that's not very polite of you." He chuckled and said, "You don't want to become enemies of the Holy Nation, right?" At this moment, the Pope appeared and said, "It's wonderful that both kingdoms can ease the pressure. Isn't today even more joyful?" Everyone shouted together, "Father Pope." Then she added, "Come on, let's put these complicated matters aside. I hope everyone can continue to enjoy today's party." Everyone cheered loudly and started to enjoy the celebration. The atmosphere is very lively outside as Lang Day stands with the goddess, and she asks softly, "I used to think this battle would never end, but somehow it has already come to an end." He smiled, "I know that." Then he explained, "But are you sure you'll be able to relax when I return to the academy? Of course, I can handle everything here on my own. Now that you've just arrived in the Holy Nation and gone through so many hardships, it's time for you to do what you want." He smiled brightly, thinking that occasionally meeting her and asking for help with paperwork would be great. She coldly replied, "Well, that's up to you." At Phroxia's destroyed lair, an eye opens in shock. Is he doubting that he's dead? He sat up, unable to believe that humanity still had wizards stronger than a mere corpse like himself. He pondered as his mana pierced through his heart in an instant. He recalls that scene, then places his hand on his chest. It was a huge, pure source of mana. He praised her beauty. He pondered that this was the source of all magic. "I lift my eyes, and from now on, I will find you." In the ruined space, someone is sitting there, lost in thought. Oh my god. After the battle ended, the academy began calling students back to the lecture halls. Perhaps because of the war's aftermath, many students couldn't return to the academy, But when news spread that Saint was also the hero of the kingdom and had returned, students began organizing free medical classes. Students from all over the country gradually started to return. On the board, someone was holding chalk and speaking. Fine, whatever. That person is the teacher. Let's start today's lesson. Today's lesson will focus on this topic. I am very passionate about teaching. Throughout the battle, we saw bishops healing wounds multiple times, but they are not the only ones capable of saving patients from the hands of death. He added that during the recent fight, some of you have experienced or witnessed this. He explains that bishops, priests, and even the Holy Father cannot cure all diseases. The students are puzzled. Even the Holy Father is considered helpless. So those people are definitely going to die. Suddenly, a loud bang hit the board. But studying at the medical academy, you can all do it, he emphasized firmly. From today, the Medical Institute will start accepting students and will focus on treating diseases and external injuries that even bishops cannot heal. The academy became busier because of the announcement, so if you want to learn, just come and enroll. On the podium, he seemed to blend in. From now on, all external injuries will be called superficial wounds. The student asks, before we start today's lesson, why many soldiers survived the battle but later died from very minor wounds. Is it because the temple lacked the personnel to treat those minor injuries? He immediately spoke up, saying, that makes sense, but why do you think they died from such minor wounds? Those definitely weren't serious injuries. He enthusiastically explained that it was because the wounds became infected. He continued, there are millions of types of microorganisms around us that we cannot see. For example, the student sitting in the front row just answered a question. The girl behind also spoke up. He said there are creatures called microorganisms living everywhere. That's right, the girl says, but right now I can't sense any of those creatures around me. I explained that these creatures are so tiny that you can't see them or sense them with mana. The students were surprised. What kind of monster is this microorganism? How do you know about them? We need evidence before we believe. He rests his chin in thought. Evidence? You're starting to give examples. Leaving bread at room temperature for a long time will cause it to mold, right? If we say that mold is also a type of microorganism, does that make it easier for everyone to understand? He explains the characteristics. Microorganisms have very unique traits. They are divided into microalgae, bacteria, fungi, yeast, and many other types. He then explains that even the decomposition of a corpse is caused by microorganisms. He points to the board and explains that when microorganisms infect an open wound, it can lead to severe inflammatory reactions or even blood poisoning. He gives an example, saying that's why in the recent battle many were lost even from minor injuries. But you can't give up on treatment or amputation just because of a small wound. The student asked, so what should we do? And the instructor enthusiastically explained that as long as the wound is carefully disinfected, there's nothing to worry about. Disinfection can be understood as the act of killing microorganisms to prevent infection in a wound. He explained that most people have experienced a cold, and perhaps you all know that if a cold becomes too severe, it can be deadly. In this world, it is the disease similar to the flu. The student asked, are you saying that Keeley is also caused by microorganisms? He smiled and replied, it's not exactly caused by microorganisms. This disease is caused by a type of virus. We will discuss viruses later. Let's get back to the main topic. We can prevent CL by proper disinfection. The disinfection method is very simple. He emphasizes washing hands. If you wash your hands regularly, you can prevent this disease.
Wounds are the same, just rinsing them with a little water is already effective. The student was curious.
That's all. Just wash the wound with clean water. Give an example. Housewives who often do laundry are proof because they rarely get leprosy. In the end, the hand of the researcher contacts water very frequently. A student speaks up. Professor, I have a question. He replied, all right, what do you want to ask? The student asked, then how do you explain the magic of the black mage sorcerers? They use dark energy, not microorganisms. I think that's a very good question. He began to say, that disease was caused by a dark mage, then it wouldn't appear out of nowhere. More precisely, magic only creates a favorable environment for microorganisms to develop. Let's continue. We're a bit off topic now. Now let's talk about. Suddenly, the bell rings. Class is over. But I just skimmed through a few things. The first lesson is always the most important. He worries and ponders. With just a brief overview like this, how can he attract the students' attention? The class is now lively with applause. Thank you, Professor.
Professor Day, your lectures are always so interesting.
Today's lecture was truly amazing. I was very surprised. After Day's lecture on medical freedom and the students' hand-washing craze, the lectures on medical freedom have become increasingly famous. At the same time, the Medical Institute was officially established. Thanks to its fame, the number of students registering skyrocketed. I'm so excited. I'm thrilled. Wonderful. Now everything is really about to begin. The sky suddenly clears up, and a thought crosses his mind. He's here. I can feel it clearly. That he's thinking I followed the faint trail of mana to get here. He assesses his rank. I think he has connections with the Lycee Kingdom, but who else from the Holy Kingdom is in that academy? Which is quite surprising. He is very determined. I want to meet him immediately. But if I think I've already killed my enemy, and that guy suddenly appears right in front of me again, That would be quite reckless, wouldn't it? He might feel insulted. This corpse also seems to be aware of others' thoughts. He pondered, how could he meet him again without making him feel offended? He analyzed that these humans all dressed the same, probably the Academy's uniform. Then he came up with an idea and gradually entered the Academy. Now he's dressed like a student in the Academy. That should be enough. He's gone crazy. Of course, there's no way he would be that considerate. There are 3 types of students in the Academy. Some carry swords, some wear cloaks, and there is a special kind. Others wear blue and white uniforms. For some reason, this corpse has marked the blue shirt of a long-haired student who is wearing a cloak. This is a beautiful and stunning outfit. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Hey, are you a new student? Lich the young man thought to himself. Are they in the same class? He replied, yes. The female student was surprised. Really? No wonder he's so handsome. There's no way we haven't noticed him all this time. Have you figured out the way? You know class is about to start, right? Elle is really relaxed. I don't know the way. The female student cheerfully said, let's go with us. We'll take you to the lecture hall. The other girl reminded her, maybe it's not necessary since today is the practical session. You said a group of 3 was needed, right? Then that top student just sighed, I can't believe we're going to dissect a whole pig today. That's so scary. Lich asked again, confused. Are we going to dissect a pig? Is that dark magic or something? The 2 female students burst out laughing. For someone like you really like to joke around, huh? Understanding the internal organs is very important when studying medicine, he pondered. Medicine? He sneered internally. That used to be a trend in the era of magic. This method is far from as effective as magic. So it quickly disappeared. Does the Holy Nations Academy teach such useless things? Suddenly, a tall, angry student walked past and bumped into the girl with short hair, shouting angrily, What the hell is that? Are you blind or something? The girl with short hair looked timid and scared. I'm sorry. It feels really strange to be so indignant. Wasn't he the one who bumped into you? The braided-haired student helplessly thought, he really knows how to stand up for his friends. She softly explained to him that the angry look on the young man's face was because the medical institute was newly established. Most students were commoners, while students in swordsmanship or magic came from noble families, so they felt insulted to have to study alongside commoners like us. But he pretended not to hear, waving his hand dismissively. So rude. Come on, let's go. We're about to be late for the practice session. Lai's calm attitude made the 2 female students' hearts race, while the other trainee looked confused. He strode angrily toward Elle. What, you apologize like that and still want to run off? Elle thought it was really annoying. Hadn't she already apologized to him? The other student gritted his teeth. Not sincere enough. At least she should kneel down. Elle understood the meaning, and he revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly, the assistant is pulled down to the ground by an invisible force. Lee's eyes turned dark. Is this how it is? He looked down at him and said, You only rely on your lucky social status to be arrogant. You're truly a disgusting piece of trash beyond compare. The pressure from Elle almost overwhelmed the student, who then ordered him to become an orc. The student who was angry just now seemed to have lost consciousness. He blankly accepted the curse from Lich, saying, You will go into the forest and build a village, then roll around in the mud. Luckily for him, Lich was only joking a little. The student ran headlong, shouting all the way, and Lich chuckled. Finally, you have returned to your true nature. After finishing everything, Lich called over the 2 confused female students who didn't understand what was happening. Come on, take me to the laboratory. The girl with the braid quickly replied, All right, let's go. Right now, the tools are all too familiar to the medical students. But what Lich cares about is that after this class, he will go find the great saint. Suddenly, Day opens the door. Are you all ready? Elle stared at him without blinking, surprised to see him here, but she hadn't prepared herself emotionally yet. Jay immediately recognized the distinct individual from today's class. Wait a moment. He placed his hand on Elle's shoulder and asked in a frightening tone, You remember me, right? Elle was quite surprised. Gao narrowed his eyes and prepared to cast a spell. Come on, you must remember who I am, right? It's me. Do you know who I am? I hesitated. He suddenly turned away to avoid Day's gaze. I don't know, Your Excellency. Your morally wrong answer made Day furious. A beam of light shot out of his hand that could pierce through anything. Don't you know me? Nonsense. Luckily for Lich, he managed to dodge in time. Day is still furious. You bastard. I don't know how you were resurrected, but I will crush you into 60 billion pieces so you can never come back. Lich broke out in a cold sweat, begging, 60 billion, are you really going to kill me that way? Great Saint, please listen to what I have to say. Day is also generous. All right, I'll give you 3 seconds. Elle is panicked. How could I make it in time? At first, I had no intention of attacking you. I only came here to support you. The Great Sage remained suspicious. How could I trust you? Lich looked at Day with tears in his eyes. Lower-ranked mages are always like that. It is our duty to show the utmost respect to higher-level mages. The ruthless chains are just nonsense. Lich is holding onto my leg. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. Day pondered. Now that Freya has fallen, there's no way he would come here to face death like this. It seems he really doesn't intend to attack me. But when he moved his finger, chains suddenly appeared and wrapped around Lich. The voice echoed loudly, and the person turned away. Just stay there until this lesson is over. Elle saw that he had calmed down and eagerly nodded. Yes, sir. No matter what happens, I will not move. Zhang Vong's voice interrupted the practice room. All right, don't pay attention to him. Let's start practicing from lesson 1 to lesson 5. After a while, El gritted his teeth in frustration, fed up with the fools in front of him. I was just curious to see how good they were, but their practice looks terrible. El butts in with a pair practicing nearby.
Are you guys cutting meat? Do you think you're just chopping up meat? Then why not just use the hammer instead? Suddenly, the rope was in front of him. Do you know how to dissect a pig? Be confident. That's my expertise. The great saint snaps his fingers and unlocks the chains. Then go ahead and try. You know what will happen if you do something stupid, right? El respectfully bows his head, saying that will never happen. I will use my skills to prove my loyalty to you. He glances at the dagger. Those idiots, I came here. I performed with clear professionalism. Every move was decisive, and the blood flow was perfectly controlled. After the surgery, he eagerly waited, feeling this was the right way, confidently expecting praise from the great saint. Honestly, I have to admit your skills are really good enough to teach others. This is a very excellent surgery. Lich blushes shyly. Great sage, this is just a normal matter for me. Day then asked him, I know you told him you came here to support me, right? El is quick and agile. Yes, please give a chance to someone as inexperienced as I am. The great saint subtly smiled and looked at him, understanding that, I just assigned you a task. Transitioning to the Holy See, someone is requesting permission. Professor Day, may I come in? Day immediately opens the door. What's the matter? The messenger handed him a carefully tied scroll from his homeland. Day was a bit surprised. He looked at the letter with a bad feeling in his heart. The messenger continued. Your house has sent you a letter. The peaceful scene of the holy nation under the sun is contrasted by an overwhelming darkness somewhere within this sacred place. Saintess Iriel collapses onto a pile of documents, her face pale and exhausted. I can't do this anymore. A young girl runs back and forth, organizing documents anxiously. Holy maiden, let me handle the rest. Some take a break for a few hours, but I haven't slept at all. Iriel still struggles to hold on, but she remembers the moment she looked up at Day. I promised to finish everything before Day returns. Then she motivated herself again. I was very confident when I let him go. I've done more than an ordinary person. But Iriel's eyes suddenly grew indifferent, as if in the saint's office. When the letter just arrived, I only needed the saint. He used magic to burn the letter to read its hidden contents. The letter states that the Lezi Kingdom is the most powerful empire on this continent. The king, the powerful ruler of this land, is King George Lacey, who is seriously ill and has summoned someone to cure him. The letter also emphasizes that Day is the saint chosen by God. The one who possesses the ability to heal all diseases in the world is a rare gift in this world. Day sweat profusely at the thought of the terrible outcome. If I can't cure the king's illness, Lysian will think that the holy nation doesn't want to heal their kingdom, and it will fracture the relationship between the two kingdoms. He is deep in thought, and it's not that I can't heal him, but maybe this won't be easy at all. Day is almost a puppet in the hands of the royal politics, and I am still very worried. Healing him is different from treating other patients, so I can't do anything. Day Gi walks down the corridor, lost in thought, and after that at the academy, Day appointed Lich as an honorary professor, so everyone had to bow when he passed. But it seems El is a bit introverted, so that guy, once out of the classroom, shouldn't talk to me. He sighed. The great saint had requested it, and I had no other choice. El cried as he thought about his true goal, but he wanted to understand the academic world from the perspective of the great saint. The student earlier was still hesitant and didn't want to leave. Lich shot him a deadly look. It seems I already told you that once you're out of the classroom, don't talk to me. The student trembled as the professor gently guided him over. Before he could finish speaking, El rushed off like the wind to find the great saint, panting heavily. Are you looking for me? Day cheerfully introduced. You're here. Say hello. Because of Loy's deliberate mistake, Jay's voice and Z's appearance don't quite match. He glared at Lick. This is Z. He will watch over you while I am away. The two exchange fiery glances, El trying to stay calm. Watch over me. And also, what do you mean you're going away? What are you talking about? Day hands him a scroll and explains, I will leave the academy for a while. Here, take this. He calmly instructed El to write almost all the lessons on this scroll and told him to study them first. Once he fully understood these lessons, he could then teach them to the students while he was away. El looked at the scroll full of words with a look of exhaustion. Why? He pouted. But I came here to support him. A cold voice spoke up. How dare you argue back? Jach raised his voice. Do you know how much the Grand Saint values this academy? You should be grateful that he trusted you with such an important task. Aren't you clear about that yet? Feeling bitter from being scolded, what kind of behavior is that of yours? What are you to interfere in this matter? I proudly declare my name. I am the head of the J clan, one of the 3 clans serving the Holy One. I am Chasel mocking you. And yet, a humble nobody like you dares to serve the saint? Dick Fondum, you call me a nameless, humble person? Could it be that you are a 7th level mage, the master of the Dark Altar? And what about Lich 2i? I am also a swordsman, a high-level swordsman. Day frowned, sensing that the 2 divine beings attacking him had a bad feeling. Lich turned to Day, changing his expression 180 degrees.
Great Saint, I will complete the task you assigned me with excellence and earn your trust without needing this humble creature to watch over me. Jek also nodded sweetly. Don't worry, Great Saint. You can go on your journey with peace of mind. I will keep a close eye on this treacherous bastard and won't miss any of his actions. After saying that, the two of them turned back to bicker like water and fire. What are you acting so much for? Wait until the Great Saint leaves, then I will be the one to say that. I regret it. I shouldn't have put these two together. The sunset has cast a fiery red over the entire holy city. The door of High Priestess Ariel's chamber is slightly ajar, and Ariel has fallen asleep at her desk some time ago. He looked at her just as I thought. She said she could handle everything, but maybe it's going to be very difficult. He gently brushed the strand of hair on the saintess's face. Right after returning to the Holy Nation, I started doing a lot of things. That was just the end of the war, so things like this probably won't be the same as before. He glanced over the pile of documents spread across the tables. Let's see. Suddenly, Ariel woke up startled. Oh no, did I fall asleep? Day's voice sounded beside her. You're awake? She immediately sat up. Day, he just smiled brightly. You've been through a lot lately. Thank you. Ariel hurriedly groped the empty desk. There are some rolls of paper here. Dthane Toei replied, I've already taken care of those things, don't worry. Ariel looked confusedly in the direction he pointed. Gao, the documents have been sorted and neatly arranged. Ariel couldn't believe her eyes. You finished everything so quickly after just a little bit? She hurriedly ran over. You're lying. It would take me at least a week to do all that. You didn't do it carelessly, right? I bet you did it half-heartedly. Day shrugged. If you want, go ahead and check. Ariel quickly unrolled a roll of paper. She froze in place. Everything was perfect. Day chuckled, wishing I could help her more, but I really didn't have the time. Ariel was speechless. There's nothing else I can help with. Suddenly, a call came from outside the door. Sir, a maid reports. Your Holiness, your luggage is ready now, with a regretful tone. Is it time already? As night falls over the kingdom of Lisi, the darkness seems to swallow the magnificent castle, bringing with it growing concerns about the situation. If things keep going like this, losing the king would cause a big problem. The young boy kneels by the bed, seemingly no longer hoping for their father's recovery. He confesses to the king, even though he cannot hear him, that this time they only desire the position their father has long protected. Mew touches the king's unmoving hand. You asked the Holy Nation to send the archbishop here. Father needs to wake up quickly and take back control of the kingdom. Suddenly someone approached from behind and said, You should go back. Your father needs to rest anyway. The third prince turned around with a changed expression and said, I was about to leave too. Since you are the one caring for him, I just stopped by because I felt embarrassed to leave you to handle everything alone. This is the second prince of the Lisi kingdom, the Lisi, with an expressionless face. Don't worry. From now on, just let me handle everything for our father. You also didn't say much. All right, I'm leaving now. The door closed behind the third prince as he left, still saying, I will let you live, so please. He looked at the darkening sky through the window, muttering to himself, Don't interfere in this dirty fight, little brother. The next morning in the kingdom of Lisai, the fresh morning dew and the holy attire with the special cross-shaped cloak of the archbishop, I have arrived. The shining castle at dawn is breathtaking. The most powerful empire on the continent is truly vast. A man with a neat beard politely bows from behind, drawing his attention. Welcome to Lisai, sir. Greetings, your excellency. Great Saint, I am Count Obo, welcoming you. Day also returned the gesture. Thank you. I am the Great Saint. My name is Day. Obo is cautious. The journey is long, and surely you've grown tired. So even if you have many questions, Day understands your intentions. All right then, let's go. You ask Han, we don't have much time, right? Oppo immediately leads the way. Thank you for understanding us. Please this way. The Count leads the wire to a luxurious room, but there is no one guarding outside. We're here. Please come in. Thank you. Open the door. I was quite surprised. This scent, a foul smell emanates from the bed, filling the entire room. Dai wondered, even if they had to keep the king's illness a secret, surely they wouldn't neglect to bathe him all this time? He approached the bed where the king was unconscious. Let's see how his condition is. Day gently massages the king's arm. He immediately guessed that all the muscles in his body had become stiff because of joint stiffness, probably because he hadn't moved for a very long time. Day sees the king lying still on the hospital bed, his muscles so stiff that he can't relax any part of his body. However, just stiff muscles alone cannot lead to an accurate diagnosis. There are many possible causes for muscle rigidity, not necessarily related to the king's age or this syndrome. The key issue here is his consciousness. When an acute illness causes a decrease in consciousness, whether alert, confused, semi-conscious, or unconscious, it often leads to consciousness disorders. You observe Yorger's pupils, and recovery occurs in the opposite order. Furthermore, we still don't know what kind of consciousness disorder the king is suffering from. I can't make a hasty diagnosis. Day pondered that lower back pain from overexertion or muscle injury usually doesn't lead to consciousness disturbances. So either there is a complication or he lost consciousness for some reason, then suddenly he notices an abnormal spot. Is this a bruise? Day quickly unbuttoned the king's shirt to reveal more such marks. Don't tell me he just looked him over from top to bottom. There are many other bruises around his abdomen as well. Day narrows his eyes in thought, his gaze filled with sorrow for the patient. The next day, Day contemplates the symptoms that could indicate he has been in shock for a long time due to internal bleeding.
And because his entire body muscles are tense, I suspect even his muscles are injured. I picture the king's battered body, but those bruises are much more dangerous than just tense muscles, surely caused by external stimulation.
Day sighed, I don't want to get involved in this mess. Then there's a knock at the door. Great Saint, are you inside? Someone's at the door? The second prince bows his head and greets the Grand Saint. I am Prince Luke Dessen, the second prince of the kingdom of Lisi. The second prince snorted. Then he introduced himself. I am the Grand Saint. Why are you here? Luke said, I heard you visited the king last night. He asked, how is the king doing now?
Day also casually mentioned that nothing was certain yet. I can only say that the treatment will take a lot of time. Luke also remained calm and relaxed. No problem, however long it takes, as long as we can cure him. That's what matters most.
At this point, his expression changed. The king's illness couldn't possibly be caused by our poison, right? Day calmly replied, that's definitely not the case. Seeing how the great sage also softened his tone, it was truly a relief. I understand now. I will leave the care of the king's illness entirely in your hands. I am very grateful. I will take my leave now. Watching your back as you leave, Day reflected that maybe, after all, his worries were justified. He was restless, thinking he should go back there and figure out the treatment plan, but then a voice stopped him. Oh no. I forgot. The hair brushing the cheek and the flashy fan. That woman stepped forward. I want to be the first to welcome you here. She speaks excitedly. Welcome, Your Excellency. Great Saint, I am third Princess Luciella Lealasan. Day is starting to lose patience. I'm so busy, yet they keep coming one after another. Can they all come at once? But out of politeness, I still respond. I understand now. I am the Great Saint Day. You are also curious about the king's health, aren't you? Luciella confirms. That's right. And moreover. I boldly used a fan to soothe him. Should I tell the truth that I'm more curious about you? With a mischievous smile. You are truly handsome, just as everyone has been saying. I can't understand why kids these days are so reckless. What is this kid doing? And me? He shrugged and walked away. Is that how it is? If you don't mind, I have some things to attend to now, Lucy interrupted. I was just joking. Did I offend you in any way?
Am I being annoying or have I already disturbed you? Be honest.
Yeah, Luciella, as if she had been splashed with cold water, retorted back. You just admitted it and didn't deny it. Honestly, that's correct. You're bothering me. Don't try to chase me away gently anymore. Just do it outright.
If you have nothing else to say, don't come looking for me. I'm busy with the king's treatment right now.
The sound of the door closing struck Lucielle's pride even more, catching her off guard. I am the princess of this kingdom. How dare he ignore me? Fuming with anger, she gritted her teeth, daring to see how long you could remain proud. Luciella stormed off, unaware that her brother had overheard the entire conversation. She signaled to Hong Wai-ong, who would surely cause trouble for the saint. Should we deal with her first, or should we wait until she tries to do something to stop her? He also said not to come anymore. Hong agrees. You're right. Just let her go and keep watch patiently. Hong signaled decisively. But as he carefully studied the signs, if anyone in the Lisai royal family truly plotted something or tried to harm the saint, her eyes would turn dark, and even through sign language, a murderous aura would emanate. We will eliminate them immediately. He walks through his thoughts as the Empire has sent a formal invitation to the Holy Nation for him to come here. He considers all possible methods. It must be very important for them to invite a great saint. Maybe they've tried every method over and over again. They must have also used holy magic. King An still gazes thoughtfully as the door to the throne room opens. But without holy magic, they also couldn't cure his illness. So it means the king's condition isn't just external or internal wounds. The answer is an immune system disorder. He concludes that the stiff person syndrome is an autoimmune condition. Stiff person syndrome is a condition where the immune system malfunctions, causing abnormal muscle stiffness. Comparing it to the previous case, even when I treated the princess of the duchy, only using holy magic wasn't enough to cure the illness. So it's understandable that no one in the kingdom can cure the king. His nerves are tangled again. The question is why he lost consciousness and why his muscles are so stiff. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Is that why the royal robe sash is now covered with bruises?" He guesses that the stiffening of the body is due to muscle strain and should be treated carefully, because muscle spasms and cramps can easily tear or bruise the tissue. But even so, this much is already too much. I am sure someone tried to massage these tense muscles, but according to medical knowledge, this would cause damage to the bones and muscles, leading to internal bleeding and shock, which caused him to lose consciousness. Day quickly cast a spell to lock the door and create a separate space. I need to perform abdominal surgery to stop the bleeding. Then he used magic to purify the entire room. I need to cancel the control of the spell to prevent the wound from getting infected. Day's surgical incision begins to run straight across the king's body. Day reassures him that he will feel a little pain when he wakes up. Looking at the internal organs, Day felt a bit relieved that there was no peritonitis or serious bleeding. He quickly stopped the bleeding and then stitched up the wound. Just a few stitches are enough. Is it because the muscles are tense? He has an intestinal obstruction, although this is only a temporary measure. I should pay more attention to this issue. Day
breathes a sigh of relief and says, "The current emergency has been brought under control. Now the issue is probably stiff person syndrome. Your eye color still hasn't relaxed, and it won't be easy." The scene shifts to what appears to be a secret underground chamber. A deep voice speaks. "Hung Ai Ong, the report you presented indeed involves a dispute over the royal authority. Currently, the heir apparent is Crown Prince Jalesian, followed by the second prince. Princess Luciella Jalesian is supporting the Crown Prince, while the Grand Princess supports the second prince." Hong asked for more about the others. Sa explained that the remaining people are not as prominent as the eldest and second princes. Although the second princess is a 6th level mage, she doesn't seem very interested in the throne inheritance. You added that as well. It seems the 4th prince has already died, which is a bit surprising. He's gone. Yang rationalized it, so he has become a pawn in the power struggle? Ga continues reporting. That's right. Eventually, even the 4th prince and the 5th prince, who were close to him, joined this power struggle. It seems they suspect the culprit is a member of the royal family. Given the current situation, this is probably the work of the Crown Prince or the second prince. Hong turns to So and asks if the 3rd princess has made any move. The report is not ready yet. We have planned to monitor her together with the Crown Prince. Young looked at Huck. "Huck Yang, then I will entrust this matter to you." Huck agreed. "Yes." Hong Yang. Yang is assigning tasks. "You will stay here with So Yang. The others will return to the Holy Nation." "Are you worried? Just the 2 of us?" Yang explained, "Yes, because now what the Great Saint needs is information and detecting danger." She entrusted the safety of the Great Saint to someone else now. In special cases, the 2 are authorized to act on their own. Huck responds, "Understood." Then everyone not on duty immediately leaves, leaving only Yang's lingering voice. Huck Yang, dig deeper into the royal family. There are still many things we haven't uncovered. Huck responds firmly, accepting the order and the responsibility. "I will continue to monitor the princess. From now on, we will come here to report every evening." Yang's voice is satisfied. "All right, split up and go." By this time, the entire castle had fallen into darkness. The next morning, a report was made about something.
I'm a bit surprised. What now?
The informant said, "Yes, the royal family members are waiting for you in the hall." Day pondered, "It's about time, but it's quite surprising. I am also pleased. I should seize this opportunity to get to know them." Day replied to the maid, "All right, let's go. The maid will lead the way." She stopped at the door, bowed her head to let Day go in. "Please follow this way." Inside, in the room, there is a long table where all the princesses and princes are gathered. Day also tirelessly uses the king. There are 7 of them. It seems the king has a very strong endurance. He scans for familiar faces. I've seen a few familiar faces, including that young princess. Actually, one of the princesses has also been to the Holy Kingdom. Dai suddenly realized something, but those people, I feel uncomfortable. They invited me here just to mess around, and then what are they planning to do? According to aristocratic etiquette, someone of lower status must greet someone of higher status first. Day immediately shifted his gaze from gentle to sharp. Whether a princess or a prince, they are all one rank below the Holy Saint. Day felt like he was being tricked, yet they didn't follow these social rules. Were they trying to test him or publicly humiliate him? Day spoke first. "Oh my God." His voice is deep but loud enough for everyone in the room to hear every word. Even the lowly dogs know how to greet when they meet. The 4th prince and the 3rd princess immediately stand up. "How dare you say such ridiculous things? That's very rude." Frowning, "Do you think I came here for this?" He turned sharply and walked away, ignoring the anger of these arrogant people. "If this is your attitude, there's no need to meet anymore." Walking away worried, their behavior makes me concerned about the royal family of Lisi's way of upbringing. He is again contemplating the king's illness. Everything is interconnected. Their attitude has nothing to do with saving the king's life. It's about the medicine needed for treatment. "Do they have kuklama?" Suddenly, footsteps approached, and I wondered, who is that? Surprised, you are the second princess, bowing and greeting. "Greetings, your holiness. I am Selena Jess. The second princess of the Lesai Empire apologizes." "I apologize for what happened in the main hall. I sincerely apologize to you." Selena hesitated. "I have a few things I want to discuss with you. Would you mind if I come in for a moment to talk, your majesty?" With a slightly surprised tone about what just happened in the hall. "Are you asking if that incident happened because of the psychological battle to claim the throne?" Selena confirms. "Yes." She explained that this is a serious matter involving which faction will bow to you first. And Day stroked his chin, pretending to be unaware of what he heard from the traitor. "Selena promises I will take responsibility for this on their behalf and apologize to you. I will do my best to support the royal family." Jay also softened his tone, and if she said so, Selena would still be worried. "Thank you. I know we were rude earlier, but I hope you will continue to treat the king." Day reassured her. "Don't worry, I will continue to treat him anyway," Selena responded politely. "Thank you." She bowed her head to show her sincerity. "From now on, if you need me to do anything while I am not here, just feel free to call me." After finishing, Selena immediately left. Dai also feels somewhat satisfied. At least this princess has promised as much to him, but he still feels uneasy about the others. He will consider what to do with the rest later. Now I must prepare to treat the king. His motto is that gratitude can be forgotten, but hatred must be remembered.
A few days later, a small bouquet of chamomile flowers was on the table. Day sighed in relief. At first I was ahead, but I didn't expect finding these herbs to be so difficult. Day was very happy when he saw it. I finally found it after 4 hours. I happened to come across chamomile on my way home. Truly a miracle. You make a flower bouquet with magic. Tie your sleeves. All right, let's start preparing the medicine. After grinding the dried herbs finely, we can squeeze them tightly to extract the concentrated medicine. Then add water to rinse them and form pill-shaped medicine. The antioxidants in blueberries will be concentrated like a pill. Once these compounds are boiled, some antioxidants will disappear, but many vitamin C components will remain, which will help reduce the king's cortisol levels. You are preparing the medicine while thinking, now you need to address the internal bleeding. His shock syndrome might also lessen. This treatment method will help him relax and also enable him to move. Now I can start physical therapy. He plans that if he wakes up, he will give him the medicine immediately. The king lies on the sickbed looking very exhausted, his eyes barely open with a somewhat unfamiliar expression. Suddenly, a pain like a wave struck his entire body, as if he had been crushed. His consciousness began to return, and he wondered if he had been lying here all this time. I couldn't even speak a word. The door to the room gently opened, and Day, holding medicine and water, stepped in. But he wasn't surprised because he had already anticipated this. You have woken up at last. The king couldn't speak, only looked around and asked, who is this? I have never met him before. Day also understands that the king must have been quite confused upon waking up. I am Jay, the great saint from the Holy Kingdom. I have been invited here. Jogger feels a bit more at ease. It turns out it's him. I've heard stories about him before. He drops the pill into a glass of water he just took, then explains to Jogger that this is a type of medicine similar to the one used by mercenary armies. As he fed the king the medicine, he also informed him that from now on, he needs to take this medicine 4 times a day. I will bring the medicine to you every morning, noon, evening, and before bed. The king was surprised and asked, why doesn't he use holy magic? Now I can only trust him. He is a great saint. Jaita carefully fed the king each spoonful of medicine, lost in thought again. This is a type of natural medicine, so it might be slightly less effective, but it won't have any side effects. His expression was a bit serious, but after giving the medicine, he cleansed the king with a purification spell. Joger's body is feeling better now, but something still bothers him. It's strange. He doesn't mind taking care of the king, but he just can't understand why. There are countless servants working here, so no way no one would neglect to care for the king. Someone must have forbidden them from entering. Day begins to reason again. Even if the crown prince did it, it wouldn't help. He is first in line for the throne, but if the culprit is the second prince, that would be too reckless, wouldn't it? Day still couldn't shake his suspicion. If the second prince is involved in the king's internal bleeding in the access of the servants, he will not escape the death penalty. Dai suddenly slapped his own cheek. Enough, stop thinking about it. Focus now. The only thing I needed to focus on now is curing the king. Who will succeed him has nothing to do with me. Joger looked at him with disdain. He just slapped himself. Day looks back at him with a confident, shining gaze. I will heal him. Joger is a bit worried. Do I really trust him to be okay? A week quickly passed, and Day was walking through the palace corridor, still contemplating the king's condition. He had recovered quite a bit during this time. He still can't speak yet, but at least he can move his head and chew food slowly. Day feels relieved, just as expected. His recovery rate is increasing, so if I increase the dosage, his muscles will relax faster. I think I can start increasing the dosage now. Suddenly, Day sensed the killing intent approaching from behind. He immediately became alert, suspecting an assassination. Did Day quickly determine that they were targeting the king? But when he sensed the enemy's killing intent, he understood clearly. No, it seems they are targeting me. Lowering her voice, So Wai quickly rushes out of hiding. Yes, your holiness, I command you to eliminate them all. Just leave one person alive, and I will obey your order. So Yang's voice was clear. Sir, despite her small stature, her combat skills are top-notch. As the enemy's screams echo through the corridor, So quietly takes down each one. After finishing, she brings back one as instructed. Well done. So Yang then used magic to bind him. The assassin lay still, enduring the bonds, and she ordered him to move. From now on, if what I ask is correct, blink once. If it's wrong, blink twice. Did the royal family send you here? The assassin blinked once, and the interrogator continued. So you are a trained assassin, huh? Suddenly, she interrupted, her eyes shining brightly as a golden light appeared in front of her. Holy saint, I will handle this. Immediately after, a blinding golden light engulfed the entire castle. The next day, the castle was peaceful as usual. But today it was no longer at peace. An explosion shook the entire palace. Day stepped forward loudly, demanding the Princess Tam be handed over immediately, or you will all surely die. His hand was already charged with mana for a second blast, threatening angrily that he would blow up the entire castle. What's going on, Great Saint, amid the chaos and rising smoke? Day still insists on finding the hidden stone thrower and demands the third princess to be handed over. The soldier reports. Now the princess is eating. Dai is furious about her meal, and you also gesture in agreement. That's right, the princess's meal should be prioritized. Suddenly, the flames burst back into life. The soldiers panic and beg you to stop. I will lead the princess out right now. What's all this noise about? Great Saint, what are you doing this for? He looks visibly furious. Someone came to lie next to me last night. Is the Empire's hospitality shown through an assassination attempt on a distinguished guest? John was stunned. The assassination attempt seemed almost unbelievable. Is that so? He's annoyed. Do you think I would do this just like that? The Crown Prince remained silent and suddenly bowed in greeting. I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty. And Jay was even more resolute.
Your apology will not be just empty words. The royal family, including myself, will be involved in investigating the culprit.
The royal butler was alarmed and said, Your Highness, even if His Holiness said so, there's no need to bow. We don't even know the details of the assassination yet. John responded sternly, Enough, even if someone is the culprit. This assassination happened within the royal family. As a prince of the empire, it is my duty to take responsibility for this assassination. The second prince also bowed his head and said, I apologize for causing this incident. I will accept any punishment I deserve for my carelessness that put the Grand Saint in danger. G carefully considers. At first he completely looked down on me, but now you want to prove that you are truly a prince? He remains determined, willing to bring out any length of scroll as long as he can get Princess Tam here, because she is the culprit I'm after. Everyone was surprised that this clear evidence was undeniable. Luciella's handwritten note clearly is an assassination order. The second prince immediately summons the third princess and brings Luciella here quickly, telling the princess that I will not accept any delay, not even for a moment. She pouted as she listened to these servants making a fuss. Yes, sir. Luciella struggled as she was dragged away. How dare you do this to me? Father, is it true that you tried to harm the great saint? When you blame so heavily and repay kindness with resentment, you must really be out of your mind, right? Lucella still refuses to admit her guilt. What are you guys talking about? How could I try to hurt the great saint? I shrug and deny it. You can't possibly say you don't know anything. Day presents the evidence. This paper belongs to her. Take it back. Luciella glanced over and saw that she was terrified. Where did he get that from? Hook and So-Yeon have been very helpful. Luciella quickly made an excuse to defend herself. I didn't write this order. Someone must have forged my handwriting. I'm just curious. Who else could it be? I'm at a loss for words. That's why you're speaking in a harsh tone. Do you think you can deceive me just because I can overlook this and that? He exuded a heavy pressure that weighed down everything. John was stunned, sensing a truly terrifying amount of mana. Is it true that he fought against both the Soul Summoner and others? Day's voice no longer sounded gentle but heavy and burdened. So what Lisi is trying to manipulate is not help but to start a war with the Holy Nation? Gia quickly intervened. Great Saint, I think you're jumping to conclusions too quickly. Lisi has never wanted to confront the Holy Nation. I frown and ask, am I rushing to conclusions? He directly states that one of Lisi's princesses has plotted to assassinate an important figure of the Holy Nation, yet everyone still says Lisi doesn't want to cause a war. Gia shouted at the third princess, please forgive the great saint if you still have something to do. Lucielle La, stubborn, said, no, there are many soldiers here. Oh, how could I? A princess like you, bow my head to this. Before I could finish speaking, she was slapped. Gia looked at her with a deadly gaze. You know I told you not to feel ashamed. Then he turned to beg again. Please, great saint, accept my sincere apology for what happened. Gia requests that we hope to negotiate to resolve this matter. Why don't we gather together and discuss and reach an agreement? Negotiation. Fine, you can go ahead and summon all the princes and princesses to the hall right now. Before you leave, don't forget to give one more punch. The pointing finger is just a warning, but if you continue to behave like before, this won't end here. After that, the entire royal family gathered in the main hall. After hearing the whole story, the others only apologized to Day, even if it was just a formality. Day accepted their apologies and then began to discuss compensation for the dangers he had faced. Day requests two things for compensation: a strengthening of diplomatic relations between the Legion Empire and the victorious nation, and increased active trade activities between the two kingdoms. This is an agreement that could double the city's revenue from the current trade relationship with Legion. For Legion, it's also not a disadvantageous proposal. Of course, there is a condition that 65% of the unprofitable revenue will be paid to the Holy Kingdom, but the Empire still accepts the agreements under the guise of compensation. After the negotiation, Day smiled happily. The results exceeded expectations. Should we thank Princess Tam? Suddenly, I remembered that now the king's body can move again, I should go see how he's doing. The palace remains quiet as usual. The king is trying to lift himself in pain, his body still sore, with bruises turning yellow as they heal. The king feels grateful, but thanks to those medicines, he can move a little now. The door gently opens and I walk in to compliment you. You're recovering better than I thought. Are you able to speak now? The king whispered, thank you. Day smiled happily. Don't worry, let me check your condition today. Try moving your limbs. The bruises and bruising are taking longer to heal than I expected. But it's okay, you're still fine. The king, exhausted from trying to move, fell back into sleep. Meanwhile, King Jorger of Lesson gradually regained consciousness, and in his hazy mind, he saw a figure sitting beside his sickbed. Father. Jorger hesitated but didn't quite remember whose it was. Suddenly, that person knelt down. I'm sorry, father. Immediately afterward, he forcefully struck the king. Jorger hadn't had time to process what was happening. That voice was full of pain. I'm sorry, Father. That person continued to strike even harder, repeatedly apologizing between the blows. Father, I'm sorry. The king's body could no longer hold on. He gradually drifted into a coma. Why? That person still has no intention of stopping. Their hand is emitting magical light. Dad, he mustered all his strength for one last powerful strike. Tears of sorrow streamed down his face. Please never forgive me. At the request of the Lacey Empire, they have set out to treat their king, who is in critical condition. In the end, he realized that the king was suffering from stiff person syndrome. But there was an unresolved mystery, the strange bruises found on his body. This is definitely the action of someone close. But for now, Day remains focused on treating the king. Meanwhile, the 7-star envoy launched an internal investigation to ensure Day's safety and discovered a tense power struggle within the Lacey imperial family, confirming that during the conflict when Prince Jay was in the lead, they had no hesitation in killing their siblings. After a series of events, when the king regained consciousness, someone came to visit him. Apologies are like madness amid the beating. I'm sorry, Father. A few days later, the princesses and princes in black formal attire gather on the lawn as the master of ceremonies begins. We will now start. In the middle of the courtyard is a coffin, and the host begins the memorial service for Prince Yan Lysion, the 5th prince of the Lycian Empire. I can't believe the news. This is really crazy. You keep walking back and forth in the room with Huck, and so whenever you're here, and so calls out to you Great Saint Dini. So, did you find out anything? So reports that the first to act was Prince Luke. Daisy was stunned. Prince Luke was involved in that bloody war, secretly attacking the policies and actions of the 5th prince to damage his reputation. Cornered, the 5th prince tried to send assassins to poison the 1st and 2nd princes. In response, the crown prince and the 2nd prince heightened their vigilance and began hiring assassins to eliminate members of the family. This went on for a week, and early this morning, the 5th prince's guards were found dead in front of the mansion gates with a clean hole in their necks. So curious, who killed the 5th prince? So, what did the investigation reveal? All members of the family have alibis, but after verifying that Prince G and the other prince were not in the places they reported, Day frowned and created false alibis. I doubt any assassin organization in Legion has the ability to silently eliminate so many royal guards and then slip into the bedroom like that. The only person who can move freely within the palace without raising suspicion is someone everyone knows, Entrak Nietzsche. Since I saw him, his mana has been truly astonishing. He's not yet a high-level swordsman, but he's close. The 2nd prince at that time was very likely acting alone. Day ordered So Yong Hook Yong. I need 2 people to do a little extra work, They Dong Than replied. Yes, Your Majesty, he instructed to gather more information about the power struggle within the royal family. Focus on corruption or anything that can tarnish the royal family's reputation, especially So and Huck, following orders clearly. The dirtier, the better. Immediately after the 5th prince's death, the king was still trying to recover, enduring the pain to sit up. Very exciting. Perfect. He helped the king lie down to rest. All right. Joker tries to convey something, but all he can manage are mumbled words. The wire still responds. I understand what you're saying, but you need to repeat it. I feel truly relieved. It seems the anthycin in the medicine is working. The muscle stiffness has improved significantly. I was worried that the ingredients might have different effects in this world, but luckily they work the same way. She was startled. He sensed the movement. Someone is here, so the rope immediately put the king to sleep. The 3rd prince opens the door and steps in. Are you inside? He is friendly. Hello, Your Majesty. How have you been lately? Are your wounds healing well? Still okay, thanks to the eldest son. He glanced at the king. He is completely asleep. Day immediately inquired. I heard that the 5th prince had an accident. Ju turned away, avoiding eye contact. The royal family felt ashamed. Day inquired quietly. Did he have an accident while riding the carriage? Ju also rambled on. I think it was because of a bunch of Duven. I heard that some nearby villages were also attacked. Day considers the plausibility. There is indeed a Duven hideout behind the empire. The 5th prince left the palace to get some fresh air and was attacked by W at the perfect moment. I have a feeling. Was that the story they agreed on? The reason is really ridiculous. So lame, by the way. How is the king doing? Day remains calm. He will wake up soon. Q happily said, is that right? Such good news. You promised that if he needs anything, just tell me anytime and I will help as much as I can. Day teased, I would be very happy if you could bring him peace. Gyu frowned at Hua Bin. He forced a smile and said, of course, that will come naturally. Then Gyu entrusted it to Day. Then please take care of the king. Day replied, no need to worry. Before leaving, Ju added teasingly, this saint, don't try to dig too deep into the royal family secrets. Day secretly sneered, as if he was preparing to do something. He chuckled softly, his smile gradually twisting into a sneer, eyes full of contempt. I didn't mean you bastard. What kind of peace will come naturally? I will make you all accept peace. A few days later, Day stood with his arms crossed, everything unfolding as he had planned. Huck and So had also completed their missions. Great Saint, we have gathered information about the dirty deeds of the royal family. We appreciate it and thank you for your diligence. He picked up a roll of paper, looked at the pile of documents, and couldn't help but curse. These bastards are out of their minds.
The merchant guild bribed the crown prince to give them exclusive economic rights, while the second prince was having an affair with his brother's wife. He also turned a blind eye to his brother's countless dirty deeds. The camera head called Huck Dong So Yo, and Dong Then replied, "Yes, the great saint's order. You should return this to the rightful owner. Why worry that they won't try to eliminate the threat?" Huh? Day said no, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Because that means an unknown person they don't know has discovered their critical weakness. I am confident that I will heal the king before they act. Suddenly, a voice called out to the great saint. The king, dressed neatly, stood before him, excitedly saying, "You can dress yourself now." That's impressive. Joker felt grateful. "It's all thanks to you, the eldest saint." He inquired about the situation, and I heard that the family is in chaos while I am bedridden with illness. The confirmation wire. Yes, as you heard, it's quite chaotic. Jir lowered his voice. "Is that right?" He turns around to adjust his clothes. "Then I have to meet the children." The king hesitated. "Will you stand by my side when I meet my son?" He was suddenly asked, looking a bit confused. "Huh? Me?" Joker said with a somewhat deferential tone. "You healed my wounds and even refused the reward I offered. Your character, patriotism, and selflessness? To honor you, you can have anything you want for helping me." He has no idea what you're thinking inside because I didn't want to owe him and end up with a stomachache. Well, let's stop here. His face looks a bit awkward. "Compared to that, I haven't raised the children well." You smile frankly and say, "You haven't raised them well, it's time to shape them up now." His tone is hesitant and troubled because I raised them poorly and let them grow up without a mother's love, causing them to go astray. But even if I scold them, will they obediently listen? They just nod slightly. A confident smile spread across his lips as he said, "I think I can help you." They quickly moved to the main hall, a falsely cheerful voice echoing, "Finally, you have recovered." Below, the royal family is congratulating the king. "Long live the king, congratulations on your full recovery." The grand lady of the crown prince frowned hesitantly, but she glanced over at the man sitting right next to the king. "Why is Saint Sao sitting there?" Jor explains, "I asked him for help. His expression is serious. He worked very hard so I could fully recover." On the contrary, he suddenly lowered his voice and said, "You have committed an unforgivable act. You know what I mean, right?" The grand princess slightly stiffened her face. "I don't know what you're talking about." "I'm talking about the death of the fifth prince." His mood now is indescribably disappointed. His death was concealed as an accident. "But I know the reason is because you fought each other." Selena's face turned pale. "That," Jir kept blaming him. "How can you kill your own brothers and sisters? Didn't I tell you to always love one another?" He blurted out in disbelief that these were the princes and princesses of Lasan. Tutting mockingly, "Do you crave power so much that you've forsaken your humanity?" "You're no different from animals." This remark stoked their pride. Gia frowned, showing signs of discomfort. "You're crossing the line. My lady's husband still acts noble, so how dare you disrespect a member of the royal family in front of them?" He sighed. "You all are no strangers to this crowd. You're so sheltered you don't understand how this world really works. Your words are quite arrogant. So what do you plan to do? Are you trying to challenge me? Do you think you can beat me? Of course not. You know that well." These two are speechless, and he continues. "This is the proof of your wrongful actions. This is the king." Georg stared at the young man in surprise. The stolen scrolls had been returned. So he was the one who had always... The calm man said, "Your Majesty, you should also take a look at this." He carefully detailed everything, including all the false accusations, the suffering of the fifth prince, and his eventual death. Joker squinted in pain, unable to believe that the royal family had fallen so far. Day added, "However, Princess Selena is an exception. She has done nothing wrong and is not involved in any scandals." Selena closed her eyes, her face tense as a string, while Jogger grew more and more devastated, unable to believe it. How is that possible? Guilty people are panicking. Well, he is a man of his word. 1 for 1, 2 for 2. Everyone except Selena will be confined for 3 years. The punishment is immediately enforced. No one has the right to oppose. If you don't want to carry out the order, leave the royal family. Now go away. Both princes find it hard to accept. Watching their figures leave, I feel satisfied. If they live quietly as if they had died for 3 years, they won't be able to see the throne, and their chance to succeed will disappear. Serves you right, Joker suddenly called out to the second prince. You have nothing to say to me? His deep, sorrowful eyes were filled with sadness. Why did you do that? He is sincere. I just want to understand why you did that, so don't worry. Just answer. As he seemed to exhale, the next piece of information was truly unexpected. It was because the crown prince was stunned. The third prince? He repeated. Yes, I want the third prince to succeed. At that moment, you could see that you only cared about the empire's benefit, but the third prince was different. He may be physically weak, but he cares deeply for the people and can control the ministers. He will become a wise and just king. At this point, he clenched his fists, but whether he is a family member or the fifth prince, they all go mad for the power that the throne brings. Then, how can the third prince become emperor when behind his facade is a cold-blooded nature? I think this is the best way to eliminate candidates who bring shame to the empire rather than leaving the throne to those fighting among themselves. Hearing this, Georgia grew even more respectful. Is that why you attacked me?
because after that, the fight for the throne is about to begin. After the war, the successor is usually decided. Your Majesty, are you planning to appoint the crown prince as the heir apparent? Suddenly, Jogar feels exhausted. So the attack on his own father was just to prevent that from happening.
Please be firm and punish me severely, father. I am ready to accept the consequences of my actions.
He hugs his chest. I understand now. This is also partly my fault. He no longer wants to face his own son. But that doesn't mean I will forgive you. We will discuss this matter later. Now go. Obedience is all that's left. Yes, Your Majesty. And after the door closed, there was a long, heavy sigh. Jogar is annoyed. He seems to find everything really amusing. My head really hurts. I thought they had all grown up, but it turns out they're still just children. Day smiled gently. Parents always think that way about their children. He seriously reminded him that from now on, he must keep an eye on them. Although you have forbidden them from going out, Jogar just chuckled. You're right, seeing things like this is truly embarrassing. Deep down, he actually respects this young man, this child, more than usual. His face looked unusually serious. Are you sure this will never happen again? No, that's right. Thinking that way, Jor smiled kindly. He may be young, but his thoughts are very mature. At first I thought he was a bit rough, but he's young and interesting in his own way. With everything you've shown over the days and his unbeatable strength, I don't want to send him back to the Holy Nation at all. He chuckled softly, saying that if this happened again, his mood would change suddenly. Jor smiled brightly. So I want the Holy Nation to send you back, to which he responded with an indifferent look. He was still cheerful. I was just joking. Don't worry too much. Everyone laughs along, but I secretly suspect this old man. Chogo changed the subject politely and respectfully responded. Yes, suddenly he mentioned Selena. What do you think about the second princess? The second princess? She is the best among her brothers in terms of focus and dedication. More importantly, she has a strong determination, so once she takes on something, she will see it through with the same resolve as at the beginning. The king smiled slyly. I misspoke. Do you want that girl to become your wife? She straightforwardly refused. I have no intention of getting married, and she doesn't want to either, but I am very grateful for your offer. Jogar Kyu's expression changes from happy to serious. I see, that's a pity. Since he directly asked the Holy Saint, do you want to join the fight for the throne? Day was surprised to receive the invitation. In Martial Arts Festival, the king of that kingdom was so generous to invite them. The empire here hosts a martial arts and military skills festival every 3 years, and of course the prizes for the winners are extremely generous. He is also somewhat interested. A martial arts festival. Throughout the long history of the Lysi Empire's cultural festivals, countless competitions have been held. The competitions are very diverse, from major events like swordsmanship and magic contests to smaller ones like academics, debates, and even selling bows. I'm curious, can I participate in all of them? Georger was stunned. He must have misremembered the rules. All of them? According to the rules, you can only participate in up to 3 events. Furthermore, in the swordsmanship competition, you can only use sword techniques, and in the magic competition, if not, you'll be disqualified immediately. Still, he has a certain level of trust in him. The event will be held in 2 weeks. Usually, contestants go through qualifying rounds in various regions to reach the finals. But if you participate, I will arrange for you to go straight to the final round. He smiled gently and took a sip of tea. That sounds good. If that's the case, I will participate in the swordsmanship and magic competition. The king was pleased to hear that. Really? He was eager to get started right away. All right, I will arrange it immediately. While waiting, rest and prepare thoroughly. The corner of his mouth twitched at his hurried run. Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. His facial muscles tensed slightly, feeling like he was being baited into a trap. But the reward sounds decent, so it should be fine. And this doesn't sound too bad. So anyway, I think it's about time to check on the situation of the Holy Nation. Jiaithu can relax a bit. Alright, so now I just need to contact them, right? In front of me, there's a crystal sphere, a magic device that allows the user to communicate visually through a pair of crystal spheres by transferring mana. I left one for him, so he'll probably reply. When he did, he was so happy he shed tears. The interference sphere enters a standby state after you place your hand on it and a familiar face appears. Is that you? It's been a while. Jay is surprised. You remember Jack's worn-out face. Why do you have this crystal ball? Obviously, I left it for Jack, Ariel replied naturally. Why do you ask why? Because I asked to take this. Of course, I'm used to this girl's way of working. Anyway, I was able to recover for the Emperor, just as I expected. I know you can handle this. You asked about the situation, so how are things over there? Ariel is being flirtatious. Well, it's still the same as usual. The academy is a bit tricky, you know. Just by the smell, I can tell there's trouble. He urged impatiently. Do you mean you know what that is? Don't tell me that's the person. Ariel immediately denied. No, there's no big problem. I heard he's respected by the students and doing very well in class. He suspects that it can't just end there. Really? So what's the problem? Ariel recounted with a worried expression. It seems he's starting to pick fights with other academies. He's saying things like their standards are too low or something. Jay also trusts him. I have another problem that's even more exhausting. It seems I will have to return later than expected. Ariel looked confused. But you said the treatment for the Emperor was already finished. He hesitates awkwardly. Regarding that, I can imagine what's going on. I heard that the power struggle has become more intense, but I didn't think it would be this bad. She reluctantly reassured him. Well, since you're involved and you've handled everything well, just relax. The relationship between the Holy Kingdom and the Les Empire nodded in agreement. Exactly. I think so too.
Uriel suddenly remembered something and thought I might as well tell you. Do you know it's been almost a year since you arrived in the Holy Kingdom? Time has flown so fast that I can't help but marvel.
Has it really been that long? Ariel chuckled softly. Time really flies. When you return, you'll have to visit countless kingdoms soon. You have almost gotten used to being a saint. Now is the time to start your activities in your role as a saint. The expression on his bright face stiffened. Are you really saying that everything I've done so far was just to adjust the schedule? She replied without hesitation. Yes, that's exactly right. You should spend as much time as possible resting in the Empire, her voice cheerfully said. Anyway, no matter what happens, I am still in the Holy Kingdom. I don't want to hear any more. He reached out to end the communication. All right, goodbye. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. Are you starting the activities already? 2 weeks later, the festival atmosphere had spread throughout the kingdom. Day was taken out by Princess Selena, seemingly also caught up in the lively mood. Wow, as expected from the Empire, I can't believe they used magic tools to light up the sky. Selena laughed playfully. Do you really find that so surprising? I mean, you're also a magician after all. Day still naively corrected herself. Magical tools feel different, you see, and that made Selena burst out laughing. Hearing her tinkling laughter, Day wondered if he had said something wrong. What was so funny? She quickly corrected herself. Sorry, I just remembered the first time I met you. Recalling my first impression of him, I still get goosebumps. Honestly, back then I found him quite intimidating. She tried to justify herself, but now it's over. Of course. He forced a faint smile. That's right. In the end, she even personally took me around to explore, with Selena clearing her throat to take on the role of guide. That's where the swordsmanship tournament will be held, and right next to it is a larger arena for the magic competition. It's quite spacious. Suddenly, he notices a hidden corner. What's going on over there? It even looks better than a doghouse, Selena replied. That is the archery arena. She sounds a bit uncertain. Archery used to be a fairly popular sport in the Empire. There weren't many spectators and even fewer participants. It's truly a miracle that they haven't closed it yet. I agree. When I look at it, it makes sense. Who would want to participate when the arena is in such a state? Selena is leading the way. Saints, the elimination match is about to begin. Please explain clearly and concisely. All right, let's go. In the center of the arena, there are two opponents with very different statures. They quickly show their strength. Both of them are left open-mouthed watching their fight. In the end, the last person standing on the arena is the tall and slender one, and almost a whole day has passed watching the entire event. Selena is curious about his thoughts. What do you think about today's competition? Honestly, they are both quite skilled. It looks like this tournament will be very exciting. Suddenly, the gentle sound of music reached his ears. Whose music is this? Selena saw that he seemed interested. That is the singer performing. Would you like to come in and listen for a bit? The saintly musician wouldn't mind. All right, we still have some time before dinner. Suddenly, your gaze froze, falling on the musical instrument that the other person was playing. You blurted out, a violin? Even Selena doesn't know about it. Do you know that instrument? It seems to drift into a stream of memories. It reminds me of a similar musical instrument. Seeing it brings back many memories. He gently closes his eyes to enjoy it. Truly a beautiful performance. I feel a little nostalgic about it. The music creates a peaceful atmosphere for a day after the festival. For a moment, the singer paused and spoke. Thank you all. Selena was also moved. It was truly an amazing performance, wasn't it? He nodded in agreement as the singing girl suddenly approached the two of them. Excuse me, Selena asked curiously. Is something wrong? When you saw my instrument earlier, the girl's gaze was fixed on Day, filled with curiosity and anticipation. You called it a violin, didn't you? Miss Day didn't hesitate to admit it. Yes, she looked down at the violin case. How do you know that name? Day wondered slightly inside. This girl knows the name of a musical instrument from Earth. Could she be? Still, he covers it up by saying he saw it in a book. The singer opens her eyes wide, an arrow appears in her eye, and even Day is startled by the lie, the eye of justice. He immediately guesses her identity. Could she be a fairy? Aren't you a Lai Tien? Lai Tien are the children of human and fairy couples. There is no other way. Day sighed and made a condition. I promise I will answer honestly, but first tell me where you got this instrument and how you learned to play it. The girl told her story without hesitation. This instrument is a family heirloom left by my grandmother. She created it and passed it down to her descendants, and it was she who taught us how to play it. Jai hesitated internally. Creating such an instrument in a world where nothing similar exists is impossible. This time, it was her turn to speak. Your Excellency, she raised the box of the instrument, and I asked you similar questions. How did you know what this instrument was and its name? He looked thoughtful, his eyes shifting to the side. I've seen someone play this instrument before. I asked, and they told me it was a violin. That's all I remember. The singer paused silently for a moment to judge with her own eyes. Day secretly felt pleased. Basically, it's not a lie. My music teacher was the one who taught me about the violin. Of course, the result is clear. The girl exhaled and told the truth, and she also politely apologized. I apologize for the rude questions just now. I thought you might know something. He quickly waved his hand. I am also at fault. I'm sorry. You're just pretending to be curious. Can you tell me about your grandmother? The singer nodded in agreement. Sure. Where should I start? She begins by saying that my grandmother was the kind of person people often called eccentric, but at the same time, she was also talented and admirable. She has many ideas beyond imagination. One day, she even created something called a bicycle. I was amazed to see her drive that bike so naturally. It was truly astonishing. Do you also have a bicycle? You're so talented. Violin and bicycle. She is just like me. The wandering singer suddenly clapped. The girl brought it up again. Oh. I remember a few things my grandmother used to say. I don't come from this world. My curiosity about her world was sparked like that. Now I'm searching for someone who knows more than I do. That's right. You said you once saw someone playing an instrument like this? Can you tell me more? His face clouded with sadness. I don't really remember the details of how that happened or where they lived. Seeing that, the girl faintly smiled with a hint of regret. It seems you are just like me. It's time for me to go now. I was very pleased to meet someone who also knows about this instrument like you. I'm also very happy to have met the princess. Selena replied gently, Yes, thank you for your performance earlier. The girl smiled, her eyes shining like stars. I believe we will meet again. The evening sun sets over the bustling market village. Princess Selena smiles. You seem very happy. You enjoyed that conversation, didn't you? Is that just a casual remark? His eyes still followed the figure of the singing girl as she left, realizing he was not the only one. It's a strange feeling, but suddenly he felt at ease. His eyes gently closed, and his loneliness eased a little, but that didn't matter. I know the truth, but what matters is the life I have right now. All right, let's go back. The last day of the festival still begins with the usual greetings. Holy Saint, are you doing well? Day responded casually, in good spirits since early morning. I'm glad. Since today is the last day, there will probably be many spectators. I hope so too. You remember the rules in the rounds, right? You remember the rules of the competition. Oh, you mean the team match? The first 3 matches will be one-on-one, followed by team battles with 4 teams, each consisting of 5 members arranged randomly. This is the rule for the final sword fight. George encourages him, thinking that communication and coordination are the 2 key factors in this match, and he can't stay too long. Good luck. He waved goodbye to him. Yes, I will go ahead. You walk along the corridor to meet the guide inside. If you're ready, please follow this way. He suddenly noticed him. He hesitates and asks, Where is your sword? Only then does he suddenly remember. Oh, I forgot to bring my sword again. He looked around and saw a wooden stick within his sight. He casually grabbed it amid the guide's hesitant gaze. Let's use this. Referee with a commanding voice. Everyone get ready for the match. Your opponent is an aura user named Horace. Amid the cheers, Day also calmly steps onto the arena. As soon as he saw you, his eyebrows shot up. This guy sees what you did as an insult. Are you looking down on me? Where is your sword? He put on a pitiful look. Ah, this is my sword. It's a family heirloom. The more he talks, the more he babbles about my parents, and then they pass it down to me. Horace is immediately influenced. He felt extremely guilty. I was too careless. I'm sorry for my careless words, which means I have successfully caused confusion. The referee reiterates the rules. Remember, anyone who lands a critical hit or is caught trying to kill their opponent will be eliminated immediately. Day feels a bit relieved, but he knows he's truly in trouble. I need to prepare a few things for the next match. The referee signals to start, and a flash of movement disappears in an instant. Horace was panicked, but had no idea he was right behind him. Where did he go? The referee quickly reacted, You win. Day gently placed the stick behind his neck and smiled softly, saying, That was easy. Just now I was observing from somewhere behind the scenes. They seemed a bit shaken. Isn't that our technique? Indeed, Saint. King Jorger's laughter echoed throughout the palace. You're truly a prodigy. I can't believe you scored 3 goals in just a moment. Now everyone is focusing on you, he keeps emphasizing, especially since it was your first battle. I never expected you to win with just a single staff. I've never seen that happen before, I replied humbly. It's nothing special. Anyone who uses aura can do the same with practice. Still, Jorger couldn't stop laughing. The tournament was truly spectacular. Selena also felt it was a bit too much. He defeated his opponent without even giving them a chance to use magic. You also didn't use magic yourself. He glanced over a long table, only the 3 of them there. By the way, where have the queen and the concubines gone? The atmosphere at the dining table immediately turned somber. The empress and the concubines had a carriage accident because of the WGR group you mentioned. You just reminded me, there's a W organization recently. There have been many accidents lately. Day feels he was rude. I shouldn't have asked like that. Sorry, sir. Jugger just chuckled it off. All right, that happened about 10 years ago. But at the same time, Day also couldn't stop thinking about it. Have there been a lot of accidents lately? At the same time, I'll remind you of the rules once more. The rules for our team's match are as follows. The competition is a non-combat event where teams use both swordsmanship and magic.
Each team is given a flag, and the goal is to steal the opponent's flag and return it to their own base to earn points. The team with the most members will win, and the top contributor will become the ultimate victor. You're so bored that you're crying from yawning. Isn't that way too easy to win? I didn't expect I just needed to bring the flag back. What is he doing all alone over there? We are discussing the strategy that he is part of. One of the team members explains to him. You haven't seen his match yet. He's an arcane swordsman. He clearly doesn't believe in magic swordsmen, but that guy still keeps trying to convince him. Anyway, he witnessed it with his own eyes. He defeated his opponent in the magic tournament with just his fists. The remaining opponents surrendered out of fear. That wolfish uncle acts as if a swordsman can't defeat a mage with his bare hands. The remaining mage in his mind also spoke up. I don't understand. By that point, they were already in shock, having nullified all the opponent's magic and then beaten them up. It's hard to believe someone like that could really exist. Moreover, they looked at each other because he participated in both tournaments, so our team only has 4 people. Damn, that troublesome bastard. Anyway, we have no choice but to follow the plan. The 3 of them discussed and ran ahead. You handle the front, and we will go behind to look for an opportunity to steal the flag. All right, let's go. Leave the burden to me alone. They whispered to each other alone, and then all left. Is that so? I have to protect you, this flag here. I keep thinking about what the king mentioned. By the way, W? That line of thought keeps bothering him. I've gone this far to heal his majesty, so I might as well settle W's issue and make them owe me a lot. What do you think? Should I let the meteor fall on them? Just then, someone stepped forward. Here they are. The opponents have arrived. He smirks. It seems like your team members left you here alone, but he's indifferent because just me is enough to protect the flag. The opponent doesn't know what you look like and just likes to threaten. Even if it's you, are you sure you can take down all 3 of us alone? Hand over the flag. His gaze now shines like a lighthouse lamp. He glanced and guessed it. So you brought the flag with you, huh? What's wrong with you? There's no way he would leave such an important flag behind when all 5 of us are traveling together. The string of guesses is revealing their plan. Do you think I didn't notice the wizard hiding behind? This isn't even against the rules, and the flag is small enough to hide in your shirt. Clever. The leader realized he couldn't hide anymore and charged recklessly. Damn it, everyone attack him. A sharp breeze lightly brushes past the wire as I summon my sword. I was just sitting idly, yet you came to me on your own. That was close. That made the opponent panic. Is that an aura sword? Not yet. He raised his hand to create 3 fireball sparks. They probably didn't expect that they had mistaken the wrong person. All right, time to take the flag. But now it's too late to regret, as screams of panic echo through the forest and faint curses are muttered. Damn it, this really was a waste of time. My careless teammates disappointedly turned back. Why was there no flag where they were? What the hell is going on? People are comforting each other. Just treat this as reconnaissance. Let's go back. The team's mage was a bit worried. Even he couldn't protect the flag alone against the whole group. Then suddenly they saw a column of smoke rising from one side. Isn't that smoke coming from our side? It's too much, damn it. Let's go back. The others hurriedly slipped through the bushes. Hey, are you okay? And the flag. When they arrived, they saw the green flag in Day's hand. He replied softly. Oh yeah. I got a flag too. Lucky me. Even my uncle is more surprised than anyone. How could you do that all by yourself? The mage and the team muttered. This competition is easier to win than I thought. Then, with Day's skills, the red team easily won, and Day was recognized for his contributions, becoming the final champion. He smiled happily in front of the crowd, while Anti-Limitech estimated the amount of money in his hand, feeling overjoyed inside. For what I have done, the reward isn't bad. At this moment, the king approached the holy day. He smiled brightly. Do you like the martial arts festival? He immediately changed his expression and hid his money bag. It's just a fake tournament. The prize isn't worth much. I'll have a meal and that's it. Joker came here to invite me. Anyway, you've come this far. How about exploring the Empire a bit more? There are many interesting places here. I shrug my shoulders and show my approval. I was planning the same. I have a few things I need to do. Joker chuckled happily and was curious. That's really lucky. By the way, what do you need to do? Winking mysteriously, I'm sure you'll like it a lot. The next morning, as the early crowing of the rooster echoed, Day woke up and climbed a mountain. He's already quite high and he can feel the dense mana. Surely he can draw a clear conclusion. Ween's nest is watching the surroundings, and in front of him is a barrier. By the way, is this the entrance? It seems there's a barrier here. He tapped a few times on the barrier. Surprisingly, they used a magic incantation to create the barrier instead of setting up guards. Anyway, they are highly intelligent creatures. Tinvy's eyes focused intently on its structure. This is quite complex, but not difficult. I'm confident I can destroy this. If I crush everything, they'll come out and attack us, right, Dragons? They are a highly intelligent species, rumored to be very skilled in magic and possess great strength. They prefer hot and humid places and often make them their territory. It's so hot that sweat soaks through your shirt. That's a bit too much. He's sweating and losing patience. I've been at it for 30 minutes straight. Why are there so many magic circles in this barrier? Shh, I've destroyed enough of them. With this many broken, it's about time that thing appears. At this moment, a booming voice echoed loudly. The human raised their eyes. Wiv has indeed appeared. You are the one who destroyed the magic circle, right? Now the rumors are confirmed, so W can also use telepathy? I can hear the sounds echoing in my mind, and he speaks softly and kindly, saying he came here to talk to you. That W is also very polite, sitting calmly at a distance and talking. So you're here to talk straight about your nest. Can you move it somewhere else? W remains silent for a moment. My nest is not within my decision-making power, and I cannot leave this place because our magic circles are too fragile. Do you understand? Hearing that, Day also pondered. That's right, but there's also a way. He reached out his hand and a light flashed. So what then? Wi's voice is now clearly astonished. You can recreate the crystal stones to an astonishing degree. Are you skilled in creating magic circles? You were fully prepared before coming here, right? Even though you didn't prepare anything, you still say you did. Yes, I prepared and thought about it for a long time, but I am very serious. After a moment, he looked pleased. All right, let's go. Even praising the new barrier layer. That's impressive. You created a magic circle of this size in such a short time. I can't really call you an intruder anymore. Cheering sounds. That's good. So we can talk now, right? It accepts, but I have to warn you first. I can take you to my village, but I can't guarantee your safety. Unlike humans, we only respect the strong. Day seemed unconcerned. I'll handle it myself. Just take me there. Hearing the firm reply, the W clone immediately spread its wings. Fine, let's go to my village. Day marvels for a moment, then suddenly vanishes, and his mood drops significantly. So Day had to rely on himself. This damn bastard probably didn't even take me along. At least let me tag along. A long day finally dragged on into the late evening, and he finally arrived. The W creature sighed. I thought you were a mage, but you're not. Though you still run pretty well. He chuckled to himself, secretly wishing he could roast it. A voice interrupted. I smell humans, and there's another W here. Why did you bring a different species to our village? A guard? Con 1 obediently led the way and reported, he wants to talk. I thought it was reasonable, so I brought him here. The guard snorted. Then you will be responsible for bringing him here. He shrank down, actually transforming into a human form, with a cold expression leading the way. Go ahead, you're allowed inside, but be prepared to be a little surprised. So you also have a human form? A glint flashed in his eyes. This is interesting. I didn't think it was magic. Let's see how friendly they are to humans. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey, human! Wiv, who led the way, turned back. If someone comes all this way and still can't sense any mana, then you must be very weak. It gives you a guarantee. If anyone tries to capture someone, come here and I will help you. Here it is, human. Then he was called away. Come to my house and we'll talk. Since we've entered the enemy's lair, he accepted it without hesitation. All right, the deeper we go, the clearer everything inside becomes. It feels a bit new. Compared to the human village, it's really different, looking quite ancient, and the atmosphere is similar to old civilizations. Their eager eyes scan the surroundings. Interestingly, they all live in human form. They even build houses and live in a way quite similar to humans. Look, a hybrid, growling and whispering as they talk about him. Human smell. What's going on? There's an intruder here. I am tempted. Is it dangerous? Day was completely stunned. I just wanted to talk. The guard saw he wasn't moving and urged him on. Let them be. They're just curious. He pointed to a simple thatched house. That's my home. At this moment, Day felt a bit of existential doubt. On the way here, I already felt that way. They don't care about appearances, so go ahead. But I have to follow him inside. As I said, you are a rare species, so could you move somewhere else? I already told you, that's not up to me anymore. If I can't get what I want this way, I'll try another plan. So can you take me to someone W who can make decisions? This request can also be accepted, maybe, but there will be some conditions. His eyes burn with fire, and the W see the survival of the strongest is very important. Day quietly thought, he seems to be a warrior. I guess that it might be a characteristic of this species, accepting it calmly. Alright, before he can react, Day raises his hand to cast a spell. Choi! Wiv Von soldiers didn't even realize. Choi, you are a mage stronger than I thought. You deliberately asked. This is enough to hold back. He didn't resist either. It was a bit too late. But please let me go. The excited string snapped its fingers. Good, let's go. Can I ask for your name before you go out the door? You're not afraid to be open about it. Go ahead. He nodded to show he understood. I will try to remember. My real name is the Nada. You casually praised it, saying it's a good name. I will remember it well. But I didn't know Canada had already gone all out. Someday, I will challenge him to a duel. He was soothing like calming a puppy. We can't hold back our curiosity. We're going to meet the leader, right? C. Nada nodded. Yes, we're going to talk to the Lord. This way of addressing him makes the fans ponder. All I have to do is get W to agree and then he will move out, right? C. Nada appears firm. No one in the clan dares to disobey him. Even his way of speaking is full of admiration. He is the strongest W. Day nodded in amazement. So the ranking is based on strength? Nice, we're here. When they arrived, our protagonist had to witness something very shocking. So much so that Day asked in disbelief. We finally made it, huh? This is the oldest house I have ever seen. The Nada speak up to stop them. I can already smell his scent. Wait a moment. He was silent for a while, but it was a bit confusing. Is he sending a signal? The door is now open and someone wants to see me. A woman from the Phi Long tribe steps out, but her way of speaking is completely different from others in her tribe. What's going on? Day was stunned. Is he their lord? Just looking at him, Lord Lilith exclaimed, "You are quite a strange person. Why is your mana so unusual?" Just this one word made Day fall silent for a moment. She realized the mana circuit, something even Era couldn't perceive. His gaze was truly serious. Perhaps she should be more careful. The woman gently smiles and turns inward. Let's go inside and discuss. Anyway, Day has no way out anymore. Fine. The room inside is just as simple. Just sit wherever you feel comfortable. He screams silently in his mind. Is there any comfortable place here? Only now does he mention what has been making him curious. Can you speak with your mouth? Her dragon tail swayed back and forth. I prefer it this way. Talking with my head is exhausting. Lord W is just making tea and chatting. I already heard Canada. Do you want us to move? The light green eyes smile faintly. Why are you explaining that the number of injured people in this area is increasing so rapidly? Thanks. We are not only frequently attacked by you, but also affected by your magic. She grinned sharply. I understand, but I guess it has to be that way. The weak will be swept aside by the strong. That's the law of nature. Isn't that the same for humans? She's right. There's no denying it. She's right. Lord W's voice echoes again. Actually, there might be a way. I have a suspicion. If you're strong, you should take control. We should kick you out with force, right? She seems to have achieved her goal. Mana radiates intensely. That's right. Day can't sit still. Tisk. The strongest should hold power. Let me ask you, how do you know my mana is unusual? Lord W said softly as he also stood up. It's just a simple guess. I don't sense any mana inside your body, so I can only assume that your mana is quite special. The shadow begins to engulf the thick figure, and in an instant, the woman transforms into a massive W. She has grown bigger and is frantically looking back at the crystal that was used in Cecile's eyes. No, that's actually a concentrated mana crystal. The W Lord nodded in approval. I don't know how you did it, but you've gathered quite a bit of mana, yet it's still not enough to defeat me. Day quickly regained his composure, smiling softly. Really? So what if that's the case? The magic around her instantly spun, like a whirlwind centered on her. She realized, are you draining my mana now? The others outside were stunned as the magical tornado soared into the sky, with Day casting multiple spells, earth magic, telepathy, fire, while a blazing meteor hovered behind him. A light shines into the dragon eyes of Lord Wyvern. She refuses to give up, with magic circles reflecting the light, but you still can't defeat me. His meteorite was instantly shattered in surprise. He paled as he saw the point there. Chunks of meteorites scatter and fall onto the village, causing everyone to run in panic. He hurriedly stops and asks, are you planning to burn everything down? The Lord W flicked his chin and said, that hit was a bit stronger than I expected. Her indifferent attitude made me angry. Listen up just then. A faint scream entered his sharp ears. That was a Yuven child who didn't make it out in time. The shield quickly lowered. This scene caught Lord Wen's attention, and as he ran over to check, he asked, luckily, is the kid okay? No injuries? She turned into a human, said nothing, and slapped the boy harshly. Anxiously, Day shouted, what are you doing? In response, she spoke with a furious tone, truly shameful. The boy trembled with fear. The voice of your lord rang out. We are Wiv. We don't need anyone to protect us. You can't act like that. Why would you say that to a child who almost died? Her reaction was even more intense. It should die rather than receive help from an outsider. Those words caused my worldview to collapse. I don't know how society of humans you come from, but here the weak are destroyed and discarded. Her expression is malicious and cold. Only the strong will rule and survive. That is our pride. Don't you dare tarnish it. Looking down from above at the unfortunate boy. What is your name? The boy tremblingly replied. Curate? She casually changed the subject to another name. So it's Kerf. She, as the Lord of Yuven, loudly declares, I am banishing you from the village. She sighs wearily, then turns her gaze back to Day and says, and I understand now, human, I acknowledge your strength. I will consider your request, but for now you must return. At this point, I strongly oppose it. Wait, I realize I am at fault in this matter, and I believe the boy doesn't deserve to be expelled because of me. Withdraw the order. Lord W frowns. What? You're crossing the line. This is our business. The demon rises again within you. Didn't you say that the strong will dominate? She pouted and said, you create more asteroids again? It just wastes mana. I will destroy them again. When the flames erupted, she was stunned. She couldn't believe that with 3 meteorites behind him, she still couldn't believe he still had that much left. Maud Day calmly said, I don't say your way is wrong. It seems like at this moment his figure has merged with someone else. I have no intention of changing your mind. But since you are the leader of this race, I just want you to reconsider your decision. That figure stunned Lord Vuven, a name uttered from her mouth. Day asked in surprise, do you know Era? Lord Vuven seemed to reminisce. Yes, it's been a long time. Are you curious? The tone is light. We only stayed here for a short while, about 4 or 5 years. So much so that Day even thought he was hearing things. She just recounted that back then we didn't really care about socializing with each other. Can you guess if it's in the Zelia Kingdom's mountain range? She nodded. Yes, Gara and I often met as leaders. The
The tribes gradually grew closer, and her tone suddenly changed. But I let my guard down too much. One day, a human slave trader appeared, taking advantage of our complacency to secretly hunt both races. It didn't take us long to uncover that plot, so the W and the demons joined forces to reclaim our tribe. Back then, humans were stronger, and that was the era you call the Age of the Flood. In the end, we won and reclaimed our people, but we also suffered many casualties. That was when I thought I had become too lazy and let my guard down. With our lost identity, our future is very uncertain, so we as leaders decided to part ways. Since then, the One have never been friendly with any race. We are alone at the top of our power. At the end of the story, Lord Wong looks sad, and I have no regrets about this choice. But of course, if I said I didn't like it back then, I would be lying. We used to be very close. Her eyes now looked remorseful as she looked at him. I almost made that mistake again. You've made me reconsider. Thank you, Daichi smiles. Well, next time I see Era, I'll send her my regards. Lord W is scrutinizing every detail of you. By the way, what is your relationship with Era? At first, I thought you were her brother because you look quite similar, but there's no way Era would have a guy like you. Her personality is quite free-spirited. Whatever, let's discuss moving out now that we respect you, she teased, and I also couldn't ignore the request from Era's lover. Day hurriedly explained, we're just friends. Night quickly falls over the Xia kingdom as a grand celebration is held in the palace, because tomorrow the saint will leave the empire. The king raises his glass with a bright smile, hoping that everyone gathered here today will never forget what the Holy Sun has done for the empire. Day approached to scold him. Why did you spend so much money on throwing a banquet? Still, the king didn't hold back much money. The Holy Saint is about to leave, so at least the empire should do this much for you. He clicked his tongue again and reached into his shirt pocket. Anyway, thank you for the feast. It's been a long time since I last ate like this. A piece of paper was taken out, written with a unique handwriting on it. This is a contract written in mana by Leader W. It will protect the empire from being invaded unless the empire attacks first. Of course, Jared tremblingly took the paper, so excited he stammered. What is this? Leader W, this really is the Holy God. I told you this is what we need to do, didn't I? Day DM calmly replied. Yes, now everything has been taken care of. Joger's face flushed red. Saint, are you the god manifesting? How can you be so kind? It seems he's gotten too excited today. Now he's going to handle it quickly. This isn't even your business. Thank you very much. I will never forget this kindness. Day stays behind, smiling smugly. It must be so. Someone else calls him Duke Tan. Princess Selena turned back and politely greeted. I was told that he would leave tomorrow. Dai smiles politely. Yes, it's time for me to leave. Selena was a bit moved. Thank you for everything. He raised an eyebrow and gave a faint smile. Thanks me for what? She was confused. Please don't say that. You are the benefactor of the empire. Then she fell silent. I have a talent for magic that earned me the title of the youngest Six Circles mage. So since I was young, I haven't been interested in court politics. I only focused on studying magic. His gray eyes hold sadness, so I don't know what is happening within the royal family. You and my sister were both left behind. It seems this has been her inner struggle, and you have influenced her a lot. I have thought a lot about how you helped the empire and your kindness. Despite being an outsider, you have helped so much. While I, a member of the royal family, couldn't do anything at all. I was afraid I would be affected by the chaos, so I used magic as an excuse to avoid it. By this point, Selena's expression had been replaced with one of trust. That's why I decided not to avoid it anymore. I will join the battle and fight for the throne. She suddenly looked flustered. I've said too much. I'm sorry. But I really want to discuss this decision with you. Thank you for your courage. The empire will never forget your kindness. Seeing that, she gently smiled in reassurance. I know you can do well. He encourages her without hesitation. Keep trying. Okay, yes. And then it was the end of the party. In another place, a gloomy corridor remains silent and still. The vase shatters on the ground with a curse. Damn it, a hatred that cuts to the bone screams out. That bastard has already ruined my plan. The throne should have been mine by now. 3 years in prison. He's boiling with anger. The bribery scandal involving Princess Eliza has caused the nobles supporting the prince to stay in prison for too long. If this continues, the golden crown will fall into the wrong hands. Inside the room are those dressed in white robes. It is the traitorous crown prince. He's going crazy in his room. We can't let that happen. What should we do now? Someone asks. I have an idea. Go ahead. Why don't we use the W's? He explained. If we incite them, they will definitely attack the country. If that happens, the country will be directly targeted. So that means the forces will gather here. John Thorntho's expression. That means he's directly plotting for him. We can start the uprising. We will definitely suffer fewer casualties because, besides our soldiers, the One will fight alongside us. We need to seize this opportunity or it will be too late. Preparing for war in advance will give us the upper hand. Jer can accept anything. All right, then I'll entrust you with gathering the troops. The other person looked trustworthy. Please let me handle it. I will take care of it. After handing over the task, he continued to act arrogantly. I trust this person. Now I know what to do next. Gather and secretly equip the soldiers. He thought this was the perfect opportunity to act. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Just in time, the Holy Saint has also left the Empire, so launch a direct attack on the Wei army for me. Early the next morning, someone came to report, Holy Saint, your belongings are ready. Day breathes a sigh of relief, finally back in the Holy City. He reorganizes his plans, preparing for the pilgrimage once he returns. Suddenly, a loud explosion interrupted his thoughts. What now? Just as I was about to leave, Gregory drew his sword, threatening us. Those damn Fai Long, how dare you attack the kingdom? Are you trying to die? Since when have the One gathered silently at the palace? Arrogant name, you were the ones who attacked us first. One person stepped forward, silencing everyone. Lilith appears with overwhelming presence. That's enough, take me to see the Emperor quickly. I want to talk to him, and if you dare say no, I guarantee the Empire will become nothing but history. Still, the royal soldiers remain resolute in their mission. We cannot do that. We will let you die here. Lilith's eyes narrow sharply. Is that so? She really got angry. Let me show you how foolish you are. I will wash away my people's suffering with your blood. What are you doing? This is a violation of our treaty. Everyone sees him as a saintly savior. Someone explains, it was these guys who attacked first. This surprised you. What? Lilith quietly recounted, last night a group of high-level mages attacked us. At least 4 layers of magic. She would naturally target them. The only side capable of having such a strong army nearby could only be the Empire. Gregory still stubbornly argued, which was really ridiculous. The royal army had not received any such orders. Knowing the consequences of the matter, it's not funny at all. Lilith is right. The only possible side here is the Empire. Furthermore, Lilith demonstrated her magical power. Her mana reacted violently and vaporized instantly. If the treaty is broken, she will be instantly countered by mana and vaporized, so their attack was not a lie. Day is trying to mediate, so Lilith has temporarily stopped her attack. Her expression was hard to read. I can't do that. The burden of risking our people's lives is not something to take lightly. Day does not oppose. That's right, but don't hurt innocent people. Your determined look means I will find the person behind this and bring them here. Each of them will face punishment. This makes her think for a moment. Let's see, based on this situation, I can't trust the words of someone like you. Day uses his ultimate move. If she doesn't believe me, I will demonstrate with my magic power. This statement is truly hard to believe. You surely know what happens if someone as powerful as you breaks their vow, right? You are well aware of that, and of course, just wait until tomorrow, everything will be clear. Lilith had to give in. All right, I will temporarily withdraw. He quickly thanked her. Thank you. And Lord Gregory him, yes, sir? Yes, your holiness. He emphasized, tell the king to gather all the nobles of the empire. Immediately, Gregory could not delay. Yes, the murmurs of concern spread. Once again, trouble has arisen in the empire. He glanced around the room. Most people were already here. He spoke softly. Listen up. Everyone knows we were attacked by the Fai Long tribe, right? As everyone can see, nearly half the capital has been destroyed. I am very busy, so let's get straight to the point. Report all the armies owned by each family here. And remember, no secrets. Even if you are the Holy Saint, this is too much. How dare you demand that we reveal our armies here? Agreed. And besides, you are not a person of the Lisai Empire. The Empire's issues will be handled by the Empire itself. Please go somewhere else. His eyes grew cold. These people. He exhaled slowly. Really? Day shrugged indifferently. Fine, whatever. Honestly, I don't care what happens to the Empire. So if you want to die, I won't stop you. If you want me to leave, I will go. Those guys are getting all worked up again because I don't follow the usual rules. How dare a saint speak like that? All right, get lost? No, farewell. King Jorger just entered and lost his temper, silencing everyone. How dare you speak to the Holy Saint like that? Nobles under the protection of the capital. Follow the saint immediately. If you resist, I will use my authority to make you disappear from this world instantly. Then he looked at him with a pitiful gaze, begging him. The Holy Lord, please reconsider, he said firmly. Nope, you're pretending to be innocent. I will have the Azure Dragon Clan deal with the ungrateful first. The king immediately went into a rage. Please, let me handle this and teach them a lesson. What are you all still doing? Sorry right now, they dare not resist. Sorry, everyone is panicking. We misspoke and sincerely apologize, Your Majesty. No one dare say where the Holy Saint transformation is headed. I'm so tired of these fools. My voice is cold. I didn't know you pretended to want to help the royal family, but now I'm no longer interested. With the king's murderous glare, the nobles immediately became as obedient as quails. What should we do to change his decision? What should we do now? Just one word, money. The nobles fell silent. What did you just say? He repeats the detail more indifferently. Give me the money. Each of you will give up half of your assets in a year. Fine. I will be more merciful. 3 parts, the nobles shouted. 3 parts, assets in a year. And they immediately changed their attitude. Demanding money, it's a bit too straightforward, and that's too much. How can we survive if we give up 3 parts of our assets? He chuckled softly and pretended to leave. Fine. If you don't want to, I'll go then. Then came George's look as if he was about to fall, and they had no choice but to grit their teeth and say, fine, we will do it to show our sincerity. They smiled sweetly, flattering. I thought I would do that from the beginning. St. Peter truly understands people's hearts. Even he is speechless. Day looks really bad. He's urging. Then hurry up, write it down, and bring the money back. Quickly. Did everyone report their individual soldiers from each family after a while? Yes, here it is. He checks a pile of papers. Let's see. Except for a few clans with slightly different numbers in the report, this amount is enough to establish a nation. He gave up in frustration. I thought I could help catch the culprit, but at this point it's too much. I can't figure out who the real culprit is. The nobles immediately panicked, saying, "What do you mean? After all this, you still can't find the culprit? You said you would catch him. I didn't think the empire would fall apart like this." He took out a piece of paper and explained, "However, luckily we have this. The contract will give the leader of Fei Long a request in exchange for forgiveness." Those foolish people immediately cheered, "It's Saint M." Meanwhile, his cold gaze swept over the ordinary people, like a normal mana contract. This was all part of his plan, but of course it was fake, just a piece of paper he scribbled on with mana. You're leading the mastermind to reveal himself. So, what now? After causing trouble by involving the Fei Long clan, you'll be the one with the headache, right? Actually, the answer has been there all along. Who benefits from Fei Long's attack? The answer is already clear. Someone from the royal family with noble henchmen. That is the crown prince, who is desperate after being stripped of his succession rights. How to turn a certainty into doubt? Well, he cleared his throat quietly. Then he signaled to Georger, "Your Majesty, please listen and follow my instructions." He looked at you with a hint of surprise, but then he clapped and said, "Well, everything is done. We are lucky to have the Holy Saint here to help us. And since everyone is here, I will make the announcement." He announced clearly that tomorrow morning, we will hold the coronation ceremony for the successor prince. Night is the perfect time to do bad things, especially with that damn crown prince and the holy bastard. He must be trying to get in my way. He boldly escaped the room, shouting loudly, "Who would have thought he signed a mana pact with Lord W?" His subordinate reassures him we don't have much time. Your Majesty naturally appointed the crown prince, but the situation is becoming increasingly tense. "You think I don't know?" he urgently ordered. "We don't have time. Call the attack team like last time." That person also knows that's not right. Your Highness, don't say it, but at this moment hatred and greed have taken over his mind. That's right. We will attack the W mountain range again. He doesn't realize someone has overheard his plan, and it seems he's so desperate that he can no longer make the right decision. So he just shrugs and goes back into the tiger's den. Huech assigns the task to the girl and tells the Holy Duke, "I will keep observing." Over there, they also quickly received the news. I also guessed he would strike, but I am disappointed with the intelligence of the Crown Prince. I can't believe he would choose to provoke the W again. Dumb? You should face him and speak up. You shouldn't have come here without reason. She asked, "Have you found the mastermind yet? Is Dai Chung still not? So what are you here for? To tell you that they are coming here on their own soon, and then you'll see for yourself." Even Lilith was stunned. "What? They're coming back again?" Day tried to soothe her. "We don't have much time. Hide in the bushes and strike as soon as you sense mana. We can identify and capture the mastermind when they return and interrogate them." "Can you reconsider attacking the Empire?" Lilith raised an eyebrow. "Have you already done that?" "I don't believe it. At this point, even the rope is hard to handle." "I'm not lying. Have you forgotten about the mana oath?" She denied again. "No, that's not the reason." Her gaze flickered over. "But what benefit does this bring to you? Or is it because you are a saint?" His lips twitch. I'll take that as a compliment. Once done, he holds his breath and waits. "All right, then let's bring the mastermind into the light. He's been irritable since early morning. Does he really think he can do anything just because he's a saint?" "Luciella, be careful with your words. She is straightforward in pointing out what's wrong. He is the one who saved His Majesty. You should show gratitude and act like a member of the royal family, but instead it just makes her more annoyed." So noble. Since when did she start caring about the royal family this much? And Jian was standing aside, feeling stunned, wondering why it had to be now. He felt guilty, questioning why he had summoned everyone. What is that bastard thinking? At this moment, he calmly walks in. "Is everyone here?" "Just a quick check." "Good, all 6 of you are here," Ju asked with a puzzled tone. "Why have you summoned us this time?" "We came because you said there was an important matter, but you're pretending this is a mysterious and very important issue. One of the people here ordered the attack on W and is attacking again today." The statement almost stunned everyone. A member of the royal family? No way, even my butt is sweating bullets now. Damn it, I didn't expect him to find out. If I get caught, I'm definitely going to be executed. "No, anyway, there's no evidence. I just need to deny it." Just like Ding Ning said. Then suddenly the voice rang out again. "You probably think there's no evidence, so just denying it will do, right?" I smirked, but unfortunately, I have proof. All the soldiers attacking Wiv's hideout have been captured. With mind magic, they'll reveal everything soon. He lets out a barrage of threats. If everyone is going to be caught anyway, what do you think will happen? The people's hatred will rise. To soothe it, perhaps the mastermind's head should be displayed everywhere. Hearing this, the family's already disturbed mind fell into despair. He raised his voice slightly and said, "So, I have a proposal. Why not confess to me yourself and settle this quietly? It's understandable that you want to appear wise. By confessing in the name of the gods, you know you can lessen your sins, right? Furthermore, I also like that the Empire owes me a great favor. They keep talking nonsense and playing mind games. Basically, I will take the credit, while someone else avoids beheading and public humiliation. Ji couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, I am the one who did it. I, Crown Prince Jazian, ordered the attack on Ween's den. Please show mercy. Hearing that, he smiled softly and said, That's a good choice. Then, goodbye. There is no such thing as divine mercy, only saintliness. I hope you find peace in the next world. Ji was shocked. Peace in the next world? What do you mean? You just said he was smiling. So of course now I'll say something different, with a carefree expression. Because I lied. Do you think you can escape punishment? I have no proof. Thanks for confessing. At this point, Jiyeon's tiny brain shuts down. That causes a loud noise. Alright, come out now. Anyway, from this point on, it's the Empire's problem. He only woke up when he was choked. No way. The Holy Saint is the one who's deceitful. How dare he lie? He chuckled dismissively. No, not at all. A soldier approaches to report, Holy Saint, we have captured all the nobles involved in the rebellion. What should we do now? His puzzled look was directed at the other person. The holy day has finished here, asked the Emperor. Don't ask me. As I said earlier, from now on the decision is in the hands of the Empire. Of course, you always know where your limits are. I am just an outsider. And so, Jay left the Lisai Empire after staying for a long time. The Emperor executed everyone involved in the uprising. As for Day, you have greatly contributed to the Empire. That Day not only brought diplomatic benefits to the Empire, but His Majesty also granted Day a title and land. But later, Day found out he was communicating through the crystal ball. Iriel shouted loudly, What? Then it's too late, suddenly presenting the Empire's official request. What? Day tried to reassure her. But there's nothing we can do either. Are you busy? Why are you in such a hurry? At this point, Iriel had to emphasize, We are very busy. The pilgrimage schedule has been planned, and your expression still looks indifferent. So what? I can follow at my own pace, Iriel exhaled. It's not that simple. The pilgrimage schedule is fixed. The more we talk about it, the more it causes confusion. And the later we start, the tighter and more difficult the itinerary becomes. Is the schedule fixed? Are you in a hurry? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm leaving right now. Iriel stared intently at the crystal ball, her face flushing red. She hurriedly asked, Why did you put the crystal ball there? He hurriedly stuffed the crystal ball into his chest and then got out of the carriage. I have urgent business, so I'll be leaving first. Take your time. The coachman was confused. Dukun. Then he ran like the wind, and by the time he reached the Holy Nation, it was already evening. I heard that the pilgrimage preparations are already complete. Cleus bowed his head and said, We plan to depart tomorrow morning, then praised and turned to someone else. Good job, Hong Yong.
And what about the task I assigned to you?
The girl replied,
Currently, except for Salonia, the outskirts of the Holy Nation are facing financial difficulties.
The main reason is the aftermath of the Phroxia incident and the increasing number of monsters. The lords are raising taxes to build their hunting forces. He furrowed his brow slightly. Raising taxes, huh? Isn't the capital also sending aid? Hong Yeon-ong replied. It seems to be embezzlement. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth. You bastards! Make a list of all the corrupt lords. When I go on a pilgrimage, I will deal with them. Yes, sir. G is gradually handling the remaining matters. How is the academy doing? Cleus took out the crystal ball, looking exasperated. Coincidentally, we just received a connection signal from Jack through the crystal ball. Really? Connect it now. As soon as I opened it, Jack's big face appeared. Saint Day was speechless. You're too close. It's been a while since I saw you. Is everything okay over there? He was in the middle of saying. According to your orders, I am still monitoring and saw someone push him aside to step in. Sir? He looked surprised. Are the two of you nearby? Lai tears up with emotion. I have read all the books and notes you left behind. They are extremely detailed, systematic, and very comprehensive, both beautiful and accurate. Where did you acquire that knowledge? Zai got pushed away and was furious. How dare you interrupt me, Hai? Go away! The one flipping the bird is you, not me. Then he turns around with a puppy-like expression. Sir, I will dedicate my life to you. Please teach me more. Oh no, teach me everything you know? Jack immediately pushed his head away. How dare you? Are you crazy? Holy saint, I want to learn more than this fool. I can hear you two arguing loudly. If you plan to teach anyone, teach me instead. My head feels dizzy. Turn it off. Yes. Take care while I'm gone. Hong Wai on Hong bouts his head. Yes. Safe travels, Your Excellency. Cheer up. Saint Duke. So I have to wake up early again to catch the carriage. He's excited. The weather is perfect. At the same time, she cast a hesitant glance ahead. But why is she here? That person is Fa happily clinging to Iriel. It feels like a picnic. She explains that each time, a different clan joins the pilgrimage. Fry grinned widely. This time, it's our family's turn. That's not what he meant, but why did she come with us in the carriage? Fry looked at her with sad eyes, but sitting alone in the carriage was boring, her face cold. You should go back to your own carriage later. It's too crowded here. She's just whining, don't be like that. I even prepared this. Ariel will be impressed. This is her proud response. It has to be tea and cakes for the whole trip. The tea I brewed myself is truly a splendid display of flowers. Ariel refused to accept it. I feel a bit uneasy now. Freya turns to him. So please, the Holy Lord won't drink either? She begged. Just one sip, please. Consider it my sincerity. This is my specialty. If it's not good, can I just get off the car? Hearing that, he also felt compassion. All right then. She lifts the teacup to her lips and takes a sip, looking excited. How is it? Tastes good, right? A second later, she was already retreating alone in another carriage. Day has never had to drink something like that before. What kind of tea tastes like a drug? Ariel chuckled softly. Fa must have understood the answer too. You feel like she already knew. Is that why she didn't drink? Her reply was her cheerful words. Someone has to tell her the truth. This is still better than nothing, or I'll fall asleep on the way. Day has to clear his words. That sounds strange. What do you mean? And the pilgrimage? Ariel, with her full experience, explained that the pilgrimage was nothing special, just riding a carriage around the villages. Most of the work will be handled by priests and clergy. Day immediately pointed out the flaw. Then why does the Holy Lord have to come? It's all just for show. She didn't let him resist precisely to build her image. Suddenly, a cry for help sounded out. Chaos outside. He couldn't block the carriage like that, so the two looked outside. It seemed something was happening outside. A frail man holding a child pleads, I know this is wrong, but please, this is an urgent situation. Please save my child. The harmonious soldiers won't chase him away. Don't worry. The gay god will bless you to heal the child. The priest approaches and bows his head. Yes, the holy spell was immediately cast on the girl. His face looked strangely awkward. The holy spell had no effect. The soldiers then said, Is the child's condition too serious? Sorry, sir, but we did our best. The poor man seemed to fall into a deep hole. Don't do it. We've been waiting for this pilgrimage. We endured everything for this moment. Sniff. At this moment, someone approached and everyone stepped aside to let them pass so I could see. The poor man, hearing his name called out as well. Holy Saint, will you personally heal my child? Thank you, thank you. Day casually glanced over, clearly observing the physical condition. Severely swollen hair, emaciated body with no fat underneath. He asked carefully, Did the girl suddenly fall ill? The father denied it, no. Hearing that, he immediately guessed that it was just a deficiency in protein. No wonder the priest's holy powers had no effect. Order the troops to prepare a meal for them, with plenty of meat. The poor man looks confused. Thank you, Holy Lord, but why eat? Deji responds, If the child eats enough meat, she will recover on her own. From now on, make sure she eats properly. He was confused. But we don't have enough money to buy meat regularly. He softly said, so using grains is also fine. Any kind of beans like soybeans, black beans, kidney beans, chickpeas will do. Replacing regular meals with beans will make the child healthier, but she still needs to eat meat occasionally. He sincerely reminded her that everything was for the sake of the child's well-being. Even if she has to work overtime, let her do it. It's Ariel's turn. I think I can heal the swelling now. A spell made her skin look firm and radiant again. Amazing! It's gone.
The man bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, your majesties. We will never forget this kindness.
Nothing much. We're just doing our job. They can't delay here either. All right, let's head to the Celia Royal Palace. The carriage convoy follows one after another along the trail, their reins tightly clenched as they ponder. Ariel tilted her head in curiosity and asked, What are you so troubled about? He suddenly asked, How much money do we still have in the treasury? Let's see. She mistakenly calculated about 20 silver coins. I think so. Hearing that, I was surprised. So that's it. It's all gone? She added more. I also have my own money, so the total is about 27 coins. Just hearing that made his face brighten. You're quite well off, so that's enough. Ariel's eyes looked her over. Enough for what? Why are you asking about that? Could it be? Just as she suspected, his face serious, saying, Give me a loan. Ariel immediately panicked. What? What are you planning to do with that money? Jay openly points out that the kingdom of Celia is facing a severe financial crisis, causing many people like those we just saw to suffer from malnutrition and starvation. Do you think people should die because of greed? Even the gods want to help those in need. I will help. Day immediately cheered up. That's great. I will return the money to you as soon as we get back to the capital. Suddenly, I hear her refuse again. No need for that. He looked surprised. Did she really give away such a large amount of money? Of course, she proudly patted her chest. I am also a saintess. And so, the pilgrimage group from the Holy Nation arrived at the Jia Kingdom. Under the saints' orders, they bought many ingredients from different regions and prepared simple meals for the people in hardship. For those with little strength left, it was like a rain that refreshed their weary bodies. Ariel couldn't hide her surprise. What do you think King Celia wants? When he first arrived here, he extended an invitation. I have heard that you helped the people on your way here. I am very grateful for the kindness of the Holy Kingdom. We've prepared a feast to celebrate the pilgrimage tonight. His eyes clearly have some ulterior motive, so he invited you all casually. Ariel suspects he's still throwing a party. Jay knows it well. He's not that kind of person. He must want something from the Holy Nation. Then Ariel changed the subject. The pilgrimage trip is over. I also have some free time. Daisy also thought about going out for a trip. Can you imagine what his purpose is for visiting home if he doesn't say it clearly? Do you have any plans? She shook her head. Not yet. I was just planning to hang out with Fie. You're teasing her, so you must be quite used to enduring it, huh? Why don't you go to the capital? I'm serious. Every day she is immersed in work, but Iriel finds that satisfying.
This is enough. I should focus on resting properly while I still can.
Her voice is vague. Since becoming the Holy Lord, have you ever thought about leaving everything behind and running away? Of course, sometimes shouting out your frustrations helps. It's so exhausting. What kind of deity makes so many demands? Doing this and that all the time. Where did he put the holy power he gave me, exploiting me like this? Seeing Ariel's confused expression, he felt sympathetic. She probably meant to say that, right? After all, she's been a saint longer than I have. She must be having a hard time. Those tabs and this bun are like a saint, healing the sick and using suffering to help others. When I get to do this, I truly feel lucky to be a saint. Am I the only one who feels that way? I'll go ahead now. It seems your words have comforted her. Me too. Thank you. Yes, the action was very quick. It's been a long time since I last came home. I used my stealth technique to scare Mom for fun. It's probably lunchtime now. Should I sneak in and surprise them? As the door opened, something flew towards him, and he reflexively swatted it away, followed by a series of plates falling down. He had to shout, "Don't throw plates at me anymore." Those two just stopped. Your father chuckles and says, "You have to make noise when you leave." How long has it been since my mother held me tightly like this? Are you being a good saint? My beloved son, I'm just passing by on a pilgrimage. Your mother is happily smiling. That's great, just in time. Your parents have prepared lunch. Come eat with us. I won't refuse. Yes, sir. But earlier, your father spoke up, looking quite proud. Go upstairs. I bet you'll be surprised. The curiosity inside of me was sparked upstairs. And when I went up, I was truly so surprised I couldn't close my mouth. When did I have a little brother? Well, the baby is a fair-skinned boy. And you smile happily. Surprised, right? He's genuinely interested. You have a younger sibling now. Day looked at him with a strange expression. What do you think? Why does Dad keep asking that? It's like the two of them can't stay apart. Day silently sighs. But only 16 years apart? Is that why he used the cleansing on his hand? Poking her soft cheek with a finger is pretty cute. She's so adorable. The tiny hand holding your finger makes you smile endlessly. My dear, I was once that small too. The girl is holding your hand. Then she looks at your angry expression, which shows she's upset. Honestly, being teased like that would make anyone angry. You're just bringing back bad memories for him.
The father and daughter are small but determined, just like I was when I was a kid. They really are like siblings.
At this moment, his mother called them down. Are the father and son playing with Zia? Have you come down to eat yet? So her name is Zia. I smile and wave at the kid. See you again later. Zia. Did his father ask how Day-Thang Quok is doing? Is there anything fun? He smiled. What's been happening? Coming home after so long gives me so much to talk about. Actually, there are a few things. The whole family was chatting and laughing happily. So that's also a thing? Yes, there are quite a few things. His mother smiled brightly like a flower. Luckily, I still look healthy. His father is the same. He is very proud of you.
So at this point, you suddenly spoke up and happened to be curious. Our family isn't normal, is it?
He seemed to mention something that made both of them jump in surprise. They looked confused. What do you mean? Chewing meat. Since I was young, I thought that my mother was a high-level mage, and my father was a swordsman reaching the Swordmaster realm. I finally voiced the long-standing question of why you both live in this remote place. The husband and wife looked at each other and spoke. Finally, this day has come. Sooner or later, you will find out. Your father is serious. Day, our family carries the blood of heroes. Day was stunned just from hearing that. The heroic bloodline, so his parents had to admit it. Maybe seeing it with his own eyes will be faster. Let's go outside. He looked confused at the two familiar people in this life. What are they trying to show me? Suddenly, he felt something was off. 3 orbs of fire, water, and earth, projected as the 3 elements. Day couldn't help but be amazed by this display. His uncle was more stunned than ever. Dad knows magic, and his mana surpasses anyone I've ever met. Has he been hiding this magic all along? It's the turn of the remaining person. She jumps up. Her powerful sword strikes swiftly, passing by both of them. Sword wind. At this level, Day can no longer control his mouth. She is a high-level sword master. He exclaimed, "Are both of you magic swordsmen?" Before he could ask further, the snake lady spoke. "Let me tell you an old story. Since ancient times, saints like you, those who possess holy power, have been able to communicate with gods and convey their will along with the super races. They have protected the world from danger. But for some reason, the super race disappeared and a problem arose. During the Great Magic War, a group led by the Death Spirit attacked humanity, and the Holy God could not resolve the situation with his power alone. So, the ancient magic era ended 300 years ago. Back then, the gods chose 12 promising individuals and bestowed blessings upon them. With the power of the blessing, they defeated the Spirit Summoner and were called the 12 Heroes before disappearing. Then, she revealed a shocking truth. We are their descendants. That's right. The blessing is passed down through generations to talented descendants in all fields. They also age slowly and can live up to 500 years. This is really hard to believe. 500 years? He looked stunned. So besides us, there are other members with the hero bloodline. His mother also had to warn him at the same time, but she hoped he wouldn't get too close to them. Mom and Dad escaped from there and stayed here. It's a terrible place. They are no different from dead people. They have always cared for your safety. I know you're very curious, but they are extremely dangerous, so your parents kept this secret until now, so you might feel a bit disappointed. Yes, however, this topic has been engraved in his mind as a long life and exceptional talent in every field. The next day, his parents saw him off and told him to take care. Make sure to eat well. If anyone bullies you, write a letter home and your father will come and deal with it. He smiled and promised, I'll come back next time. He still didn't forget about that when he left. My parents told me not to show any interest in the hero bloodline. Of course, he can't give it up. But if they are all talented in every field, that must include medicine, and also have a longer lifespan if they have medical knowledge like mine. A plan formed in my mind. I need to learn about the new heroes. He's paying attention to the path, running too fast, almost at the edge of the forest. And I can visit her while I'm here. A reproachful voice echoes, You're late. The white color on her still stands out. Only now do you think of me after coming all this way? Era pouted sulkily, Why should I have to come first? He chuckled helplessly. I was planning to go anyway. I'm curious how she knew I was coming. Era proudly pointed to her hand. The mark on your hand is also glowing. Didn't I say I would always be by your side? You've been through a lot of surprising things lately. Does this thing even have that function? Seeing his mood, she comforts him. Don't worry, I don't know everything you do. Magic only works in two cases, when you're in danger and when Ara approaches, her hand gently touching your cheek. It's when you think of me. Her full lips curl slightly, and her eyes seduce him. You told Lilith, too, I am just a friend. I guess I need to try harder. Day forced a smile and created some distance, but I think this is fine. Let's change the subject. Oh, Ira, do you know anything about heroes? Heroes, you mean the people who are blessed? I know a little. They are people who receive two kinds of blessings from the goddess Brias. Humanity calls them heroes, and there's also an unfamiliar older brother among them. Prius, who is she again? I just realized, wait, did she just say there are two kinds of blessings? Yes, the first is the potential blessing, which makes you stronger with just a little effort. She seems knowledgeable. The rest are skill swap blessings. People who receive this blessing gain strength and experience by fighting each other. It's astonishing that something like this exists. That's not right. Then why is it called a blessing? Ira is indifferent to humanity. That's true. Thanks to her, they managed to defeat the monsters. But why are you asking about this? His calm expression reveals it. They say I am a descendant of those people. Her eyes gently widened, and he wondered why. What's wrong? She just bowed her head. It's nothing. So your power comes from your bloodline. She provided him with information. We know of a village in the Western continent where descendants live. If you're interested, you should visit them someday. Really? I've always wanted to go see it. Thank you. Ira knew it was time for him to leave. He must be busy. Hurry back. When you return to the Holy Land, we'll continue our conversation. It's a bit awkward. I feel a little bad just meeting her and then leaving. She waved her hand and said, It's okay. We have plenty of time. Hearing that, he felt much more at ease. All right, I will come back. Still, deep down, she wondered if there was more to Day becoming a saint. Could that really be the case? Watching the figure fade into the distance behind the trees, Ira hoped her worries were just overthinking. This trip is in the afternoon. The pilgrimage carriage is still there, and upon arrival, Ariel was scolding, You're so late. Are you on vacation? Day chuckled and said, Sorry, I haven't been home in a long time, so give me a moment to relax. She was a bit annoyed and said, Seriously, I finished everything. Get on the carriage quickly, and you should praise her. I knew it. She is always very thoughtful. She announced the schedule, and the pilgrimage will go to Prius in the Western continent. You're a bit curious. Prius, is that also a kingdom? Yes, Prius is a holy nation like Gear, a kingdom that worships the goddess of hardship and challenge. Prius and her followers awaken their faith through countless hardships. Ariel explains, The goddess Prius has never chosen a saint, so she's not very well known outside, which is confusing. Unlike our goddess, who always entrusts everything to humans, why do I have to make a pilgrimage there? Her face was calm because the goddess Prius is Gaia's sister. Talking about our worship of Prius, it's not wrong to say she's like a sister. When family members visit each other, there's no need for a reason, right? He also has no objections. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. How clever, we're about to reach the Western continent again. The carriage slowly rolls westward. On the second day of the journey to the Western continent, Day asked gloomily, Will this pilgrimage end when we reach Prius? Ariel nodded. Yes, I think we can end comfortably. He changes the subject.
Well, there's a place I want to visit when we reach the Western continent. Oh, what is it?
Where is it? His face serious. Somehow? Do you know anything about the hero's bloodline? As soon as she heard, Ariel exclaimed, There's no way! Her face extremely panicked. So, you're saying that you are the hero created by the goddess Prius, and also a saint chosen by the goddess Ger. How is that possible? I also find it hard to say. I think it's truly amazing. Ariel still has many questions. But why do you want to find another hero? I can't believe it. You plan to eliminate all of them. He shouted, Of course not. What are you thinking? Hearing that, the girl's voice replied, So what then? Day turned to look out the window. Medical Academy. So you use a carefree attitude to express your ideals. I will bring all of them into the academy and turn them into doctors. Ariel found it reasonable, and it did sound like him. The carriage had now come to a stop. We're here. Let's talk later. Day stepped out of the carriage and gasped. The scene before him is breathtaking. This is a beautiful port, isn't it? Is that right? No matter how many places I visit, this place still looks the best. She urges him to board the ship, her heart filled with longing as she gazes at the waves. It's been a while since I last saw the sea. It's truly beautiful. But that thought only lasted a moment. Dao Han Huang Tu. The holy nation traveled by boat for 15 days and then by carriage for 3 days. Finally, they arrived at Prius, the holy nation. Dai felt completely drained. How long has it taken to get here? I'm exhausted. Ariel smiled as if she was used to it. If you're tired, that's not good. She's giving you a lecture. The goddess Prius oversees adversity, hardship, and challenges, and her followers also see such struggles as a virtue. Her face has faded over the years of torment, and you should prepare yourself. Before he could even wonder what was coming, the electric door opened. Welcome. The 3 masked figures stepped out. We welcome the saints. We will guide you from here. The tension in the air eases. Oh, so this is finally our chance to rest, huh? They spoke up. First, they all clasp their hands together and make a request. Although the 2 are exhausted after a long journey, we must pray to the goddess. Please, kneel down here. This guy is making you gape. What? Suddenly? Like that? He was deeply confused. Are they making visitors kneel and pray from across the sea? Right here, he turned to glance at Ariel. Hey, Yel. Is it really okay? But you knelt before him too. What kind of submissive and obedient attitude is that? There's no other choice, so I will kneel too. Damn it, you lead the way trembling. Oh, goddess Prius, the holy saints from the final sacred emperor have finally arrived. All these lofty words keep us vigilant and help us grow through hardships. We sincerely pray that we can take strong steps forward on our journey. Just as we pray for us to attain great enlightenment, no matter the difficulties, we must endure them with the saints. I was about to go crazy listening to it. Finally, when I stood up, they bowed, and I will lead you to the lounge annex where the saints are right next door. At this moment, he softly whispered, Ariel, what does the phrase, even if there are difficulties we endure with the saints mean? Ariel replied coldly. At first, we didn't need to make a pilgrimage to Saint Emperor Prius right away, because they are also saints like us, so there's no need to help anyone during the pilgrimage. We are simply exchanging ideas because the 2 goddesses are sisters. This exchange means understanding each other's teachings and sympathizing with one another. The big black wire tried to run away. I wanted to leave, but Ariel grabbed me. No, you can't. Where do you think you're going? She muttered irritably. I've helped you a lot so far. So now you're planning to leave me alone again? There's no more room for arguing. I can't argue with that. He had no choice but to give up. All right, but what exactly do we need to do to get through this? Her face looked exhausted, as if she had been fasting or trapped in a dark cave, or soaking in boiling hot springs. Do you know things like that? He was speechless. I really want to run far away. The next day, they led the 2 to a desolate place. Here we are. Over the next week, the saints will endure the hardship of only consuming what they can find in this forest. Of course, they are strictly forbidden from using any holy magic. Then we will leave and endure hardships elsewhere. May the difficulties and trials be with you. Day feels dissatisfied. This is truly an unpleasant farewell. Ariel explains that since it's the beginning, they gave us something easy. Do you understand? We did something similar during the baptism. Let's see what we can find here. You assign her the task. Ariel, go look around and see if there's any water to drink. Understood. 2 hours later, she returned looking exhausted. There isn't a single drop of water here, so I guess we just have to endure it. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong, especially with the unbelievable things in front of her. What are all these things? How can you make such delicious food? He remains calm. Why are you so surprised? You even thoughtfully showed her where to sleep. You can sleep here. I've soaked some soft leaves, and if you bury one while it's warm before sleeping, it'll be a bit warmer. At this moment, Ariel's eyes were shining. You really can do everything, can't you? I'm still worried about the water issue. If we can manage the food somehow within just a week, then all right, let's eat. And as if they had endured their hardships quite comfortably. A week later, Holy Saint, you have returned. You endured very well, leading the way with surprise. Since their appearances haven't changed since the first day, even looking more refreshed, it's not that hard to believe. She even wondered if they were hiding food secrets. But she didn't ask further. I will escort you to the VIP room. The wires run through the large room. It's time for me to start the investigation. He spoke up. Guard, are you there? The shadow that jumped down was already present. Under your orders, he issued a command to investigate the heroic bloodline in the Western continent and report any details found. Obeying, he smiled softly, regardless of what the gods created them for. It didn't matter as long as he could use them to develop medicine across the entire continent, aiming for a bright future. Time quickly passed, and it has been a month since we arrived in the Holy Kingdom of Pra. What should we do now? Ariel looked devastated. If things go on like this, I will wipe the holy nation of Prius off the map. She feels a bit guilty, but doesn't know what to do either. Truly a cruel situation. Words fail to describe it. This is the first time I felt grateful to be the Holy One of Guy there. Iriel looked desperate. But we still have to endure it because we are the Holy Saints. We must set an example so that not only we but others as well will follow. Suddenly, he quickened his pace. I couldn't bear it anymore. I went outside. She was startled and confused. Where is he going? He responded with a smug look. Just wait and see. A little while later, he brought back a pile of cooking ingredients and placed them in the room. Iriel was a bit stunned by the amount of stuff. Ingredients? And you bought so much? The wires are just organizing the stuff. We're not the only ones eating. I'll share with everyone. She was a bit frightened when she saw him ignite the fire. What if he gets caught? He still acts like he doesn't care at all. Don't worry and trust the worst. He is very focused on controlling it so that it doesn't spread around easily. The fire must not spread. Iriel, I need your help, because he is busy building the fire, cutting the fruit into small pieces and sticking them together. She looked uncomfortable. I've never cooked before. He reassures her. It's okay. Just do as I tell you. The two of them helped Iriel with something. Done. So the special porridge was finally ready. Iriel was so happy she wanted to cry. It's delicious, so tasty. He smiled and said, just eat. I will share with everyone. A few days later, the rumor spread. This is strange. What's going on? Senior Pastor Fenji of Prius started to find it strange. I mean, we're all in the same situation, so why do they look so happy? However, others opposed, saying, are you talking about the saints? Although they are young, I think the two of them are handling things well. Fenji thought they were on his side. Yes, those two saints are understandable too. They are different from us. He insists on accusing, but everyone in the GER city-state is like that. So surely those two are up to something shady. It's a pity their gods have been bought off with your food. No, you must not say that. Why are you loudly doubting the Holy Lord? He remains firm. There are too many suspicious things. I can't ignore it. Frenji remains lost in his own world. For the final challenge, we must observe as they go together. Someone spoke up, realizing only now that there was a schedule at Hefria Mountain. Everyone was worried. Is it safe? I heard a monster leader has appeared recently. It is south of the mountain. He points to the map and says, we will escort the saint to the east and west. At the same time, they will undertake an expedition to the south. It seems this idea is also agreed upon. Then the Holy Saint will no longer be in danger, Fenji agreed. That's right, I have to make sure it's organized and everyone is informed. Suddenly, he hesitated, kneeling down, and the priest looked worried. Why is the senior pastor like that? Healing should be used immediately on him. He whispered, thank you. The illness hasn't improved and seems to have worsened. This situation is very unstable. How is your family doing? Fenji is holding on. My daughter is also like me. We still regularly treat her, but she's too young. The priest sympathized. I suppose you're very worried. There's nothing more I can do. We don't know the cause, and my wife has to endure it. He vaguely mentioned it. Maybe if you asked the Holy G of G for help, Venji wouldn't agree. It's truly beyond words. How could I, a servant of Brias, receive favor from another god? The priest thought it was no problem, but they are sisters, so what's the issue? But Venji remained resolute. Despite everything, taboos are taboos. The priest could only sigh deeply in worry. He's too stubborn. Then he was assigned to a different place, but he complained and returned to the mountain. Iriel reassures, this is the last time, so try your best. I'll go ahead now. The final challenge took place on Mount Hefrian because many from G had overcome the challenge together. The sacred land has become too small, so the group was divided into 3 teams. Iriel to the east, Day to the west, and the rest to the south. A priest approaches to announce that, Your Holiness, you may depart now. He suddenly asked, Hefrian Mountain is the home of monsters. Is that correct? The priest did not deny it and reassured him at the same time. That's right, but don't worry. Our holy knights will protect you. You can also see they've sent many people there. But I have a question. Aren't those the people sent to the south? It seems like there are more of them over there. Hearing that, the priest replied, The reconnaissance team? Yes, recently a monster leader has appeared, posing a threat. I still have a feeling something's not right. That many people should be enough. He advised, but if anything happens in the south, can you let me know? It's not too difficult, so he agreed. I understand. I didn't think anything serious would happen, but if there is a problem, I will inform you first. He replied, Yes, thank you. I have a bad feeling, just as I feared. Immediately afterward, the reconnaissance army shouted, The monster is an ambush. The green orc wielding a spear wildly charged forward, and the priest began reciting the blessing and holy guard spells. The holy knights realized something was wrong. They were more numerous than expected. If this continues, we will be wiped out. We need reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom. But just as they hurried to contact them, disaster struck. But Gok's communication is down. Even if we send a message, we can't defeat its army. Everyone begins to panic, and Venji is terrified. Although it is the monster leader, I've never seen such a large army of monsters before. What on earth is happening here? A scream of panic echoes through the chaos. Run! A priest rushes forward, with a giant figure behind him. The monster leader has appeared. Unfortunately, that strike took his life. The moment it stepped out, everyone who survived was stunned. That creature is the monster leader, but is that thing growing out of its chest? With a surge of dark energy, he immediately coughed up blood, his head spinning, and the pain in his chest worsened. as his subordinate hurriedly urged him to leave. He turned pale and told them to go away. It's too late now. Forget about me and leave quickly. The priest hurriedly said, I can't do that. How can I? In just a moment, the monster was right in front of them. Yet Fenji still silently prays to Lord Prius. A cold voice echoes, Don't disturb him. My husband is sleeping, and the slashes like cutting wind pass by. Where did the elf woman who told you not to make a fuss come from? You're just a naughty child. 30 minutes before the monster invasion, Day was lost in thought. I knew it. A bad feeling was always right. He silently thought to himself that he was lucky to sense the mana dispersing to the south. They are quite numerous and look stronger than I expected. The seconds quickly passed by. This is bad. I have to hurry up. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Wait, an elf? She introduced herself. Yes, I am an elf, but I am a dark fairy. Understand? This is such a hassle. You kneel on the ground, whining all the while. Thank you very much for saving my life. I don't know how to repay you. She coldly replied, I don't need to do that to repay the favor. Dark elf asked curiously, and more importantly, isn't the person over there checking? There's someone collapsed on the ground right now, and you shout loudly, what are you daring to do? He immediately ran over and clasped his hands together to create a healing golden light. Seeing Elder Fenji's face turn increasingly pale and sweat pouring down. Why are you confused? Why isn't the healing working? Is it because my holy power is too weak? You nervously said there are no bishops left with holy power? Suddenly, someone appeared here saying, Get out of the way. It turned out to be Day. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Your Highness, get straight to the point. Let me see. A moment later, Jay had taken off the chief priest Fenji's shirt. He was so exhausted that he lost consciousness and fainted. Jay touched his chest and quietly assessed that he was in pain and had difficulty breathing. The apex of the lung and the pleural cavity are swollen due to pneumothorax, and worse, both lungs are affected, making the injury difficult to treat. He lifts Fenji's entire body onto his hands and observes carefully. There is no other choice but to perform bilateral thoracic surgery, cutting through both sides of the chest to cause inflammation and seal the lung holes. Day outlines the first steps, cutting through the muscles and pleura to get a clearer view of the operation. You two priests who are panicking. I look at the dark elf and her as well. Can you help me a little? She asked softly. What's going on? She thought to herself. That's interesting. A human possessing knowledge of a high-level elf. The elf agrees. Fine, I will help. Day tamngikoe hoptakhonmingi. He replied, Thanks for finding the spot first. Day sees a large rock over there that fits. This place is approved. He raised his hand and a blue light appeared and radiated from his palm. He uses the power of holy energy to cut through the rock. El can't help but marvel. Wow, that's amazing. At this moment, Day finally said, Thank you. Could you help me find some fabric? It has to be clean fabric. She nodded softly and said, All right then. At that moment, the priest's voice rang out. What should we do? He turned to ask, Have you never performed an autopsy before? The boy nodded. Yes, that's right, he continued to ask. Have you ever seen someone die before? The boy hesitated before replying. I have seen it before. But when Day heard this, he interrupted and said, That's enough. When you have the fabric, follow my instructions. He quickly replied, I understand.
Day ponders internally that a double breast removal surgery requires at least one knowledgeable doctor.
A typical surgery requires an airway specialist, an anesthesiologist, and at least 2 assistants. He quietly worries that he's thinking about doing the surgery alone while giving detailed step-by-step instructions. Klong sighed silently. Elf interrupted his thoughts by saying, I have some fabric here. She handed over a white cloth and said, This is the best piece. He thought for a moment and then said, It's a bit small, but let's try this one. Thank you, Day said. Cleaning up. Before long, Fenji was lying on that rock with the white cloth spread underneath his back. I warn everyone, whatever I do, don't be surprised. Just follow my instructions carefully and I will definitely save her. El said coldly. The bishops quickly responded. Yes, your highness. He thought carefully to ensure the anesthesia was proper. Then a purple mist enveloped Fenji. Sleep now. Day cuts a horizontal line across Fenji's chest with the scalpel. He carefully performs the surgical procedure, cutting through the subcutaneous tissue and muscle, leaving the bishop stunned and open-mouthed. The cord focuses on saving Fenji's life, secretly thinking that using magic instead of an electric cauterizer is enough to control the bleeding. The muscle tissue along Fenji's incision has now been torn open by him. He decisively has no X-ray to look inside. There's no other choice but to cut through the ribs. Then he turned to look at them and spoke. All right, either one of you can stay and hold the spot I just cut open. The bishops exclaimed in confusion. What do you mean? One of the boys, with the cloth covering his face in panic, asks, What are you talking about? If we do that, the high priest will die. The boy next to him was so scared that tears welled up in his eyes. I can't do it. I really can't. Day thought anxiously at this point. Every second counts. We don't have time to delay. Suddenly, Elle stepped forward confidently and said, I will do it. She arrogantly crossed her arms and asked directly, Keep it steady and spread apart correctly? Joe looked at her and said, Please hold this part near the bone gently. Lift it up and spread it without touching the internal organs. She calmly replied, Simple. Elf began assisting him. Daikon praises her. Good, just leave it like that for a little longer. You should control your strength. Elf coldly said, I understand. Day focused on the surgery for Fenji, holding the scalpel and doing what was necessary. The lungs are under strong pressure, so I need to identify the lung openings first. Wait a moment. He looked into Fenji's lung with amazement and confusion, wondering why the demon energy was corroding it, his face showing clear tension. Day calmly addresses the issue. First, we need to remove the evil energy from the body. Luckily, it's just a small amount. It's simple. Activate mana? Day explains, pneumothorax occurs when there is a hole in the lung allowing air to escape, leading to air accumulation in the pleural cavity. Carefully insert a tube into the lung of the chief monk Fenji. Therefore, before sealing the chest cavity, we need to reinflate the lung and drain any fluid by inserting a chest tube. Instead of relying on mana, if we let mana flow through the body from inside out, the air will escape from the lung along with the evil energy. At this moment, Day's face couldn't hide his joy. All right, the lung is expanded. Now we need to proceed with the procedure. Suddenly, he shouted, Hey, bishops! She is paying close attention to me. Then he was startled and responded, Yes, she has accepted the reality. I am ordering them. Has your holy power recovered a bit? Heal him now. After a while, the two bishops, exhausted and out of energy, returned to report to him. The healing spell was complete, and he happily praised them. Reattaching the bones was difficult, but you managed it. I also didn't forget to praise Elf. Oh, she did very well too, yeah. But at this moment, when he turned to look at Elf, she was nowhere to be seen. He wondered why. Really? Has she left already? I feel uneasy inside because I haven't properly thanked him yet. Over on the elf side, she's running away from here, thinking to herself that a familiar person with a high-level demon saved a life using a strange technique. She marvels, It's quite interesting, she just keeps running fast and says she has a story to tell her husband. Returning to Chief Priest Fenji, he let out a few faint sounds before slowly opening his eyes. The peaceful scene is broken by Fenji's awakening cry. Dai approaches and says, You're awake. Senior Bishop Fenji was surprised and quickly sat up. He respectfully said, I apologize for my rudeness. Please forgive me. Day simply replied, Why are you apologizing? Let's go. We probably won't be attacked by monsters anymore, but who knows? He quickly said, Got it. I will inform everyone. Day left without forgetting to inform, so I'll go ahead. The West remains on high alert. Hearing that, Fenji understood. Yes, I will meet you at the city. He picked up that piece of white cloth and wondered. So what happened while I was unconscious? The bishop stammered. Yes, he recounted everything. Fenji asked for clarification. The Holy Lord cut into my chest to save my life? The bishop replied, Yes, I truly don't understand. An ordinary person would have surely died. Fenj gently touched his chest. Are you concerned, Bishop Fenj? Are you okay? He thought he had seen his chest tighten before, but now he could breathe easily. He looked to one side and quietly realized he had received many blessings from the Holy Saint. The cable to the west of Hafren Mountain reports that the monsters have lost their leader and were easily wiped out by the Holy Knights. And the final challenge has come to an end. In a room, a woman's voice echoes. Your Holiness, I will now report on the heroic descendant. He quickly replied, Good, keep reporting. In front of him now are the elite guards of Tunjeo Kion and Sojong. The girl. So immediately said, Yes, first the anonymous family never intervenes in any issues. There is very little information. She continued her report, with the information kept secret in the Royal Library of the Holy Nation Prius. The found documents have three main points, the cursed origins and their location. Gay focused on listening to So, and they were formed as a result of an ancient war that lasted for centuries, created by the Saintess Prius. The Saintess is directly connected to their origin. He wondered quietly, isn't it a bit different from what he heard? Then he opened his mouth and asked, So where exactly is it? The girl handed over a scroll and said, Please take a look at this map. They both unrolled it and looked. The girl points to the map. Based on the information gathered, we have determined the location is here, and he is confused. This is a confusing situation. Right in the middle of the ocean, Dewey spoke according to the map. That's true, but he continued. At first the waves were too strong, making it very difficult to approach and chart the area. Also, when looking at the nearby islands, there's a high chance there's another island there. He furrows his brow and sighs, thinking to himself, Damn, I thought it would be easy, but it turns out to be quite complicated. He considered in his mind that being born as the descendant of Hubji in this world and chosen as the Holy Saint was not something he could avoid. So he needed to prepare in advance because he didn't know how strong they were. So now the backup plan is for Saintess Ariel to appear. She lazily asks him, So you want me to go with you to that hero's island that doesn't even exist? There's no way I would do that. She immediately begged and pleaded, Please, beautiful woman of the Holy Nation, we need you. Ariel wondered if he really needed help from others. Day quickly replied, The heir of a hero? Something might happen that I can't control. So if I die, you'll bring me back to life. Ariel asked seriously, Do you really entrust your life to me? You trust me that much? Ariel thought to herself that after hearing him say that, how could she refuse? And she reluctantly replied, Fine, I'll go with you. His eyes immediately lit up as he asked again eagerly, Really? There's no way to back out now. Ariel wondered and asked, more importantly, how do you plan to explain this to the Holy Nation? Have you thought of an excuse for both saints to be away at the same time? Day calmly replied. Oh, about that. Actually, the goddess has given us a prophecy telling us to find the hero's descendant and carry the will of the Holy Nation. Ariel, are you panicking? Jay half-heartedly said, well, I will use the goddess's name as an excuse. Then she immediately scolded. This island's missile, Ariel hurriedly said, do another saint dare to use the name of the goddess like that? He simply replied, it's all for saving the Holy Nation. The goddess will understand. She sighed and said, fine, if it's for the benefit of the Holy Nation, they might overlook the delayed return of the army. I don't understand. What are you saying? We're not bringing any troops. Ariel immediately shouted, not bringing the army. So what about the ship? There has to be one to go with. Do you even know what espionage is? You'll find out once you go, Ariel shouted, holding her head. Why didn't you prepare anything in advance? Are you crazy? Day calmly replied, don't worry, just be ready for tomorrow morning. We have to leave early to make it on time. Day muttered, we need to arrive when that place is the calmest. About 3 weeks, there was a shipping route, but it has been closed. There are huge waves, huh? They will shatter the ships into pieces. Ariel is confused. What do you mean by being closed? Then she started crying and shouting loudly. No, Day can only accept her sorrow. All right, I will let the Holy Knight retreat and rest first. The next day at the dock, Day excitedly asked softly, you're here. Are you ready? Ariel was confused. What else do I need to prepare? She wondered. More importantly, how to get a ship. Day forced a laugh. I've got this covered. Ariel was surprised. It's over. Everyone on the boat is bustling. Isn't it too small? This size is the best. A bigger boat is more likely to be hit by waves. While Ariel and Jay are still talking, the people on the boat are shouting, I will try to fix it with magic. It's okay. Do you know how to row a boat? At this moment, Jock and Soy approached the two of them together. He spoke, sorry, I can steer the boat. I will get everyone to safety. So coldly said, hello. Day quietly asked Ariel if they are members of the family she knows, specifically those two. She chuckled softly and said, yes, 4 people are better than 2, even underwater. Day exclaimed, don't say it's bad luck. The man spoke loudly and said, all right, let's go. This is the divine will of the goddess. Elsewhere, a voice called out, follow the divine will and stay here now. The man with his arms crossed calmly said, the fight begins. Yu charged into a sword fight with a girl. Ha! She opens her mouth and says, do you really want to kill me? Yu smiles softly and replies, if you want to survive, there's no other way. Yu would continue to fight fiercely, overwhelming her. H tried to hold on, worried, thinking she was going to lose. A cry rang out, fog billowing. Then H was revealed to have stabbed the sword into Gyu's heart. She shed tears. Are you Gyu? I said quickly, I am very happy. The blood flowing from your mouth, you would be satisfied to die at her hands. Soon after, she knelt on the ground and Gyu gradually disappeared. Meanwhile, Day and his team were continuing their search for the hero's descendant. Unlike their worries, Hai Tuyen was very peaceful before the trip. According to the map, it seems we're close to the destination on the 2nd day of the journey. This makes Iriel a bit curious. Didn't you say the waves were very fierce? It's not fierce, just as peaceful as lake waves. Day stares intently at the sea in contemplation, but it's not just peace. Both you and Keon feel that something is strange. Doesn't Keon look a bit odd? Yes, it feels like something is off. Day used magic on his eyes to see a little further and said, should we look a bit further? The sea ahead has some waves, but isn't too rough. Dai sweat and sighs in awe, unable to see further even with magic enhancement. The other person exclaimed in surprise, Gao! The voices of the two people talking echo steadily. So what should we do now? Is there any other way? At this point, they plan to try to rush through as quickly as possible. Iriel immediately raised her hand to stop him and shouted, no, stop questioning her. Do something with magic. Can't we fly across? Day helplessly replied, I can't. If I could, I would have already. Should we freeze the sea? As soon as he said it, he shouted, freeze! The surrounding waters closed in around their ship. Iriel sighed. It's hard enough to walk across the cracks. The sea is frozen over. But Iriel felt uneasy, pointing at the waves ahead and shouting, if the waves are this strong, we will have to go very fast. The thin ice will be swept away and shattered over time. Then she raises her hand to her chin, pondering as she continues. We can't just abandon a ship full of supplies. The girl with her face covered also spoke up. What if we go back to the mainland to plan and then return? Suddenly, the sea started to swell violently, causing the ship to shake nonstop. Everyone was extremely panicked, and someone hurried over to report. The saint cannot steer the ship in this condition. Day shouted angrily, is this sea crazy? What's happening all of a sudden? Then he raised his hand and cast a spell, saying, hold on tight, everyone. We will get through this. A loud explosion rang out, causing the boat to burst apart with water splashing everywhere. Ariel clung to the mast, tears streaming down her face, screaming loudly. Are we going to be okay? Is this going to be all right? She thought to herself that nothing should be marked on the map. Day clenched her teeth and silently calculated, as if waves were firing a barrage at us. Even with a magic shield, we couldn't hold out for long. Suddenly, a wave surged high, and someone ahead warned that it was rushing straight toward us. At this moment, two mysterious figures leapt up confidently and spoke. "Leave it to us." The masked girl and that guy kept swinging their swords wildly. One person kept admiring, saying it was amazing and truly a legend of the holy nation. Well done. The other replied, "You're too kind." On the boat, she waved her hand to signal everyone to be careful and look around. According to the map, that's the place. "Do you see an island or something?" Ariel was sweating and stammered, "I am still searching." The water was now starting to flood into the boat. She shouted, "Day, the ship is leaking water. The waves are still crashing," her voice echoing. "Damn it, we still haven't found the island yet. For now, patch up the ship and pump out the water." She quickly replied, "Understood." "Listen, if the ship can't hold any longer, we will proceed with the backup plan we discussed earlier." "You want me to run away then?" Dee turned around with a frown and continued, "There's no other choice. We have to use all our strength with Adas." He silently calculated in his mind, turning the ship's bow to face forward. Then suddenly, his gaze locked onto something distant. A mysterious island appeared, and he suspected it was an island.
Then Dea ordered them to pack their belongings, casting a spell as the ice began to crack and everyone hurriedly fled.
Day shouted, "Follow me," and let out a sigh of relief. "Why do we have to keep watch like this?" "It's as if someone is about to arrive then?" The other replied, "Yes, unless they are dead bodies, no one can come here and survive." Suddenly a piercing scream echoed. The two men stared in confusion, and from afar a terrified face ran over. They shouted, "Intruder!" The sky had returned to calm, and someone stepped onto the sandy shore, their face pale as they exclaimed, "This land." Uriel behind him was just as scared and softly said, "That's a relief." Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Hey, you guys!" The two men approached, one frowning and asking where they came from, while the other spoke more calmly. No, more importantly, then his eyes widened as he asked, "How did they get here?" Uriel sweat and silently assessed. "The mana is overwhelming, really powerful." Day suddenly replied, "We come from the mainland." I calmly pointed to myself and explained, "We were traveling by boat but had to escape from the ship." The other guy clenched his teeth and shouted, "Stop it!" He clenched his teeth with a fierce look and asked, "What is your purpose for coming here?" The other guy, looking dazed, shouted, "Hey, wait a minute. I smell something familiar coming from their place." The two guys rushed over, feeling around him in disbelief, asking, "No way. Really?" Day stood there confused. What the hell is wrong with these guys? Suddenly, the two of them turned hostile, smiling and sighing, "Are you one of us?" "I've never met you before. That's interesting." The remaining guy smiled brightly and reminded them, "You should have told me earlier. When we get back to the base, give me more details." Then he swung his sword and threatened Ariel's group. "Who are those weaklings? I'll get rid of you right now." His face instantly turned ferocious as he announced, "Do not expect to die in the hero's land. I will throw your bodies into the sea." Ariel exclaimed in panic, "What did you say?" Suddenly, an arm reached out to block her, and Day spoke up to explain. "They are friends accompanying me due to special circumstances, so I hope you won't harm them." The two guys crossed their arms in thought. One of them spoke up. "Friend, all right, if you say so," the other warned. "If anything is wrong, I won't forgive it." Day politely replied, "Thank you." The two guys kindly offered to lead the way. "All right, let's go." The two masked men remained silent. Day turned around with a reassuring smile. Ariel sighed in astonishment and said, "It seems that looking at the forest ahead, she predicts that whatever happens, something serious is about to begin." A voice of amazement rang out. "Did you really cross that ocean?" Day calmly replied, "Yeah, I almost died." The friend next to him rests his chin on his hand, looking at him in disbelief that he crossed the ocean so easily, while the other, with a close and excited tone, says, "This is so interesting. Tell us more about the outside world." Dai didn't answer that question right away, but changed the subject. "But where are we headed?" "Of course, this is our territory, Sanha. We've arrived." "Do you see that place?" Day exclaimed in amazement as he saw the village before him. "Oh, this is really impressive." Day walks forward, and Long Tam thinks, "This place is well organized in many ways." Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out from behind. "What are you guys doing not on guard?" Ha'io looked at them and chuckled teasingly, chatting away happily. "So who is this kid?" The two friends suddenly exclaimed, "Elder." One of them stepped forward, standing behind her with a smile and introducing him, "We were just about to look for you. This guy is related to us. He says he's from across the ocean." She looked at Day with suspicion, judging him as unreasonable. Ha'io suddenly smells something on Day's body. It really smells like you now, but a little different. He frowned in annoyance and thought, "Do I really have a smell?" Meanwhile, the friend beside him still enthusiastically introduced, "See? It smells clean and refreshing, really addictive." Ha'io thought for a moment before giving the order. Come with me and we'll talk inside my house. You guys go back now." They immediately complained in disappointment. "But we also want to talk to him." Ha'io didn't back down and responded with a questioning tone. "If you two don't come back, you'll be punished. Weren't you supposed to stand guard?" They straightened up dejectedly and said, "Yes, we are back here." After they left, she turned to ask, "What is your name?" He hesitated before replying, "I'm Day." Haio smiled happily and politely said to him, "All right, Gay, come with me. Nice to meet you." "I am Hao." They walk to a wooden house and she looks at him with admiration. "You look exactly like those two." After entering the house, Hao suddenly became excited, surprising Day. "Are you the child of Sen and All?" He didn't hide anything and answered honestly, "Yes, that's right." Hao crossed his arms and said softly, "It's indeed true. The child returning to the place where parents fled from. Interesting." The lady kept asking questions one after another. "So what are you here for? Don't tell me your parents didn't tell you about this place. You two are the troublemakers who only want to see everything with your own eyes." Day closed his eyes and hesitated before saying, "Well, if I say I'm not curious, that would be a lie. But I have a different reason." She asked curiously, "What do you mean?" "I think it would be a shame for many heroes to waste their talents here." Dai stands up with determination in his eyes and confidently says, "I will lead all of you heroes out of here and turn everyone into true heroes." Ha-Io suddenly burst out laughing. Spit. She slams her hand on the table and keeps laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, you're truly their biological child. You're really funny." Immediately, she became serious and said with a contemptuous tone, "But that is an impossible mission. Sanhaha has its own rules, creating a unified god based on the wishes of the gods. That is the destiny of our lineage." Ha-Io scoffs mockingly and says, "You think someone will listen to the child of a runaway? Dream on. Leave this island as soon as possible."
"I said that to help you, that's all." Day ignored her mocking words and softly repeated, "So creating the unified god is right?"
Hao explained seriously to him about the local customs. "Yes, here battles happen at specific times, and after each one, they perform a ritual to get closer to the unified deity. You arrived just in time. Now you're the perfect prey everyone will target. You are my best friend's son, the ones who left to escape this fate. If I let you die here, I won't be able to live with myself." Haio returns with the demeanor of an elder, telling you I will try to help you. Dai sighs. "Tuio, you really are a good person." She looks sad. "Anyone close to your parents would do the same." "All right, I have to go and make sure those two keep quiet, and in the meantime, don't do anything to attract attention." After Hao left, he quietly thought in tension, "So it's the law of the jungle. If all the residents of this island are like Haio, it's not going to be easy." Day was annoyed and pondering how to change their minds. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the window. Day was surprised. "Can we talk for a moment?" "Suspicious, I hear someone outside the window looking for me." I immediately stand up and ask Vong, "What's going on?" That voice suddenly hesitated and softly asked, "Are you from across the ocean?" The person's voice became more urgent, pleading, "Please help me leave this island." He hesitated to add, "If not, even just a wait across the sea would do." Day was confused. "Please wait. Let me go out first." The girl outside introduced herself as H and shared her story. She lost her closest family member during the ritual, so she began to resent her own lineage. Not only that, she said she was not the only one who hated the system on the island. A large number of young people are beginning to question the customs and rituals. Day quietly sighs, so that's how it is. And suddenly an idea crossed Day's mind. Maybe I think I can do this. A few hours later, the young residents, exhausted and drunk, head back home and complain to each other. "Today's training was exhausting, huh? If I didn't drown my sorrows with alcohol afterward, I might have lost my mind." At that moment, a person wearing a cloth mask suddenly appeared in front of them, leaving them stunned. That tired person screams, "Why was I born on this stupid island? If I had been born outside, everything would be better." The two young people looked at each other suspiciously, while the masked leader kept shouting, "Do we have to shave our heads? Or have they really kept us alive on this island for hundreds of years? I want to get out of here." They are shocked to discover. So it's not just us who think that. Yeah, the outside world of the island, you're curious about it too, right? The wire inside the mask is gleefully watching them tremble. He quietly chuckled. "Good, I think we finally see eye to eye." Day quietly considered that if he subtly provoked the younger generation on this island and planted a desire for the outside world in their hearts, sooner or later they would start doubting the rules here and grow to hate them. And Jay's prediction was correct. Not only did he disguise himself, but he also gave masks to Sojung and Jorung so they could do the same. "The disguise operation continues to succeed," the masked man shouted angrily. "Life here is truly a waste of youth," he said with longing. "I want to go outside." "Out there? I heard there's a lot of delicious food." A rumor about the masked people spread quickly through the small village on the island, and tensions among the mask wearers grew. "Are you not capable of doing it right? How can you give such a terrible example? Not just one, but 3 people openly spreading violations everywhere all the time." For the young people who train rigorously every day on the island, this is like a form of entertainment for them. Not long after, another group of bagheads appeared and started running everywhere. The hoodie community started to appear. "Honestly, I also want to leave this damn place." Someone else agreed. "Do you think so?" "Me too," a person excitedly said. "Ha ha ha, let's go out together," someone else added. "Forget about becoming a hero, I'd rather be a merchant." Soon, the island turned into an anonymous forum. Elsewhere, a person was furious, slamming their hand down on the table. Why did this suddenly happen? The foreign masked men are spreading strange ideas all over the island. He questions why you didn't immediately catch them and helplessly explains. Yes, their actions are very unusual and too difficult to catch them all. He hesitated before reporting. The numbers have also increased suddenly. We can't capture them all. Over here, Hao remains silent, pondering. Could it be that kid's plan? The old man up there angrily shouts, there's definitely a mastermind behind this. A person standing in the shadows suddenly stands up and resolutely says, if even the trainer-level experts can't catch them, I will do it myself. The guy from earlier shouted in panic, huh? The elder is handling it himself? Met clenched his fists in anger, causing chaos in this sacred place that deserves punishment. Amidst the deserted forest, voices eagerly call out, let's escape together now. I don't know what kind of heroes the others are. Standing aside and watching this, I momentarily felt disappointed, thinking this should be enough. They will act soon. The girl silently thought that Keon had probably gone ahead to escort the Holy Saint, and she would handle everything else before joining them. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared unexpectedly from afar. It rushed straight at the girl at full speed, but luckily she dodged just in time to escape death. And seeing that, Met immediately laughed in praise. Oh, quite a skillful move and quick thinking. Seeing him immediately switch to a defensive stance, he arrived faster than I expected and found my hiding spot. This guy is very strong. Right now, Met is filled with murderous intent and says, well, that's all. But I'm still curious to see how powerful you are. And yet, there was nothing to see. As his words finished, just as So I was about to counterattack, she couldn't read the trajectory of the sword. But before the girl could think too much, a sudden strike directly hit her hand. Met on this side growled threateningly, you invading a hero's land is an unforgivable crime. He suddenly believed that you would be defeated here. Just as a series of deadly attacks rushed toward you, a group of people appeared unexpectedly, blocking them just in time. They kindly asked, are you okay? To this, she hesitated slightly, surprised. Why are you helping me? Without hesitation, the masked group firmly insisted that mask wearers must support each other. Even the elders wouldn't recognize who we are. If you want to resist, this is your only chance. Seeing that, me on this side chuckled mockingly. Hee, you're joking. I will catch you and tear off all your masks. But in response, they remained resolute. It's not going to be easy. Even though we're of the same bloodline, before they could finish speaking, Me directly gritted her teeth and said, do you know how many rituals I've performed so far? At this point, he immediately swung his sword directly at the crowd. Faced with that situation, everyone hesitated briefly, then suddenly laughed mockingly and showed their defiance. Haha, fighting the elder is still too much for you, run ahead first. But in response to the crowd, Me once again threatened and spoke up. You can't do that, kids. Anyone who opposes the leaders will be executed here. As he spoke, he smiled a sinister smile. A huge explosion suddenly erupted, accompanied by a familiar voice echoing. He truly wants to kill his own kin. So, it turns out you're just like that, showing your displeasure openly now. You're truly a cruel person. Don't even think about touching my comrades. This is the final warning. Hearing that, Matt burst into surprised laughter. Oh, so you're not bad. How many people have you killed to gain that strength? No one, he immediately declared. I don't want to become stronger by killing others. But faced with that statement, Matt instantly lost his temper and shouted, No one, that's nonsense. Even with divine blessings, humans are still humans, and necessary sacrifices are needed to cross that line. In response, Dai looked down on him with contempt and raised his voice. If you only grow stronger by sacrificing others, then your power is limited to that. Once again, Met stubbornly mocks and despises, unable to believe that a child of someone abandoned by others could possess such strength. In response, Day also felt helpless. He sighed quietly and said, You keep bragging. If we've already met, why haven't you taken me there yet? You have many things you want to ask me, right? Hearing that, Me immediately frowned and lowered his voice. Fine, follow me. Wait a moment, Day suddenly interrupted. Then he carefully advised, So, you've done well. Remember to treat the wounds carefully. Yes, it's entirely my fault for loving you, sir. Seeing that, Day once again serious and firm said, You did your best. You know what to do next, right? So quickly followed up. Yes, seeing that, Day directly ordered harshly, What are you waiting for? Let's go now. After saying that, he grimaced in discomfort. Stop wasting time. Come here, come here. After a moment, Can moved to a house in the middle of the deserted forest. Seeing Day's cold face in front of him, Met immediately thought confusedly, You clearly want to die, don't you? Unable to hold back, he suddenly questioned actively, What on earth is the meaning of this chaos? Of course, to get everyone out. Seeing that, Met once again asked, Us?
So what exactly is your plan outside? Without hesitation, he lowered his voice and said, Well, can I say it's to save people?
Does this mean your grand plan is to live peacefully, stuck on this island like tamed pets? Even animals know how to escape their cages when not confined. Hearing this, Met couldn't help but raise his voice in reproach. You're a reckless kid. I have to admit, you have guts to go this far. But you need to understand the difference between courage and stupidity, or you'll pay with your life.
At this, Day sneered briefly, thinking I only knew how to defend. Want to test me? Standing aside, Ha-io suddenly appeared and said, "Calm down. What's with all this fighting?" She immediately questioned, "Do you really believe you can take us out of here without hesitation?" Confidently replying that, although it seems difficult, we have to try to find out. With no other choice, Hao also reluctantly agreed. "Fine. Before you decide, let me ask one thing. Is your reason for wanting to take us out because of the war?" Without further ado, Day simply replied calmly and succinctly, "It's not about exploiting power. What I need is the learning ability of the hero lineage. Above all, my greatest wish is to save everyone from this cruel island." As soon as he finished speaking, Met suddenly shouted loudly, "You bastard!" He stubbornly believed that our fate was sacred, appointed by the goddess herself. "Who are you to insult us?" But before Met could finish speaking, the wire cut in directly, because even if one person fights for thousands, those thousands are still for one, and one person is everything. Killing and death, even when hundreds become one, ultimately mean nothing. What is the difference between the leader and the last? In the end, we all return to dust. The past cannot control the future, and the future cannot change the past. Trying to determine who is superior between the two is just a meaningless act of foolish and aggressive people. Look, it's as if their abilities are one and the same, and one comes from the other. Hearing this, the two were briefly stunned and wondered if it was the goddess's holy scripture. Before this, Day immediately affirmed that this statement was condemning their entire way of life. This caused those around to instantly become furious and shout, "How dare you? Who do you think you are? Daring to quote the holy scripture to overthrow the hierarchy?" Once again, Gay firmly emphasizes fighting others, taking their strength and lives. Is that truly the will of the gods? At this moment, he suddenly unleashes his power. This made everyone around feel overwhelmed and stunned. Seeing this divine power, Day once again firmly declared, "This is truly wrong. It's time for a change." Without much words, he decisively and fiercely declares in a loud voice, "I, in the name of the goddess Guy, as a saint, convey the goddess's will to those blessed. The family must stop the ongoing ritual and everyone must leave the island." As he spoke, he looked sternly at the crowd around him. Quickly, Day raised his voice to emphasize, "The time the Holy Lord mentioned is almost here." At the same time, a bright flash of light quickly enveloped the entire house. A girl looked visibly surprised and asked, I'm ready, but what exactly are you guys planning to do?" From afar, a person overwhelmed with terror froze in place and approached hesitantly. "Saintess, this is the Holy Lord's possession." "Really?" Ha-io helplessly thought that it seemed to be time to set off. Standing aside, Day suddenly looked serious and thought to himself, finally beginning. The woman, stunned and incredulous, then asked, "What do you mean by that? You say you're a saint?" The questions kept coming. "I can't believe this is the goddess's will, even if your holy magic power is real." Day sternly said with a serious tone, "The warning ends here. If you mention the goddess, I will carry out her will, even if it means using force, because it is the divine and noble will of the goddess, and in your mind you are thinking of two words, then betray." The people around began to yield. In that case, this matter needs to be carefully considered after a detailed discussion. What would the elder think? Day is curious about this person. Elder Hao explained that the elder is the leader of our lineage, and such an important matter cannot be decided without consulting the elder. He asked curiously where he was, and she pointed to the large rock in the corner of the room, with some glowing blue characters engraved on it. He has been in seclusion for 3 years. No one is allowed to disturb him until he comes out on his own. Hearing that, Day found it hard to believe and exclaimed, 3 years, really? So don't bother the secluding elder." But he paid no attention and immediately walked past the evil guy, a sense of unease enveloping him. No one has seen him for 3 years? This is bad. He unleashes his mana, transforming it into a sword and a slash that cuts through the stone in front of everyone's stunned eyes. They panic, each trying to stop him. "What are you planning to do? You're not allowed." "Are you kidding me? What kind of closed-door cultivation is this? Even if there is enough food and water, a person locked up for 3 years can't be okay." Inside the stone, a body is slumped on the ground with long silver hair, and someone shouts loudly, "Elder!" The people present start to panic. Elder, are you okay?" Day looks worried. Just as I expected, I knew this would happen. Someone speaks up and says, "You're not a saint? What are you doing? Hurry up and heal him." Met also agreed. "Yes, we rely on you to heal him." "Why do you keep just touching him? Are you crazy?"
Do you think saints are all powerful?
"What do you guys know? You've been stuck on this island for too long. Even the bishops are asking about the patient's condition. Do you think using holy magic alone can heal everything?" Day's threat hits home, and he looks very angry. Should I stop and do nothing? Those people hardly seem to know how to respond anymore. Ha-io raised his hand to tell the others to stay calm and spoke softly. "Yes, we acted recklessly. The elder's health is in a very serious condition. We were only worried about the elder and spoke without thinking. Someone behind still felt resentful. The elder is 2 meters tall." She whispered, "You're right. We only live here so we don't understand how the priests outside treat it. Please forgive our ignorance." Day still feels a bit angry. Some people talk nonsense but have never apologized for it. Then he looks at Hao's friendly face and doesn't want to make a fuss anymore.
Moreover, I'm not sure if it's because Hao is very close to her parents, but she reminds me of my mother, so I can't say anything either. She's also very kind. After some hesitation, Day made his final decision. Since Hao said that, I will check a little more and report back to you. She immediately thanked him. He cast a holy spell on the elder, and there was nothing unusual. He wasn't sleeping. So, as expected, Day has found the source of the problem. The issue lies in his mana channels. He calmly said, "We can treat him after we find out the cause." Hao exclaimed in joy. "Really?" Day confirmed. "Yes, alright, but please isolate the area where I am treating him and don't let anyone get close." He directs and keeps everyone else outside. This will take a few days. Hao nodded in agreement. "Alright, I will do that. But there's still one inconsiderate guy." "What?" "This is unreasonable. We will stay here to supervise everything." Her face darkened as she firmly said, "Please go outside." Feeling helpless, Met left the cave shouting, "You must save him!" Date Nyang Yang Noi. "Tuyo, I want to ask you for a favor." His face is very serious. No matter what happens, don't interrupt. Unless you want the three of us to die together. Outside, the others are still panicking. Is it okay like this? A day has already passed. From one person to another, they express doubt about Day's abilities. Even though he's a saint, how can we entrust the elder to an outsider? The girl beside him reassures him that it will be fine, because Elder Heo is there with him. But Met insists, "No, I can't just sit back and watch this. I will personally look into it." Inside the cave, Heo suddenly exclaimed that the mana circuits were twisted 15 times. Day nodded and said, "Yes, they are all twisted in a complex way. However, we only need to untangle them one by one." She said it was impossible, that there was no way to break the mana circuit and restore it. He smiled softly, his face full of confidence. "Don't worry, I can do it. This isn't so complicated that it can't be fixed. In fact, I've repaired things much worse before." After finishing, he began channeling mana into the elder's body. Ha-Ao stood outside watching, her face half skeptical and half contemplative. "Right now, we can only rely on luck, but I feel the elder's soul is returning, and the twisted mana channels might really be untangled. That's an incredible technique." From afar, M's voice suddenly echoes, startling her. "How are things going?" "When did he go into the cave? I came to check because I was worried." "How is the elder?" Ha-Eo is angry and questioning. "Why did you come here?" According to the saint, the mana channels are twisted. He was completely surprised. "What?" Met said loudly that the mana channels are twisted. "If it's such an important issue, shouldn't we have a meeting with the elders first? You really don't think things through." The elder at the waist. She felt uncomfortable and quietly reminded him to speak softly. The saint was focused on healing. She reassured him, "This kid seems to understand mana very well, at least better than us." However, Met didn't hear a word, no need for further explanation. He dashed past in front of the two elders, leaving her no time to react. Elder Met. He keeps rushing forward. "Step aside, the elder council will handle this." His hand touches Day's body, and the pain spreads throughout him, causing him to cough up blood. "Your name is called loudly." Ha'io immediately rushes to support you, panicked and asking, "Are you okay?" "Wake up," he thought to himself. That bastard finally caused trouble. Blood started to flow from Day's eyes, nose, and mouth. Injecting mana directly into the elder's twisted mana channels was an extremely delicate act that required intense focus, and the strong airflow caused by temporary distraction as external interference had a significant impact on the elder's body. The same thing happened to the elder's body, and the impact of the collision also affected him. Met continued to scream wildly, "You bastard! Not only did you dare to touch the elder's mana circuit, but you also dared to do something to him. You will not be forgiven." Then, Day sighed and said, "Whatever you want to say or do, go ahead." He placed a hand on the elder's body to transfer the remaining mana. The healing was complete. He seems to have lost his mind. That bastard, if not now, I would never be able to kill that monster. Then, Met drew his sword. He is just a burden to his lineage. I must take advantage of his weakness. He quickly charged forward, a sword piercing through Day's chest, blood splattering everywhere, and he died. Before that scene, both of their faces were bloodless. Met smiled triumphantly, thinking he had achieved a great victory. Day staggered from his earlier injury, and a single stab to the chest was too much for him to withstand. Ha'io frantically called his name. "Da, previously, IEL asked me, do I just need to stay here?" He replied, "Just rest comfortably for now." She asked further, "And what happens after that?" D smiled and said, "In about 2 days when I release my power, come to see me. Right now, Iriel is inside the forest with Jock." Duok Young, wait a moment, she said. "The divine power I just sensed from you." Duok quickly added, "Yes, we need to be faster." Iriel worriedly thought, "Since it's just a day, it probably won't be anything serious, right?" Then he spoke up, "They are over there." When suddenly a voice shouted, "Stop!" A man appeared with a sword in hand, coldly saying, "Intruders daring to come all the way to the center, are you here to seek death?" Iriel warned, "Duyok the First, they are quite high-level swordmasters." Duyok shared his opinion. "Holy Saint, I will stop them for now." Before he could finish speaking, H appeared out of nowhere and quickly charged forward. She swung her sword at the enemy. I will hold them here. Go quickly. The enemy saw her and asked, H, what's going on? Are you planning to fight the core? You know what will happen if you do. H shouted loudly, I don't care as long as I can break this cursed fate. And she clenched her sword tightly with a determined tone. This is Glenn that I inherited, and the will of all those who sacrifice themselves in the ritual. Then she told Ariel, go quickly, everyone. She turned to Durak and said, Durak Young, let's go. He nodded and said, all right, follow me. Inside the cave, Hao was calling him repeatedly, wake up, wake up. And then she turned to M and asked sharply, are you crazy? Are you repaying kindness with hatred? He immediately retorted, or are you the one who's crazy? Ha-yo, even if he shares the same bloodline, how can you entrust the safety of the leader to the son of a traitor like him? I will bring you to trial at the Central Council immediately, and you won't be able to escape the consequences. After hearing what he said, Ha-yo's rage erupted. How dare he say such unreasonable things? She rushed forward and slashed at me. I will no longer recognize you as a member of the family. I will crush you. He struggled to block the attack, secretly thinking I know she's strong, but I didn't expect her to be this powerful. No? If this keeps up, my power will be drained away. I have to run now. Just then, someone from afar called his name. A loud thud echoed as the stone wall of the cave was shattered from the outside. Ariel and Jock quickly appeared. She anxiously called out, are you okay? We have arrived. Hal pondered. They are the Day. What caught their eyes was the Day lying on the ground with a large bloodstain behind him. Ariel anxiously asked, how long has he been in this state? Hal replied, I think it's been about 3 minutes. She stepped forward and took his wrist. Enough is enough. Ariel hurriedly uses holy power to heal Day. She is a bit amazed. A huge wave of divine energy surges. Ha-io stared intently at Ariel and thought to herself, this child doesn't seem to be an ordinary saint. The golden light of holy power shone brightly in the cave. She recited a spell, Rebirth, and the wound from the sword piercing Day's chest healed. After finishing the treatment, Ariel gently called out, Day, wake up. He slowly opened his eyes and sat up, and she eagerly asked, I wasn't late, right? He chuckled, then replied, you're just in time. Then Day looked at both of her hips and asked, wait a minute, where's the guy who was planning to kill me? She doesn't look very well. Probably he ran away when your friend barged in, Ha-io said with a hint of sadness. Sorry, Day. I should have stopped him more carefully. He shook his head and said, no need to apologize. If a strong opponent suddenly attacks, I wouldn't be able to stop it either. Day asked, can we deal with them gradually? Someone asked, Day, do you remember when the waterway was blocked? He replied, handle it quickly. A second later, he looked at the elder and then slapped him hard across the face. Earlier, you pretended to be asleep. Wake up now. Day kept urging, hurry up and wake up. Don't sleep anymore. Heyo, seeing this scene, exclaimed in panic, Day, it seems he's already awake. Stop hitting him. Then Elder Heo Fap, with swollen cheeks, sat up. She approached to ask, are you okay, Chief? He asked if it was you. Ha-io said that I thought I would never wake up again. Did someone change my mana pathway into a new one? Ha-io pointed to the area and introduced, Chief, let me introduce. This is Day. Heo Fap asked, are you the one who saved me? I just touched his mana pathway a little. While I was at it, I thought to myself, there's no way someone like him could lack control over mana. Then why did he end up in this state? He spoke softly. I understand, but now is not the time to talk about this. Ha-io, can you summon the Council of Elders for a meeting? Hao was a bit confused. According to the Council's explanation, the reason I came here alone is not to train. She asked again, if not for training, then what is it? He responded, I can feel the magic circle about to collapse. Ha-io was surprised. Really? How could such a sturdy magic circle drawn with our ancestors' ancient magic collapse? Heofap said he also suspected that and remembered coming here, so I came to check the core and found that the magic circle had been damaged due to some interference. I have to fix it quickly without anyone knowing, so I came here claiming to train in a private room. But this was a trap. As soon as I connected my mana pathway to the magic circle to restore it, an unusual force began to invade my vitality. It feels very dark and full of evil. Dan, hearing this, contemplates the darkness and evil. Could it be? Heofap continued recounting. I circulated throughout my body to push back that energy. And during that process, my mana pathway became twisted. He speculates that the sea out there wasn't always turbulent. Even a few hundred years ago, it was a very calm ocean. Then, it gradually became more intense, and a few years ago, after I sensed something strange, it became so chaotic that ships could no longer set sail. A dark, bloody scene briefly appeared in his mind. I think that was when the true collapse of the magic circle began. The one who touched the magic circle must have foreseen this situation, planning to sink my pig leader's island into the stormy sea and turn everyone into miserable corpses. After hearing the story, the two pigs hurriedly spoke, looking very ridiculous. Who would dare do such a thing? Even the magic pig is somewhat helpless. That's right, there are many suspicious things. But the first thing is that his tone became very serious. Everyone needs to leave this island immediately. On the other side, Mi is hiding deep inside the forest. Damn it, when did her two sides get so strong? He walked away silently, thinking to himself, and that kid also has incredible power. He could become a threat to the island. So it's fortunate that I killed him. A stream of mana appeared and is surrounding M. I can't avoid becoming Hao's enemy because of this. Still, convincing the other elders is the most urgent task right now, as soon as I return, huh? Feeling the powerful mana flow, he rejoiced at this immense strength. That's right, has the power of the last person I killed been absorbed? A large amount of mana begins to merge into his body. The power is so immense that the surrounding small rocks shattered. Me exclaims, "What a terrible strength, truly a blessing from the goddess." He pondered that with this power. No one on the island could stand against him if he swallowed everything like this. A terrifying thought began to take root and grow in his mind. He would become the only god. A few days later, at sunset, everyone by the coast was building a large boat together. "Sir Saint, where should I put this?" "Hey, Holy Lord, people keep calling you Holy Lord every now and then." Day shouted loudly, "Stop! I need to give instructions to each person one by one." Wait a moment. It has been 4 days since the chief was rescued, and after receiving guidance from the ancestors, the leader of the tribe implemented the migration plan under his management. Everyone has undertaken the most important task, building a boat. But he realized that even with protective magic, it couldn't hold the number of people and supplies as large as a mountain. When others heard this, everyone cried and only built boats enough to carry people and supplies. However, some people still disagreed with that plan. A few stubborn people say they will stay on the island even if it sinks because they worship the two goddess sisters and see their words as commands they cannot disobey. As soon as the goddess gives the order, they are willing to die without regret or even kill all the others, lost in their madness. They are not humans but wild beasts. Ariel walks over from afar and asks, "Oh, so you finished building the boat so quickly?" She looked at the boat in front of her and praised it. "That was quick, wasn't it? They've worked very hard. Now they just need to reinforce it with magic and it's done." "That's no wonder,"
He pondered, knowing he's not weak, but at least our troops should see some trace he left behind. Ariel added, "The waterway is about to collapse."
Dee nodded and said, "I understand, I know. We will leave here in at most 2 days. Just let her know." "All right, I will inform the soldiers." Then she asked again, "But are we just going to leave behind those who don't want to go?" He helplessly replied, "On that matter, the clan leader said he would try to persuade them, but I don't think they will listen." Ariel also felt discouraged. "They said they'd rather die than leave here. I can't force them to go either, right? So just let them be. You're just teasing out of boredom. Is a saint saying such things again?" At this moment, a loud sound echoes. Ariel and Jay both turn to look in the direction of the sound. She wonders, what is going on? What is that sound? I wonder just as much. Wait, is the mana around the island shaking violently and causing the formation to collapse? How could it suddenly fall apart? He immediately runs to the source of the sound. I can't just stand here and watch anymore. I will check the formation. Elsewhere, a round crystal shard falls and shatters. Everyone hurriedly asked, "What are you doing, Chief?" "That is our ancestors' legacy." Heofap asked back, "Is my choice still not clear?" A woman stood up to question him. "Are you planning to destroy the magic core? It was left behind by a devotee who directly received blessings from Lord Ross. Do you realize how important it is? Are you crazy?" He coldly said, "I told you all 3 years ago that this magic core could no longer withstand it and that this island would surely sink someday." The others started to get restless again. "That's ridiculous." He lied. "Why would the core of magical energy break on its own?" He replied, "I don't know." Heofap continued, "I know that the goddess does not want this island to sink. Follow me. I will lead you to a safer place." At this moment, Mi appears and shouts, "Don't let him deceive you. The clan leader has betrayed us and allied with the Holy Empire." Someone asked, "Are they really joining the Holy Emperor's empire?" "Chief, the elders are right. Did you really betray us?" He continued to add fuel to the fire. "That's right. He was the one who destroyed the magic array, causing the island to sink, and everyone had to die. Then he will absorb the power gained from the blood and bones of ours stored in the demon core. That's your true goal, isn't it?" Heofap calmly said. "Since we parted ways, you've changed so much. Or maybe it's because I killed and absorbed the power of your accomplices." His tone is extremely confident. "I don't know why he's still alive, but it doesn't matter. I will kill him again. Because I absorbed his power, I am definitely stronger than him." M. Chaknish declares, "I will deal with the traitor to your family first." He immediately said, "I don't know why you misunderstood me, but I don't want to fight you. We still have time to sit down and talk." But Heofap hadn't finished speaking when those people already pointed their swords and surrounded him. He sighed and said, "All right, this is your choice, isn't it?" Day and Ariel are quickly heading to where everyone is gathered. He says he will try to persuade them, but what is he doing? Suddenly, a blue light from the mana shines on his face. Then, a loud explosion erupted where they were gathered, and Day immediately ran over, opened the door, and shouted, "Old clan leader! Inside the room there are many corpses scattered on the ground." And in the distance, a figure flickers behind the fog. "Let's see who's here." Met turned to look and spoke. "I was about to come find you, but I didn't expect you to come crawling to me yourself. You've helped me a lot." Day exclaimed in panic, "I am that guy! Don't you recognize me? You little bastard, you have quite an impressive amount of strength." He burst out laughing, mana pouring out abundantly,
but my attention was focused on the mana sword he was holding. Is that my aura sword? In that brief moment of reflection, the skill exchange blessing will arrive, shielding him and protecting Saint Duke from the danger ahead. He asked, "Old Chief, what just happened?" He replied, "When I destroyed the mana core to convince those people, the enemy appeared and falsely accused me of betraying the island. While they were deceived by his cunning words and surrounded me, he took action and defeated everyone." With that strange power, after Heofap finished speaking, Met didn't bother hiding anymore. "Yes, but it's okay because both of you will end up like them." Then he gave some advice. "I think we should avoid fighting him right now, but I don't think that's the right thing to do." "No, I have to do it." Seeing you getting closer to him, Heofap called out to Duke Than. He ignored it and asked M, "Is your mana chaotic?" M replies, "Yes. I need some time to get used to it." I felt like my body was about to explode from that amount of mana. He asked further, "Aren't you planning to use that power for good?" The arrogant man said, "Of course, we were born to do good." Met squinted at Day. "Of course, I will kill and absorb the power of everyone here, including your parents in Bilo Village, and I will become the most powerful being." Day is stunned, secretly pondering. He knows about Bilo Village. They say he can only absorb abilities, but it seems he has already gained his memories as well. He wonders if he knows. Then he called out to ask him, "Do you know what SA is?" I'm confused and scratching my head, asking back, "What do you mean?" "Wait a minute, what do you mean S?" He shouted. "What the hell are you talking about?" He immediately moved closer and said, "You can only remember the memories after I remind you, so it might take some time before you can recall all my memories." Met was surprised and asked, "What? Isn't this power supposed to be all you have?" Day replied, "I suppose so. What do you think? Maybe it's because of my mana level." You grab his collar tightly and start using mana. Do you really think it's natural to waste time talking to him like this? While talking with you, I checked how much mana you could actually hold. The huge flow of mana around us, no matter how special your body is, still has its limits. If you keep stubbornly forcing more mana in, it will wear out and leak out. The prince shouted loudly, "What the hell are you trying to do, you damn brat?" "Could it be?" Day admitted, just as he was thinking. "Yes, it's mana overload. The blue light of the mana shines brightly, forming a spherical shape. Then, it exploded, causing the surroundings to shake from the energy, with a long mana stream extending from the ground up into the sky. Later, he finally expelled the mana and let out a sigh of relief. He felt the flow of mana within his body. "Is this from Met? I wonder if I can absorb it." His memories merge into his mind. Wait a moment. These memories gently glance at the magic pig standing behind them, which are the memories of the clan leader. The sail, stretched tight by the wind, suddenly lets out a loud scream. Lower the sails quickly, a clear response is heard. Dewey Ah quickly observes the situation and reports. The wind is too strong, the sails will tear sooner or later. Hearing that, the crew immediately turned around and gave the order. "It's okay, use magic. Lower the bomb at the back of the ship as well. Hurry up, the sea is raging with huge waves." The massive ship remained sturdy and steady, but the core of the magic circle was destroyed by the clan leader, causing the waves around the island to grow even more violent. But the boat is now stronger than ever thanks to everyone's efforts. Day raises his hand and an orange light appears as he begins to cast a spell. Jiako. The boat lifts off from the water and hovers in the air, surrounded by a purple aura of mana. Using one hand to cast a spell, she checks on the others. "All right, everyone, hold on tight or you'll fall," a young man with brown hair shouted nervously. "Saint Duke, this wasn't part of the plan?" A loud explosion sounded, and the boat immediately sped up and shot forward. The boat speeds through the air at incredible speed, while everyone on board keeps vomiting from the seasickness. Day tried every method seemingly impossible for a small boat and escaped the whirlpool of the sea in the blink of an eye. A few days later, everyone on the boat was surprised, touched, or cheered with joy. And finally, a city appeared before them in the night. "It's the city! We've finally reached the port, so this is the outside world." Seeing the city before her, Ariel couldn't hide her joy. "After all we've been through, I've managed to get everyone out." Day looked at her and smiled. "Thanks to you, the journey was much smoother. I appreciate it, Ariel." "Huh? Are you speaking so directly? Next time you come back, treat me to some good food and drinks." I remember the purple-haired guy and burst out laughing, then said, "Haha, of course I'll let Day treat." Suddenly someone called out to Day. Day called that person's name. He placed his hand on his chest and smiled. "Thank you for bringing us out." "Thank you as well, Saintess." Looking at the sparkling city before us, H's steady voice echoes, "We've left the island and arrived here. I believe everyone's potential is limitless, even if I don't know what your goal was in bringing us here." She crossed her arms, winked playfully, but surely she's not bad, right? Day closed his eyes and smirked. Hee. Of course, just wait and see. Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Stop!" Everyone on the boat was surprised, staring in shock. A soldier with a weapon and a fierce face shouted, "No docking without a permit! Turn back!" Below, there are only curses from the soldiers. Why are so many ragged and shabby people gathering here? Damn it, how many of them are there in total? A young man on the boat looked worried. "Huh? What should we do now?" "They're chasing us away." A person full of anger rushes out. "Do we have to use force as soon as we arrive?"
Day quickly intervened. Wait a moment, I'll go now. I jumped down from the ship and asked the soldiers, where should I go to get a permit? The soldier looked surprised. He just jumped down from that height. His voice was full of contempt. The passport for the Western Port can only be issued by the Holy Sanctuary Pri. If you think there's a separate reception area, you're mistaken. Day hands over a silver-colored card. Does that card have a cross engraved on it and you're telling the truth? So you can help me report that we will retake the port? What's that? The soldier looked at the card with a face full of panic. This is Bishop Finch's silver seal. Contact the temple quickly. After a moment, the soldiers hurriedly bowed before the Holy One. Oh my God, Saint, please forgive our disrespect. It's okay. I can go now. The soldier clasped his hands together sincerely. Please wait a moment. We will take you to your resting place. Day was surprised. What are you guys doing? The soldier reported. Archbishop Finch specifically requested to be served with the utmost care. May we escort you? Curious, Bishop Finch Iriel smiled softly. That person probably wants to repay you. Dee grinned widely. They've shown goodwill, and refusing it would be rude. The tables are filled with abundant food and crowded with people. Everyone clinks glasses happily while Iriel holds a beer and smiles brightly. Inside the large building, lively conversations are happening. Thank you for leading us to the Holy Saint. I'm glad everyone was able to get in smoothly. Day asks Heofap, how does it feel to leave that tiny island? Heofap smiles. Haha, it seems everyone is still having a hard time adjusting. A moment of understanding. Anyone unfamiliar with the way of life here would naturally see it that way. But don't worry, I will do my best to help everyone during this time. Really? So you can tell me about this place, right? Day said with a smile, touching his chin. Even if you can do anything, what I care about is medicine. Everyone in this world needs it. I will teach everyone herbal medicine. Heofap was surprised. Healing techniques? Why don't we use magic? That's the usual way people think about it. However, magic is not entirely beneficial for everyone. 10 puppets, one of which is a mage puppet. According to the theory, for every 100 people, only one can use magic. The rest can only hope to be treated by holy priests or pay to be healed with magic. A man holding his small child with tears still in his eyes, but the cost of healing magic is about 30 silver coins. Basically, that's about a month's expenses for ordinary people, who can't afford to pay that much. Heofap folded his arms and listened silently to Day's words. With your ability to learn quickly, you can study medicine and become a healer soon, then dedicate yourself to helping others. That way, we can build a world where everyone has access to healthcare. That is my goal. Heofap praised the person in front of him. You're very smart. No wonder Guy chose you to be the saint. A grand academy with a huge courtyard. In the future, everyone will learn about medicine at a place called the Academy. The Academy is located in the eastern part of the continent, and you have to travel by boat to get there. It takes about 2 weeks. Iriel's group happily eats and plays together. During those 2 weeks, I plan to teach everyone about general knowledge and basic medical science. Since everyone comes from a noble family, that should be enough time. Heofap burst into laughter. I understand what you want to do now. I will inform the clan members. In the future, we will need your help many times. I'm the one who needs your help. Thank you for understanding me. There's one more thing. Day hesitated with wide eyes. On the way to the academy, I will have to pass by Celia, my hometown, and where my family is living. Heofap looked serious at Day's question. Is it okay that he didn't visit my mother? Seeing Day's face, Heofap spoke. I understand. You inherited M's memories. He closed his eyes tightly. So perhaps you already knew I am not a good father. He added one more thing that made Day gape, and I didn't think I could endure your stupid father's face. He clenched his fist. Meeting again in this situation feels a bit strange to me, but for now, I think I need more time. Day widened her eyes when she heard the words from the other person. Moreover, even though they haven't met, she probably is still living well and raising a child who will become someone important, right? He winks playfully. Well, there's still plenty of time. But one thing's for sure. His voice is full of sincerity. Based on how I understand my mother, she would want to meet him. Heofap hesitated. I'm not sure. He smiled brightly. Definitely. So let me know when you're ready. Grandfather! Heofap silently looks at the person opposite him. Both of them looked up at the night sky when Heofap suddenly spoke. Day and his team head to the Holy Land. Everyone stands in front of a massive fortress, along with about 200 people bearing heroic blood. Night falls over the grand building as a voice echoes. Greetings, Saint Duke. Clipped in a respectful tone, I apologize for reporting immediately after your return. Day was surprised. What is it? Cleis recalls what just happened. When she was working with Hong, there were many things that needed to be reported. First, there was the order you gave me. Following your command, I cooperated with Hong Yang to eliminate the noble Muknat families. But during that process, we suffered significant losses, Day said. That's a big deal. So Cluse's words left Day wide-eyed and stunned. I used the Belcroce family's assets for this personal matter, and I feel ashamed for doing things I was not ordered to do. She thumbs up at Cluse and smiles brightly. What is there to be embarrassed about? You have done very well. I am proud of you. As expected, you are the ideal Duchess of Belcroce. Cleus felt shy when receiving the compliment. I am truly embarrassed to receive such praise. From the window, you can see the warm yellow lights inside. Eckley suddenly remembered, and also, Your Holiness, about the people you brought with you. Oh, those people. Cleus stroked his chin thoughtfully. I understand now. The hero's bloodline is truly surprising, but I think we need to be careful. Yeah, maybe so. Lu's words made the people behind feel as if 1,000 swords were stabbing them. That's right. It's no exaggeration to say that the current influence of the Holy Saint is the strongest in the Holy Nation, at least as a swordsman. And this is like having an army under his command. She continued analyzing that even without this issue, the power of the noble families in politics had already weakened significantly because of Your Holiness. Therefore, he would be seen as a major threat to them. I guess they will try to control this. Day sighs tiredly. We only brought doctors. Cleus remembered something. Oh, I also have a report related to that. Day wondered. What's going on? I remember the image of Elsie holding the new student list that Clewood reported. Recently, there are only 10 spots left in the medical academy. The academy is very popular now, so enrolling 200 people at this time is impossible. Cleus proposed a solution that could solve the problem by buying some nearby private land from the merchants and expanding the medical academy. Day excitedly pointed and said, Great, let's start right away. So he started buying the surrounding land and abandoned buildings near the academy. He stood there watching Clewood handing over the scrolls to the merchants, and even those who initially refused to sell agreed after hearing the high prices he offered. The merchants looked extremely surprised at the price on the paper in their hands, and on the day of the deal, the merchant with the worried face clasped his hands together, speaking softly. Sorry, but we won't sell these lands. Cleus desperately tried to persuade them, offering a price 1.7 times the current market value. But if you wished, we could increase it further. The merchant with a worried look quickly interrupted, saying that price was not an issue. Day widened his eyes when he heard the merchant's explanation. But even if I hide it, he will find out. So I will directly tell the truth about the group of people you brought that has been spreading among the noble families. You two furrow your brows as the merchant continues explaining, he is the one saved by him and a worker of Guy. I also want to sell the land as you requested, but the border nobles have blocked all the paths up the slope to prevent us. His eyes show clear worry. If we offend them, we will become border nobles. They are noble families who received land from the Pope during the founding of Gaer. After settling in the outskirts of the Holy Nation, they played a crucial role in the country's defense line and held absolute influence in the region for a long time, as well as significant power in the political sphere. The merchant clasped his hands and begged, I have many family members to support, so I had to make this decision. Please forgive me. Day understood the merchant's predicament. I see now. You asked again about the road up the slope. I just need to handle that, right? The merchant raised both hands, his voice a bit awkward. Resolving it, the uphill road is currently monopolized and controlled by border nobles, so it might be quite difficult. Jay smiles brightly. Just prepare the documents and the seal, and I will offer a good price for the land. Inside the large building, the conversation is ongoing. What is your plan regarding this matter? Oh, shouldn't we discuss this first? I mean, with those border nobles questioning. But I don't think I've ever seen them in Salonia. Cleus confirms. That's right. They are conservative tribes that value tradition highly. They are so proud that they never leave their territory. Unless it's really serious, Day still wonders why they didn't come when the Holy Lord called. Oh, Cleus continued explaining, although they belong to the Holy Nation, they can indeed be considered an independent, autonomous territory. So they don't really follow the hierarchy of the Holy Nation. Day's face clearly shows his discomfort. This is so annoying. What are all these things doing here? So I have to find each person one by one? Cleus suggested. I don't think it's necessary to try too hard. Although they are quite far from the central noble families, their relationships are very close. Cleus suggested that if you meet with their representatives, the family will forget and negotiate the rest on their own. She volunteered to take on the task. Holy Saint, if you assign this task to me, I will handle it quickly. She waves her hand and says, it's fine, I can do this myself faster. Cleus reminds her that talking to border nobles will not be easy at all because they are very stubborn and proud. Day reassures her. Oh, I don't expect this to be resolved immediately through conversation. I have another request for you. The crimson sunset bathes the large white building as Clune and a maid converse under the evening sky. Is this the Kren family estate? It's really large. The maid bowed respectfully. Welcome, sir. Saint Duke. The maid opened the door for Day and said, I have been waiting for you since I received your invitation. I am CBI, your escort. Please come inside. Thank you. It is said that their power in the area is immense, and the inside is truly impressive. Suddenly, CB's voice rang out. Your Holiness, I am sorry to say that CB respectfully bows and reports. The host is currently busy with an important scheduled event, so I cannot respond to the Holy Master's greeting immediately. I hope you understand. The round-eyed person politely replied. Really? It seems the host is very busy. I understand. Hearing that, I immediately replied, thank you. If you need anything, please call me. Day opened his eyes in surprise. I arrived at the agreed time. Hopefully my guess is wrong. An hour later, I sat down in boredom, leaning on my hand. 2 hours later, Day bowed his head and clasped his hands, continuing to wait. 3 hours later, he clasped his hands in front of him, lost in thought, convinced that his prediction was correct. They definitely want to mock me. A voice from the CBI echoes outside. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The host is ready to meet you. Please follow me. A high-heeled foot enters, accompanied by a voice saying, I am a bit surprised that you have come here. Nice to meet you. Your Holiness, I am the Lord of the Clen House, Marquis Spia. He tries to smile brightly. Well, Count Spia, I'm glad to meet you, and I would appreciate it if you could reopen the road to the hill. Spia chuckled. Haha, your words are very direct. Your Holiness, I will be straightforward. Yeah, I don't like beating around the bush. Spia's eyes are cold. Then I will answer you immediately. The answer is no. Day asked again, you say it's impossible. Day wondered why. Impossible. Is it because we are buying land around the academy? Spia immediately replied, that is one reason. Because it is truly unusual for a saint with such great influence to interfere in politics. I silently listen to what Spia is saying.
It is unusual for a saint with such great influence to interfere in politics. Something that has never happened before. Spia bowed and explained everything clearly.
However, it's not unusual for us to block the road up the hill, but it's not something that has never happened to us before. Such things occasionally happen to those who have been on the frontier for a long time. Your Holiness, you are trying to handle this problem on your own. It's a bit uncomfortable. Day's eyes grew cold and uncomfortable. Spia's eyes also turned icy. We, the border nobles, value independence and autonomy. I do not mean to deny your honor and influence. However, if your intervention involves a political issue, it could become a threat to us. To cut to the chase, in the end, this won't be beneficial for you, right? Spia chuckled loudly. You are very straightforward. Your Holiness, I will be honest as well. Ah, I smile slyly. So if you want to reopen the path up the hill, we need fair compensation in return. The doubtful voice responds with a reward. Yes, you could say that. Spia smiled and said, 1,000 silver coins. That's enough, right? Jai asked again, are you serious about 1,000 platinum coins? Am I joking? Certainly not, Sia continued. I don't think this request is unreasonable. This is a vital resource for the city-state. You should recognize its value. Paying 1,000 platinum coins is enough to fill the treasury of most kingdoms and still have plenty left over. Sia asks confidently as a saint, could you at least afford that much? Compared to your influence, that amount is worth just a few coins. Day quickly replied, even if I pay that amount, I doubt you would lift the blockade on the trade route. You are truly perceptive. Even if I accept that money, I have no intention of negotiating. So why did you make such an unreasonable request? That is to ensure you understand this is not a matter to take lightly. Lifting the trade route blockade concerns our family, the common interests, and the dignity of the border clans. If the blockade of the trade route continues, it will not only harm the merchants, but also affect all the residents, right? The other person replied, we have more important interests to consider. The suffering of individuals is less important and does not affect our decisions. Day asked seriously, but the residents are the foundation of a nation, a pope. Don't you think such words are irresponsible? Spia showed a hint of disdain in her words. That foundation is truly an exaggeration. They are just a temporary, nameless crowd. So that means the blockade of trade routes will continue. Spia calmly replied, yes, until the Holy Father makes wiser decisions. I never thought things would come to this, but I still said calmly, all right, I will consider it. Inside, I was furious, secretly thinking of a way to completely destroy your border aristocrats. A few days later, the economy of the Holy Nation began to collapse rapidly as trade routes remained blocked, causing prices of agricultural products and plants to soar and supply chains to be cut off. Merchants are forced to halt their activities. To make matters worse, as starving people start flooding the streets looting, even law and order begin to collapse. Especially the poor people in the outskirts of the city are the first to be affected. They are pushed into a situation where they have to worry about their daily survival. The aristocrats in the inner city have abundant resources, but over time, the damage to everyone has become increasingly severe. The voice, full of surprise, echoes, who would have thought that the border nobles would go that far? Day told the other, I should have been more cautious, but I will handle this personally. Don't worry. The other sitting on the chair said, let's put this aside for now. Are you okay? Hearing that, Day was a bit surprised. Me? I'm fine. Let me clarify.
This is not your fault. It is a matter of the current situation and system of the city-state. First, we need to open the treasury to address the most urgent issues.
If there is anything I can do to help with your work, please let me know. I will support you in any way I can. Day probably didn't know what to say at first, but then responded, thank you. I will take my leave now.
Cleus appears. The items you requested have been prepared.
Really?
Is everything going smoothly?
Cleus said, I am ready to support any of your plans, Your Holiness. Then let's set out, Dee said confidently. If you want to catch a tiger, you have to enter the tiger's den at night in a house. I'm Hatman. Hearing the call, the man looked up, looked around, then casually commented, this place is really miserable. The man listened and got annoyed. I'm really tense, and now there's a kid too. Go away while I still keep my manners. A large bag of gold suddenly appeared before him, dazzling him and making him wonder, what the hell is this guy? Let's work together. The man glanced at him suspiciously. A merchant who lives on trust. I can't do any shady work for money. Come here. He said loudly. Well, a random guy walks into the merchant guild and throws money in my face. Do you think I'm stupid enough to respond? Fine, I will do it. Ah, Bray suddenly said. Haman is 32 years old, from the Kingdom of Devon. He has lived independently from his family.
The leaders of a small merchant guild who started building their organization from nothing 7 years ago have established the first trade guild in the city-state, successfully surpassing the competition of long-established noble families.
Listening to the Wall's narration of his life story, Hapman froze like stone, quickly developing new trade routes, expanding his guild, and gaining recognition. Hapman wondered silently, how did he get information about me? The confident woman stands before Hapman. Although he doesn't know me, I understand him very well. I know you make quick decisions with excellent negotiation skills, broad vision, and outstanding experience in risk management and overcoming challenges. Even in difficult situations, after considering all the conditions above, I have decided to give you this opportunity. An opportunity. Day continued. You must miss the bustling merchant guild you once owned. Don't you want to revive it? Hearing this, Hapman finally spoke.
All right, thanks for thinking of me. But he snapped, so what do you want me to do for you?
That might be right, but right now it's like a storm sweeping through. He said excitedly, right now the high nobles have no intention of reopening the trade routes. We can't do anything. We have nothing left to sell. What if we distribute special goods through alternative trade routes? Are you really suggesting this without considering the monsters flooding the trade routes? Day said calmly. That's not the issue, Day said to Hapman with a frown. Come outside with me for a moment right now. Hapman followed along, thinking, what are you trying to show me? The door opens, revealing a brown creature with floppy ears. He was surprised to see the cute creatures before him, then pointed behind him to a friendly monster waving hello. We have the villagers' approval, and they even offered to help with this. Well done. Thank you, everyone, he stammered in amazement. Why are there orcs here? He pointed to the 2 wooden chests and said loudly, these are the goods our trading guild will sell. Hapman was both surprised and panicked as he saw the box filled with sparkling diamonds and colorful gemstones. This is D, hearing Hapman's stammering tone, chuckles happily. Do you know what this is? Of course, these are magical tools created by the Belcroy family and magic stones that can only be found in Moche. Hapman looked at Day with suspicion and a bit of caution. These are not items that ordinary people can easily obtain. How is this possible? Day nodded and replied, then smiled brightly and confidently asked, do you feel like teaming up with me now? Hapman happily thought to himself, I still can't accept this, but this is an opportunity I can't miss as a merchant. Hapma looked at Day as if he saw money right in front of him.
This time I will dedicate myself completely to not disappointing your expectations, Chairman.
The goat wasn't too surprised by this reaction. Yeah, that's a good idea. Then let's go register the guild tomorrow morning and come back here, Hatman quickly said. I understand, so what should we name the guild? Day thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers and said, all right, let's do that. San Vion Trade Guild, the Relief Guild. 1 month after the founding of the Relief Trading Company, a piercing scream echoed through the large house. Hapman eagerly looks at this pile of money. By utilizing the unique resources of the Sai family as strategic assets, the Relief Trading Company has successfully opened new trade routes with neighboring countries. Using Human's business strategy, who has traded with numerous countries, the company established a remarkable foundation in a very short time. Human doesn't hold back his praise. You're truly amazing. The chairman gently said, that's thanks to your hard work. I never imagined you could make such a large profit. Well done. Hap Mamp sat in front of the pile of gold, smiling nonchalantly and saying, I really didn't do anything. It's all thanks to the excellent products. Day continued to praise. There's no need to be modest. And by the way, how did it go? Hapman, you mean the private merchants, right? They are very eager. Everyone is very interested in our trade route. All the guests are smiling happily. If we allow the use of the route and charge a fee, how much could we earn? As he spoke, Hapman couldn't hide his excitement, but suddenly said, no fees will be charged. Hapman unexpectedly widened his eyes and asked Day, what? Why not? Day explained with a sigh, the goal from the start was to counter the blockade of existing trade routes. If we charge a fee, it would be no different from those border nobles, right? Hapman seemed to realize he hadn't thought things through enough, so Day cheerfully said, let's go tell them. The relief route has been open for free use as long as they meet the conditions. Hapman, confused, asked again, the conditions for trading companies to use this route must include certain food products in the shipment. But remember that the prices of these food products must not exceed the standards set by the relief organization, and of course, those prices will be kept very low. Our guild will also actively purchase these food items. The purchased items will not be resold, instead they will be sent to the warehouses in each region. Hapman asked, so you are deciding to donate. You're quite perceptive. Yes, the warehouses will serve as emergency relief centers in each area. For those unable to buy food at the moment, our guild plans to provide direct aid. Hapman asks, are you talking about the tenant farmers on my estate? However, I am concerned about the border nobles. They won't just sit idly by. Day immediately said, exactly. That's why we should use this relief system as a stepping stone to make the people economically independent. Confidently and with hope, he says this is not just a donation, but a way to save society and help them achieve economic independence. Hatman thinks economic independence. If the tenant farmers in the domain can become self-sufficient, it could disrupt the power base of the border nobles. Day continues. Yes, we will start by providing free aid resources and then support land to help them manage farming and distribution themselves. Hap seems to have realized that if they can exchange their homegrown produce with the relief trading company, they will be able to sustain themselves. Day says this is just the first step toward independence. Remembering something, Day smiles and says, "Don't worry, doing this doesn't mean your share of the profits will disappear." Hapman was startled and stammered. "What do you mean? What do you think I am?" he said enthusiastically. "Of course, I also considered the financial benefits at first, but Hatman understands the ethics of a merchant. Now that I'm involved in this, I will do my best with a sense of responsibility." Jay happily said, "Good, I think I found the right person." Confidently said, "Definitely. I will create a plan based on your instructions and make it happen." And so, Haman planned to turn the relief warehouses in each area into multi-purpose spaces, not only for storing food, but also as agricultural support centers. The villagers were provided with farming tools and necessary seeds to cultivate. Additionally, an advisory council was established to leverage the experience of farmers, sharing effective cultivation techniques and distribution methods within each village to build a community where the relief trading company and the area developed together. Sometime later, Hapman's voice echoed through the small street. "All right, is there anyone who still hasn't received the necessary supplies? Join the farming training session tomorrow." Everyone around smiled happily when they heard that. Hapman silently thought, yes, everything is going as planned in this remote area where the class system has taken deep root. The fact that commoners are reaching this level of independence so quickly means the accumulated trade foundation will soon strengthen the entire nation. By the way, the guild leader, with his outstanding appearance and ability to supply those families, must surely be a saint, but he doesn't act openly. Could it be that he wants to hide the fact that he's a saint? Suddenly, Hapman saw the man approaching in armor. He wondered, are those knights from the border nobility? Wait, are they holding a death order? The paper was hung in a prominent spot and everyone gathered around to read it, whispers and murmurs spreading quickly. Is this really true? No way, it can't be real. Haman was also drawn to those G's written there. He was stunned. This is the captain. HMAN's call echoes loudly as Ben calmly holds the teapot in his hand. What's going on? Why are you in such a hurry? Hapman said, the border nobles have reopened the old trade routes. Deben Tin asked again, really? And then what happened? Hapman hesitated. Huh? Yeah. The armored knight reads the official proclamation to all citizens, announcing that the trade routes have become unsafe due to the increase of monsters. For that reason, the trade routes were closed to ensure safety. People whispered, is it true? I don't know, the knight continued reading. The lord of the land, as the guardian of the border, could not ignore the threats to the residents and deployed his forces. They eliminated all the monsters and announced that the trade routes were safe again. Furthermore, not only are the trade routes managed by the Relief Trade Company unable to ensure safety due to monster threats, but their management is also lacking transparency. Hapman listened to the command and froze in place. What's going on? Furthermore, the food distributed by the Relief Trade Company also has issues. The imported food and goods are defective products that have not undergone quality inspection. Hapman listened angrily as these baseless and ridiculous words started to stir unrest among the people. So that's why the food is so cheap. Is it unsafe for us to eat? The knight continued. The Relief Trading Company is using unregulated trade routes. They are risking the safety of the people to maximize profits. The knight shouted loudly, we must chase away the evil crowd causing chaos in the local community. Hapman recounted what he heard today. That's what they said. Day suddenly burst into loud laughter. Hapman asked, what? Is it time to laugh now? Hapman said confidently. The border lords have directly intervened and stirred up this matter. All our efforts have gone to waste. Can the captain personally announce that the trade route is safe? Surely the situation will be resolved quickly, right? Day calmly reassures Hapman, oh, just relax. Don't worry about that. Trust me. There's nothing you need to do. Hapman doubts. What do you mean? Day said, do you think everything will be that easy? For those who have tasted freedom, how can they go back to the old oppressive system? The inhabitants of the territory will make their own choices. They have chosen to trade directly through their own trade routes and have found a path to economic independence. In short, they have understood the power of choice. The instability sown by the border lord will surely cause fear. But we have given them the means to overcome that fear. We have created an opportunity, haven't we? Day hands Hapman a cup of tea, and if anyone wants to turn back, it's just an opportunity to learn. No need to do anything more. We just need to keep everything as it is. You see, Hapman. The residents looked at the knight with contempt as if he were an idiot. The knight remained silent until someone shouted, do you think we're fools? You say this food is spoiled? It's all very delicious. That's right, we never had any problems. I almost starved to death. But I survived because of it. They call relief traders monsters instead of taking responsibility. The man shouted angrily. When we faced difficulties, they didn't care at all. They deliberately lie to exploit us. Svea here, furious, grits his teeth and says, "Isn't true freedom the ability to take care of yourself? The clarity of oneself?" The two of them clinked glasses without feeling afraid anymore. War is on the verge of breaking out, and the people are growing restless. Despite provocations from the border nobles, the citizens remain determined to resist. By promoting activities across various agricultural sectors and accelerating the commercialization process of rural communities, they began to develop independence strongly. The border nobles started to feel the crisis due to the rapid changes in the current situation. They quickly changed their stance and bowed their heads in submission. At this moment, Svea was seriously bowing. "I sincerely apologize for the recent incidents and assure you that we will actively promote support for the development of the region." Spea's words make Day ponder deeply, and Sia responds with a convincing argument. The Sand and Merchant Guild was established with the noble goal of helping people become self-reliant. It would be wonderful if the nobles decided to join us in pursuing such a lofty purpose. He exclaimed in surprise after hearing that. Truly. He forced a fake smile, his tone slightly sarcastic. "That's wonderful. I look forward to seeing how much everyone contributes." Sia dismisses his arrogance, but she can only be speechless. And so, the border nobles compromised with a treaty that did not infringe on the economic independence of the local people. Furthermore, an agreement was made to regularly donate a significant amount of money to the charity fund managed by the Sand and Merchant Guild. At the fortress, Hatman's angry voice rang out. "Shouldn't we take it from them?" Day replied with a smile. "Haha, maybe we should do that." Hatman still felt a bit satisfied. After all, they gave up more easily than expected. Day explained, "Hey, no matter how proud the nobles are, they can't resist money, right?" He explained that in the long run, if the local economy prospered, it wouldn't negatively affect them. At this point, deceiving them was the wise choice. Hatman admired him more and more. "Wow, just as expected, your vision is truly remarkable. Chairman, I am confident that you will expand the San Vision Trading Guild into the largest guild spanning the entire continent." He modestly replied, "I think I will leave that to you." Hatman sighed in admiration. "I really appreciate it, even if those words are just polite words. Jaw's skills are not only sufficient, but also outstanding. From now on, I will leave everything to you." Hatman was stunned after hearing that. "What does that mean? Why do you sound like you're about to leave somewhere?" Day confirms again that I need to leave. He smiles. "I'm thinking about leaving the Holy Land." Hatman. He was stunned to hear that. "Are you really going to leave the Holy Land?" Hatman hesitated. "Even so." But you quickly interrupted. "I have no choice but to do this." Hatman bowed his head, looking sad. "An ordinary merchant like me can't understand what you're thinking, but I'm sure you have your own reasons." He whispered softly, "Everyone in the Holy Nation and the Guildmaster will clearly feel the absence of the saint." Jay might guess that, but looking back at recent events, you can tell, right? Each event appeared in his mind like a slow-motion film, showing how people overcome everything with their own strength and the paths they chose. I believe in the power that everyone possesses. "And of course, Hatman, I trust you the most." Jay's voice was full of confidence. "Because of you, I can leave feeling relieved. So this has been your plan from the moment you found me, from the very beginning." Hatman frowned and started to complain. If his knowledge, reputation, and the prestige of the San Von Guild combined. Jay bluntly asked if achieving the status of a top trading guild was difficult, implying he wanted it, but his question annoyed Hatman. He clenched his fists without replying immediately. Treated like a discarded tool, HMan left the Kingdom of Devon and moved to the Holy Nation. With no one to trust, HMan tried to survive in a place full of deception by merchants, where trust was non-existent. Suddenly, the road was blocked and everything fell into chaos. At the moment Hatman thought failure was unavoidable, someone came to find him. At first he thought, who is this kid? He has talent, a good character, and it turns out Jay himself is a saint. He acknowledged Haman and created a new opportunity for a fresh start. If someone like Day placed their trust in him again and entrusted him with such a responsibility, there would be no other choice but to get started. After a long pause, Haman finally spoke up. "All right, let's do this. I will turn Svachin Guild into the top guild in the world." He confidently pounded his chest. "This will be the best way to repay the opportunity you gave me, Guildmaster. I am sure you will never regret entrusting the Sand Guild to me." Jay smiles contentedly, his voice sincere. "Thank you, Hatman." The next day, at the palace, the applause of someone echoed. He had accomplished something truly remarkable. A praised him without hesitation for freeing the people of the territory from the border nobles. He did something no one else could. Ariel also chimed in. "When I first heard of something called the Salvation Merchant Guild, I wondered what it was. Sure enough, it was him." Ariel asked again. "By the way, you said you had something you wanted to say, right?" They replied. "Yes, I will honestly tell you, I am planning to leave the Holy Nation." Both of them were stunned after hearing that. "What? How so?" "What do you mean? Explain it." "Because the balance of the Holy Nation has completely tipped to one side. Please continue." "Because of the power and authority I hold, the nobles at the center are gradually losing their influence. Even the hero's bloodline is facing misunderstandings and suppression. Because of their interests, the interests of the Holy Kingdom, I believe that leaving was the right decision." Ariel was startled and suddenly brought up this topic. But the wire didn't let her continue, and it wasn't just because of reasons like that. I have been considering this for a long time. Throughout my journey, my thoughts on this have become increasingly certain. You asked again, and you've seen it too, right? For some people in this world, a doctor is still more necessary than a saint of gear.
That is why we train doctors at the academy. Day concludes that it will take time for a medical student to fully assume the role of a doctor.
Ariel still wanted to protest, but she also spoke up to stop him. Ariel, that's enough. She shifts to question Day. The role of a saint is a position chosen by God. You think you can just abandon that role as you please? I guarantee I will make it possible. Clay analyzes that even if he is a saint who rejects all rules, he still cannot predict what will happen if he abandons his role as a holy warrior. But the wire still doesn't budge. If I was afraid of that, I wouldn't have even considered leaving in the first place. He remained calm, and if something were to happen, I guess I would just have to accept it. Ariel felt helpless. He truly is, she sighed. You haven't changed since the first time I met you. Always strong and determined, making it hard to change your mind. But you always stay true to your beliefs. Ariel clenched his fist. I've always appreciated that about you. Yes, I have always thought that way, and with what you just said, I can understand it. But she wiped away her tears indifferently, her tone annoyed. Why do I feel so incredibly uncomfortable with him right now? Ariel continued, I have always been by your side since you came to the Holy Kingdom. If nothing happened, I would still be comfortable with you. Day hesitated, reaching out toward Ariel, but she suddenly stood up. I understand. I'm leaving now. She left without looking back. Goodbye, Saint. Day had to silently watch Ariel's figure gradually disappear into the distance. The sky was gradually darkening when someone asked, Day, are you leaving? Yes, it might be difficult at first, but I will definitely come back to visit everyone. Clea solemnly affirms, the Saint, until the day you return, we will always hold firm to your will and faith. Z also felt a bit reluctant. Please come back. Yes, sir, Hong spoke up. The family, as your shadow, will carry your will to the very end. Dan was moved, and everyone in the L family also added their voice. We will also always follow your orders until we breathe our last. He smiled and said, I will stay here now, but if you need me, I will always be by your side whenever you summon me. I'm speechless. Even you. You stay silent. And I secretly think I really appreciate it. Many things have happened over the years, and you have become a saint you never truly wished to be. But looking back now, every moment feels vivid, even the hardest times. They all hold meaning for you. And so, the saint disappeared from the Holy Nation and set out on a new journey. Time passed quickly, and one day at the Adventurers Guild, a voice was heard. The missions here are pretty decent, right? Praise the quality of the missions in one sentence, then immediately mention a small wish. I wish we always got missions with such good rewards as before. Suddenly, the guild door opened, drawing some attention from those inside. That mysterious shadow is about to step in. The sound of footsteps hitting the ground as they move forward draws more attention. Day pulls his coat over his head, wearing a mask that covers half of his face, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he reaches out and takes a piece of paper attached to the information board. I want to take on this mission. Then he asked the person in front to check his ID card. Can you show me your card? He reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out his identification card. The manager quickly stood up and apologized, saying, I have confirmed everything and many people have been injured due to recent monster hunts. Please join the priests in the village to deliver the mission as soon as possible. Day quickly accepts the offer. All right. A young man standing nearby overheard everything that just happened. He watched as Day's figure passed by him towards the door. Curiosity piqued. Hey, who is that guy? I've never seen him here before. How would the person across from me know? He replied, I don't know either. He's probably a mercenary from another guild. The young man, stunned by the answer, asked another question. Is he leaving? That arrogant Heller is switching to another guild? Hell, a concept based on healing magic, and of course this term refers to those who specialize in restoring others. Hellers are usually divided into 3 levels, with level 3 being the lowest, representing those who have mastered basic knowledge and skills to heal others. Level 2 includes those verified for credibility directly by priests and who receive special important guidance from them in healing others. By combining incredible mana control with top-tier medical skills, they are extremely rare healers capable of continuously treating multiple patients with serious illnesses. Level 1, Hellers at this rank are recognized as highly skilled experts. A first-class Heller has the authority to issue warnings, protect information, and order the evacuation of an entire village. Those at this level are recognized as experts with exceptional skills. A level 1 Hare has the authority to issue warnings, protect information, and order the evacuation of an entire village during critical disasters like epidemics. With the consensus of nearby lords, they play an extremely important role and have the authority to destroy an infected village. That guy earlier was probably just a third-class Heller, right? The person facing him hesitated a bit. You know, the guild usually doesn't share personal information about others unless it's for a common purpose, so don't worry too much about him. Not satisfied with the answer, the young man trudged away, complaining about how boring it was. A level 2 Heller. Immediately after, the person across the table thought about Day and made some judgments about him, also a talented individual from the academy who came all this way just to carry out an entrusted mission. Quite mysterious. The scene shifts to a small stream, Day and his backpack slowly moving forward. Suddenly, a voice calls out from somewhere. Are you leaving? Day immediately recognized that familiar sound and called out to Fia. Fia is the guardian of the Grandel Forest. She smiles, calculating a little more time. It's been almost 5 years since then. Fi faced Day directly, recalling his words from before. According to what you said, the Holy Nation has advanced and people's awareness has increased significantly. So everything seems to be going as you expected, right? He sighed in resignation, but there's still a long way to go. Both the quality and the quantity will take at least another 10 years to improve, she replied. From an elf's perspective, everything seems to be progressing so unbelievably that it even makes me a bit uneasy to think how far humans can go. Dee laughed out loud and reminded me. Anyway, you remember tomorrow? Because everyone will be waiting for you. How could Pia forget the general health checkup for the village, right? Of course I remember. Day, rest assured, goodbye for now. All right then, see you tomorrow at home. He just left. A faint smile kept curling on his lips, feeling quite at ease. It has been 5 years since I left the Holy Nation, and during that time many major changes have taken place across the continent. The field of medicine, which was not developed before, has started to grow with the descendants of heroes joining the academy. Medical knowledge has been optimized under these conditions and is spreading more widely. Unlike holy magic, which only provides temporary relief, highly skilled hellers seek out and eliminate the root causes of diseases in villages. Some illnesses cannot be cured by holy magic, so in the Holy Kingdom, priests must master basic medical knowledge to be appointed as clergy. Nevertheless, some difficult issues still require him to find a solution. Even adventure guilds prioritize hiring hellers because of their significant influence. Anyway, the issue here is the imbalance between supply and demand. The symbol represents heller piercing straight into the coins, knowing that no matter where you go, people are always fighting to recruit hellers. Their value is increasing, which means ordinary people will have no chance for treatment. Thinking about this, he felt a bit angry. Do they really think the academy was established just for this purpose? Suddenly, a sweet voice called out to Day from somewhere. Day, where are you from? And with a bright smile like sunshine, she stepped forward. You came here earlier than usual today. Day saw the girl and quickly spoke up. You came here to say hello to me? What have you been doing today? Xia politely and obediently lists her tasks. Yes, today I have read books and practiced magic. Can you help me improve my swordsmanship? He couldn't refuse her plea for help, and he was very willing. Of course, you're such a good girl. Let's go now. Xia happily holds Day's hand without stopping. Yes, but suddenly the girl's face changed color, and Xia asked coldly, It seems like you haven't met that elf girl today, right? Day stammered, frozen in place. How do you know that? Shay innocently and confidently replied, It's because of the smell, and tomorrow you're going to meet her, right? Day felt a bit scared and thought to himself, this girl and the traits of her race are extremely sensitive to smells. That's right. Ah, Xia smiled brightly. All right, I'll go get the sword. Wait a moment. Jay doesn't understand what's happening. There's a big question mark above her head. It has a strange obsession with her relationship with Aura. After a while, in front of Xia's house, the girl gently asked about the training. All right, now let's do a light training match first, okay? Remove the mask. He asked Xia. All right, as usual, you're allowed to use mana. The girl holding the sword looks visibly worried about herself, but she's not any better at using mana. Her face at that moment reveals a handsome, dashing appearance that no one could compare to. He reassures the girl that it's okay. Suddenly, a surge of mana rises from the ground and envelops Xia. The girl slowly controls the energy source. Yes, all right. The increasing flow of mana is pouring into the sword. Xia is already prepared. The girl spoke, I'm coming. Day watched this scene and quietly wondered if it was because he had helped her create a mana path. Is her magic getting stronger? I smile faintly in response to Xia's words. Then I also gather all my strength and rush forward quickly. Xia's strength is truly formidable, and she decisively charges straight at Day. Day is no ordinary opponent. He immediately blocked Xia's attack, with sword strikes clashing non-stop and releasing energy that shook the entire area. Xia was stunned, her eyes wide open, her hand slipping off the sword while Day shouted, an opening move. The wooden sword flew straight into the sky, spinning a few times before planting firmly into the ground. Just as I expected, how can you do that without using mana? Day enthusiastically repeats what he once said to help her understand. You always say that, but in swordsmanship, balance is the key to power. Xia looks a bit tired and slightly disappointed as she sighs. It'll be a long time before you catch up to me. Day smiled encouragingly at the girl. I'm only 9 years old. I can still become much stronger. Hearing that, Xia regained her motivation. The girl couldn't hide her joy. Will I be strong like you? G confidently affirmed that being stronger is still possible. Suddenly, the air grew colder, and Xia hesitated for a moment. This is what the girl wanted to confirm, the thing she had always refused to believe. Is it really true that you can no longer use mana? Day was stunned by the question. He fell into deep thought. Many things have changed since leaving the Holy Nation. But when En responded to Xia's question, Day still felt happy, and even now he considered it natural. That's right, Day thought to himself. This is the biggest change. In front of Zia, Day could clearly feel the mana source within her. But he was different. Day quietly concluded that there was no mana left in my body. After a while, outside the Grendel Forest elf village, the worried voices of patients could be heard. It probably isn't a serious illness, right? Day gently reassures, don't worry, just take the medicine and you'll be fine. The elf boy stood up and went outside, not forgetting to turn back and say thank you. Day looked at the boy, feeling much more lively, and sighed quietly, thinking this was the last kid, finally done. Immediately afterward, a familiar figure entered, and upon recognizing him, she called out, Ira. Ira, beautiful as ever, approached Day while continuously expressing her gratitude. Thank you for always taking care of the children. Day politely changed the subject and asked about something else. I did it because I like it, so there's nothing to worry about. By the way, how is the elder doing? Ira hesitated, clutching her left arm tightly as if trying to stay calm. It seems we need to prepare ourselves. Ira's eyes are sad. She looks away to hide her feelings. It's strange, even after spending so much time together, leaving someone is still so hard. Day also didn't expect the elder's condition to be so severe. He considered the last resort, hoping that his sister's magic could extend her life a little longer. But perhaps she didn't want to do that either. She gently said, living out your life and returning to mana is the natural law of this land. For an elf, this is their final honor, so she doesn't wish for anything else. She advised Day, don't overthink it. This was predestined. I was mentally prepared. But she asked with concern, Day, is your body still not accepting mana? Day replied quite helplessly, as if he no longer cared about it. Yes, I've tried many times, but it still doesn't work. Ira raised her hand to her chin, furrowing her brow as she tried to understand the reason. It was the will of the moon. Suddenly, Day remembered the past. On the night I left the Holy Nation, I had a dream. A cord drifts into a blank white space, more like being confined in a room. Suddenly, strange words are carved into his mind. Don't resist my will. The image of a person chained and shackled both their legs and arms. He kept telling himself he didn't hear anything, but each word kept appearing. He was trying hard to think what it was. Was this telepathy? This feeling is very much like being on the sea again. Day looks at the chained person in front with a slightly contemptuous voice. When you took advantage of me, you left me alone. Are you saying that because I wanted to give up? Unfazed, he directly calls out that person's name. Gayer G threatens him. You exist by my blessing. If you continue to oppose my will, you will face the consequences. Day found it amusing, crossing one arm over his waist and dismissively replying, Blessing, your meaning is that your holy power forces me to accept it?
To me, that's nothing but air purifier power, just a machine. Guy O gave that a bit annoyed and asked back, so you still refuse to change your mind? They replied emotionlessly and straightforwardly.
That's right. As a saint, I already said. Whether I stop or continue, it's my choice. Guy is no longer holding on. You said that. A giant hand from behind lunges toward Day. He was stunned when he heard G say that he would take it back. Day began to feel pain all over his body. Something is being pulled out. His face turns pale. Wait, Your Excellency, your consciousness is becoming increasingly hazy. The mysterious shadow whispered something faintly, but he couldn't hear it. Day's eyes widened in shock as her vision gradually blurred. When I woke up from that dream, I found I no longer had divine power and couldn't absorb mana from the air. Seeing Day staring intently at his hand with an indescribable silence, Ira called out to him. Her face became much more serious. I think you need strength. Even though I know Ira wants to help, I can only helplessly respond. Am I still able to take care of myself now? Ira looked at Day seriously. Right now, that's not enough. Do you know what karma is? Day doesn't understand what she means and doesn't know what it is. Karma. Seeing his expression, Ira explained in detail. Have you never felt the powers around you in your whole life? The will of the Holy Spirit, the mana flow, and the balance point of all those things. The movement of these sources of power always causes a reaction, which is karma. Ira's voice continues. It's not a coincidence that he's standing in such a strong current. If someone is affected by karma, the force of this power will surely push those within the flow forward. So far, you've been very lucky and haven't faced any major issues, but you need to be prepared. Are you feeling a bit anxious? Are you ready? Ira recounted the previous situation. When your life was in danger on the hero's island, my marking spell was still active. Still, I suppose you were prevented from connecting to greater power. She furrowed her brow, her face showing deep thought. Whenever I think about it, I just want to keep you by my side to protect you, but as a high-level elf, I can't. Day is also in a difficult position, but the mana circuit has completely disappeared. It can't be regenerated. Unexpectedly, Ira revealed shocking information. There's a way to control mana without a mana circuit. Day was stunned, wondering if such a method really exists. At that moment, someone hurriedly ran from behind. Lady Era, the person exclaimed in panic, the elder. Both hurried to the house where the elder was staying. Era anxiously asked, How are you, elder? The weakened elder calls Lady Era, smiling without a hint of fear. Maybe it's time for me to return to mana. Seeing how visibly aged the elder has become, Day couldn't help but be surprised. Not long ago, they still looked very young and beautiful. Is that what an elf truly is? Ira remains calm. Her centuries of life and countless experiences making her hope she has no more regrets. The elder slowly reached out her hand and said, "I have no regrets as someone like me." But her voice sounded sad, saying she had to leave the young lady again, and just thinking about it made me feel heartbroken. Iris smiled and took the elder's hand, saying, "Don't worry," she added. "That's right, now with that child by Lady Ira's side." The elder sighed, "I should go now. I must have been a bother to those waiting outside." Ira replied softly, "Yes, Lady Ira, you are truly our wings." "Why? Our light, I am truly honored to serve you." Ira was stunned, but she was ready to forgive. She responded accordingly. She pursed her lips, trying to hold back the tears threatening to fall. Ira took the elder's hand, a gentle wave of power emanating around their contact. Then, mana suddenly grew stronger, enveloping the entire house. Ira closed her eyes and recited each spell, and the essence of mana finally returned to her body. The body and soul become one with the earth, resting in eternal peace and forever in our hearts. As a sudden light burst forth in her hand, Ira respectfully said, "Please take back the child of creation." The elder smiled contentedly and said, "It has been an honor for me all this time." Then she gradually disappeared along with mana. At this moment, Ira could no longer hold on. She knelt down in despair. Day sat beside her, holding her shoulder and comforting her in silence.